The Christie File. Stuart Christie. To all the links in the chain past, present and future pulling us toward a better world. They too were storming heaven. Do you think they fought in vain, that because they lost a battle they would never rise again, that the man with the leaflets, the woman with a gun, did not have a daughter, did not have a son? Hugo Dewar. Publishers Forward. The literature of anarchism contains an abundance of fine autobiographical works. Emma Goldman's Living My Life, Alexander Berkman's Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist, and similar classics, are good examples of a genre in which notorious and vilified figures have been able to successfully explain and defend their acts and beliefs, while also dismantling the mystique surrounding their personal lives, a mystique created by a rabid state apparatus and sensationalist journalists with lurid headlines. For the general public and committed libertarian activists alike, this personalization of almost mythical figures from history is of singular importance. For those of us who continue to fight for lives in a society based on a cooperative ethic and personal freedom, we can recognize the continuity between these legendary figures and ourselves, in the anecdotes of arguments in political meetings, nagging financial worries, good meals enjoyed with comrades, fear and paranoia, and the ups and downs of communal and personal relationships. For the general public, the descriptions in such stories of what anarchism could be in practice, in terms of the quality of life, are probably at least as valuable and persuasive as the endless tales of suffering and heroism recounted by the authors, or the justifiable denunciations of their persecutors. It is a sad commentary on the state of things in the world that despite the fact that anarchy and anarchists are blamed for everything from the Iranian Islamic Revolution to crime in the streets, in our era there have been few if any anarchist revolutionaries with the personal notoriety and the literary ability to write a compelling personal history of modern anarchism and see it through to publication. We are pleased and satisfied that with the release of the Christie File, there is now such an account. For the British reader, the legend of Stuart Christie's involvement with the contemporary anarchist movement may need no summation, as it has been trumpeted in the daily newspapers regularly for over 15 years. For the North American reader, though, a few bare facts will suffice to establish the subjects, times, and places about which you are going to read. Stuart Christie first became a subject of controversy in 1964 when, at age 18, he was arrested in Franco's Spain in possession of explosives which were to be used to terminate the life of El Caudillo, Europe's last openly fascist leader. After 3 years in Spanish prisons, he was released and returned to Britain. The object of continuing investigation, harassment, and arrest during the height of political upheaval in the late 60s, he was imprisoned in 1971 and tried in the massive conspiracy trial of the Angry Brigade, Britain's first libertarian urban guerrilla group, as the ringleader. After a year and a half in prison he left the trial a free man, exonerated on all charges. He continued his political activities, eventually leaving London and moving to the Orkney Islands in response to threats from the police against his life and freedom, where he lives to this day. Since 1972 he has been banned from traveling to virtually every country in the free world, and as this book goes to print, he is once again under investigation in the House of Commons, for the publication of anarchist alternatives to NATO. One final note on the history of this book, which further establishes the anathema with which the author is regarded by the defenders of state and capital. The Christie Tile was originally commissioned by the reputable London publisher, Michael Joseph. It even appeared in their 1976 catalogue. Just prior to publication, after all the contracts had been signed, the book was cancelled. The publisher sent his regrets, along with best wishes in finding a more courageous publisher to do it. Ultimately, it is unlikely in the present monopoly capital publishing business that this book would have ever appeared, except as a project of a libertarian press. Stuart's side of the controversy which has surrounded him and the libertarian movement for so long, has been a long time coming. And we suspect there may be another volume to be written before he cashes in his chips. But in the meantime, we're glad to be able to present the Christie File. We think you'll agree it was worth the wait. The Editor's Partisan Press. Prologue. Serve him right. A dangerous man. He is undoubtedly insane. So they proceed to live their sane, and wise, and altogether admirable lives, reading their Plutarch a little, but chiefly pausing at the feet of Putnam, who was let down into a wolf's den, and in this wise they nourish themselves for brave and patriotic deeds some time or other. We dream of foreign countries, of other times and races of men, placing them at a distance in history or space, but let some significant event like the present occur in our midst, and we discover, often, this distance and this strangeness between us and our neighbors. David Thoreau. A plea for Captain John Brown. To destroy authority, to abolish government, does not mean the destruction of individual and collective forces which operate in society, nor the influences which people mutually exert on each other. In 1938 and now recreated in De Juventudes Libertarias in 1932 and Movimiento Libertario Español in 1938 and now recreated in international informal affinity groups, among which we find the Consejo Ibérico de Liberación, to which Christie and Carballo belong. This group, along with many other anarchist bodies, continues the tactics and activities of the First International, which are directed toward the violent subversion and the destruction of the political, economic, social, and judicial organization of the state, and the repeatedly proclaimed social ideas which reject outright the whole concept of authority as contrary to the idea of individual liberty, and accepts as irreconcilable the antagonism between society and the state with the belief in the violent suppression of the latter. The prosecutor went on in this vein for about half an hour before getting down to the nitty-gritty of the evidence against me, which was overwhelming and which I did not in essence deny. I had been arrested with explosives knowingly in my possession. What I did deny was that when I crossed the border I knew the parcel I carried for the anti-Francoist resistance was in fact explosives. I told the court that I thought I was carrying printed propaganda until I unwrapped the parcel in Barcelona and discovered the explosives and detonators. Having come so far, I was afraid to hand the explosives over to the police in case they didn't believe me. I couldn't dump them in case some inquisitive and innocent passerby picked up the explosives and somehow detonated them, so I felt there was no alternative but to carry on and hope for the best. I got the distinct feeling that neither the prosecutor nor the court-martial believed one word I told them. 66. My evidence was translated for the court by a paratroop captain. I felt sorry for the man, as he had obviously been drawn into the job against his better judgment, or else he had been drawing a foreign language allowance under false pretenses and was now having to prove his worth. Perhaps he was confused with the tension in the courtroom and the added difficulty of understanding my broad Glasgow accent. The sweat poured down his face as I tried desperately to make it easier for him to understand what I had to say. This compounded the confusion. On one occasion I corrected his translation to the court in my pidgin Spanish. It was like the famous occasion in the Lords when the Edinburgh provost shocked their lordships by replying to an English duke that the gun he used was the sort you shot dukes and fools with for sport. At lunchtime the presiding officers retired for a drink. Fernando and I had to make do with the piece of dry bread and a light salad in a cell adjoining the courtroom. In all, the trial lasted about 3 hours. The officers stood up and marched out of court. I gathered from this that the proceedings were over and our fates were sealed, but that sentence would not be pronounced that day. We would be brought back later to discover their plans for our future. There was little doubt that we had been found guilty. As we were being escorted back to the van to be returned to prison, we met my mother in the passageway with the British consul, Mr. Sedgwick Gell. I kissed her as best I could whilst handcuffed and surrounded by civil guards. I introduced my mother to Fernando, who was handcuffed to my wrist. I could not help but feel that she believed he was the evil monster who had lured her boy into this mess. Perhaps it was a pity his mother was not there to balance matters between us. But being a lady, she asked him in English how he was keeping. The dialogue was more in keeping with a Kelvinside drawing room than a Spanish court-martial. Colonel Bibbas told my escort that I was to be allowed a few moments alone with my mother. I tried to impress upon her that I was perfectly all right and things would soon take a turn for the better. She was staying in Spain for a few days and she had been told she could visit me whenever she wished. In Carabanchel prison, life resumed its normal routine. By now I was allowed a bed in my cell during the day. As the screws had discovered that I was not eating my food but throwing it out the window, I was put on the infirmary diet, which was more varied and palatable. I also received a 67 number of visitors over the next few days apart from my mother, including Niall MacDermott QC, who had been instructed by my London solicitor Benedict Bernberg and the Christie/Carballo Defence Committee to keep a watching brief on our trial. Niall MacDermott, who later became Financial Secretary to the Treasury following the 1964 general election, struck me as being slightly out of his depth in the situation. He could do nothing more than explain that I was immature and that anarchists in Britain were a small and innocuous group, a slightly weird but morally laudable section of the peace movement, who had nothing to do with dangerous international anarchist revolutionaries. My mother cheered me up with news of what was happening outside, and she did not prevaricate as did the vice-consul and his friend the interpreter. One story she told me had me rolling on the floor with tears streaming down my face. A demonstration had been called in Glasgow to protest against my pending trial. It had been organized by a number of revolutionary groups in the city, including my old colleagues in the International Socialists. Somehow they had managed to get hold of a Spanish Falangist flag, and this was to be burned ceremoniously outside the offices of the Spanish consul in Glasgow. Ian Mooney, an old friend, was the IS member chosen to do the honors. Unfortunately, Ian was very nearsighted, and instead of soaking the flag with petrol, he soaked his trouser leg. When he lit the match, it was his trousers which went up in flames rather than the Francoist flag. Perhaps the Glasgow police thought he was immolating himself on my behalf. My mother also told me of rumor going around that I was supposed to be undergoing psychiatric treatment for a fugue state. This apparently affects people who have a certain type of hysterical personality. Victims are likely to be highly suggestible during such a state and do things they normally would not do. It was not only diplomatic considerations that were responsible for pulling out the stops on my behalf. A British anarchist arrested in Spain was unusual, it is true, but over the years many French and Italians had been arrested for their role in the resistance and given the most barbaric treatment without any political concern. But my arrest, as the first Briton, came just at the moment when Spain was about to plunge into the gold rush of international package tourism on a gigantic scale. Had I been given the death sentence, the prospects of big business backing tourism might have gone the same way. 68. The manner in which the case was presented to the British press, an innocent young student doing no more than was normal in England, handing out leaflets, and finishing up by doing 27 years in a prison which, because it was a fascist one, might well be thought of in the same way as Belsen. It was not the sort of thing that went well with the pretty brochures of Iberia Airlines. A defense of temporary insanity would save everyone's face. But I was shocked when I heard about it. In fact, I had no defense apart from claiming that when I crossed the border I was unaware of what I was really carrying. It seemed monstrous to me that anyone who attempted to put an end to the life of the butcher Franco and his ilk should be considered even slightly abnormal. Abnormality to me consisted in allowing a man such as Franco to continue unchallenged in power. My mother also told me before she left that she had asked my comrades and friends in Britain not to hold any demonstrations supporting my case. She had given press statements to this effect and I was very annoyed, but there was little I could do. It is normal for relatives and friends to allow themselves to be talked into believing that the best chance on such occasions is obscurity, that nothing should be said which may prejudice the benevolence of the authorities who, it is hoped, will soon realize that their son or daughter has been led astray by others. It is a mistaken policy. Only publicity ever helps prisoners. Otherwise they are forgotten and left to rot in obscurity, allowing the state to continue its foul policy of repression. And what would my sentence be? Fernando told me, as we awaited trial, that he expected he would get the maximum possible term of imprisonment, 30 years, which was actually what he got. But as I was British and in view of the diplomatic concern, he expected I would get 5 to 10 years. A notice was slipped under my cell door at midnight a few days later which informed me officially that my sentence had been confirmed by the Captain General as one of 20 years. The date of my release, it stated blandly, was 1984. 69. 4. For the first few months my main problem was my inability to communicate with my fellow prisoners. While still in the isolation cell of the Septima, Pineda, the Andalusian, was appointed my chaperone. He had been given this post through his sycophantic relationship with the teacher, the priest, and everyone in authority. The teacher was a rabid fascist as was the priest, whom I rechristened Torquemada, thus giving him a second opportunity of grace. Pineda did speak a few words of English and he dressed in what he imagined to be an English style, which made him look like a cross between Lord Peter Wimsey and a ballroom ponce. He claimed to have been educated at both Oxford and Cambridge. He stayed by my side almost every waking minute of the first few weeks I was allowed out of my cell. He reported back to the prison chiefs of service as to whom I associated with and the content of my discussions. He was ostensibly my Spanish teacher as well as my personal spy. We also attended literacy classes together every morning. The lessons invariably began with a prayer and the swearing of our oath of loyalty to the caudillo. I was obliged to stand up but was always able to resist taking any oaths. Then we sat down and opened our textbooks. I had great difficulty in believing my eyes when I first saw what they contained. They were small encyclopedias. On the first page I noted with amazement that modern history began with the fall of man in the Garden of Eden. Within 2 or 3 months I had no difficulty in making myself understood, although I could not sustain a long conversation on those subjects which interest me, literature and politics. But at least I became independent of Pineda. Our relationship had progressively deteriorated until I could take no 70 more of him. I explained this to the chief of service, who had words with the governor himself. Much to my relief, I was released from his custody. However, as a result of this snub, he made sure that anything out of the ordinary in my behavior was reported immediately to the authorities. I could not prevent this apart from avoiding him as much as possible, but at least I was not forced to suffer his presence. My letters home were in English and therefore could not be censored by the normal prison censor. This brought me into contact with another extremely unsavory character, a prison officer, ex-Blue Division, and rabid fascist to boot, in charge of the censor's department and prison visits. He looked very much like Edward G. Robinson and wore gold-rimmed spectacles. His name belied both his appearance and his character. It was Don Benigno. My first letters out complained bitterly of the prison diet and the multitudes of insects and parasites which infected the institution: cockroaches, lice, scorpions, and huge centipedes. I was called into Benigno's presence, given back the letter and told to rewrite it without mentioning anything having to do with the prison itself. This was very restricting. If I could not write about the prison, there was very little else I could say apart from mentioning the weather and my health. My mother was an untiring letter writer. She usually wrote to me at least twice a week. Although I wanted to reply, there was really nothing I could write about with these limitations placed upon me. She was lucky if she received a letter once a fortnight in return for hers. On Sunday, a few days after I had been released from solitary confinement and allowed into the normal prison regime, our gallery went to see a film called Hercules Unchained, in which there was a great deal of slaughter, rapine, and plunder. The film must have depressed one of my neighbors and fellow prisoners who was there for having strangled his wife in a fit of temper. He hanged himself from the bars immediately after the last evening count. His body was not discovered until the following morning. I mentioned this in a letter home to my mother, and naturally, later that morning was again summoned to appear before Don Benigno, who immediately berated me for attempting to bring Spanish prisons into disrepute. He assured me that if I continued to denigrate the penal system, he would see to it that I would never be released. 71. The only letters I received from the outside world were those from my immediate family, but I knew through the friends I had managed to make who worked in the prison censor's office that many other letters were coming in for me. All post arriving in the prison went through this office where it was read, censored, and then passed on for distribution to the different galleries. My letters were taken from the post office to Don Benigno every morning by a trustee. It did not take long to make an arrangement with the trustee to bring me the letters first. I would read them, make a note of anything I wanted to remember and then return them to the prisoner, who would deliver them to Don Benigno with the afternoon post. This went on for months until my trustee was caught performing the same service for another prisoner. After that the censor's office was moved to the administrative section outside the body of the prison. I quickly found an alternative method of getting hold of my mail. Don Benigno's assistant was an avid collector of stamps, so I arranged for my mother to send me a cheap package of foreign stamps with each letter. These I passed on to him. In return he brought me all the letters, magazines, and books that came for me each week. This system continued throughout my period in Carabanchel until I was transferred to the political gallery, where I had no contact with any of my former colleagues. Communication with the outside world became easier as time passed. I learned to know which screws were being bought, who would take stuff out and, equally important, bring it in. Within a few months I was sending and receiving letters through these channels. The prison officer I dealt with was completely unsuited to prison work. I suppose to him it was merely a job. Jobs were scarce in Spain, and ordinary wages low. Most of the screws worked a 24-hour shift and then went off duty for 48 hours, during which time they often had 2 or maybe 3 other jobs as cinema commissionaries, meat porters, or something similar. The officer who smuggled my letters in and out, and also English Sunday newspapers at a time when even Spanish newspapers were not allowed inside the prison, was one of the most gentle, kind, and unassuming men I have ever come across. He was in charge of the twice-daily wine ration, 2 glasses of wine at 1 peseta a glass. He would escort 72 prisoners, one carrying a tub with the wine and the other carrying a small demijohn to fill the tub as it emptied. Provided we were discreet about it, we could have as much wine as we wanted. Often we would have 2 or 3 liters each day. His charges were 2 pesetas on top of the cost of the stamp for a letter, the same for my Sunday papers, and about 5 pesetas on top of the cost of a bottle of whiskey, cognac, or whatever drink we wanted. These had to be brought in plastic containers, otherwise someone would have grown suspicious at finding empty bottles of spirits in the prison dustbins. This particular officer lasted about 9 months in Carabanchel. One of the prisoners he worked with, a Kinky by the name of Antonio, earned quite large sums of money by watering down the wine and selling it to his own private customers at well over the odds. So he did not like our functionario, who literally gave the wine away and as far as possible made sure it was not diluted. On one occasion there was almost a riot in the prison when Antonio made a mistake in picking up a demijohn filled with water for dilution purposes, thinking it was white wine, and started selling it. Anyway, Antonio was caught in one of the periodic searches, and both on his person and in his cell the screw discovered 7,000 pesetas in street money. When questioned about why he had such a large sum of money on him, he told the chief of services that he was going to give it to Don Alberto, his boss, to take out to his friends. When Don Alberto clocked on for duty the following morning, he was stopped by the chief of service and 2 security screws and asked to open the attaché case he was carrying. Inside were 2 bottles of scotch, a bottle of vodka, 500 grams of hashish and bundles of letters for prisoners. He was immediately arrested, and the last I heard was that he had been sentenced to 5 years imprisonment in a military penitentiary. He could not have been earning more than 250 pesetas a week on top of his wages. He liked helping people, and this was his repayment. When Antonio came out of solitary confinement 2 months later, he was completely ostracized by the other prisoners. He deserved a much worse fate. The other prison officers were mostly veterans of the Civil 73 war and had some physical deformity to show for their allegiance to the butcher Bahamond. One of the nastiest of these screws was a dwarf who could not have been more than 4 feet 6 inches tall. He assisted at all prison executions, where his job was to set up the garrote, escort the prisoner to the execution chamber, manacle him and witness the most foul murder in the name of justice. He would gloat over the executions he had attended and recount the grisly details of those horrible killings to those prisoners who crawled to him. His name was Don Fernando, and I felt him to be one of the most despicable human beings to walk this earth. I first laid eyes on him when we were being counted in the patio one afternoon. I was in the front row as he walked past taking the count, and I could not help but smile to myself as he shouted at prisoners twice his own size. Outside he must have been the man who was always having sand thrown in his face, but inside he had no need to be like Charles Atlas to improve his standing. My look of amazement angered him. So he immediately called for the gallery bugler to run and fetch the chair from his office. The bugler came rushing back with the chair. The screw climbed up on it and harangued me about filthy foreign reds who came to assassinate his beloved Caudillo, and how he would teach us to behave. In fact, there was little he could do given my position as a foreigner and a political prisoner. My treatment was more the concern of the Central Prison Administration in Madrid than the Carabanchel authorities. By this time I had learned the old army trick of dumb insolence, and found it went unpunished in my case. He nearly burst a blood vessel trying to ruffle me. About 6 weeks after my trial I was transferred to the Quinta Gallery and told by the governor that I had to work or I would not be able to redeem my sentence. The majority of prisoners in Spanish prisons, with the exception of most native political prisoners, may only serve a quarter of their sentences. Half a sentence could come off if a pope died and another is elected. If Spain celebrated 25 years of peace, Dona Polo de Franco decided to lighten her husband's life by letting him have a little bit on her name day, or if there was a referendum explained to me as one of the most useless things in the world after the Pope's penis and Queen Fabiola's womb. After these years are deducted from the total sentence, another third could be taken off by redemption. Quite simply this. 74. Means that for every 2 days a prisoner works he may take 1 day off that remains of his sentence. In addition to this there is conditional liberty, similar to parole, and there are special reductions in sentence for outstanding behavior in prison or for reasons of political expediency. The prison governor told me that I could choose between a number of jobs available in the prison workshops. I confess I did not like the idea, as most of my time up till then had been quite enjoyably spent in chatting with the other prisoners as we strolled up and down the large exercise yard, sunbathing behind the washing, playing pelota and then finishing off the day with a cool shower. Don Benigno called for me at my cell the following morning and told me that he was escorting me on a guided tour of the workshops, situated in the Borstal section at the other end of a long tunnel under the patio of the Quinta Gallery and through the end of Gallery 5 itself. There was a carpentry shop, a shoe shop where they made everything from holsters to alpargatas, a blacksmith's and the print shop. I said I would much rather make galleons and similar knickknacks, or failing that, I would like to work in the bookbinding section of the print shop, but the appearance of free choice was deceptive. They had already made up their minds that I was to work in the print shop. I was introduced to the man in charge of the Talleres, a businessman by the name of Carmona who had put up the capital for the print shop and was taking advantage of the cheap labor available in the prison. It was not, strangely enough, run by the Dirección General de Priones as I would have thought. Carmona was pleasant enough and took me around introducing me to the others who worked there. I was put on the newest and largest of the machines in the workshop, a Heidelberg press, with a cheerful young Spaniard who was serving 12 years for, I believe, robbery. Poses, as he was called, was very friendly, but he had one irritating habit. He was constantly making advances to me, feeling my arse as he walked past and on occasions trying to snatch kisses. Telling him where to get off had no effect on him, nor did kicking him in the balls. Despite this he was always good company, and he used to cover for me when I slipped out to pass a message to a comrade in the political wing across the patio from the workshop. 75. My Spanish was improving. I was now able to sustain long conversations. Carmona held classes in graphic arts in his office once or twice a week, and at the end of the first course I was top of the class. This was not due to any natural genius but to the fact that I was one of the very few in the workshop who could read. I was very bored working on the machine. The jobs were always long runs of 500,000 to 1 million. There is little in this world more monotonous than watching 1 million sheets of paper go by and keeping a careful lookout to ensure that no smudges appear. The only time it became interesting was when something went wrong and we had to strip down the machine. It happened quite often and mostly not by accident. My monthly wages amounted to about £5, but I was one of the lowest paid in the workshop. The charge hand, also a prisoner, earned nearly £50 a month, a far cry from the amount British prisoners earn in our supposedly more progressive penal system. Fortunately, I was not dependent on my wages. I received money every month from home, as well as £5 a month from the CNT Prisoners Committee. The committee did not have much experience of English names, and so every month when the giro slip arrived, it would be signed with the only English names they knew: Paul McCartney, Ringo Starr, and George Larison. This increased my standing among the prisoners, who soon heard of this and believed I was a close friend of the Beatles. Each gallery had a store, El Economato, run by the prison administration, where one could buy everything from tobacco to a needle and thread, including the most delicious manchego cheese and serrano ham. There was also a coffee bar open all day throughout the year in each gallery. It sold real coffee and fresh pastries. A restaurant too was provided, where those who could not eat the slush given out as staple diet could buy whatever they liked within reason, provided they had the money to pay for it. I had no intention of remaining in the print shop for the rest of my sentence. The only alternative open to me was to convince the governor that I was more suited to work which I knew and cared about. I asked if I could act as an assistant to the prison dentist who came once a week. After a great deal of hemming and hawing, a compromise was reached. I was to assist the 76 dentist on Tuesday mornings in his surgery and act as his appointments secretary to deal with those who wished to visit him. This was the thin end of the wedge, and before long I did not work in the print shop at all on Tuesdays. Carmona did not mind so much, but it annoyed the dwarf, Don Fernando, who was now on guard duty in the Talleres. None of the other screws really minded where I went after a time, but Fernando used to insist that I be escorted by someone at all times. Eventually he gave up trying to annoy me. The dentist was called Don Mariano. He had a good practice in Madrid itself and spoke reasonable English. He immediately agreed that I should work with him, and we soon became firm friends. The work was not difficult. It involved making a list on Monday night of all those who wished to see the dentist that week and accompanying them to the surgery the following morning. I would sterilize the syringes and fill them with Novocaine, mix the amalgam for fillings and sometimes cast impressions for dentures. Working with Don Mariano gave me an opportunity to speak to the political prisoners from the 6th Gallery. The only other occasion I had the chance to do this was during cinema on Sunday at a special showing. The cinema was in a hall directly underneath our gallery, and either before, or immediately after the men had gone in, I would slip in and sit talking in the darkness to the only other anarchist in Carabanchel at the time, Alain Pecunia. The others were members of the Communist Party or the CP-controlled workers' commissions. Alain had been arrested in April 1963 together with two other young French comrades, Bernard Ferry and Guy Batu. They were charged by the police and sentenced by a military council of war to 24 years, 30 years, and 15 years respectively for having carried out acts of banditry and terrorism, the same charges as mine. For this reason they were denied the status of political prisoners for a long time, as I was, until pressure from the French embassy obliged the authorities to reclassify them. The actual charges were that Alain had placed a small explosives charge on the Barcelona-Ibiza ferry boat Ciudad de Ibiza in an attempt to sink it in Barcelona harbour. Bernard was charged with bombing the offices of Iberia in Valencia. All were anarchists and were working in conjunction with the Iberian 77 Liberation Council, which had organized the anti-tourist campaign. I too had been working with the SIL, so we had a great deal in common. Alain was the only one of these three left in Carabanchel. The others had been split up and sent to different prisons, so he was more or less on his own among the political prisoners apart from one or two Basques, members of ETA, who shared our views to a certain extent. I was eager to get transferred to the 6th Gallery, but every time I asked the governor or wrote directly to the Direction General de Priones I was refused. Alain and 2 others in the 6th were the only ones who would support my transfer. The rest of them, members of the CP, including Marcelino Camacho and other members of the CP executive, refused to support us on the grounds that we were bandits and would bring dishonor to the good name of political prisoners. They also refused to refer to Alain as a comrade, but called him Seigneur. Nor would they tutor him, the familiar way of addressing a friend or comrade. They always used the more formal listed. On one occasion while I was in the cinema without leave, a member of the CP executive informed the screws that I was talking to Alain. I was thrown out. Afterwards, whenever the politicals came to see a film, I was kept under close surveillance. However, by this time I had made enough friends and contacts to be able to get any messages through to or from Alain, at virtually any time of the day or night. The CP member who had informed on me, Mir, first introduced himself to me while I was in the prison hospital shortly after my arrest. I had been playing pelota with Carballo in the afternoon sun, had suffered a touch of sunstroke, and found myself in the next bed to this ex-Czechista. He epitomized all the hard-line Stalinists I had ever known back in Glasgow, Blantyre, and London. I found it impossible to discuss anything with him on either a friendly or a rational basis, apart from the weather. I upset him on so many occasions that the doctor in charge of the infirmary was obliged to have us separated. The Chayka had brought the Russian Inquisition to Spain after that country had thrown out its own brand. At the beginning of the Civil War, the Communist Party was smaller than the dissident Marxist grouping, the POUM, Partido Obrero Unificación Marxista, which foreign observers magnified because it attracted foreign volunteers like George Orwell, who were repelled by orthodox Stalinism. But the socialists and 78 Republicans in the government would not trust the workers with the arms they needed to repulse fascism, which were in the government's own army and police barracks. This created a situation where the workers might defend but not attack. As a result, they turned to Russia to help them against fascism. The Soviet Union, which gave nothing for nothing, sold arms, and imported the Communist Party with its inbuilt secret police force to act against the workers' revolution. Many of the anarchist militants fell against the Chayka, the enemy within, as others did against the invading enemy Franco. The Chayka moved in to destroy the collectives which would have given hope to libertarian socialism, but were the dismay of their would-be allies in the capitalist democracies. Some of those who had fought against the libertarians in the internecine battles of the Republic were later jailed themselves by the fascists. Though the Franco government hated the libertarian movement more than they would a personal devil, they had a curious respect for it at times. They felt the Chekists, who had been as ruthless against the Fifth Column as they had against the workers, to be a foreign enemy. Many of them landed in jail. They were not regarded with respect, but there was a camaraderie of interest between them, perhaps because they tried and executed their own victims in complete secrecy. A few months earlier, Julian Grimaud had been kept in the Carabanchel infirmary during his short stay in prison. As a result of his accident on the Puerta del Sol, he came into prison swathed in bandages, and it was doubtful whether the prison medical authorities would accept him in the condition he was in. No one really believed he would be executed, including the prison staff, friends, and relations. After all, he had only carried out his duty while on active service in the Barcelona Chayka during the Civil War. He was responsible for the notorious Tunnel of Death, which ended the lives of many brave working-class militants and few, if any, Francoist agents. Nonetheless, a military escort called for him early one morning, and he was marched out of prison and executed, as an honorable soldier, by firing squad in the nearby military barracks, not by Garotville, as are all the anarchists sentenced to death for their part in the resistance. His case became an international cause célèbre. He had returned to Spain to disseminate Communist Party propaganda. 79. but had been arrested and charged, not with what he was doing then, but with war crimes supposed to have been committed during the Civil War, long after Nazi war criminals ceased to be sought out except by the Israelis. When Spain was conquered by the fascists, thousands had gone to the execution squads or the garrote. Thousands had fled, thousands had gone to prison. People who had done no more than take up arms to defend their city fell at the whim of someone who denounced them. The country suffered a severe shock. It must be remembered that Franco's pogrom against the workers exceeded even that of Hitler against the German Jews. He took more lives after the war had finished. But of course Hitler had the rest of the Jewish population of Europe to draw on. Eventually the country settled down to its conquered state. No final solution was possible because they needed the workers to do the work. It was always hoped that next year, with the amnesty sometime by Christmas, or Easter on the 20th anniversary of this or the 25th anniversary of that, the regime would be liberalized. The raking up of charges dating back to the Civil War sent a shudder through the country. Was it to revert to the terrible days of 1939 to 49? The people had been sitting back thinking that the new emphasis on tourists and new companies and golden beaches and the emigration to the common market meant that those days were over. Now the regime proved that it had learned nothing and forgotten nothing. Above all, the bourgeoisie was shocked into thinking that unless the regime changed there would be another civil war. Politically, Grimaud's execution was beneficial for the Communist Party. The growing alliance between the Christian Democrats, representing the employers, and the Commissions Obrieras, the simulated trade union dominated by the Communist Party, dates from this time. I was determined to get out of the print shop. An opportunity came when the auxiliary doctor, the prisoner who looks after the wing medical reports and is responsible for carrying out the prison doctor's instructions and issuing prescriptions, was about to be released after many years. I spoke to Don Mariano about this. He said he would see what he could do with both the doctor and prison governor. To add some weight to my application, I told him that I wanted to make the fullest possible use of my time inside and study by correspondence for my A-levels. This seemed a reasonable proposition. 80. As I could not work all day and then study for only 1 or 2 hours every night, it was agreed that I should have the auxiliary's job. The old prison doctor, who was so bronchial and weak that he had to hold his surgery at the very entrance to the prison, with all the prisoners being brought to him, including seriously ill stretcher cases, died about this time as well. He collapsed at the main gate and died almost immediately. This nearly upset my plans, as the new man appointed in his place was a close friend of another prisoner in my gallery, who also had his eye on the job of auxiliary doctor. Zero, my competitor, had first-class connections with members of the government, and as a well-known wheeler and dealer he pulled an awful lot of weight. However, the prospect of my rehabilitation proved to be as important as his connections, and the situation ended in a compromise with both of us holding the best job in the prison, a job where there was hardly work for one. With the job went a small hot plate which I could keep in my cell and on which I could cook whatever I liked. Zero also had a hot plate, and between us we made some very tasty meals, washed down with brandied wines and cognac which he had smuggled in from outside. The wing surgery, a small office well equipped with cupboards, filing cabinets, a large table and chairs and a sterilizing unit, was next to my cell. When we were cooking a large meal in the evening we would sometimes make use of the old sterilizers to boil the spaghetti, but always made sure it was well washed out after use, in case of emergencies. Certainly no one became ill as a result of the culinary uses to which we put the instruments of medical science, at least not to my knowledge. My daily program started at about 8:30 or 9. No one worried if we were in bed when the doors were opened for the morning count. I went to the cafe for a breakfast of croissants and fresh ground coffee, after which, at about 10 o'clock, I would make a list of all those who had indicated the previous night that they wanted to see the doctor and give it to the bugler, who would call their names out in the patio. In the meantime, one of the young homosexuals, who were kept in virtually total isolation on the 4th landing of our gallery, would come down to wash and dust the surgery. This was the only work they were allowed to do, except that a few select ones were allowed to redeem their sentences by taking in washing, sewing, and ironing. 81. They were all very merry, and helped to bring a little laughter and color to the day-to-day drabness of the prison. Most of them were inside on a charge of vagos y maleontes, though they had done nothing apart from the fact that they were overt homosexuals. They used to dress up in clothes of the brightest colors. We were allowed to wear our own clothes in Carabanchel, and often there would be a hint of lipstick, rouge, and eyeshadow. When questioned by a screw who asked how he had got hold of the makeup he was wearing, one man replied that he had smuggled it in his cunt, meaning, of course, his arse. This man, one of the more gaudy, had received a terrible beating by one of the phalangist screws for wearing a bright red shirt. He was never around for long. Every few weeks would find him in solitary confinement for something or other. He got 3 months once when he and the prison banker were caught in flagrante delicto with hashish joints hanging from their mouths. The man who did the surgery usually cleaned out my cell as well. For this I used to give him 50 pesetas a week and all the tea and coffee he wanted. He would take my dirty shirts to wash, bringing them back the following morning with the buttons sewn on and neatly ironed. One of the most common ailments among the homosexuals was hemorrhoids. This was not as a result of what may appear the obvious cause, but was due to the long hours they spent sitting on cold, damp stone seats in their special patio, sewing. When the doctor arrived at about 10:30, he would see TB patients from the gallery first and prescribe what I was to give them. Then he would see those who were confined to their beds in the gallery. Those he wanted to x-ray would be told to wait outside until he had finished his rounds. Then we would go to the clinic above the infirmary, where the radiography machine was kept. I would fill in his findings in the prison medical file, and those cases he deemed serious enough would be transferred to the infirmary or to the penitentiary prison of Yeserías in the center of Madrid. Those who complained of stomach troubles were sent to have their gastric juices analyzed. The juices were taken by a prisoner, a doctor in civil life who had been struck off and imprisoned for carrying out abortions. He had a special technique. He was an aficionado of the bullfight, and he had his own favorite toreador, LVD. For the purpose of extracting 82 gastric juices, he had 2 long plastic tubes, one thick and the other thin. When the patient came in, he would ask which he preferred, LVD or El Cordobés. If the poor fellow answered El Cordobés, he would have the larger of the 2 tubes rammed down his gullet, a most unpleasant experience, but the doctor obviously thought it a great joke. With surgery over in the morning, I was free to do as I liked until lunchtime, when I had to arrange for the different diets to be collected from the kitchen. This was more like Dante's vision of hell than a kitchen. There were 8 or 9 large cauldrons with flames shooting out from underneath them in the center of the cobbled floor. Small lizards, cockroaches, and other insects scuttled around on the floor and ceiling, where they would crawl until they were directly over a cauldron and then drop into it. I would fetch the infirmary food and tick off the men's names on my list as they collected it. Any leftover would go to whoever wanted it. Then I would distribute the prescriptions issued that morning by the doctor to those who were unwell. Once that was done, Zuro and I would have an omelette and salad washed down with a liter of wine. He usually did the cooking while I worked. After this, during the summer, we would have our siesta until 3 or thereabouts. Later, after a coffee, I would usually read or have a game of pelota until the practicante arrived. The practicantes were male nurses who assisted the doctor on his rounds and did everything a doctor usually does except diagnose. There were 2 in Carabanchel, Don Antonio, a small madrileno, friendly but with a terrible temper when crossed, and Don Francisco, an extremeno who was very easygoing but also very lazy and who left most of the work to Zuro and myself. Most of the time he spent with us he was drinking coffee, smoking, chatting and eating. Tea time involved much the same work as lunch time. When this was over, and after I had made out the list for the following day, I spent most of the evening reading. Books were few at first, but I soon started to build a good library. Most of the books were in English, as I did not read Spanish with great fluency at this time, but I was beginning to get some idea of Spanish literature from works like Lorca's Romancera Gitana, smuggled to me by Alon Pecunia. I read with great interest H.T. Buckle's Civilization in England, sent to me by some comrades from Freedom Press in London. I also read Kropotkin's Conquest of Bread and Mutual Aid, which had been smuggled in by one of the prisoners. 83. I decided to take A-levels in English, Spanish, and history. I did so with the assistance of the Associated Examining Board, who were very helpful in overcoming all the problems involved in the unusual conditions of Carabanchel. Not only that, but Mr. Mackintosh, the man with whom I corresponded at the AEB in London, assisted me to the extent of supplying all my expensive textbooks free of charge. It is very difficult to study in prison. It was even more so for me as I had left school 4 years earlier and consequently had lost the habit. I found additional problems in having to cover the syllabus without any teachers or tutors, or any help apart from the old A-level exam papers the AEB kindly sent me. I found myself reading a sentence which would trigger off thoughts and images in my mind, and before long I would be miles away. This was especially so when I was studying English literature. However, I pressed onwards. Not that I hoped to be able to put my learning to much use in 1984, but at least it was something to fill in the time. I chose the Russian Revolution as one of my special subjects in history, but Don Benigno, who controlled all my official correspondence, immediately called me to his office to explain in an indignant manner that I could not take this subject, as the required reading material would not be allowed into the prison. I had to opt for second best, the history of the English working class in the later 18th and early 19th century. When the exam papers arrived, the prison authorities arranged for me to have a small classroom all to myself and the examiner, who was to be Don Benigno. The exams for each subject were held on separate days, and the first comment from Benigno, or Maligno as we used to call him, came when he gave me the Spanish essay paper. For this paper I had to select a subject from 3 possible themes and write an essay in Spanish. As he handed me the paper he said with a smirk across his face that he knew beforehand which theme I would select. When I looked at the 3 subjects I saw a trip to the moon, what I would do if I had my life to live over again, and the pros and cons of dictatorship. I smiled to myself as I thought how right he was. Needless to say, I made no direct reference to the Francoist dictatorship, but confined myself to writing as scathingly as possible about the corporate states of Hitler's Germany and Mussolini's Italy, while making numerous references to another unnamed but equally perfidious regime. 84. When I handed in my paper to him, he read through it and was visibly angry. After he had read it, he said in angry tones that he thought I would have had more sense, and chosen the subject which would have demonstrated how I had been rehabilitated by the prison authorities and given the opportunity to become a worthwhile member of society. This thought had never occurred to me, and I had to laugh out loud, annoying him all the more, when I thought of his earlier remark, which I had completely misunderstood. Later I was told that the governor, a liberal phalangist, but a very kindly man certainly toward me and most of the other prisoners, wanted to see me. He had my exam papers in front of him together with a translation. His reaction was one of resigned sorrow more than anything else. He explained that the papers would have to be cleared with the Direction General de Prisiones before they could be returned to the AEB in London. In the long run I passed in all 3 subjects. I am grateful to the AEB, who were so helpful in making the arrangements to take these exams. I was not the only English prisoner in Carabanchel in 1964. There was one who had come there before me, Melvin Upright, a young Brummie * in the reformatory working in the barber shop there. Melvin had been given 6 years for smuggling contraband of hashish from North Africa and 2 years for endangering public health, all part of the same charge. The dealer in Morocco from whom he had bought the 8 kilos of hashish had informed the Spanish police, and they were waiting for him when he got off the boat at Algeciras. By the time Melvin came to trial almost a year later, the hashish he was charged with possessing had mysteriously dropped to 1 kilo. The police had either kept the rest to smoke themselves or sold it back to the dealer in Morocco. They rarely plant evidence in Spain they do not have to in order to get a conviction against someone who disagrees with the policies of the state or someone who will not pay up for protection. This is just one of the advantages the police have in an authoritarian regime. Doubtless Robert Mark would envy them their conviction rates. Melvin and I spent quite a lot of time together as we had. Brummy is a citizen of Birmingham. Until recently Robert Mark was the Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police in London. 85. Many things in common. I spent quite a lot of free time in the barber shop either having my hair washed and trimmed or being shaved with hot towels and an old-fashioned cutthroat razor. Melvin was well entrenched in his particular job. He was teaching the old man who ran the place to speak English, a difficult task, as he must have been well into his 70s, but he tried hard and could make his wishes known without any difficulty. Melvin was being kept in the reformatory because of his age, but after some argument with the chief of service and finally the governor, Melvin was transferred to my gallery in the main prison. He had a cat in his cell, God knows where it came from, and it loved sharpening its claws on a beautiful leather jacket I lent to Melvin when the consul came to visit him. I never got it back, not that I wanted it after the cat had discovered it. One man in particular was very annoyed about the job I had been given as medical auxiliary. He was an elderly feeble-minded fascist, who had fought in the Blue Division during World War II, and who had shot and seriously wounded his beautiful young model wife in the belief that she was cuckolding him. I thought he was bluffing when he complained he felt ill, and so did the doctor. He had been examined, x-rayed, and everything possible had been done to him without finding anything wrong with him. He had many good and powerful friends outside, and consequently was given special privileges in prison. Most important of all, he had a single cell on the ground floor. He was very depressed and self-pitying, but being under the doctor he had been put on a special diet which consisted of infirmary food and 2 pints of milk a day. I used to heat his milk for him on my hot plate before tea time every evening. One evening, after everyone had been served their infirmary diet, I was cooking a tortilla on my hot plate when he came into my cell and demanded that I heat his milk for him. I told him I would do it when I finished cooking my meal, which would be in about 10 minutes' time. He started shouting and screaming that I had to do it immediately or he would report me to the doctor and the governor and if necessary to the caudillo himself. The screw, with whom he was friendly, came in and quite reasonably pointed out to him that it would cost him nothing to wait for a few minutes until I had finished cooking. The phalangist threw the plate of milk at me and rushed out into the gallery screaming and crying at the top of his voice that the Red Scottish assassin was 86. Trying to murder him. He was in a terrible hysterical state, which was not helped much when I called him a stupid rabid son of a prostitute fascist. Things grew steadily worse after that. He took to his bed and would not allow me to give him anything for his imagined pains. When I called for the doctor to come that night to examine him, just in case he was not feigning, he would not allow me into the cell with him. I had to remain hidden in the background. When the doctor told the old man there was nothing he could find wrong with him, he replied that I was poisoning him. Things became so bad that the doctor, after seeing the governor, ordered that his cell was not to be locked at night. This caused more consternation than before, as he would wake up 2 or 3 times in the night and rush out into the gallery in his pajamas screaming that he was being poisoned by the man who had come to assassinate his beloved Franco. This was having a terrible effect on the rest of the gallery, and it was not doing me a great deal of good either. As it was, hardly a night passed when I did not have to get up 2 or 3 times to attend to an attack of epilepsy, a disease which was very common in Carabanchel. Eventually I told the doctor that the only way to relieve his paranoiac belief that I was poisoning him was to have him sent to hospital or the infirmary. I would no longer take responsibility for him. If necessary, I would give up the job. The man, however, did not want to go to the hospital or the infirmary, because he would have lost his privileged single cell on the ground floor. Needless to say, the doctor was also upset by the man's behavior and eventually managed to send him to the infirmary, where they ran a series of tests on him. Nothing could be found wrong, but 2 days later he died. He had lost the will to live. I think his depression had been brought on originally by seeing a series of furniture ads in the national press which showed his wife, who was a model, in the arms of another man. It broke him completely. Pineda was also annoyed at my position as medical auxiliary. Hospital food was slightly better than the normal sloppy stew of garbanzos and potatoes that we were given. Any of this food which was left over I used to dish out to first-comers, once I had made sure the older men who were not on the diet and who had nothing to supplement their prison earnings had had some of the food. 87. Matters came to a head one day after I shouted extras, and the last one to come running was Jeff, a young English boy who had only recently been arrested, charged with attempted murder. It was chicken that day. Pineda, resplendent in his blue shirt with polka dots, black velvet bow tie, blazer and grey slacks, rushed up too late with his tin plate outstretched, only to find the last piece of chicken had gone to Jeff. The screw standing beside me smiled to himself. Few of them liked Pineda's crawling sycophancy but said nothing. Jeff was about to return to his cell when Pineda started on him. Those readers who know anything about Spanish characters will know that the Andalusian can be the most flamboyant of those who profess machismo as a creed. Pineda epitomized this terrorismo. He pushed his face right up close to Jeff's and started screaming in Spanish, of which Jeff spoke very little at the time, about no good foreigners who came to his beloved Spain to assassinate the great Caudillo, and then had the effrontery to steal the very food out of the mouths of needy Spaniards. Jeff overcame his surprise quickly, and thinking Pineda was about to hit him, socked him full in the mouth with all his strength, knocking him out against the wall. Everyone, including the screw, was laughing at Pineda's comeuppance, although something had to be done to punish this attack. Jeff was given 2 days confinement to his cell. It wasn't too bad for him, as I was allowed to visit him with food and cigarettes. While I was working as a medical auxiliary, I learned to forge passports and other official documents. One of the best forgers in Spain was in the Quinta, and on many occasions work was smuggled into him from outside. There were numerous searches of the cells, so we decided the best place to hide the documents until they were ready was in the surgery. As we were good friends, he enlisted my services, and the passports were hidden in the cushion of the doctor's chair. I also obtained for him the materials necessary for the forgeries: dental compound and talcum powder, plus a few other chemicals which were difficult to obtain in prison. All in all, I helped to produce about 200 passports and ID cards. During the period from 1964 to 1966 there was a perceptible change in the strength of the different opposition movements to 88. The Franco regime. Since the final collapse of the old urban and rural resistance movements in northern Spain at the beginning of the 1960s, the Spanish Communist Party had managed to consolidate its control over working class movements by the use of the well-worn tactic of creating a popular front. This popular front was the Workers' Commissions, which attempted to embrace all the working class and opposition movements in Spain under one banner, from the Catholic rank-and-file movements through the Social Democratic UGT to the Communist Party. The political prisoners of Carabanchil's Sixth Gallery reflected the varying strengths of the opposition and revolutionary movements outside. Toward the end of 1965, during the period of so-called liberalization, the affiliations of the political prisoners behind the walls of Carabanchil began to change. The number of CP members dropped rapidly and the number of libertarian prisoners began to rise. Particularly active inside the prison during this period were the Marxist-Leninists, the pro-Chinese Communist Party, the ETA, and a handful of Trotskyists. Together with Alain they began to push for my transfer to the political gallery, backing up my own petitions to the Dirección General de Prisiones and the Minister of the Interior. The governor told me it was a waste of time, the request would never be granted for obvious reasons. Presumably he meant that it would be politically embarrassing for the regime to have me transferred to the political wing of one of their prisons. Furthermore, he said, it would hinder the very good chances I had of being given a personal pardon in the near future. At first the organization of the political section was not very strong, but slowly they consolidated their position, based on solidarity of action among the now numerous different revolutionary groups in the Sixth Gallery. They decided to push the authorities into giving them more freedom of action within the prison. A hunger strike was called, which all supported except of course the CP, who denounced it as petit bourgeois and infantile. It was a staggering hunger strike, with one prisoner starting to refuse food every other day. After 10 days they were in a terrible state and the prison authorities decided to act. The homosexuals were cleared out of the top landing of our gallery and the politicals were put in alternate cells in isolation. Despite the fact that I was auxiliary medical assistant. 89. For the gallery I was not allowed to accompany the doctor on his regular twice-daily visits to them. They were still drinking water, and it was the homosexuals who were given the job of taking it round to them. I went down to the cafeteria and asked for a box of sugar lumps from a friend who ran the place. He gave it to me with no questions asked. The homosexuals agreed to pass the sugar on to the hunger strikers, who were then able to hold out for over a month. In this way they finally forced the authorities to accede to their demands, which were more or less that the running of the gallery should be left as far as possible in the hands of the prisoners themselves. This was an incredible breakthrough, which showed how committed action and solidarity can achieve the seemingly impossible. I was becoming desperate to be transferred to the political wing, to feel the strength which came from solidarity, and to be where I could feel reasonably secure from the many informers who were watching my every step. I constantly had to be on my guard against these agents provocateurs. Later, one of them was to inform the authorities of an escape attempt another anarchist prisoner, Luis Andres Edo and myself were preparing. This decided the authorities to start thinking of my transfer to another prison in Alcalá de Henares. Whenever any prisoner came in, either to serve his sentence or in transit to another prison, I was told about him, often before he arrived, by friends in the classification center in the Rotunda. Prisoners in transit were usually held in solitary confinement for 2 or 3 weeks until their transport was arranged. They were not even allowed out for exercise. One day a comrade from the CNT arrived in transit, seriously ill. He was Miguel Garcia. I had heard about him from another anarchist comrade, Juan Busquets Verges, whom I met in transit from the prison hospital of Yeserías to Burgos. Busquets himself had fought with the guerrilla action group organized by Pepe Sabate, brother of Francisco Sabate. Busquets was only 17 when he was arrested in 1949, and was fortunate to have his death sentence commuted to one of life imprisonment. He had made numerous attempts to escape, the final one being arranged with a gypsy, who dashed off as soon as he had been helped across the wall, arousing the attention of the guards and leaving Busquets hanging there. Juan dropped 30 feet, breaking his leg in the process, and still quiet and unseen. 90. Crawled to a ditch where he remained in agony until the morning when the guards found him. They battered him with the butts of their rifles until he was unconscious, and his nose as well as his leg was broken. He was kept for 2 months without treatment in solitary confinement. I became friendly with Juan on his many visits to the prison hospital at Yeserías many years later. He still walked with a limp and his nose remained broken. It was Juan who kept me informed on the situation of the comrades in Burgos and how Carballo was getting on. We had an excellent communication network set up between all the prisons in Spain which held comrades of the CNT and FIJL. My letters to Burgos, the main political prison at the time, reached him through an address in Barcelona. Busquets had told me about Miguel Garcia, so I knew all about his history. He had been one of the organizers of the Talian Group, an urban guerrilla group, which operated in Barcelona until the repression of 1949 when, after one of the members of the group stupidly attempted to sell a watch to a police informer in the Barcelona flea market, all its members were arrested. Miguel's specialty had been printing propaganda and forging documents. He too, was one of the lucky ones. His death sentence had been commuted to 30 years. When I first met him in 1966 it was hard to imagine that this man had already spent 17 years in prison. He had a clear complexion, and such a fiery dynamism that one would have thought he had only just been arrested and would be out by the end of the week, such was his cheerfulness. The same dynamism characterized Busquets and all those other comrades who had spent long weary years locked away behind these tall walls and bars. Their qualities never ceased to amaze me and give me strength. Miguel was in transit. My last words to him were, "Don't forget to look me up in London when they let you out." How was I to know that 3 years later he and I would be free and taking in the dirty polluted air of London? Shortly before this, Alain Pecunia, Bernard Ferry, and Guy Batu, the 3 French comrades who belonged to the same organization as myself, the SIL, and who received heavy sentences, were suddenly released on the granting of a personal pardon by Franco himself. The reasons surrounding their release were not revealed, but I later discovered what they were. On April 30, 1966, the ecclesiastical advisor at the Spanish 91 Embassy in the Vatican, Monsignor Marcos Uscia, was missing. His car was discovered in a quiet street in one of the better residential areas of Rome. Its doors were open and the engine was still running when the car was discovered. Marcos Uscia was returning home from work in the evening, and was on his way to the home of his girlfriend, when he saw the way ahead of him blocked by a car. There were 2 men fumbling around with a woman, who had fainted by the side of the road. Not being able to get around the car, he found himself obliged to assist the 2 men, who had asked him to help get the woman into the car and to a hospital. As he lifted the shoulders of the limp woman into the back of the car, she suddenly came to life and levelled a revolver at his head, informing him that if he kept quiet no one would harm him. He did as he was told. The 2 men got in, and they drove off to their hideout on the outskirts of Rome. News of the kidnapping came out on May 1. There had been a great deal of speculation in the international press as to Uscia's whereabouts, and there were rumors that he had had amnesia or had run off with the Pope's housekeeper. The statement announcing the kidnapping was signed by a group which was virtually unknown until that time, the 1st of May group. It was part of the International Revolutionary Solidarity Movement, an anarchist organization which had sprung from the international struggle originated by the Revolutionary Directorate of Iberian Liberation, Defense d'Interior, the secret anarchist coordinating body, and the Iberian Liberation Council. One of the first actions undertaken in early 1961 by the DRIL was the hijacking of the Portuguese liner Santa Maria on the high seas. This was the first time in recent history that any form of transport had been hijacked for political ends. It was a galvanizing step. The results and consequences of this event were to shake the world. A few months later, this incident was followed by the first successful political kidnapping in Europe for many years. A young anarchist, Jorge Cunel Vaz, was sentenced to death by a council of war for supposed crimes of banditry and terrorism, i.e. blowing up Franco's final resting place, the Valley of the Fallen, on the outskirts of Madrid. The International Federation of Libertarian Youth in Milan decided to draw attention to his case by kidnapping Sr. Isu Elias, Spanish vice-consul in Milan. Sr. Elias received a telephone call, supposedly from Sr. Mita. 92. The deputy mayor of Milan, inviting him to dine at a very chic restaurant. Sr. Mita told Isu Elias that he would collect him at the consular offices between 12 and 1. The vice-consul rang his family to tell them he would not be home for lunch, and then received another call from Sr. Mita to say that he had some urgent work to finish and that he would send his chauffeur to pick him up. The car, driven by a young man, Alberto Tomulo, arrived at 12:30 with another 2 comrades, Tassis and Pedron, in the back seat. At reception they said that they had come to collect Sr. Elias, who came down to meet them. As he sat down in the back seat, the other 2 jumped in beside him with pistols. They drove off without arousing anyone's suspicions. In the car, Sr. Elias' captors told him they had nothing against him personally and he should not worry because he would be released in a few days unharmed. They told him he was being kidnapped to draw attention to the case of Jorge Cunel Vaz, who was at present under sentence of death in a Spanish prison. Elias was driven to a cabin rented by the group in Valguna where he was allowed to wash. Later he told the authorities that he was not afraid, and he was convinced that his captors were kind, friendly and sympathetic people. In fact later, when the case was being tried against the 4 comrades of the IFLY, his depositions served the defense more than the prosecution. Elias was released after being held for 80 hours. His captors were arrested, and despite pleading guilty to the charge of kidnapping all walked from the court of Varese free men. The effect this had on Cunhal's case was immediate. His death sentence was commuted to 30 years imprisonment. Usha was held for 10 days, then released unharmed. The effect of the kidnapping was instantaneous. Virtually every one of our demands were met, the food improved, and people who had been held illegally beyond the length of their sentences were released. A few select pressmen were allowed inside to photograph the prisons and amazingly, to interview some prisoners and the 3 French anarchists, Pecunia, Batu, and Ferry. It must be remembered that at this time the Francoist authorities were making every attempt to improve their standing in Europe as a prior condition to entering the common market. The news of the kidnapping was broken to the world press. 93. Simultaneously in Madrid and Rome by members of the 1st of May group. Luis Andrea Edo, secretary of the FIJL, gave a clandestine press conference in Madrid where he announced the reasons for the kidnapping of the ecclesiastical advisor. One of the conditions not openly announced was the freeing of the 3 French anarchists, Pecunia, Batu, and Ferry, which was agreed upon, and a few weeks later they were granted an official pardon. My case was also raised, but the authorities could not afford to lose face so blatantly. I had been in prison for only 2 years, while the Frenchman had been inside for almost 4. Toward the end of October 1966, the Spanish press and police announced the arrest of 5 anarchists, Luis Edo, 41, Antonio Caint, 49, Alicia Moore, 33, Jesus Rodriguez, 39, and Alfredo Herrera 31. The police statement claimed that the group was preparing to kidnap a high-ranking North American military advisor, Rear Admiral Norman G. Gillette, Commander-in-Chief of American forces in Spain. The arrest came about through sheer bad luck and bad mixing of members of the commando. The group was living in a hired flat in the suburbs of Madrid, in the Paseo de Santa Maria de la Colza. Alicia Moursin had arrived from Paris to hire the flat 1 month before the operation was to take place, whilst the other members of the group arrived afterwards in 1s and 2s. In fact there were 6 in all, but the last one, whom we shall call Thomas, managed to escape from the police just before the raid. Rodriguez, who arrived first and was therefore living alone with Alicia in the flat, made advances to her which she rejected outright. She told him that they could not afford emotional involvements at this stage of the operation, but as a result of this there was growing tension between them. This tension affected the others when they arrived later. Squabbles began to break out between members of the group. This state of affairs was not helped at all with the arrival of Caint, a 49-year-old militant of the FIJL with a long record of activity inside and outside Spain. He had fought with the urban guerrilla groups in Catalonia and was wanted by the police for a gunfight in Barcelona in 1949 in which a number of policemen had died. Caint managed to escape to safety across the Pyrenees and was now living with his comrade in a small town on the outskirts of Paris. He had volunteered for the group and was a perfectly 94 capable militant, despite his appearance of premature old age. His main problem was that he found it difficult to get on with the other members of the group, in particular Jesus Rodriguez Pini. The tension between Jesus and Alicia and later, Jesus and Caint made the flat very uncomfortable. When Edo, the Secretary General of the FIJL in Paris, arrived there to make the final preparations for the kidnapping, he realized that he had made a mistake by mismatching the group. While he was in Spain, Caint decided to visit his relatives in Seville. He would not listen to the protestations of the others that if he were seen or recognized it could give the whole game away and lead to their arrest and possibly their execution. Caint would not listen and went off on his journey. In Seville he discovered that 2 days beforehand the Brigada Politico-Social had been making inquiries in the town about him. Their agents in Paris who controlled the movements of well-known militants had noticed that Caint was not in his usual place. Suspecting the worst, perhaps with further information they had decided to investigate his possible movements in Spain. Edo had arrived by the time Caint returned to the Madrid flat. When he explained to him what he had learned, it was decided that Caint should return immediately to Paris as he was a danger to the group. Caint caught the Madrid-Zaragoza express that night. When the train reached its destination he was arrested by the Spanish Special Branch, to whom he had been reported for suspicious behavior. His arrest would not have meant a great deal to the police except for one thing. In his pockets they discovered the deeds to the flat in Madrid where the others were making their final preparations to kidnap Gillette. The code name of the operation was Operation Durruti. The idea behind this kidnapping was to show up the false liberalization of the Franco regime, by stimulating a campaign for the release of all political prisoners in Spain and denouncing American imperialism which supported the Franco regime. The kidnapping itself was to have taken place on the main road to the Torrejon American Air Base on the outskirts of Madrid. It was to be done in the same manner as the Usha kidnapping a few months earlier, by faking an accident and then transferring the rear admiral to a nearby van. For this operation the group was armed with 2 Sten guns and a 95 number of pistols, besides holding false passports and other documents. The Brigada Social made all the necessary preparations for a massive police action. They covered the entire area in the vicinity of Santa Maria de la Cabeza. When they thought the moment had arrived when all the members of the group would be in the house, they swooped. Penny answered the door with a lugger stuck openly in his trouser band. Within a matter of seconds, before anyone had time to react, they were all overpowered. Edo was not in the flat at the time, but when he arrived later he too was overcome before he could defend himself. None of them was tortured when they were taken to the Puerta del Sol. The fear of reprisals was too great. The efficiency and international coordination of which the 1st of May group had shown itself capable ensured reasonable treatment. On December 8 Octavio Alberola, the spokesman and coordinator for the clandestine groups of the Interior and the Iberian Federation of Libertarian Youth, gave a secret press conference in a New York hotel to explain to the world press the reasons and necessity for the action undertaken by those arrested in Madrid. Copies of this press statement were sent off to the Secretary General of the UN, and to all the delegations from member countries, denouncing the policies and injustices of the Francoist regime. This was not as easy as it sounds, since Octavio is considered by the Spanish secret police and their allies to be a very dangerous man. Consequently they attempted to sell him as Britain's and the world's enemy. This stigma came about as a result of his untiring struggle against the Francoist regime, to which he had dedicated most of his adult life. His father, José Alberola, a highly respected professor in Mexico City, where the family had lived since moving into exile in 1939, was murdered the following year, presumably in an attempt to discover the whereabouts of Octavio in Europe. Octavio had lived in hiding since coming to Europe with his wife Irene in 1961. It was not long before the Francoist authorities bestowed on him their highest honor. He became Franco's public enemy number 1. Octavio had many years' experience in the revolutionary struggles of South America, and he had worked closely with Guevara and Castro in the anti-dictatorial front of South America. It was this group, 96, that was later to overthrow the Batista regime in Cuba. He was also active in the struggles against the Trujillo dictatorship in Santo Domingo and Porras Jiménez in Venezuela. Octavio was invited to take up full-time involvement in the anti-Francoist struggle as coordinator between the legal groups in France and the clandestine anarchist groups in Spain, in the early 60s, by one of the main organizers of the FIJL action groups, Joaquín Delgado. Delgado was later executed by Garrotville in Madrid in 1963 after a frame-up and a farcical council of war. Octavio has a brilliant, perceptive, and analytical mind. In Mexico he had studied engineering at Mexico University, where he wrote his thesis for the Scientific Congress in Mexico City in 1949, later published as Determinism and Liberty in 2 editions. He was one of the founders of the FIJL in Mexico. In 1946 he was imprisoned on a charge of illegal propaganda, but was released after 1 month on the orders of the Mexican Premier, Corrines. In Europe numerous attempts had been made on his life by agents of the Spanish security services working in different European countries. Fortunately he has always managed to elude them. The Spanish police claimed that Octavio was the mastermind and organizer of virtually every action undertaken against the Franco regime, from the hijacking of the Santa Maria by Enrique Galvao from Venezuela, to Operation Durruti. When news of the arrest of Edo and the others broke, I made arrangements with my friends at prison reception to ensure that they would have everything they needed when they came into the prison, leaving the message that I would contact them as soon as possible. What they had to do was report sick immediately after they arrived. I was not altogether sure of the prisoner to whom I gave this message. In fact, I rather distrusted him. He was the only spy arrested in recent Spanish history. His case was very strange, even ridiculous, because God alone knows what secrets the Russians, who employed him, wanted from Spain, unless it was details of brandy stocks or something equally trivial. This spy had been employed by the Spanish embassy in Lebanon. He held the minor position of second secretary, and had been suborned by the Russians as a result of greed for money. He was paid the sum of $1,000 to photograph documents from the embassy safe and hand the 97 photographs over to his contact. The deal was completed and he was given his money. The Russians made no further demands on him, not surprisingly, as there was really very little the Russians could have wanted from such a technologically underdeveloped country as Spain, and all was well. For some unknown reason, about 3 years after the event, he got an attack of conscience, even though no one had suspected him in the least, and told everything to his ambassador. He was arrested, sent home to be tried and sentenced to 6 years imprisonment. He was full of guilt and had many influential friends, especially in the Foreign Office, so it did not take him long to wangle a reasonably cushy job with the prison administration at reception. He would inform me beforehand of all movements of prisoners in and out of the prison, and would also tell me if the police had been making inquiries about anyone or anything. Nonetheless, there was something about him which I did not like. This suspicion was to be confirmed later, in a completely different context, which had nothing to do with his relationship with me. I received a message through him almost as soon as Edo arrived that he was well and that he would report sick in order to see me as soon as he had been processed and put into the 7th gallery for the initial period of solitary confinement. The others were also well, apart from Kant, who was in a bad mood, as usual, and Penny, who believed that Kant was responsible for the arrest of all of them. They were not speaking to each other. One saw Edo later that same afternoon in solitary. It was not too difficult to do this, as I was friendly with the medical orderly of the 7th gallery. Quite often I would go through on the pretext of collecting some bandages or pills of which I was short in my surgery, and then going round with the other medical auxiliary, I could see whomever I wanted. The keys to the cells were kept by the cabo of the gallery, a prisoner, and I would get him to open Edo's cell and let me in. 10 or 15 minutes later, when the coast was clear, he would open the door and let me out again. This of course depended on which screws were on duty, as some were more conscientious about their duties than others and would keep the keys themselves. On this occasion I was lucky. Edo told me all the details of the arrest and the events leading up to it. There was nothing anyone could do except send 98 a full report to the comrades in Paris explaining what went wrong and how it could be prevented in future. I managed to smuggle out the report he had written without any problems. After their initial period of isolation, Edo and the others were allowed out into the exercise yard along with the others on a normal regime. Here I met the rest of them for the first time. I could go down into the yard of the 7th gallery only on certain days when Pedro the Cruel was not on yard duty. The others could not care less, except if I were caught in the yard unexpectedly by the governor or one of the chiefs of service who visited the yards sporadically. When this happened, a bugler sounded attention and everyone had to freeze where they were. This happened a number of times while I was in that yard, not only with Edo and the others, but with Miguel and Busquets as well. I had to try to hide behind as many people as possible before the bugler stopped bugling. Usually I succeeded, but on one occasion I was caught at the very front by the governor himself and had great difficulty in talking my way out of being in a gallery which was not my own. Nothing happened when I was found in these situations, but it made matters much more difficult when I wanted to move around the prison at any time. With this influx of anarchists, our bargaining position became much stronger. Edo and the others were informed that they would remain in the 7th gallery. They too were not to be considered political prisoners. The Maoists and Trotskyists decided to support us in our petition to be transferred to the political gallery. Meanwhile, I had received word from Paris as a result of communications from Edo, that myself and the others would be aided in preparing an escape attempt. We managed to get impressions of cell keys with dental plaster which I obtained from the pharmacy. These were sent out to comrades in Madrid who had duplicates made. I managed to get hacksaw blades as well as the keys from the prison workshop. These were smuggled to Edo in the 7th gallery from where the escape was to take place. All the escape tools were taped to the inside of guitars belonging to a group of young libertarian students arrested as a result of a demonstration, who were also being held in the 7th gallery. We had 7 passports, one for each of us, which also came from outside. These were made up without any problem inside the prison, by me and my friend the forger. The bars had been cut and then packed with membrillo, a 99 jelly made from quince and issued to us as a sweet in the evenings. LT could eat through cast iron, so God knows what it did to the stomachs of those who could swallow the stuff. A group was coming to Madrid from Paris to arrange clothes and a flat for us while we waited to leave the country. Disastrously, it was decided to trust a prisoner who was leaving the prison the following day. He was a shoemaker, and Edo had employed him on a number of smaller matters before. This man was supposed to liaise between us and the group coming from France. However, when he was released, he went straight to the police and informed them of our plans. First thing the following morning, before the morning count, a number of senior policemen came into the prison with senior prison officials. They went straight to where the musical instruments were kept and smashed them, discovering the keys. They also cleared the cells where the bars had been sawn through, and Edo, deeply implicated in the escape, was put into solitary confinement in the top story of the 7th gallery. The shoemaker did not know of the existence of the passports, but he had told the police that I was involved in some way. My cell was searched, but as nothing was discovered, I was left alone for a time, though I was not allowed into the 7th gallery after that. The gallery officer was instructed on no account to allow me out of the gallery unescorted. Zero was put in overall charge of the bodequin and I became his assistant after that. This did not prevent me from continuing my activities, but it made them all the more difficult. The only way I could get to speak to Edo now was if we shouted at each other from the patio up to his cell window. We could not say much, but at least I knew he was in high spirits and had all he needed. I saw Caint, Penny, and Herrera on Sundays when they came to the cinema. Relations between them had not cooled with the passing of time. As I got to know them better and was able to compare the full details of the story with my growing knowledge of their characters, I began to suspect that the group's arrest was not entirely due to Caint's silliness, as Penny in particular would have me believe. The behavior of Penny, a quiet and brooding man in his late 30s, was highly questionable. Penny disliked Caint intensely and behaved as if he were to blame for all that had gone wrong with the kidnapping from the very beginning. 100. Caint, the wizened and tiny Andalusian anarchist, was much more balanced than his comrade, and did not seem to mind Penny's bitterness in the least. Caint was always laughing and joking no matter how desperate the situation. His specialty was playing practical jokes on people. He remained cheerful provided no one played similar jokes on him. He was like an elephant, he never forgot. Herrera was a young Catalan who had spent most of his formative years in France and was therefore much more French in outlook than any of the others. He was slightly older than myself, but accepted the fact of his arrest with the same stoicism and good humor as Caint and Edo, who were twice his age. He held no grudge at all against Caint. In fact, everyone got on well with each other except for Pinny, who was the odd man out and seemed to nurture a hatred within him. Alicia Moore, the comrade who had rented the flat, was being held in the women's prison in Madrid. She too was well and had everything she required. She became friendly with the Duchess of Medina Sidonia, who had been arrested and imprisoned for organizing protest marches against the Franco regime and its American allies in her native Andalusia. It was the Duchess who led the protests when the atomic bomb was lost off Las Palomares. Edo was released from solitary after a month. We decided to increase our efforts to be treated as political prisoners and transferred to the 6th Gallery. The libertarians among the prisoners there petitioned the governor on a pre-arranged day, as did those in the 7th Gallery and myself. As a result, the others, Edo and his companions, were told they would be transferred the following day, but I was left out. This was a blow to me, and I informed the governor that unless the Dirección General de Prisiones gave instructions for my transfer, I would begin a total hunger strike. I petitioned the director of prisons in very strong terms, which were almost abusive, and within 2 days, news of my transfer came through. It was quite touching, as most of the gallery turned out to carry my belongings as far as the gate which led to the reformatory, and gave me a cheer. Zuro and the others told me that I was making a great mistake, as I had everything I wanted in the 5th and the move would spoil the chances I had of getting a pardon. The prison governor had made this clear as well on the many occasions when I raised the 101 subject with him. However, I had made up my mind, and was now on my way to the political gallery. As I have mentioned earlier, the 6th Gallery of Carabanchel is situated directly above the punishment block. One prison officer was always on guard duty inside his little office at the gallery entrance, but his only function was to open and close the gallery gates, count the prisoners 3 times a day and collect petitions to the governor. We hardly ever saw him apart from those occasions. The gallery was organized entirely by the prisoners on a communal basis, or rather on 2 communal bases. The CP would have nothing to do with us. Edo, Caint, Herrera, Pinny, and all the other prisoners were at the gate to welcome me. When they saw me, they burst into Hijos del Pueblo and the Intimational. I discovered that Edo had refused to share a cell with someone else as he wanted a cell with me when I came. He had only arrived a few days beforehand. His character was such that it was very hard to refuse him anything, and they granted his request. Edo and I had a cell to ourselves. I was now without work, as political prisoners were not allowed to work in any of the workshops for fear of contaminating the other prisoners. This cut me off somewhat from my old contacts, but there were still ways of getting information in and out of the prison. These are still operative, but as they are employed by the Black Cross today, I cannot go into detail about them. The daily procedure was entirely different from what I was used to in the 5th Gallery. We would rise about 9 and breakfast on coffee, toast, or pastry, prepared by the cook of the day. Each of us would take a turn at cooking and cleaning different parts of the gallery. We had our own kitchen in the wing, and a pantry where we could share all our food and cook it. Again, the communists had their own pantry, kitchen, and dining room. They would have nothing to do with us, neither in our classes nor our social life. Caint was an inveterate early riser and would get up at 6. He shared a cell with Herrera and bring Edo and me a cup of coffee. If I had received a parcel recently, it would be tea. About 9:45 I would give English lessons for about an hour to most of the other prisoners. Again, no CP members attended. We were told that this was on instructions from their leadership, and that a good number of them wanted to attend. 102. Between 10 and 11 we would go down into the patio for a game of pelota, football, or table tennis, or just relax, talk and sit in the sun. 4 armed policemen surrounded the outer wall of the patio, but they were too far away to hear our conversation. Lunch was about 12:30, after visits, and we would usually have a light soup, using the liquid from the prison soup ration and adding some stock to it to enhance the flavor. The British consul, a new woman by the name of Miss Mildred Forrester, marvelously efficient and conscientious, who looked as though she were an Agatha Christie heroine, would often bring me curry powder given to me by the Indian ambassador in Madrid to add some spice to my diet. It certainly made the food much more appealing and exciting to the palate. The previous consul, the charming and delightful Mr. Sedgwick Gell, had been shunted off to Nicaragua for some reason. I was sorry to see him go, as there was nothing hypocritical whatsoever in his sympathy for my plight. He had been very upset when news of my sentence came through, much more than I had been myself. The soup would normally be followed by cold meat, salad, bread, and wine. We would have coffee in the dining room after our siesta, where we chatted and held classes in history, economics, and literature, delivered by different individuals. Later in the afternoon we would exercise and then return to the gallery for dinner, again cooked by the chef of the day. After dinner we would play chess or draughts, tell jokes, discuss political events of the day, or play miming games. I almost caused a riot during one of these miming sessions. The idea was to mime a historical or literary figure and the others had to guess who he or she was. My mime was Karl Marx, and the mime was that of a scholar, bearded, who lived in the past and had a predilection for stabbing people in the back. Edo guessed it first and a hush fell over the room, especially from the Maoists. The ETA couldn't have cared less, they thought my mime was very funny. Eventually, we sorted things out, but we had to reach a decision among everyone present that we would not provoke differences among ourselves. For the sake of solidarity we decided to avoid the more controversial political issues which divided us. And there was no repeat of my performance. After lock-up in the evening, Edo and I would play draughts in our cell, read, or discuss new plans for escape. 103. Method of communication which he developed for this purpose was a code in his letters home to his wife. This was rather complicated and cumbersome and I much preferred the other method he employed. This was a sort of invisible letter. The paper from the prison canteen reacted in a peculiar way when soaked in water, written on and then dried, the writing disappeared. All one had to do then was write the normal letter on top, taking care not to cover the secret message underneath, and when the recipient soaked the letter and placed it on a smooth dark surface, the writing would then reappear as clear as day. We had looked around the possible escape points in the 6th gallery, and we eventually came up with what we thought to be the best of all possible routes. On the bottom landing of the stairs which led into the patio, was the entrance to a sewer. It was possible that this led down to a small river at the foot of the high waste ground upon which Carabanchel was built. Directly under the cover of the sewer were bars. It was possible that further down there would be more of them, at least as far as the perimeter walls of the gallery. It was decided to send for another group from Paris to investigate the entrance to the sewers and find out if it would be possible to escape through the tunnel. No one was told of the initial investigations until we were certain that it was feasible. We hoped that it would be possible to have a mass breakout. It would have been a terrible blow for the prison and Francoist authorities if 60 of their better-known political prisoners had escaped in one fell swoop. 2 comrades came from Paris and discovered that the tunnel would provide an excellent escape route. This decided on, the others in the group were told about the proposal so we could find out how they felt. Pinny, who had been acting very strangely recently, had become very friendly with another prisoner, a Trotskyite, one of the few I ever came across in Spain whom everyone believed to be a police agent. This Trotskyite certainly deserved the suspicions leveled against him. At a later date we had to restrain Edo physically from carving him up with a huge kitchen knife. In any event, Pinny decided that he did not want to escape, and would serve out his sentence. This was all very well, but subsequent events proved that the prison authorities knew something was in the wind. The escape attempt was scheduled to take place before the 104 trial of the 5 comrades in June 1967. All the work involved was to have been done from outside. It would have been too dangerous for us to start work on the bars from the inside. The stairs were constantly being patrolled by guards and there was no possible means of hiding from them. A commando group would tunnel their way up the sewer into the prison at night, overpower the night guard, unlock our cell doors and escape back down the tunnel. A van would be waiting at the other end of the tunnel to get us all as far away as possible from the prison before the escape could be discovered, which, if we were lucky, would not be until the following morning. Suddenly out of the blue, while I was in the middle of my English class, I was called into the gallery screw's office and told to collect my things for that afternoon. I was being transferred to the maximum security penitentiary in the middle of the military Guardia Civil paratroop complex in Alcalá de Henares. No reason was given for this sudden change in my life, but the orders had come from the top. We held a full meeting of the gallery to discuss the transfer and to decide whether or not I should go. I complained to the governor about it, but there was nothing he could do. He did, however, inform the consulate of what was happening, and they said they would send someone out to see me as soon as possible. I knew that there was a very good possibility of my being granted a personal pardon. I later discovered that about this time the 1st of May group had kidnapped the first secretary of the Spanish embassy in London. One of the proposals put to him was the fact that if I were not released in the near future, they would initiate a campaign against the Francoist embassies and representatives all over the world, placing them in an extremely embarrassing and compromising position at a time which would be very awkward for them. I had been told on an earlier visit by a member of the embassy staff that high-level negotiations were taking place to secure my release. Their outcome was almost a foregone conclusion. The official had said I should ask my mother to write yet again. She had already written numerous letters asking for clemency for her son to General Franco. However, I was not to mention the foregone conclusion or any of the other reasons behind this last appeal. In the long run I decided that I stood a good chance of success with this appeal and would therefore leave without a fuss. Nevertheless, my times in this gallery had been pleasant. 105. And stimulating, and it was with a great deal of misgiving that I left Carabanchel. Towards the end of my stay in the 6th gallery I had moved in with Herrera. This was due to a quarrel between Cain and the young Herrera. Cain's habit of rising at dawn each morning and washing dishes, moving tables and chairs, and in general making a terrible noise and nuisance of himself to Herrera, who was trying to sleep as long as possible, had caused a rift between them. Herrera would quite often lose his temper completely, and they would make terrible noises first thing in the morning as they threw everything they could lay their hands on at each other. If this situation continued, it would quite probably lead to murder or at least serious injury. I could not move in with Cain, he would have driven me mad in a short space of time, so Edo, who could get on with him much better, changed with Herrera, who moved in with me. Cain was fond of playing practical jokes, most of them not funny in the slightest. One morning he brought me a cup of tea in bed. He sat on the edge of my bed as I took the first mouthful. It was full of salt, instead of sugar. Edo fell into a fit of laughter at this, as did Cain, who roared aloud with glee at the look on my twisted face. After I pretended to have thought the joke was funny, instead of going back to sleep I said that I would make another drink. Cain, thinking I had something up my sleeve, followed me into the kitchen. He was right, I did. I explained to him that we would play a joke on Edo. I was making him a mug of chocolate, and in it I would dissolve about 6 laxative tablets from the gallery pharmacy. Cain went off chuckling to himself. While I waited for the milk to heat up, I went back to the cell and explained to Edo how I was going to get my own back on Cain. I took a very loosely packed cigarette from a packet of Celtas and removed half the tobacco. Inside the half-empty cigarette I packed as many match heads as I could, and covered the traces with the tobacco I had removed. Then I replaced the cigarette in the packet, noting its position, and went off to bring in the cocoa. Edo was trying very hard to control his laughter, when Cain came in and sat on the edge of the bed. Each was laughing at the joke that was about to be played on the other. As soon as Edo lifted the mug with the laxative tablets to his lips, I quickly offered the cigarette to Kane, who, completely unsuspecting, took it. I offered him a light. Both men were 106. Enjoying the situation enormously, though not as much as I was. Kane had an affected habit of raising his cigarette in a very dramatic fashion and flourishing it above his head before he took a drag. Just as he put the cigarette to his lips, it exploded 1/4 of the way down. Kane jumped 3 feet off the bed. He was sick. Meanwhile Edo, who had rapidly drained off his chocolate, was rolling about with laughter, when the laxatives began to take effect and he rushed for the throne, where he had to spend almost the rest of that day. One of the ETA who had come in at the moment of Kane's apotheosis had also gone into a fit of laughter. Funnily enough, Kane seemed to think that he was responsible for the cigarette bomb. Early the following morning Kane got up, filled a bucket with ice-cold water and walking into the Basque's cell, emptied it over the sleeping man, bedclothes and all. Kane never forgot. An example of his tenacity was related to me by Edo. On one occasion at the anarchist camp in the south of France, he and Salvador, another member of the FIJL, had a running feud as a result of the practical jokes they played on each other. Salva would cut Kane's guy ropes to his tent, glue and nail his shoes to the ground, and so on. He knew of Kane's reputation, and he would not sleep in his own tent at night, but would wait until everyone was asleep and sneak off into the woods to sleep under a tree. Kane, crafty old fox, watched and waited for the first opportunity to get his own back, and one night managed to follow Salva to his hideout. Once he was asleep and snoring loudly with his mouth wide open, Kane rolled up a newspaper and stuck one end into Salva's open mouth, then set fire to it. Salva soon woke up sputtering and choking as he inhaled the smoke. He never tried to play a joke on Kane again. 107. V. Alcalá de Henares is a small town 30 kilometers north of Madrid. It is a police, military, and prison complex, and acts as the garrison town for Madrid. It is also the home of Miguel de Cervantes, the author of Don Quixote, and the site of 2 penal establishments, one for women and one for men. This was the penitentiary from which Andrés Nin, the Trotskyist leader of the POUM, was kidnapped by the PGPU during the Spanish Civil War. He was murdered by the kidnappers and his body has never been recovered. The journey was one of the most uncomfortable of my life. Although it was early spring, it was as hot as the middle of summer, and there were 6 of us being transferred in a small seat van fitted with small cells and no windows, only a minute ventilation grill which seemed to let the heat in rather than allow cool air to circulate. The Talleres Penitenciarios de Alcalá de Henares was originally a monastery. Around it stood a paratroop barracks, a civil guard barracks and the women's penitentiary where Alicia Moore was being held. We were unloaded at prison reception and once again went through the tedious formalities of prison induction, filling in innumerable forms and questionnaires and having our fingerprints taken half a dozen times. I was told that I had been put down to work in the print shop. It seemed to me the authorities had an obsession about my becoming a printer. It was rather a strange thing for them to do to an enemy of the regime, who would obviously put these prison-acquired talents to subversive use when the opportunity arose. But perhaps they had hopes of my conversion yet. Here there were no civilian clothes. It was a maximum. 108. Security establishment. We were, however, allowed to wear our own shirts, socks, and shoes. From the induction center I was taken to my new cell in the heart of the prison. Like the monasteries of old, the complex was square and most of the prisoners lived in dormitories above the prison workshops. A number of prisoners who were considered to be more dangerous, including myself, were kept in a small tree-lined patio in the heart of the prison, making it that much more difficult to escape. The patio was architecturally very beautiful, with high arched doors to our cells and trees to shade us in the summer. The cells were large and airy, but the only light in them came from a small window above the door which led out onto the square. I was kept there for 3 days to complete what is known as periodo, a period of solitary confinement meant to adapt the prisoner to the change of environment and regime. It does not take long to accustom yourself to a new prison. Once you've been in one, you've been in all of them. Nor does it take long to get to know those who have close contacts with the outside world and who can help to make life as comfortable as possible within the prison. There were no prisoners in for specific political offenses here, but there were some older prisoners who had been and still were members of the anarcho-syndicalist trade union, the CNT. When my period of solitary confinement was over, I was called to the office of the chief warder and informed of my daily routine. The maximum security prisoners had breakfast in their cells after morning count, and then a rota of sweeping and scrubbing the prison corridors. After that we went to work in our respective workshops. In Alcala, as in Carabanchel, the main prison industry was printing. There was also a large bookbinding plant where one of my neighbors in the patio worked. He was James Wagner, an American who had been sentenced to life imprisonment a few years before, for allegedly murdering a Barcelona pawnbroker. He and his friends lived on a commune in Ibiza until the murder, then it was broken up by the police, with most of its members being sentenced to various terms of imprisonment. James received the longest sentence. In fact, I believe he had originally been sentenced to death, but this had been commuted in the last minute to 30 years imprisonment. Jimmy had smuggled some books and food into me during my solitary confinement, and this helped ease the boredom. 109. Somewhat. One of the books did nothing to make my mind easier. It was called One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest and was about life in a mental asylum. It was horrific reading for someone in prison. Later Jim introduced me to the other foreigners in Alcala, 2 Canadians and 2 Frenchmen with whom I became very friendly. The first morning out of confinement in Alcala I made a half-hearted effort at washing the floor, but my first attempt was also my last. The prisoner in charge of cleaning, the Cabo de Limpieza, was a veteran of the CNT. He called me into his little office where he told me not to bother coming along for cleaning as he had enough men to cover the job. Instead I was to call in at his broom cupboard for a cup of coffee and a chat. I was greatly relieved. From then on we spent most of the early part of our mornings chatting about anarchism and chewing over other ideas we had in common. The print shop here was not as modern as the one in Carabanchel. Most of the large machines dated back to the last century, and I was seconded to the largest and oldest of these antiques. It looked more like the Kitty Hawk than a printing press. The screw in charge of the print shop very soon discovered that he did not like me. I was always disappearing upstairs to the bookbinding shop to sit and talk with J. over a cup of coffee. The screw, who disliked J. too, was never off my back. It was not long before he arranged a ban on my visits upstairs. Jim would then come and visit me downstairs, but this too was banned after a while. I discovered within a short time that smuggling letters, papers, books, drinks, and so on in and out of Alcala de Henares was much easier than in Carabanchel. I cannot explain the system as it is still functional. However, it was very effective, almost foolproof, and very cheap to operate. Books coming to me from abroad were supposed to be censored, not only by the priest and teacher, but also by the Director General of Prisons in Madrid. Not one of the many books I received through the post passed through the hands of any of these people. They would have had heart attacks had they seen the forbidden books I had in my cell. It was a small clandestine anarchist library in the heart of the beast. My stay in Alcala lasted through the spring and early summer of 1967. My time there was well occupied with work, reading, making new friends and generally getting to know the 110 place. The job I really wanted to do there was bookbinding, which was not only more satisfying but also much better paid than working in the print shop. Moreover, Jim was able to bind all my anarchist books for me in red and black leather covers, with marbled end papers and tooled lettering. The mere possession of these books in Spain would have merited a prison sentence. In the evenings after work we would sit and chat, or walk up and down the large patio exchanging stories about things and places, people, songs, books, and a subject which dominated all our conversations: what we would do when we eventually got out. We were free to walk about the exercise yard until 10 o'clock. Then, 2 or 3 nights a week, we were allowed to watch an hour or so of television. Lunch was served in the large dining hall where we were each allotted a seat. The food was much the same as that served in Carabanchel: chickpeas, potatoes, and sardines. I supplemented this with curry powder and various condiments sent me by the British consul and my mother. Packages for me from comrades in England, France, Germany, Belgium, and Holland came very regularly, so hardly a day went by when I had to rely solely on the prison menu. Alcala, too, had its own restaurant where you could order whatever food you wanted, providing of course you had the money to pay for it. This restaurant, however, was not as well organized as the one in Carabanchel. On hot summer days you could send out the prison messenger for bars of ice cream. The prison store sold iced beer and iced cokes among many other things. There was also a coffee bar which supplied cups of fresh coffee and pastries. For Saturdays and Sundays the prisoners had organized and paid for their own film club. We had 3 films on a Saturday, 3 on fiestas and 2 on Sundays. Sometimes we had as many as 6 or 7 films a week, and they weren't the old rubbish we had been dished out at Carabanchel: religious films, travelogues, old newsreels and second-rate B films. All the films at Alcala were new films, some of which were showing in Madrid cinemas the same week. Quite often we would see these films long before they were released in other European capitals. If the weather was too good to spend time watching a film we didn't fancy, we would have the afternoon in the patio with 3 or 4 bottles of wine, beer, roast chicken, fresh salad, sardines on olive oil, squid, mussels, newly baked bread and such things. 111. Shared among the 6 of us. Anyone listening to us would have thought we were having a picnic on Hampstead Heath instead of in a castle in Spain. More often than not these parties would end with everyone getting drunk. The majority of the screws did not mind provided we didn't cause them any trouble. It was a far cry from our own dear English prisons. There were many gypsies in Alcala. They would spend the whole weekend together in one large group at the far corner of the exercise yard. It was like a gypsy encampment. They would occupy their day chatting away in Calo, the gypsy language, and then sing flamenco to the accompaniment of Las Palmas. They are naturally a very ebullient race, full of the joys of life, and on occasion this caused me a bit of trouble. The coffee bar in Alcala consisted of a small hatch where you gave your order and it was passed out to you. Every morning there was a large queue before work. One morning Jim and I were standing waiting for our turn while the gypsies sang, danced, and clapped their hands to flamenco rhythms. The chief warder, whose office is directly across the hall from the coffee bar, stuck his head out and shouted at them to quiet down a bit. No one paid him the slightest bit of attention. A minute or so later he called for the Cabo de Limpieza to take the names of everyone standing in the queue, including Jim and me. This was rather unfair, as I can hardly sing in English, let alone in Calo. The Cabo told us not to worry as he would see to it that neither of us had to do any work, but this was of less concern to us than the arbitrariness of the chief warder's decision. I went to his office later to see him, and asked if he intended to include us in the list of those to be punished. He put on his friendliest voice and told me that he knew perfectly well that we had not been singing, but he could not be seen giving foreigners preferential treatment. He was sorry we would have to scrub the corridors next morning. It was beautiful sunny weather at this time. I knew how I could take advantage of this punishment. He wanted us to clean up the prison, so we would carry out his orders to the letter and take the whole day off work to make sure we made a conscientious job of it. The following morning Jim and I went to the Cabo de Limpieza's room and sat around drinking coffee with him until the floors had been scrubbed and all the prisoners marched off to the workshops. We got hold of a long-handled dirt pen and brush and sauntered out into the patio, sweeping up. 112. Little piles of dust here and there, until the prison canteen opened at 9:30. We bought half a dozen rolls, butter, tomatoes, cheese, mussels, and 9 bottles of beer, and sat down in the glorious morning sunshine to a marvelous breakfast, with the shovel and dustpan beside us to show the world that we were on official business. The breakfast lasted for 2 hours, during which time we were completely alone in the vast patio, and the object of considerable amusement for all the other prisoners who passed to and from between the workshops and the prison building. They knew what we were up to. The print shop screw who had made it quite clear that he disliked both Jaime and me kept coming back to the patio to see what we were doing. We explained to him that we had been punished, and had to clean up the prison on the orders of the chief warder. We were very sorry, but we didn't think we would make it into the print shop today as the prison was very dirty and there was a lot to do. All this was explained to him from a kneeling position on the ground, with food and beer bottles scattered all around us. There was little he could do at that moment, but he determined to keep his eye on us. About 11:30 we decided it was time to do a little more sweeping before the lunchtime wine was brought round and the canteen opened for lunch at 12. We had come well prepared and had brought with us a 2-gallon plastic container for our lunchtime ration of wine. When this was filled we bought salad stuffs, fresh bread, manchego cheese and some Serrano smoked ham. Randy and Pete, the 2 Canadians who worked in the basket shop, decided to join us for lunch. They too had their quota of wine. By the time they went back to work after the siesta we were all as drunk as lords. I was so bad I could not stand up, and felt very sick into the bargain. Jim came up with the idea of hosing down the prison walls. He managed to get hold of a hose from somewhere. When at last he tired of this useless exercise he decided to hose me down instead. I was lying flat out in the middle of the patio. The next thing I knew I was drenched to the skin. At that moment the print shop screw came by and saw what was happening. Jim told him to fuck off and look after his wife who was cuckolding him, and he rushed off in a raging temper to get someone with a bit more authority. He stormed into the chief warder's office and began shouting to him about the 2 most dangerous Reds and 113 murderers in Alcala, who were cavorting about in the prison yard stone drunk and making obscene remarks about him, his wife and General Franco. Randy and Pete had by this time decided to give up work for the afternoon, and had come to join in the fun. When I heard all the fuss I staggered to my feet and insisted that I was all right. All I wanted was to get to the nearest toilet and freshen up. Someone pointed me in the right direction and I staggered away toward what was euphemistically known as the water, a filthy hole in the ground with an open cesspit directly behind where your bare arse would face. This cesspit was plagued by huge rats which wallowed in the muck falling from the water upstairs. From time to time prisoners were bitten by these rats when their arses came too close to the rats' faces for comfort. It was into this hole that I collapsed. The next thing I remember hearing was Randy shouting for me at the top of his voice. I groaned and attempted to stand up, but my legs refused to respond. I just lay there hoping he had heard me. Randy opened the door and I saw that he was in only slightly better shape than I. They had been having a swim in the large washing pool, and had been caught by the print shop screw coming hot-footed from the chief warder's office on his way to find us again. Pete came along too, and within a few seconds they had me on my feet and under a cold shower, still with all my clothes on. I soon regained full consciousness and heard from Randy that the chief warder wanted to see Jim and me. We made it to his office without much difficulty, though still very drunk, and at last stood in front of his desk. He was a young fellow, a liberal, whose only concern was for a quiet and peaceful existence. I suppose he felt that if anything untoward happened to me which involved him it might affect his chance of future promotion. It was the same one as had been responsible for our misfortune the previous day. He groaned inwardly when he saw the state we were in. Jim cleverly remained silent when he asked what the cause of the trouble was, but I put my foot in it. I made to denounce him angrily for our punishment of the previous day, but only got as far as saying yesterday, and collapsed semi-conscious on the floor. Jim lifted me up, and only too anxious to get rid of us, he told Jaime that we had made our protest, and that we should return quietly to our work. He didn't want to hear any more from us that day. 114. I staggered back to the print shop with the assistance of Jim, giving the print shop screw a filthy look as we passed him at the door, and made my way to my machine, where I promptly fell fast asleep on the cleaning rags on the floor. About half an hour later the director of the prison workshop was walking past our machine on the way to his office when he caught a glimpse of my prostrate figure on the floor out of the corner of his eye. Inches above my head was a massive flywheel whirling around at a tremendous speed. If I had sat up suddenly I would more than likely have been decapitated. The director went berserk, and called on the screw to have me taken away from there and back to my cell. Back I went again, now carried by my arms and legs into the chief warder's office. This time I was in no state to bandy words with him. He groaned loudly when he saw what was being brought in, and told my bearers to carry me back to my cell and lock me up until I sobered up. I remember thinking to myself that this almost certainly meant 3 months solitary, but at that moment I could not have cared less. All I wanted to do was go to sleep. The next morning I awoke, still wearing the same clothes and suffering from a terrible hangover, to the sound of my cell door being unlocked as normal for breakfast. I ventured outside waiting for someone to pounce on me with some outraged demand as to what I was doing out, but nobody said anything either to me or Jim, so we went for our usual cup of coffee and then to work. As we passed the chief warder's office I was called in by him. He was still very amicable. All he said to me was that I should remember my position as a political prisoner and a cultured foreigner, who should set a good example to the other prisoners. As I left he told me to try to not let it happen again. That was the last I heard of an incident which for anyone else could have meant at least 4 months in strict solitary confinement. I was now receiving a growing number of letters from the British Embassy in Madrid and occasionally one from home. My lost test appeal was now well underway. I had been informed on the highest authority that this one would be successful. When the British consul, Miss Mildred Forrester, arrived to visit me, both she and I were ushered into the governor's office where we could talk without discomfort or the presence of observers. On 2 occasions she visited me at Alcalá with a senior member. 115. Of the Spanish aristocracy who was working as liaison officer with the British Embassy on my appeal. She told me that everything had been prepared for my appeal. The next step was for me to write to my mother and tell her that the time was now ripe for another letter from her to Franco, asking for my release. She had written countless numbers of letters before and they had all been politely turned down. This petition seemed to be different. So I wrote to my mother asking her to write yet again, but without letting her know what I had been told semi-officially. A friend of mine from the old Glasgow Anarchist Federation, Ricky Cook, came to visit me in Alcalá. I was very surprised when I was told that I had a visitor. I was ushered into the governor's room, where I saw Ricky with the governor and a number of senior prison officials, together with a man from the prisons department in Madrid. It turned out that this man dealt almost exclusively with my case. He introduced himself and shook hands with me, explaining that he had long wanted to meet me in the flesh, as he knew so much about me from reading everything concerning my case and myself over the past 3 years. With the formal introduction over, I at last got a chance to speak with Ricky. He was amazed at the reception he had had in the prisons department when he went to obtain permission to visit me. He had been welcomed as a long-lost brother, and the official he spoke to insisted on driving Ricky out to Alcalá himself. As he explained from his point of view, it was a chance to get out of the office and take the opportunity of having a word with me. On the drive out he bought Ricky coffee and then bought some cigarettes for me. Ricky and I sat around talking for some time, then they had to leave. It had been a pleasant break for me, and the hints I received from the man from the ministry cheered me considerably. A few days after I arrived in Alcalá I was told by a gypsy who had a pack of tarot cards and a very complicated-looking chart, the kind used by the Bohemians, that September 22nd of that year would be the luckiest day of my life. I kept this in mind throughout the summer, but did not really believe it. In the early part of the summer a number of articles began to appear in the Times about my case. The effects of this revived interest were immediate. I heard from a fellow prisoner who worked in the prison administration department that he had 116. Overheard a telephone conversation about me between the governor and a senior member of the Dirección General de Prisiones in Madrid. It seemed that I was to be given VIP treatment. To ensure that I was comfortable, a delegation would be arriving from Madrid to inspect my cell, myself and my prison record. That same afternoon I was called from the print shop to the governor's office and asked what color I would like my cell painted. I replied that white would be nice and, taking advantage of the moment, added that a desk, bookshelves, easy chair and bedside lamp would come in handy as well. The governor took it all down and then said I could go back to work. When I got to my cell that night it was like an old age pensioner's flat compared to what it had been before. As the Times articles increased in regularity, so did the number of visits from the ministry men, and I began to feel like some rare animal. As my 21st birthday fell on July 10th, I suggested to the chief warder that it might be a nice idea if I could throw a birthday party for my friends. He agreed, and after consulting with the governor it was arranged that I be given the use of the unused section of the prison hospital dining room. One of my Spanish friends who worked in the restaurant arranged the menu and saw how much wine he could fiddle over and above what we were allowed. The meal consisted of leg of lamb cooked in wine, roast potatoes, and a magnificent salad, coffee and cheese. Some people wanted ice cream, and as there was none in the canteen we sent across to the chief warder's office to tell him what we wanted. Within a few minutes the messenger returned with a large carton of ice cream. There was plenty of beer and wine, and everyone was very soon in a merry state. We even had a cabaret provided by some of the guests. The gypsies sang and danced flamenco and the cook sang and accompanied himself on the guitar. The party lasted from 2 in the afternoon until 11 at night. It was a roaring success and everyone agreed they hadn't had so much fun for a long time. The news of my discharge was one of the closest kept secrets ever in Alcalá. I was normally well informed of everything that went on both inside and outside the prison, but the news of my imminent release, which had appeared in the Spanish press 2 or 3 days prior to my pardon, never once reached my ears. Everyone else in the prison knew and the streets outside were crawling with newspaper and television crews. The 117. First I knew of it was when Miss Forrester came out from Madrid to tell me the news that I would be freed the following day. I was delightfully shocked and could do little but beam with happy amusement. I rushed out to tell my friends, but they had already heard. We had a celebration drink, though it was tinged with sadness, as many of my friends would not be so lucky, and would have to remain behind those high walls and bars for years to come. This applied particularly to Jim, as there was no outside interest in his case, and it seemed unlikely that much could be done on his behalf in the future. Unless they are extremely lucky, those whose sentence has been commuted from death to imprisonment must do the full 20 years, which is the maximum consecutive time anyone can spend in a Spanish prison. I divided my belongings among all the friends I had made there. I did not have much, but the dividing up of your belongings is the normal ritual among prisoners serving long sentences. In some way it helped to assuage the guilt, I suppose, at leaving so many behind. We said our farewells and went to be locked and counted in my case for the last time, for a few years that is. The following morning after breakfast, I packed up the few books I wanted to keep for myself and was escorted out the prison reception. There, after filling in all the necessary forms, I was released into the custody of 2 secret policemen, who were to escort me to Madrid and hand me over to the custody of the British Embassy. We walked outside to a waiting car. As I looked around I saw that the Guardia Civil had blocked off one end of the road with a crowd barrier. Behind it was a large number of sightseers, television cameramen, journalists, and photographers. As the Guardia Civil held back the press, our car drove off down the street which ran parallel to the prison. It had been completely cleared for us. One photographer managed to drive his car through the barrier and raced to catch up with us. The driver of our car realized what was happening and slowed down. When the photographer had almost reached us, Our car drove his into the wall. Two of my fellow travelers jumped out, dragged the poor photographer out of his car and smashed his camera. They also made a note of his car number and told him that he would lose his license the following day. The remainder of the journey into Madrid was quiet, but 118. We had a solid line of press cars behind us all the way. The photographers who attempted to overtake us in order to catch a quick photo had their car numbers taken. From my bodyguards, I gathered they would be receiving a visit within the next day or so. We managed to elude them in Madrid, as our car just went straight through all the red traffic lights. During this hectic journey I discovered that these were the same policemen who had accompanied Alain Pecunia to the French border when he was pardoned the previous year. They told me that Alain was now paralysed from the waist down after an encounter with a hit-and-run driver in Paris. I was stunned by this, and instinctively knew that these men sitting beside me were in some way responsible for the accident, or at least knew more than they were telling. One of the policemen sitting in the front seat had my rucksack beside him. It was full of books which had been hastily packed. As we skidded around a sharp bend, the top book fell out onto his hand. He picked it up and looked at it. It was the Penguin edition of Mutual Aid by Peter Kropotkin. Without another word he replaced it in my rucksack face down. I had sunk back into my seat when I saw what it was. I had a horrible vision of us giving the British Embassy a miss, driving straight to security headquarters again, and being charged with illegal propaganda. Mutual Aid was then a prohibited book in Spain. Possession of it could have landed me in prison for another 6 years. We arrived at the embassy in a matter of minutes. I was rushed up the stairs to Miss Forrester's office. There I was handed over to British custody. My escort was given a receipt for the delivery of 1 Scot. At the British Embassy I was handed over to an embassy official, Mr. Harding. My mother had been flown out to meet me and had arrived the previous evening together with my solicitor, Benedict Bernberg. The reunion was marvelous. I was at a loss for words, and surrounded by English-speaking people for the first time in almost 3.5 years. I was very confused. If asked a question in English, I found myself replying half in English and half in Spanish. My mother told me of all that had happened since she received the news that I was to be released. A letter had been sent to her from the Spanish embassy in London, informing her that I was to be released within the next few days and congratulating her on acting so nobly throughout the affair. The ambassador went on to wish both her and myself well for the future. 119. Ben Bernberg was not quite so overjoyed at my early release as my mother. He had packed his bags thinking that my release would take at least a week to formalize, and had visions of a week's well-earned holiday in Madrid. Unfortunately for him, I was released the morning after his arrival, and given 24 hours to get out of the country. My passport had expired, but the British Embassy informed me that they would prepare a travel document which would enable me to leave as soon as possible. After spending some time with my mother and Ben, I was asked by Miss Forrester if I would see the British charge d'affaires a Mr. Henderson for a debriefing session on the political climate of the country as reflected in the prisons of the Francoist regime. I explained to him the new system for distributing all political prisoners throughout the new prisons in Palencia, Jaén, Soria, and so on, and that the most notorious of Spanish political prisons, Soria, was being run down, although a good number of political prisoners were still being held there. After this meeting I was told that a press conference had been arranged in the embassy library. I went in together with my mother, Ben, the charge d'affaires and Miss Forrester. In the meantime my mother had explained to me that her fare to Madrid and all her expenses had been paid for by the Scottish Daily Express. This had been the case on 1 or 2 previous occasions as well. The Scottish Daily Express reporters had accompanied her from Glasgow. She had also been booked into one of the most exclusive hotels in Madrid. The reporters were Wilson Russell and James Hastie. It seemed that these two believed that once they had wangled their way into the confidence and trust of my mother, it automatically followed that I would give them my story. However, at no point in my relationship with them in Madrid was this put to me directly. It appeared that the Scottish Daily Express was using the usual kind of tactics, which verged on blackmail. They were in for a shock. Word had got around the journalists assembled in the library that I had been bought by the Daily Express. My replies to some of the more direct questions were confined to a simple no comment. This added to the belief that I was saving all the interesting bits for the Express. Exasperated, they at last put it to me that I had been bought by the Scottish Daily Express, and that this was the reason I refused to commit myself to any specie. 120. FIC answers during the press conference. I replied, quite indignantly, that this was not the case, but the smug grins on the faces of Stashy Dan and James Hastie seemed to belie the truth of my statement. The fact that they did not put one question to me throughout the conference was most suspicious. It also proved to be a bad omen. 121. Top, Stuart Christie, aged 5. Bottom, school photo with Stuart II from the left in the back row. 122. Penitentiary photo, Alcalá de Henares. July 1967. Stuart at the prison hospital at Yeserías, Madrid, 1966. 123. Top, Stuart Christie in Madrid, August 1964, shortly after his arrest. Bottom, Park Lane demonstration, August 1964. 124. Fernando Carballo Blanco, released from Spanish prison in 1976 after 12 years behind bars. 125. Juan Busquets Verges. 126. F. M. Hashtag and. Left to right, Luis Andrés Edo, Juan Salcido, David Urbano, Jamie poses in Soria prison, 1968. 127. T. Lands were being made today to welcome Scots anarchist plus or minus Stuart Christie to his home in Blantyre, Lanarkshire, after 3 years in a Spanish jail. Preparing the reception at his home at 104 Victoria Street was his 78-year-old grandmother, Mrs. Agnes Scott. Mrs. Scott said today that Stuart and his mother, Mrs. Olive Christie, were both together and very well. After their arrival at London Airport yesterday, Christie went off to visit friends in London. Mrs. Christie telephoned to a neighbour's home last night and spoke to her mother for some time. They talked about arrangements to get Stuart home. But Mrs. Scott was keeping quiet about the PLA-S. Brought him from Madrid and was an hour late landing. A car was waiting to whisk him to the Glasgow-bound plane standing about 60 yards away. On the plane from Madrid, Mrs. Christie had tried hard to persuade her son not to meet his friends in London, but he told her, "One must stop in London. I am still an anarchist." So the plane which was waiting to take them to Glasgow had to leave without visited friends them. She said, "I'm sick and tired of this whole business. My daughter told me she intends coming back, but I'm saying nothing about it." She refused to comment on the fact that Christie went off immediately to visit anarchist friends in London instead of taking the arranged flight home to Scotland. Christie was jailed for 20 years when he was found carrying a pack of explosives into Spain. His release came unexpectedly after his mother sent a plea for clemency to General Franco. Before he left, Christie shouted to reporters, "I was not treated too badly. I am glad to be back. I am off to spend the night with a few friends in London." He had previously intended to fly straight to Glasgow. Arrangements had been made for him to clear customs on board the aircraft WH. Scott. "I am horrified." Mrs. Christie thanked airport officials for all their trouble and, looking ill and tired, she tried to persuade her son not to stay in London. He refused to change his mind. Christie's 78-year-old grandmother, Mrs. Agnes Scott, was waiting for him with friends for an arranged reunion in Glasgow. She smiled happily when she was given a message from her daughter that she and Stuart had arrived safely at London. Minutes later, told that Stuart had gone off with his friends and would not be rushing north to meet her, she said, "Oh, my God. That's terrible. I'm not disappointed, I'm absolutely horrified. MTS. SC0TTF, who has twice been seriously ill in hospital in the past year, had turned down a chance to meet Stuart in London, saying, "I have waited 3 years for the moment. I don't want to take ANW chances with my health by travelling any distance when our reunion is so near." But last night she said, no OIE here had any inkling that Stuart still had thoughts of his old friends. "It comes as a great shock to me, and certainly will be a dreadful shock to his mother after all she and everyone else did to obtain his release." Stuart and his mother at their reunion in the British Embassy in Madrid after Stuart's release from prison, September 20, 1967. Near tears and holding her head in her hands, she repeated, "It is dreadful, dreadful," she went on. "What will the Spanish authorities think?" Stuart admitted that they had treated him with exceptional kindness and fairness. "We thought these people were out of Stuart's life altogether. In my letters I have persistently told him to remember who his friends are. I am absolutely certain that Olive did not know he still thought of these people. She must have been mortified and horrified to find out. I can only hope that he only wants to say goodbye to his former friends there. His real friends are here in Scotland." Christie was freed from jail on Tuesday. In Madrid yesterday, Mrs. Christie was taken to the Spanish Foreign Ministry to say a formal thank you to Señor García La Higuera, Director General of the Foreign Office. Mrs. Christie said, "All I want now to do is to take my son home to Scotland. I am sure that he will be able to find a job. And he hopes to go to Glasgow University." 6. As we left the library, I was approached by a number of English journalists and asked if I would make arrangements to see them as soon as possible to discuss the sale of my story. I referred them to Ben and told them that he would handle any financial deals that were to be made. My mother had incurred a great deal of expense during my imprisonment. In addition, I still had to pay my Spanish lawyer for his appearance at my court-martial 3 years before. I desperately needed money. I made it clear to Stashy Dan that the same conditions applied to him, and that because they had paid my mother's fare did not automatically mean I was in any way bound to sell them my story. They were not at all pleased when they heard this. As they had brought my mother over, I did agree to give them a brief interview that evening over dinner at the Hotel Palacio. Dinner that evening was watched over by agents of the Spanish Special Branch sitting at surrounding tables in an otherwise deserted restaurant. The interview contained no surprises for them, as I was not prepared to say anything controversial while still on Spanish soil. Both Express reporters did attempt to put pressure on me, but this merely hardened my resolve not to let them have the story at all, no matter what they were prepared to pay for it. The British consul, Miss Forrester, wisely kept as far away from them as possible during the rest of our stay in Spain. They were always there in the background. They seemed to have decided that the best tactic was to ignore me altogether and go for my mother. I had heard many stories about the dubious methods and the lack of ethics of the Scottish Daily Express, so I presumed, and correctly so, that they would renew the attack when we reached London. With this in mind, I rang a close friend and 130 comrade, John Reedy, in London, and explained my fears to him. He assured me that he would arrange for a number of comrades to wait for us at the airport when we arrived. I slept like a log that night on a soft mattress between clean sheets for the first time in over 3 years. The following morning we returned to the embassy from the hotel and were escorted to the airport in an official car, accompanied by the tireless Miss Forrester. When we reached the airport lounge, we sat down for a final cup of coffee with her. The place was packed with journalists, most of whom were well behaved, with the exception of the Scottish Daily Express men. Somehow my mother was left alone at the table during this period. I had disappeared to buy some English papers, Ben had gone to buy a few trinkets to take home, and Miss Forrester had gone to the ladies, leaving my mother on her own and very nervous. As soon as he saw the coast was clear, Stashy Dan came panting over and threateningly told my mother that she had better make sure that he got the story or it would be the worse for her. When I returned, my mother told me what had happened. She was obviously terrified of the threats. My initial reaction was to go over to Russell's table and punch him, but on reflection I decided that it would be very unwise to cause what could become an international incident while we were still in Spain, nor would it be fair to Miss Forrester, to involve her in a crude punch-up while I was still in her care. I had now made up my mind the Scottish Daily Express would get nothing from me. They had told me the previous day that they had made all the arrangements for my return to England and had booked a first-class seat on the flight to London. I had told them that I was being repatriated by the embassy, and had a second-class seat booked together with my mother and Ben. On the flight to London, I was constantly pestered by journalists to sell my story to them. I repeated what I had said the previous day: Ben would deal with all the financial propositions. Only one reporter impressed me with his approach, that was Dan Cassidy of The People. He was very polite and straightforward, and in no way attempted to impose himself upon us. Stashy Dan was running backwards and forwards between his first-class seat and my seat like an enraged bull. He was in a terrible temper, and by this time was becoming very tiresome. His career was slipping before his eyes and he was prepared to use every slimy trick in his book to defend it. 131. He told me that unless I came with him they would run a story the following day which would make my name mud in Scotland. They would use my grandmother as well. He even had the headline worked out, the story of the granny who waited and waited for the prodigal grandson who never turned up. Through an effort of will, I managed to retain my temper and ignore him. As the plane came in to land at Heathrow, Stashy Dan came up for the last time to tell me that they had held up a plane to Glasgow especially for me. In addition, they had laid on special customs and immigration control clearance, and a car would be waiting at the foot of the steps to take me out to the waiting plane for Glasgow. I told him what he could do with his plane, and his customs clearance. I would go to Glasgow in my own good time. When I saw my grandmother, it would not be in the company of express journalists and photographers to add to her misery. He became well and truly enraged. "This is your last chance, Stuart. If you don't come with us, I can assure you that by tomorrow afternoon you will be the most hated man in Scotland." I told him that he was disgusting, and I doubted that he would even have a job the following day. He returned to his seat to fasten his safety belt and ponder on what he would say to his boss when he got back to the office. At Heathrow, the stewardess came up to tell me that I was to remain on the plane as special clearance had been arranged for me. I repeated what I had told Stashy Dan, that I was going in through the normal channels. Somehow, again probably through express influence or payroll, we were escorted through to the VIP lounge and told to wait there until called. This gave Stashy Dan and his colleague time to contact their London office in order to get someone else out who would change my mind for me about the story I had to sell to the British public. At last we were informed that we could leave the airport. After we collected our luggage, I saw a large crowd outside the automatic doors. My comrades were among them. I realized that John must have organized the group to protect us after my telephone conversation with him from Madrid. Grinning broadly, and with my mother on my arm, I made my way toward the doors. While we were passing through customs, I noticed 132 heavies standing waiting. As we walked past, one grabbed my arm and the other my mother's arm. The one who was holding me like a vice said that they would soon get us out of the crowd. They had a fast car waiting and a nice quiet hotel in the country where we could relax. The other one was saying the same to my mother, but with the added proviso that she should come on her own if I did not want to accompany her. While they were talking, they were forcibly trying to pull us apart. My mother was in a state of near hysteria with the excitement of my release, the pressure brought to bear on her by the express, and now an attempted kidnapping. I pushed the man holding onto me to one side as we went through the automatic doors into the group of 25 comrades outside, and shouted that the express was trying to kidnap us. Pandemonium broke loose as the comrades immediately jumped on our would-be kidnappers. Other reporters thought that my waiting friends had been hired by the express to prevent anyone talking to us. Confusion was added to confusion when a group of French hippies and teeny boppers waiting for someone saw the rumpus and shouting crowds and rushed into the melee, some thinking it was the Beatles arriving. Somehow we managed to get out and safely down the stairs to a waiting car. An elderly lady who had returned from a peaceful holiday in Spain and pushed in to wave at what she believed to be the Prime Minister, somehow got caught up in the maelstrom, and was swept down the stairs with us shouting for her friend and companion Emily. Another friend had punched the Sunday Telegraph reporter on the nose when he was accused of being an express thug. He was arrested and held until the reporter decided not to press charges. Albert Meltzer stood at the top of the escalator, all 20 stone of him, and prevented anyone getting past until we were safely away in the car. My mother was feeling quite hysterical by this time. When about 7 or 8 people piled into the car with us, it added to her panic. But we were not going to my grandmother's yet. While in the VIP lounge, I had rung my grandmother in Scotland to explain to her that we would not be coming home that night as we did not want the press there when we were at last reunited, and that she was to get rid of them from her front room as soon as possible. Apparently, some of them had been sleeping on her sofa. 133. It did not take the expressmen long to pick up our trail along the motorway. Our car, sturdy though it was never designed to act as a troop transporter. We had only traveled about a mile down the motorway when one of the rear wheels gave way, and we had to pull into the center of the road to change the tire. The expressmen pulled over to the side of the road and watched our antics as we piled out to lift the car up, in order to change the wheel. The expressmen shouted over to us that they had a jack if we wanted to borrow it. The driver walked across the road and spoke with them for a few minutes, then stepped back a few feet and let a £5 note fly away in the breeze. What had happened was that in handing him the jack, one of the expressmen had tried to slip him a fiver to let them know where we were being taken. Our driver could not be bought, at least not for £5. So the fiver slipped out of his hand, as did the jack, which accidentally fell on the toes of one of the reporters. By this time we had managed to change the tire, so we set off again, this time minus some of our passengers, who had decided to follow on to our pre-arranged meeting place by other means and soon managed to lose the express car. We drove to the home of a South American comrade in Earl's Court, where we spent the night after a hearty welcome home party. At this party I arranged with Albert Meltzer that I would come and work in his bookshop when I came down from Glasgow. First, though, I needed a short holiday to collect my senses, after what had been 2 of the most hectic days of my life. The following morning we started out early to drive to Scotland. I had arranged to ring Ben Bernberg at regular intervals on my way up, to find out what developments there were in selling my story to the national press. By the time we reached the first service station near Luton, Ben had arranged to sell my story to the People, despite the fact that they were not bidding quite as high as 1 or 2 other national papers, notably the Express. I had explained to Ben previously that under no circumstances was he to accept any offer made by the Express, and that I was most sympathetic toward the People reporter, who had behaved impeccably during the flight from Madrid. Ben told me that we were to stay where we were at the service station, and that Dennis Cassidy would be leaving London immediately to join us. 134. That night we spent at the Swan in Splendour, a small hotel near Luton. The following morning we flew to Glasgow. Again, on arrival at the airport, we had a terrible job getting rid of the other pressmen who had been placed at all likely arrival points. Fortunately, just as we arrived at my grandmother's home in Blantyre, the pressmen who had been hanging around all day had decided to go off for a drink. They had only left that minute. My grandmother had taken the whole thing remarkably well. She too was not expecting me home until later that evening. She had just prepared a quick dinner for herself and the next-door neighbor of mince and tatties when we walked through the front door. After a joyful reunion I sat down to a classic Glasgow dinner, then we all left hurriedly for a hotel where we could get some peace and quiet from the other reporters until the People's story appeared and the hubbub had died down. The Express had a field day with me. They were as good as their threat, and had pulled every stroke of the gutter press book to smear me. One of their more imaginative headlines was "The Secret Thoughts of Christie," which quite rightly implied that I was not going to settle down to a quiet suburban life, and that even now I was plotting the downfall of society as we knew it. The feud that began with the Express that day never died. It was not to be long before they were calling for my arrest again. The VIP treatment we had received at the airport was a onate wonder. Once it transpired that my story was sold to the Sunday People, the rest of the press dropped me like a hot buck. I was not let down by the sudden rush of apathy toward my case. On the contrary, I had not really appreciated that my story was ever news. After all, there had been a great many libertarians who had been in Spanish prisons, some of whom had got much nearer the bullseye than I did, who had been freed without so much as a mention in the local paper. Certainly nothing less than an equivalent of the London Gazette could have dealt with the numbers of political prisoners who had been in and out of jails in Spain, to say nothing of those who never came out. They included quite a few foreign nationals in their number. But the journalists could not get over the image of the kilted, bagpipe-playing student who had innocently wandered into the murky ways of the anarchist resistance in Spain. Though it didn't happen to be true, I do see that it was a good news angle. I just 135. Wasn't quite convinced enough of my own importance to think it mattered all that much. Back in Glasgow, celebrating with my family, I found myself unaccustomed to speaking English. It was a curious sensation, feeling that I was learning a strange language over again, that took some days to subside. I couldn't stand large numbers of people either. The strangest thing of all was being the cynosure of all eyes with my short prison haircut. When I left I had been jeered at in the street for being a pansy, now I was a short-haired freak and it was just as noticeable. There was a change in the atmosphere too. The winds of the permissive society had blown over the country in my absence, and nowhere was this more noticeable than in Glasgow, which had long prided itself on only knowing how to flourish by the preaching of the word. The story I had signed away to the People was to be written by Dennis Cassidy and Hugh Farmer, the local representative, who had me in what was almost protective custody until the story appeared. Any resemblance between the story that appeared in 3 parts in the Sunday People and the truth is purely coincidental. They had paid £600 for it, which I needed to cover my legal costs in Spain and Britain, and to reimburse my mother for all the money she had spent on me while I was in prison. Feeling that it was only reasonable that they should have a run for their money, I gave them some of the facts about my life in prison, including a story about some of the prisoners who had no income of their own doing washing and sewing for those who did have some income, such as myself. This appeared in one of the installments as my having been waited upon hand and foot throughout my imprisonment. Nothing could have been further from the truth. All 3 installments were in a similar vein. After the story appeared we had quite a number of rows about their interpretation of the facts I had given them. They were very hospitable while all this was going on, admittedly on an expense account, and once again my feeling that my story was of relative unimportance let me down. I was only one of many who had gone to attack General Franco, and they were giving me publicity merely because of the local angle. Yet not a single English paper had troubled to write up the attempt by the anarchist movement to assassinate Hitler and Franco together during their visit to Hendaye. So far as the press were concerned, this tale was still untold, although the similar attempt for less creditable motives by German aristocratic generals 136 still occupied the occasional Sunday column. I certainly didn't put my actions in the same class as those of people like Face Rios, Sabate, Severino Di Giovanni and Hilda Moan. I had no idea Fleet Street was going to elect me anarchist leader on the strength of being the only anarchist they found newsworthy enough to write about. That election was still a little ahead, though. While still under the protective wing of the Sunday People I was allowed off the leash for a while to be interviewed for Scottish television. Afterwards, I went into a nearby pub, closely followed by Hugh Farmer and Dennis Cassidy on the lookout for marauding journalists. There I was approached by an attractive girl who recognized me. She seemed pleasant enough, and I was flattered by her obvious interest, though it wasn't hard to discern that like other ladies in the pub, she was on the game. I was somewhat confused and flustered for several reasons, one being that I had given all my money to my mother, and the other that this was the first heterosexual advance I had received for several barren years. Moreover, the old Presbyterian warnings were ticking away somewhere in my subconscious, warning about the fickleness and deceit of the whore, and the downfall of those who consorted with the harlot somehow mixed up with the agents of the Pope. "You needn't think I'll take any money off of you," she said. "I'd never dream of charging someone who had tried to blow up that fascist bastard Franco. I followed your case, and I was ever so pleased to read that you had passed your exams in prison. In fact, I was so happy when I heard you were to be released I almost cried. Look, as I said, I'm not going to take any money from you, but I am going to try to get as much out of those reporter sods as I can. That's different." This was reasonable enough, so I doused the visions of hellfire, and she and her friend declared they wanted to call a taxi. From then on, the combined recollections of Mr. Farmer and Mr. Cassidy, and those of myself sharply differ. The men were determined not to let me out of their sight, so Hugh Farmer drove us all in his car to the girls' flat in Springburn. As I recall it, we stopped off on the way at a Shabin * known to the girl and picked up some whiskey. Shabin is an unlicensed and illegal drinking house usually selling homemade or stolen hooch. 137. Gin and Durex, and she took them for a tidy sum of money. As Mr. Farmer and Mr. Cassidy later recalled the evening, what we really did was to go to a fish and chip restaurant for a meal, but their recollections may have been somewhat hazy, as the accountant of the place later gave evidence in the High Court that it was closed that day, which happened to be a town holiday. They felt it a slur on their professional reputations to say that they had paid the bill for this sordid assignation, or had even been in its vicinity. The girl, on the other hand, would have felt it a slur on her professional reputation to have accepted cash from me. She told me I was a clever lad to have got my A-levels while in jail, and her friend, at a late stage in the proceedings, wept lugubriously into her gin about how I must have suffered. She then rallied, and shouted aggressively at my embarrassed guardian angels if indeed they were really there, and not as they claimed, chastely tucking into a fish and chip meal in a locked and darkened restaurant in Hope Street. When the People's story had run its course, and the country had tut-tutted about the failed assassin who had his servants in prison, seemed to be living the life of Riley and, worse still, was a totally unrepentant anarchist, I was of no further interest. Out I came from my luxury hotel in Renfrew, and back to everyday life in Blantyre. At this stage, according to the form book, I should have settled down to a steady job at nearby Colville Steelworks, or got a regular milk round with the Blantyre Coupe, my wee hour of fame over. But the form book also stipulated that I should have come back repentant, and certainly not admitting my guilt, or if I did, then I should have blamed people who had nothing to do with it. The journalists had all these stories figured out. The Spanish journalists went even further, one lyrically stating that England had sent Spain a terrorist, and that they had sent back a good citizen. Hurrah for Spanish prisons. Later, when this proved to be a mistaken point of view, they went on about perfidious Albion, apparently not realizing that Caledonia's southern neighbor had very little, if any, responsibility in the matter. There was a bitter taste about celebrating my return. My thoughts were constantly with the people I had left behind in Spanish jails, friends and comrades like Miguel Garcia, who had been in prison since 1949 for taking part in the struggles of the Italian group in the forgotten resistance of 1939 to 1949, Luis. 138. Edo, Juan Busquets, and many others. I felt it was up to me to use the unexpected publicity I had gained to organize material support and solidarity for them. I could make up for my own botched attempt by bringing their plight to the attention of those who cared, or would care if they knew. To most people, even the most committed, Spain's prisoners were as shadowy and unreal if as tragic as those of Siberia. Yet I had gone in, and come out like Orpheus from the underworld. I knew it was not as remote and unapproachable as reputation had it. There were visiting days and postal deliveries, and people could get money from outside to spend in the canteen. Helping prisoners was in a very real way helping the resistance, for they were the casualties of a continuing war in which, if it was not immediately possible to act as combatants, one could serve by tending the fallen. I knew that in the class war the enemy would not respect the Red Cross. It was with this in mind that I decided to return to London. My mother urged me not to. She seemed to possess second sight, she is what we know as fate, and suspected that I would fall again into misfortune. But she was too wise to interfere. I had to say goodbye to the Scottish Daily Express, and left them with a parting gift for the solid hate campaign they had run against me in their despicable news sheet. As a result of it, I had been threatened on a number of occasions by their middle-class readers, who recognized me as I traveled through the spam belt of Glasgow. The Express was still seething because up until then no other newspaper could compete with them for news stories. I had broken the spell, and consequently they were a laughingstock in the editorial offices of all their rivals because of my refusal to cooperate with them. They were not then used to this kind of treatment, and the Beaverbrook Press was never a gracious loser. After a joint meeting of the libertarian groups in Glasgow, we prepared a leaflet explaining the facts behind the treatment the Express had given me over the previous few weeks, citing some other cases of Beaverbrook skullduggery, showing what a bunch of twisters they had as reporters. With the assistance of some sympathetic print workers at the Express offices in Albion Street, we inserted a copy of our leaflet inside most of the copies of the morning edition as it came off the machine to be packed. There were a few red faces the following morning when those 139 readers opened their papers over their porridge and read the truth for once. The Express had to print an apology the next day for this unwarranted exercise of free speech, over which the Guardian chortled in 2 columns. Feeling satisfied with that night's piece of creative vandalism, I left Glasgow the next day with Ross, a close friend for over 12 years who came with me to work in London. We took a flat in Belmont Road in Tottenham, North London. It was a temporary arrangement until we could find a self-contained place, because the landlady lived on the premises and frowned on female visitors. Meanwhile Ross found it easy to get a job. He was an engineer. He began work in Barrett's, a sweet manufacturer in Wood Green. We were joined by another friend from Glasgow, a brickie, called Dave, who was very much involved in the syndicalist movement. He too had no problems finding work, but I had my notoriety to live down. Even the landlady found out about me. I had not mentioned anything to her when we first went to look at the flat, the case being fresh in the public mind, and gave the name Wilkinson. I told her I was in market research, which seemed to satisfy her, and we all did our best to humor what we imagined to be her prejudices, like saying how nice the trooping of the color had been on television the previous night. But the day we were leaving to go to our new flat in Hornsey, she said as we were going out of the door, "It's all right, boys, I know who you are." She seemed quite pleased at being able to unburden the secret which had apparently been weighing her down, but she would not tell me how she knew. Meanwhile we had gone to the annual general meeting of the British Anarchist Federation, which was then still active at the Association of Cinematographic, Television and Technical Staff's offices in Soho Square. The ultra-pacifist element trying to barge in on us was well represented. One of them was very hostile to my presence, feeling I represented all that was darkest in the anarchist movement. He particularly resented the fact that I had allegedly kicked the teeth of the pacifist elements who had supported me loyally, if non-violently, under the impression that I was innocent. It was partly this incident which began the parting of the ways between the liberal pacifist non-revolutionary elements which had come into the anarchist 140 movement on the upsurge of interest in the anti-bomb movement, and the militant anarchists. At this conference I met Albert Meltzer, whom I had met only briefly before on my arrival. In the middle of the Australian's harangue he leaned across to me and said, "You must be wondering what sort of a nuthus you've landed in." We then found we had put forward similar resolutions regarding help for political prisoners. It was not a new idea. In fact, the anarchist movement had founded an anarchist Red Cross in Tsarist Russia, which was later financed and organized by Russian émigrés in the United States. During and after the Russian Revolution, the name was changed to Black Cross to avoid confusion with the Red Cross, which was also active in war-stricken Russia. It carried on, chiefly from Chicago and Berlin, looking after first Russian political prisoners who were now those of the Bolsheviks and not of the Tsar, and then the victims of Italian fascism. But the numbers of anarchists who were attacked by reaction in country after country became too vast for the organization, especially when the Depression in America made it difficult to raise funds in the last bastion of support for them, the foreign language-speaking trade unions. Albert Meltzer and M.P.T. Acharya had for some years run an international committee for political prisoners in Asian countries in Bombay. But with the death of Acharya it was not possible to continue it. Meltzer now wanted to revive the Black Cross, and was very enthusiastic about my idea that we could help Spanish political prisoners right away. He agreed that it was then the only European country with a large number of political prisoners who were not supported by any international liberal charity organization, such as Amnesty. Our synthesis of ideas became dynamite for the Special Branch, a highly politically susceptible organization. They were also anathema to the intelligence service, which had a stake in maintaining ignorance of the British connection with the Francoist regime and political police, which, ever since World War II, had been a symbol of what was especially hated by progressively minded people. The facts about Spain had been suppressed by the subservient press of this country. For instance, the part played by the anarcho-syndicalist movement prior to and during the Civil War, above all its resistance since, had not been revealed. This was a particularly sensitive subject for the intelligence. 141. Service. Since the Spanish resistance had actually played an important part in the French resistance, and subsequently had been betrayed by the Allied forces to Franco and Nazism. The massacre of thousands of prisoners, and the fact that thousands languished on in prisons for years after the Civil War, were not well known. The fact of armed resistance was completely unknown. More was known about the concentration camps in outer Siberia than the numerous prisons and mass graves within a few miles of resorts to which many tourists had been flocking, including many who maintained that it was absurd to say that the Germans had known nothing about Auschwitz and Buchenwald until after the war. What the Foreign Office feared was what would happen after the Caudillo finally shuffled off his mortal coil. His place had to be taken by a government more acceptable to the Spanish people, but equally acceptable to international capitalism. At all costs the old libertarian traditions had to be suppressed. The only government acceptable to Whitehall would be one composed of the Christian Democrats and the Spanish Communist Party, and they pursued this alliance with the same prurient zest with which they had once followed the intimate matrimonial details of the alliances of the Spanish royal family. Just as at one time they were intent on forcing the poor Queen of Spain to take a eunuch for a husband, they were now determined to push the cause of the Communist Party for all it was worth, knowing that the proletarian Marxist vanguard would be able to create a false labor movement that would help to tame the workers, in return for neutrality concessions with regard to Russia. It would also secure British investments in Spain. To effect and secure the ascendancy of the Catholic Communist alliance meant the destruction of the active resistance, most of whom had the rebuilding of the clandestine National Confederation of Labor as their one aim. The Home Office was apparently equally worried about me, but for different reasons. They believed that as the delicate balances which held together the British economy and capitalist society became more and more insecure, Britain would almost certainly see violent confrontations between the working class and the ruling class. A theory was flying around Whitehall at this time, that I would be the one to introduce violence and urban. 142. Guerrilla warfare to the streets of Britain. I was to be placed under surveillance and neutralized at the earliest opportunity. There was nothing personal about the police harassment of me. Had I been prepared to settle down as a good citizen in official eyes without any nonsense about freedom and equality, I could have done so, probably even without recanting my exploit in Spain. Such is the fairness of our parliamentary democracy. I could have had a future without an obsessively solicitous British secret police force looking into my affairs, and those early morning knocks on the door would have been the milkman after all. What was the bug that got into me? My covenanting forebearers had one answer, and the state-subsidized mind-benders and witch doctors have another. Let's say that whatever it was, it's got this world through some tricky situations to the present point, and without it we perish. I began the Black Cross with Albert while I was still living in Belmont Road. We started by writing letters to the press, contacting journalists with information smuggled to us from inside Franco's jails, and putting prisoners and their families in touch with friends and comrades who wanted to help us in our work. Albert had his bookshop, and took me onto the staff, such as it was, helping out on the few busy days of the year, and working in the print shop he had in Pentonville Road. I had learned letterpress while in prison, but offset litho was completely new to me. Ted, an old friend of Albert's, had to teach me about it. A chain of apostolic descent in offset printing came from Ted, who taught several who later taught others, and the art went out to Spain, Portugal, and Germany as the little press came into its own in propaganda work. Most of our publications at Coptic Street were items on London, typography, and a selection of tenniel cards. We also printed political pamphlets, which proved in the long run to be our best sellers. I had only been working a week at Coptic Press when a detective called to see Albert at the shop. He asked to speak to him in private. They went to the pizza bar across the road, where the detective asked Albert, whom he had only identified as the managing director, if he knew anything about his new employee Stuart Christie. Assuming the heirs of a company tycoon very easy at the time, since he had a weight problem, Albert stiffly replied, he came with good references. The detective asked him if he knew that I had just completed a prison sentence. What on earth for? 143. He was sentenced to 20 years in a Spanish prison. That can't be the same person, he's not old enough, he's only 22. The detective sighed in that worldly wise manner, more indicative of sympathy than impatience, reserved by patrol constables for absent-minded motorists who leave their car doors unlocked. The trouble with you gentlemen is that you never read your papers, he said. He gave a brief account of my crime and punishment. I don't know why you are worrying, Albert said in his best grand manner. I thought the police encouraged old lags to go straight. Surely this will be a chance to rehabilitate. But he's a terrorist, protested the detective. The worthy citizen looked suitably shocked. I wish you would put this down in writing. I couldn't take the risk of acting without that. But the policeman wasn't falling for that one. My word should be good enough. He refused to give his identity and details of his complaint. I've told you, and you can find out more for yourself. It's no secret, sir. His tone was deferential. He had not checked up to find that Mr. Meltzer was as committed to anarchism, perhaps more so, than his erstwhile terrorist employee. The press was cultivating the image of the anarchist as hippie, and burly, balding Albert hardly fell into that category. We had a problem, which finally led to the downfall of the Anarchist Federation. We wanted to keep out the liberal pacifists and the advocates of the alternative society, on the one hand, yet on the other hand, we also wanted to hold off the bureaucratic fossils of the past. The latter presented themselves as more of an international problem than a home one. A body calling itself the International Anarchist Commission, which apparently had the support of the rump of the Spanish, French, and Italian official movements, but did nothing as far as one could see in the 5 years of its existence, called for an international conference in Carrara. Its secretary was Giovanni Baldelli, who later wrote a book for Penguin which proudly named him Secretary of the IAC, as if it were some militant and grand organization. Albert and I felt that the conference in Carrara was likely to give the bureaucratic rumps of the exiled anarchist movements a boost. Since only national federations were to be allowed to 144. Nominate delegates, the CNT, the Bulgarian Anarchist Federation and the hidebound Italian Anarchist Federation would have a voice at the expense of the more active groups such as the FIJL or the Italian youth groups. It would also mean that the Toulouse Intercontinental Secretariat, which had in fact done a great deal of harm to the revolutionary tradition of Spanish anarchism, would be the only Spanish voice. What we wanted to do was to transform the Carrara Conference into an effective international meeting, based on reality. We hope to build up the anarchist Black Cross there, which would be of direct help to the prisoners and also give anarchist groups who were serious about their work a way of becoming involved. As a result of the efforts of the Black Cross, there was fear among certain members of the intelligence service that I would succeed in linking the young, who were now turning from the nonviolent protest of the CND and the flower power generation, with the older revolutionary generation, particularly in Spain, with its tradition of open and clandestine struggle against the state and capitalism. Thus I would become a symbol of an active revolutionary movement in this country. They thought, to put it bluntly, that I would be the soft underbelly through which violent ideas would penetrate the new generation. In the end, violent methods did not come through the revolutionary movement at all, but from the nationalist groupings such as in Ireland, and all that highly paid intelligence work was in vain. In addition to becoming the bogeyman of the intelligence counterinsurrectionary service, I also became elected as some sort of anarchist leader by the special branch and right-wing or politically illiterate journalists alike. This was probably reinforced by a grossly inaccurate book that appeared in Britain whilst I was in Spain, called The British Political Fringe. It was written by an American for his thesis on something or other. It had no less than 73 mistakes in its small section on anarchism alone. It became the Bible of the special branch. Unfortunately for me, I was cast as that old serpent, the devil. Here lay the seeds of future harassment. From then on, even up to the present day, I have never been free from police attention and persecution. But it had its useful side too. The journalists all managed to misquote me and what I stood for, but 145. Even that was more than they had done for the older propagandists. Albert told me wonderingly that I had broken the conspiracy of silence against the anarchist movement which Fleet Street had maintained for years. For this reason alone I represented a watershed in the struggle. He recalled that during the Spanish Revolution, many anarchist workers had spent night after night at meetings and demonstrations to try to capture people's attention, so they could bring the facts about the Spanish Revolution to the workers in this country. Nothing could penetrate the wall of silence of the English press, which was instructed to sell the conflict as one of the nationalists versus Reds, Democrats versus rebels, or even fascists versus communists. The various pet theories of the newspapers merged into a single determination that the anarchist revolution should be squeezed out of the columns of the press, even as it was being squeezed out of living reality in Spain by the imported forces of Franco's rebellion on the one hand, and the Communist Party counter-revolution on the other. The curious thing is that the press had to wait for years until books on the subject were reviewed in its columns, before any mention was made of the revolution. So much for the newspapers. The name anarchist was anathema to the press. It was used only occasionally as some form of vile pejorative. By the 60s they were getting over this, though my case embarrassed them a little. I became an unrepentant anarchist, just as demonstrators who supported me were self-styled anarchists. When awaiting trial I had merely been an alleged anarchist. The word came off the tongues of Fleet Street sub-editors like a hot potato. The history of the working class movement was less well known to them than the interior of El Vino's. To be an anarchist was a strange and alarming thing to them if not positively actionable in itself. This proved to be convenient for the police, who would refer to people as being anarchists as if in some way this clinched their accusations. It was a little unfortunate when Detective Sergeant Challoner took this too much for granted and put a couple of half-bricks in the pockets of an anarchist demonstrator, who was nimble-witted enough to turn the tables and against considerable odds prove they had been planted. Challoner was speedily transferred to the lunatic asylum while his subordinates took the rap for him. 146. However, even this sensational case did not entirely break the silence about anarchists. With the new interest in anarchism the word was getting through even into the murky pages of the national dailies, but it was usually distorted out of all recognition, from one extreme, meaning throwing bombs and killing people for unknown reasons, to the beautiful people image which had less to do with anarchism than trendy Christianity. With my case before them, it seemed that the press could at last see, even if sometimes through a glass darkly, the old 1890s spectre of anarchism in traditional full-length cloak and hat. I feel modest about it, as it wasn't entirely my doing. It was just one of those moments in history when popular movements and ideas start to swell and gather momentum preparatory to open class war. Be that as it may, we managed to get a lot of publicity for forgotten prisoners in Spain. Years before, Albert had worked as a young man with the famous anarchist Emma Goldman. She had raged at the fact that she could not get a word in edgeways in the British press about Spain. She got a small write-up at the beginning of her campaign, in 1936, despite the enormous publicity, news value, and prestige attached to her name in the United States, where she could not campaign, having been deported to Russia in 1919. As we sat on the hard benches of the law courts in the Strand waiting to give evidence in the case of the People versus Private Eye, Albert consoled me with the story about Emma Goldman taunting the press at her meetings. "We won't read much about the revolution in tomorrow's papers," was her usual taunt. This was not my week. I had given a good story to the Eye about the way the detective had interviewed Albert and warned him off employing me. The Eye man listened attentively and caught on to an aside I mentioned about the time I was in Glasgow. So the People had paid for the lady's services, had they? That was the story, not a word about the harassment. Both Cassidy and Farmer thought it highly derogatory. Their story brought the wrath of the judge upon them. They said in court they had been in a restaurant at the time. When the accountant was called with his ledgers to show the place was closed, that particular aspect of their story fell. 147. Rather flat. We never heard their explanation of this contradictory evidence, but the judge found the case not exactly proved for the Eye. Because he felt he could hardly rely on the account of someone who had admitted to drinking quite heavily that night, he attached much importance to a corroborative account from two Scottish television men who, incidentally, were on very friendly terms with Hugh Farmer. Albert and another friend, Digger Walsh, had been in a London pub with me when Cassidy asked me to recant, before the case came up. He said that my granny would murder me when she heard what had happened. Digger said, "I thought you said nothing happened," and I added, "You were too drunk at the time to notice anything." At the trial the judge seemed to get on especially well with Albert. They seemed to be swapping music hall stories from box to bench, to the great alarm of one of our friends, who wrote afterwards that he felt Albert would be sent down at any moment for convulsing the court in laughter. The judge finally found a new interpretation for Cassidy's statement, "I wasn't so drunk I didn't see Bolaki Bill here on the job." The judge maintained the remark in question be given another way, "I wasn't so drunk. Full stop." That was the most expensive full stop I ever came across. It cost the Private Eye £10,000. It didn't do my public image much good either. I suspect a drunken tearaway was beginning to emerge in place of the quiet, studious lad with the short back and sides. Some pacifists who never stopped gunning for me were apt to describe me in private as an illiterate Glasgow thug. They wondered how anyone could ever have been led to believe that I was the innocent victim of events as portrayed by some of their number in the press. But it would be a poor heart that did not rejoice too lustily and too well after 2.5 years in the nick. 148. Party 7. Where's Christie? I could hear the shouts distinctively in my sleep. They merged with fearful-looking Guardia Civil, who all through my dream had been chasing away beautiful girls trying to break into my cell. I began to rub my eyes. The door had crashed open and the room was filling up with tough-looking characters. It was becoming too realistic for a dream, and all the dark-eyed muchachas had vanished to wherever they had come from. I jumped out of bed and pulled on a pair of trousers before I realized that none of the intruders were wearing tricorner hats. I was wide awake and these were all English coppers. It was just over 5 months since I had returned from Spain. I'd moved with Ross to a flat in Hornsey. We had a room apiece, and when the Greek family downstairs moved out, we'd invited some friends who were not politically involved to take over their rooms. The landlord did not live on the premises, so it was a very happy and carefree atmosphere, with lots of parties and get-togethers. On the political front our group was churning out pamphlets, books, and leaflets, and struggling for political prisoners abroad. Albert was in his late 40s at the time. He was as fresh and dynamic in his ideas as when he'd come into the movement in 1935 at the age of 15. Also in the group was Ted, who had edited the infamous LUD which ran through the dock strike, and who taught me to use an offset litho and make photographic plates. There were others, too, such as Digger Walsh, Anna, Jim, and so on. We were a very strong team propagandizing anarchist ideas, but I wouldn't have gone so far as to say that our activities merited 10 to 20 policemen pushing their shoulders against my door and barging in at a time. 149. Creamer was clearly in charge of the occasion, though as on later occasions, no mention was made of him in the subsequent court case. I asked why I had been elected for a raid under an explosives warrant. First they told me I had a record. That was rubbish, I replied, since I'd never had a conviction in my life. Surely they didn't count Spanish courts-martial. What next? Would they be digging up people's experiences in Nazi concentration camps, or appearances before Russian or Chinese courts? Sergeant Ferguson said that an explosive rocket had been planted opposite the Greek embassy. It was evidently a neatly executed propaganda action against the Greek junta. Someone had delivered a small shrub in a tub to the portals of a house facing the Greek embassy near Grosvenor Square. Inside the tub was an explosive charge directed straight at the window of the junta's ambassador to London. I agreed it sounded cleverly done, but that hardly pointed the finger of suspicion at me. The only attempt at dealing with explosives I had to my credit had been very clumsy, and experts had proved me to be a distinct amateur in the field. Creamer did not press the point about the Greek junta. He did not really suspect me of connections with anything but Spanish affairs. It seemed to me, though he never said so, that he was working on a tip-off from police colleagues in Madrid, to the effect that the anarchist resistance was preparing to renew their campaign against Franco's Spain. This would worry him, since the last major attack carried out by the anarchist resistance had been the machine gunning of the American embassy in London. This action had greatly embarrassed the British government and Scotland Yard, who were unable to arrest any of the culprits. My impression about this tip-off was reinforced after this meeting, since Creamer went on to predict a number of things that later happened. From now on I would inevitably be regarded as the Spanish resistance's front man in London. I was better out of the way, and how better to achieve this than a charge of bombing the Greek embassy? But they found no bombs, guns, or explosive devices, and Creamer was at least so far corrupted by his avid reading of the anarchist press that he would be the last man on the force to find any that hadn't been there in the first place. I was asked to accompany them to another address, for which they also had a 152 warrant. They would not tell me where it was, but took me into the car until the other address had been searched. If anything was found there, presumably I was to be readily available as a fall guy. I'd heard of people being driven to crime by the police, but I hadn't known before that they used a Hillman hunter. A policeman was left behind to guard Ross from unwelcome intruders, or perhaps to see that he did not telephone for a lawyer. As we drove off to our unknown destination, Creamer became quite chatty. As a special branch man he could blissfully ignore the Moriarty doctrine that policemen are not allowed to discuss political matters, and he talked to me about the politics of the non-Marxist left. He even tried to win me over by saying how he preferred the anarchists to the Trotskyists. They refer to us as pigs, he told me indignantly. I didn't have the heart to tell him that our paper referred to them as the police. Somehow Creamer always reminded me of those German prison commandants in films who protest that at heart they aren't really Nazis but democratic. Probably that sort are the most dangerous of all. Even so, in my experience a sententiously delivered political dissertation is preferable to a smack in the chops any day. I took advantage of the benign atmosphere of the car journey to explain why it was reasonable to have those dollar bills in my possession. They were to be used in a demonstration but not in this country. They weren't negotiable currency and certainly didn't look it. I wasn't prepared to explain who gave them to me and who was to take them to Spain, because that would mean implicating members of the resistance movement in Spain. But any fool could tell that the words Una Vida and Miro de Mayo in large letters ruined any faint chance the bills might have of being passed off as the genuine article to drunks, lunatics or officers of the High Court, one of whom later solemnly warned of their dangers. During the car journey, Roy Creamer didn't seem to be very interested in the dollar bills. They were an unexpected bonus for Ferguson, who beamed with joy to think of his perspicacity in opening the cupboard. Creamer wanted to know if the words 1st of May meant I had any connection with the 1st of May group, which had been responsible for a large number of acts of resistance against the Francoist regime throughout the world, including the shooting up of the American embassy the previous 153 August. I had a literally cast-iron alibi for this time, since I was securely locked up in a fortress prison on the outskirts of Madrid, but Creamer pooh-poohed that as irrelevant. It was the target that mattered. He suspected me of associating with Octavio Alberola, who was regarded as Franco's public enemy number one. Well, that was true enough, but I didn't happen to think that was a crime. As Alberola was blamed for every unsolved political crime of resistance in Spain, Creamer saw no reason why he should not have taken part in the attack on the American embassy, and brought forward as proof the statement that he had been in England a short time before the incident. I came upon this line of reasoning among police officers many more times. It ran, "You were there a few days previously or even a few months previously," and it suggests guilt when in fact it proves innocence, for its meaning only depends on the emphasis of the words. We finally made our way to Freedom Press, the offices of the anarchist weekly founded by Charlotte Wilson and Peter Kropotkin in the 1880s. The search there produced nothing more suspicious than a bottle of correcting fluid used for the duplicator stencils. Ferguson sniffed it apprehensively until I told him people did that sort of thing for kicks, whereupon he self-consciously put it down. They asked hopefully if there was a garden, and whether there was any weed killer on the premises. There was every reason that weed killer should have been on the premises, since the garden at the back of the press was like the Amazon jungle, certainly enough to break the heart of any green-fingered anarchist who might pass by. Had there been any weed killer, we might have found ourselves facing heavy prison sentences. Fortunately, the gardening enthusiast who had previously looked after their yard has now got a garden of his own. So we said goodbye to grim Fulham and drove off to West End Central Police Station until the Director of Public Prosecutions could decide on my fate. Nobody was quite certain whether to take the dollar bills seriously or not. Creamer seemed to treat them with contempt, perhaps that was his special branch mentality. Ferguson was sure something would be done about them. However, after keeping me hanging around for half an hour, they said I could go without any charges being made, at least until the DPP was washed and shaved and able to attend to such important matters. 154. Hi-ho, I breathed a sigh of relief and decided to make my own way home rather than take up the offer of a police car to drive me there. When I got back, I discovered our home, which was in a cul-de-sac, was under surveillance. A Hillman Minx was parked there morning, noon, and night with men in it taking notes and possibly photographs of all who came and went. As we went out to work in the morning, we would give them a smile and a wave, wishing them good morning. Some of the neighbors commented on the suspicious characters in the car, and I suggested they phone the local police who knew what they were up to. But I was deprived of the pleasure of seeing the local police come round to take on the Gestapo. The surveillance stopped on March 3rd. That morning the 1st of May group bombed the offices of the American Officers Club in Lancaster Gate and the Spanish Embassy itself as a protest against the heightened police repression in Spain and the open support given to the Franco regime by the US government. Obviously the police had received some information, but not enough. I assumed the withdrawal of the Hillman meant I was now cleared of suspicion. How wrong can one be? It turned out later that they just thought I was too sly to get caught that way. For them, I was to be Octavio Alberola's man in London. In fact, I could understand their point of view to some extent, though no doubt one shouldn't, because our work for the anarchist prisoners in Spain was not that of yet one more charity. It was aimed at helping class war prisoners get back into the struggle, and it lifted an enormous weight off the back of the active resistance. When people read of the plight of these comrades and started to help them directly, they also started to wonder how they got there in the first place. This was especially true among militants in Italy and Germany, as well as in Britain. Where the police went wrong, as did the press and a lot of political commentators, was in not understanding anarchism. You can hardly blame them. They had never read the Encyclopedia Britannica and were slaves of their own propaganda. Anarchists had to be either bearded and cloaked with a bomb in their hand, or hippie and oozing flowers. The anarchist working class movement was beyond their ken. The Times produced a beauty in this respect. Basically, the piece was a witch hunt against Octavio, culled solely from French and Spanish police sources, and hardly written in the legendary objective manner of the Times. It singled out Octavio as the prime suspect for the bombings in London. It did not give any 155 reason for this, beyond the fact that he was a staunch opponent of Franco. So dangerous was he to that murderous regime that the Spanish secret police sent a killer squad to Mexico City to obtain information as to his whereabouts from his father, José Alberola, one of the founding members of the FAI, a writer and professor in a college in Mexico City. José Alberola was found dead, tied to a chair by the concierge who broke in. He had been terribly tortured and badly mutilated in an effort to extract information from him. One may not be entitled to say that THE Times goes to great lengths to get its stories, but it certainly plumbs the depths for them. Now the Times was being used in an effort to frighten off Octavio from the struggle. But he was a human of the highest integrity. They weren't able to do it, then or later. I was mistaken in thinking that the removal of obvious surveillance was the end of the matter for me. Shortly after, I received a summons through the post, telling me that I had to appear at Highgate Magistrates Court charged with having in my possession 4,000 pieces of paper upon which had been printed words, marks, and devices similar to and used on banknotes of $1 by the United States of America, contrary to Section 9 of the Forgery Act 1913. No kidding. The police were admitting there was no criminal intent, but it seemed to me they wanted me either to be sent to prison for a time to get me out of the way, or to have a Damocles sword hanging over my head in the shape of a suspended prison sentence. At the very least I would then have a previous conviction in this country. Once more, and not for the last time, I called on my friend Benedict Bernberg, the only lawyer I knew I could trust. I hope I brought him some publicity, for I fear he got little else out of me. The committal proceedings at Highgate Magistrates Court were very brief. They were enlivened by the fact that the magistrates mistook the guilty exhibits for photostat copies, which gives some idea of their value as forgeries. They were, of course, photographic reproductions of a dollar bill transformed into a propaganda leaflet. Perhaps it was no coincidence that they chose May 1st as the date for the hearing. Maybe it was thought that it was a day when I was better occupied in court lest I be participating in any actions of the 1st of May group. To jump ahead a few months, I was eventually called to the Old Bailey to be tried by 156. Mr. Justice Christmas Humphreys, the leading British Buddhist. The trial did not take long. The police had been told to keep any comrades of mine out of the court. Albert of course brushed right past them. He had trimmed down to a svelte 17 stone, was wearing an Anthony Eden hat and carrying a rolled umbrella. The police, lined up at the entrance to the Annex Court, parted as waves before Moses. The American Secret Service agent gave long and boring evidence as to the complexity of the law and threw in interesting tidbits for the benefit of the jury, to the effect that they were following up an international forgery gang that had been victimizing American citizens in Germany. My plea was not guilty to possessing forgeries. Since the notes were political leaflets, we had a little mound of evidence to show how political parties of the establishment, newspapers, businesses, fruit machines, advertisements, and whatever else were committing every week exactly the same offense as I was. Mr. Humphreys brushed this aside, telling my counsel he was wrong in law. They were not before him. I was. It was no concern of his whether the whole country was breaking the law, he was only concerned with the defendant before him. If the Conservative Party was doing the same thing, no doubt the Director of Public Prosecutions would consider the matter in his usual wisdom. Later, Mr. Nixon used the device in his electoral campaign, but he was not before the court and I was. There was no point in bringing my witnesses. At this time Albert was prevented from entertaining the court, as he had done in the private eye case, with anecdotes about how he understood a man couldn't sue for reflections on his chastity unless he was a clergyman. On the contrary, he fell asleep during the American agent's testimony, and had to be awakened hastily by a special branch man lest his snoring bring Mr. Justice Humphreys back from the etheric plane, where he seemed to be contemplating the Zen way during this somewhat over-technical explanation of how dollar bills are marked. The upshot was that I was given a suspended sentence of 2 years. Mr. Humphreys asked for details of my past criminal record and was given them by a political policeman, though in fact there was no such record. British courts-martial are not read out in court. It is hard to know why Spanish courts-martial should be deemed to be of a higher nature. If this was accepted. 157. Where would it stop? For instance, persons of German origin might be forced to listen to an account of their record in spending 10 years in a concentration camp because their face didn't fit the Nazi creed. Mr. Humphreys frowned and said that in no country in the world did anyone get 20 years for just spouting. Poor man. Had he been a Spaniard who had apostolized from the Christian faith and publicly avowed an Eastern heresy like Buddhism, he would soon have discovered his mistake. But my counsel, perhaps wisely, did not tell him that and suggested there were countries, like Russia, where one could get a lot of bird for very little. Finally I was bound over for 2 years for the sum of £300. The case confirmed me as being as closely linked to the clandestine international anarchist 1st of May group in the eyes of the British political police as ever Father Christmas was to December 25. No use explaining that it was an important date in ancient folk tradition or that in the political sense May 1st had been a symbol in the working class movement since 1886. 158. 8. Protest against Belgium. The charge d'affaires in London looked annoyed. There are a lot more suitable targets than the Belgian embassy, I would have thought, he told me stiffly. Well, that was perfectly true. I had to reassure him. We'll take care of those too, I said. But at the moment I'm representing the anarchist Black Cross, protesting against the threatened deportation of Octavio Alberola from Belgium. A few days earlier Octavio had been arrested in Brussels, together with his comrade and companion Ariane Granzac. He had been arrested on information given to the Belgian police by Spanish agents operating from the Spanish embassy there. They would have preferred to have shot him down in the street, as the Russians did to Carlo Tresca, or make his death appear an accident as in the case of Pinelli a few years later. At the time Spain was desperately trying to negotiate entry into the common market and had sent a senior government minister to Brussels to discuss terms. As the country's reputation was already about zero, to kill Octavio would not have been the most diplomatic of moves. Octavio had 2 pistols and false identity papers in his possession. They were explained in court as being for his personal protection, as his life had been threatened on many occasions, and there had been at least one attempt to kidnap him and take him to Spain. The court accepted this explanation, and before his trial there were many large demonstrations of Belgian socialists and trade unionists. He received only a nominal sentence of 2 months' imprisonment, which showed that the court was in some sympathy, and he left the court half-free. 159. Say half-free because his application for political asylum had not been granted, and he was now liable for deportation. He was placed under area confinement in a chateau in northern Belgium, where the cooperative movement offered him the post of assistant director at a school they ran for deprived children. Ariane was expelled back to France where she was born. The Black Cross ran a campaign on behalf of Alberola against his deportation. That was how I came to call on the charge d'affaires. That Octavio was in danger of being sent back to Spain was evident from the fact that the prosecution had maintained that he intended to kidnap Señor Harrigs, the Spanish ambassador to the EEC. Actually, I found the charge d'affaires quite amicable. He assured me that the Belgian government recognized Alberola's integrity and honored his record as an anti-fascist. He took the opportunity to remind me that he had been in the resistance himself at one time. We parted on what I presumed were friendly terms. However, the next night, as I was going to bed, Sergeant Creamer and another obviously senior officer came round to see me, having been alerted by someone, presumably the charge d'affaires, that there were indeed a lot more suitable targets than the Belgian embassy. They wanted to know what we planned to do. It turned out that this was just one of their fishing trips to find out what was in the wind regarding possible reprisals for the arrest of Alberola. Perhaps they thought it would be kindly warning that if anything happened I would be a major suspect. They left after half an hour, and took the opportunity of popping across the road for a meal in one of Hornsey's rather more exclusive restaurants, on expenses. One of the waiters there was sympathetic to us, and nearly ruptured his eardrums to find out what they were talking about, but to no avail. He was one of many young anarchists and libertarians from different parts of Europe who came here in the early part of 1968. There was a feeling that things were beginning to move, and there was certainly change in the air. A lot of libertarians who came over, especially from France, would come round to us at Coptic Street, or to the print shop in Pentonville Road, or the wooden shoe bookshop. A lot would stay at my flat. Among these were some who later were to become known as the March 22nd group, including Danny Cohn-Bendit. At the demonstration in April outside the Axel Springer 160 offices in the Daily Mirror complex at High Holborn, in protest against that publisher's hate campaign which led to the attempt on Rudi Dutschke's life, one of them mentioned to me what an incredible degree of consciousness there seemed to be, and how impossible it would be in France to get so many people on the streets in a revolutionary cause. Looking back on those comments a few weeks later, when the whole of France was on the verge of a social revolution, the truth that it was the people themselves, and not parties or leaders, who created situations, was driven home to me with a bang. But it wasn't only libertarians who learned and drew inspiration from events in France in May 1968. The foundations of capitalism and government were shaken to the core. The British government decided to hold its own secret inquiry into the events to see whether they could be forestalled in this country. They sent a team of intelligence experts, whose findings changed the whole course of thinking and strategy of the security services. The age-old conspiracy theory that put everything down to a small group of troublemakers from outside or overseas, collapsed overnight as far as the government was concerned, although it was still exceedingly useful to hawk around the press, starved as it was of satisfactory ideals with which to celebrate the state worship for which it was paid. In France the Communist Party had thrown its lot with the Gaullists, and assisted the government in breaking down the revolutionary spirit of the workers into a demand for better wages. Thus they hoped to turn it to their political advantage. The Trotskyite groups concerned themselves with calling meetings and building up their own political organizations. Meanwhile the workers were on the barricades and in the factories, announcing workers' councils and demonstrating that the people could dispense with the boss class and authoritarian government. For some observers, it was surprising to see the black flag flying over the buildings of Paris. This was something they could not ignore. When the people took to dispensing with politicians they turned once more to anarchism, though this was not to say that the anarchist movement had not been there all the time. In London, there was a determination to repeat the events as nearly as possible but to contain them, thus avoiding any repetition by a kind of political homeopathy. The government 161 was undoubtedly frightened, hence they planned a counterinsurgency maneuver to ensure that they could sleep at night. They were assisted to this end, no doubt unconsciously, by the fact that the Vietnam Solidarity Committee decided to call a major demonstration in October. From June to October the hysteria mounted. It was deliberately fanned by the press, which during the following months built up a picture of the invasion of London by armed thousands. No story was too hysterical to be believed. The VSC consisted of an ad hoc committee to which most of the Trotskyite groups nominated representatives. The center of it was what ultimately became the International Marxist Group, and consisted of what connoisseurs of the 57 varieties of Trotskyism would recognize as the Pabloid tendency. The VSC differed from the various other organizations opposing the Vietnam War in that it quite positively supported the authoritarian government of Ho Chi Minh and victory to the NLF. There were no anarchists on the committee, as the anarchists were for neither Washington nor Hanoi, but for the oppressed people of North and South Vietnam and the American workers and soldiers too, for that matter. The press had always had an ambivalent view of the anarchists' attitude to the Vietnam War, just as they had to the attitude of libertarian communism. The Marxists were criticized not for their belief in equality, but for their belief in the police state, inequality, reaction in and subservience to Russian imperialism. The anarchists were opposed to all of these things, so they were a good deal worse. The word was used by even such journalists as could afford an Encyclopedia Britannica, to describe some sort of political criminal. The same applied to Vietnam. The Daily Mail, for instance, sneered like mad at the VSC pretending to be a peace movement when it supported the victory of one side, yet when it came to a punch-up between anarchists and liberation frontiers, it reported this as anarchists breaking up a peace march. As the build-up to the October demonstration grew, the media decided they had to have some sort of anarchist troublemakers behind the scenes, and I was selected as one of the leaders, though the idea of a formalist anarchist leadership structure is ludicrous. Of course, leadership could be said to 162 exist in the sense of a spontaneous and popular impulse, which is recognized but not structured in any bureaucratic or legitimized form of authority. The people in my group were pushing me to use my notoriety to get publicity for the Spanish libertarian cause, and now I suddenly found myself not only a leader of the Vietnamese authoritarian cause, but a leader of students into the bargain, according to one issue of News of the World. Not only had I never been to a university in that sense, I had as a matter of fact never even been in one. All the young people I knew worked for a living. No doubt there were some anarchist students, but I had never met them at the time. If there were, they must have resented strongly the idea that I was their leader if, of course, they read the News of the World, which is the last paper anyone wants to make publicity in. Meanwhile, at a national anarchist conference held in London in the early summer of 1968, one of the last held by the old Anarchist Federation, I was named as delegate to the International Anarchist Congress in Carrara. As I mentioned earlier, none of us held out great hopes for it. Baldelli had admitted that some of the old guard of the Spanish exiles and Italian movements looked upon it as their chance to make a place in history. They were living on past glories as it was, excluding those anarchists who were taking the initiative in new ideas, activism, and agitation without bothering to ask for the blessings of the various national federations. Our commission told me to issue delegates' tickets to anyone who was excluded from the Congress. Our committee was, in anarchist circles at least, as much entitled to grant British nationality to people like Cohn-Bendit as the Queen, and accordingly they turned up, to the great indignation of some of the bureaucrats, as British delegates. The press attended in strength. The Italian, French, and Swiss papers, even the Turkish press were responsible if not for the re-emergence of libertarian feeling in Turkey, at least for its being made known to the new generation. Since the crushing of the Turkish dock workers by Colonel Ataturk, nobody had heard of the anarchist movement in that country. Yet suddenly, a few months after the conference, the government was looking upon it as a major menace, meriting the same military attentions it later bestowed upon the Cypriots. 163. The British press sent representatives, in particular Gary Lloyd of the Times and Charles Mayerne of the BBC, who came with a French film crew. A few paragraphs appeared in the papers. However, since there was no violence, the event did not make too great an impact, despite the fact that British journalists had been using the name anarchist as synonymous with murderer and disruptive agent. If they believed their own propaganda, an international conference of anarchists in northern Italy might have been worthy at least of some comment. What impressed me most of all was the fact that in Carrara almost 90% of the town and surrounding area was anarchist in sympathy. The marble workers had not wavered in their libertarian thought from the days of the Bakuninist section of the First International which took root there. It is strange to think how much of their product must be gracing churches throughout the world. When the conference opened, the excluded participants attended the Congress as British delegates, but such was the outcry and opposition from the national secretariats that we decided it was useless and time-wasting to continue attending after the second day. The delegates from the excluded organizations had been offered the use of an entire camping chalet complex on the outskirts of Carrara at a very reduced rate for the fortnight of the Congress, and that was where we lived. We held our own mini-Congress at which I proposed the idea of the International Black Cross. The idea of a paper international, at which non-existent organizations communicated with non-active bureaus, seemed a total waste of time. A live international could only be based on action and solidarity. One of the comrades most interested in our ideas was a railwayman named Giuseppe Pinelli, who came from Milan. He was the first to take up the idea of the Black Cross and set about organizing it immediately. He was in his early 40s, had been a partisan fighter, and was a man who would play a key role in working-class militancy as well as in libertarian solidarity. But the race was once again not to belong to the swift, nor would victory be given to the strong. Pinelli died tragically the following year. Nobody could foresee how swiftly he would pass into Italian, and even world history, and become a symbol of resistance to thousands who at that time had never heard of him. On one occasion when we were dining in a Carrara 164 restaurant, the local chief of police came in and approached Danny Cohn-Bendit, asking for his autograph. Like most in the municipality, the chief was a communist. By this time Danny was sick to the teeth of the unending stream of journalists and publicity, so he agreed, providing the chief of police paid for the meal. As there were 12 of us, he demurred, but he finally paid for the wine in return for a signature in the autograph book. It was spoiling the Egyptians. We felt this was the best way to look at it anyway, as most of us were out of funds by then. I felt the pinch even more when I returned home to London to find Albert had been obliged to close the bookshop, and I had to look around the cold, hard economic world for a job, though meanwhile I was being besieged by the press, most of whom seemed to think I could live on my notoriety, and were upset if I didn't have a regular place they could phone me, dropping hints that I was being intentionally elusive. It was about this time that the Old Bailey forgery trial took place, and it was this which finally pushed me onto Social Security. That would not have gone down too well at the Old Bailey, but fortunately I had had an interview with the gas contractors William Press and had been accepted by them to begin training for their new gas conversion contract in Essex. The special branch officers were smiling about it in court, when they heard in mitigation that I was due to start work. They were sure I was going to go down for a reasonable prison sentence, and one officer candidly admitted to me that he hoped I would get a stiff sentence. I was grateful for Press' offer of a job, as I had been turned down as a security risk for other jobs for which I had applied, including both British Airways and the GPO. But William Press and Sons Limited did not appreciate that we were living in a police state, and thought that their employees' political opinions had nothing to do with the company. They sincerely believed this, and at a later date told the special branch officers so point blank. Meanwhile, the final preparations for the so-called October Revolution were on. Gary Lloyd, the Times journalist who had been in Carrara, was now working on the news team, a specialized unit within the Times which was doing background stories on the mounting hysteria about what was going to 165 happen when the VSC held its demonstration in October. Gary and several other of his colleagues from the national press approached me. I spoke to them on a number of occasions, and some of the questions made me wonder if some of the journalists were completely sane. On one occasion, a crime reporter on Equality Sunday asked me in all seriousness if it were true, as alleged by an intelligence source, that the anarchists had or were making the atomic bomb. It became increasingly clear what was in the wind. The government and the right-wing press were going to try to turn a very average demonstration into the start of a revolutionary insurrection which could be contained, in order both to test and to justify the counterinsurgency maneuver they had planned. The news team came to the conclusion, after an enormous amount of work into the background of the demonstration, that the fuss and hysteria were completely unwarranted. There were stories about violent clashes planned, arms smuggled into London, plans to attack the American embassy by force. One time Stringer turned up at an anarchist meeting and heard a fellow visitor attack them bitterly for the things he had read they were going to do. "I am a pacifist," the man cried passionately. "But if I thought it would do any good, I would set fire to the American embassy tomorrow, but it won't do any good, I tell you." The Times reporter returned to his office hurriedly and filed a story which appeared the following day, saying that someone at an anarchist meeting proposed, apparently the next day, to set the American embassy on fire. The news team of the Times, which had done so much work on the preparations for the demonstration, were suddenly disbanded, and the columns of that austere newspaper were turned over to sensational speculation of the sort the Stringer had dished up for them. Of all the papers, the Evening News became the most hysterical. It was running a fiction serial about a number of agitators who took over London by means of a violent demonstration, and got mixed up in its mind as to which was the fiction serial and which was the actual news. It responded to the Times and the Times responded to it. Two new men at the Times, Clive Borrell and Brian Cashinella, took on the job of covering the revolution, and with only a few days to go, the news front-paged a story from these two gentlemen saying that 166. They had received information from a contact that full-scale plans for insurgency were underway. The trouble with this sort of hoax is that it snowballs, because everyone who was in the demonstration looked suspiciously at everyone else. Finally all of them came to the conclusion that none of them was trying to pull off a coup d'état. None of them, however, could be sure about the anarchists. Consequently I was approached a good many times and asked what the anarchists were up to. The answer was quite clear: they had decided to have nothing to do with the demonstration at all. It was a victory to the Viet Cong demonstration and could in no way be construed as the beginning of insurgency. To the sophisticated journalists this seemed an obvious evasion. Everyone knew by now of the tank loads of explosives that had arrived in London. Cashinella excelled with stories of huge consignments of arms, ammunition, Molotov cocktails, and everything except the kitchen sink being smuggled into London. As a result, many of the participants in the demonstration came to believe that a violent riot had indeed been planned. It was a clear-cut case of incitement, for few demonstrators, if they believed the story, would have turned up peaceful and unarmed. Cashinella had even discovered targets located for occupation by revolutionary flying squads, among which were Broadcasting House and Television Centre in Shepherd's Bush. All this contradicted the serious research done by the disbanded news team. The story in the news was taken up almost verbatim by the Times the following day. In fact, it was signed by both Cashinella and Borrell. All over the country the police went on their notorious fishing expeditions, though these did not appear in the press. They were raiding homes and offices of activists in various political movements. Everywhere people were losing homes and jobs as a result of these raids. But no caches of arms turned up. No arsenals were discovered. A number of mysterious burglaries took place at addresses where, one presumes, warrants were difficult to get. The burglaries had one thing in common. The burglars were interested in looking through correspondence and address books, not in taking anything of value. As they confined themselves to the opponents of the establishment, and did not infringe on the privacy of one established party as against the 167 other, their activities could not of course be regarded in the same light as the burglaries that later took place at Watergate. It is part of the democratic way of life that raids, bugging, and phone tapping take place against the extra-parliamentary opposition. They are not needed in dictatorial countries, where secrecy doesn't have to be maintained, the democratic way presupposes that only those left uncovered by capitalism's umbrella shall be pissed upon. Despite the hysteria whipped up against the perpetrators of the proposed demonstration, the press had some difficulty in knowing who they were. In the main they decided it was the students. As there were few anarchists among students, one might have thought that would let us out, but this was not to be the case. We had to be there to add color, and presumably terror, to the story. Tariq Ali became the mastermind of the whole affair. He was made student leader for the occasion by the Daily Mirror. Later, when they wanted to use him for some articles, they promoted him to being leader of the revolutionary movement in Britain. He was not, at that time, even leader of the Trots, nor even of his own minuscule international Marxist group, which did very well from the publicity he brought them, and soared ahead in the student stakes. The Express, which was still smarting under the rebuff it had received from me on my return from Spain, still had a number of vicious replies up its sleeve. It told the world that I was number 2 anarchist in London. In view of the anarchist opposition to leadership, this was not quite so much of an insult as being called number 1, but there was much amused comment as to who number 1 would be. It was assumed that even the illiterate young men of the plate glass buildings wouldn't cast Tariq Ali in that role. But I suspect there was something deeper in it than that. They had mistakenly reported a Yard spokesman, who had called me Alberola's number 2. The Mirror asked me for an exclusive story. I happened to be working in the East End, so I met them near the Freedom Press offices. They had moved from their weedy, gardened offices in Fulham to Angel Alley in Whitechapel High Street. The gloomy alley, the site, some say, of one of the Jack the Ripper murders, had a profound effect on the impressionable Mirror reporter. The interview was headed "The Voice of Doom from Angel Alley." Perhaps I disappointed the poor man by not wearing 168 freak-out clothes, as he made a few choice comments about my donkey jacket. He also pointed out sarcastically that there had been no revolution in England since the Peasants' Revolt of 1381. God knows where he got that piece of information. I suppose most schools start history from the beginning and work up gradually to the outbreak of World War I. If you leave too early, you miss an awful lot. That a rudimentary sense of history was not an essential qualification even for journalists who made it to the classier Sundays, was proved for me when I ultimately got a reasonable interview in the Observer. Colin Smith maintained that I looked like Charles I now that my hair had grown long again. Albert's American girlfriend, Audrey, was a great aficionado of the following Stuart. They were still fighting the Civil War, and she had it that he probably meant Charles II. That was a bit more like it, though she herself enthusiastically insisted that I was a dead ringer for his bastard son Monmouth. Albert, who had been grumbling at my description of his loud snores during the forgery trial, growled good-humouredly that I was more like bastard Glasgow on a wet Saturday night. Anyway, mine was the voice of doom, and the Daily Telegraph even allowed me the use of its colour supplement to explain to its readers what revolutionary violence was all about. The correspondence which came in was staggering to me, and even more so to the editor. He could not print it. It had never occurred to him that Telegraph readers could be even more illiterate than Daily Mirror writers. There was a colonel who threatened to thrash the editor for perpetrating dastardly anarchist doctrines, a parson who pointed out that the Black Cross had pinched the emblem of Christianity without due authority, and a surprised lady who pointed out that the trend of my article was to encourage anarchism had I realized THAP. Certainly it would seem everyone believed that a handful of troublemakers were about to start a bloody revolution in October. Yet curiously enough, on what one might term a practical level, nobody believed in it. There were no mass flights of the bourgeoisie to the Bahamas or the Riviera. There was no rush on funds or drop in shares. In contrast to the press, those threatened, as much as those who would benefit by a revolution, took no steps at all. Not for the first time was there a gulf between what the public was offered as its daily consumption of media food, and what it accepted. 169. But the police and the authorities took advantage of the opportunity for surveillance and harassment. The Queen's Head had become a focal social meeting place for anarchists, libertarians, and Marxists. On the Friday before the demonstration the same day, in fact, that my article had deflated the situation as people came out of the pubs at closing time singing the Internationale, they were surrounded by a posse of policemen in black marias, without any excuse whatsoever. Up and down the land people were coming out of pubs that night singing Nelly Dean, Mother Machree, or even the Harlot of Jerusalem. Sometimes they moved on, but they were never rounded up like cattle. I was not with this particular group, but further down the road with some friends who got involved in another minor skirmish with the police, who had turned out in force to move people on. People coming out of the chip shop opposite were whisked into the fray. They began throwing their fish and chips at the police, in sheer bewilderment as to what it was all about. The people I was with moved on to assist the people in the much larger group by the Hornsey Clock Tower, who were being charged by the police just because they were there. I had just bought a dark blue mohair suit and navy blue shorty raincoat, and looked a bit like an off-duty policeman. I walked around taking notes of the more brutal police behavior. As they were putting people in the black marias, others were pulling them out again. I asked one policeman if he would mind releasing some and he agreed immediately, no doubt thinking that one Sid man was asking for the release of others. Suddenly one vicious-looking bastard with an Alsatian dog almost as ferocious as himself, realized what I was up to. He grabbed my tie and tried to strangle me. I'd been warned that when you go to fight for freedom and justice you should never wear your best clothes. My advisor might have added that you shouldn't wear a tie either. There are really only two ways to escape from this sort of situation. One is to cut the tie, but I didn't have anything to cut it with, and drawing a knife wouldn't have been exactly the most tactful thing to do at the time. So I did the other thing. I rushed off, and the policeman sat back on the pavement suddenly, groaning about his hard luck, and let the dog run after me. Much as I like dogs, I am not prepared to let them prefer my testicles to kennel meat. As soon as I turned the nearest corner I stopped. 170. The dog sank his teeth into my knee and leg, ripping my brand new trousers to shreds. I pulled out a ballpoint pen for want of a better weapon and thrust it up the dog's nose. It retreated suddenly, howling, casting only a sidelong glance of reproach back. The nurse at Charing Cross Hospital, where I took my wounds, was very sympathetic when I told her I had been bitten by a dog. She said I ought to go to the police about it. Later I discovered the police had managed to get a number of people into Hornsey Police Station, charging them with assault and causing an affray. In the charge room a sergeant and a plainclothes man came in, looked around, and said, "Okay, which of you is Christie?" One Scottish patter merchant present replied, "I'm afraid he's not here, but I'm Che Guevara, will I do?" The growing feud between Special Branch and myself was aggravated by the fact that at this time they were receiving report after report complaining about my activities in Spain. Despite all the surveillance and Christie watching seemed to me to be amounting to one of our great national pastimes, it seemed that I was to be responsible for mutinies, escapes, and the smuggling of letters in Spanish prisons from Cadiz to Barcelona. How did I do it? I must confess I was only the scapegoat over which our comrades confessed their sins when caught. As Miguel Garcia described in his book Franco's Prisoner, they found it convenient to blame Christie. I began to smuggle out letters in the way Christie had initiated, until one day the director of Soria prison sent for me in a rage. I had letters and communications published in influential foreign papers, which were also sold in Spain. He would punish me, he said. I would never get out of prison alive. I denied authorship. Who else could know so much? He asked. I shrugged my shoulders. Who else but Christie? I said. It was safe to blame him, for after 3 years he had finally been released. Who but Christie, indeed? I didn't mind. Anything to oblige. Most of them thought, too, that I was, after all, in a democratic country and it wouldn't hurt me. It was true there was no charge that could be brought against me for all these activities, nor, if the allegations had been correct, would there have been anything illegal about them? In fact, if it came down to 171. A question of law, the majority of political prisoners were kept in clear breach of constitutional law, even in breach of one constituted by Franco, that conditional liberty be granted to prisoners who had completed 3/4 of their sentence. But it was all down in the dossiers of Big Brother, and I was cast not as the scapegoat who went out into the wilderness to carry away the sins, but the other poor Billy that stayed behind and got sacrificed. I suppose my appearance on TV in the Muggeridge series The Question Why Violence / also did not endear me to the authorities. It was my second appearance in a Malcolm Muggeridge program. I appeared with Monica Foote, John Reedy and David Trussman, confronting a team of senior police officers and apologists for state opinion, with a dear old nun sitting in the middle to see fair play, though her sympathies were presumably manifest in the fact that she had an enormous symbol of capital punishment hung around her neck. Her main intervention was to explain that the anarchists were wrong and that government came from God. If this is so, it certainly got manhandled on the way. Somebody brought up the question of Glasgow thugs and what should be done with them. I pointed out that the Glasgow thugs were only amateurs, whereas the police were professionals. At least 2 purple faces showed near apoplexy. The right-wing journalist in the role of spokesman for the police, Noël Picardot, was the only one still capable of speaking. I then brought up the embarrassing question of what the special branch would do if there were a fascist dictatorship established in this country. Would they hand over their political dossiers to the police, as M. Caillape of the French Stuart did when the Gestapo moved in? They did not answer the question, not in words. That is, their faces indicated they would do a lot more than that. The Black Cross issued a leaflet for circulation before and during the October demonstration which backed up my words in the Telegraph color supplement about the futility of supposing that anything could come of a violent demonstration such as had been suggested by the Marxist organizers. Just because people were fed up with nonviolent demonstrations such as the pacifists had been urging, it did not follow that violent ones 172 would be better or more effective. What was needed was what we described as Monday militancy rather than weekend protest. This referred to the 1st of May groupings with their advocacy of industrial action. We launched a leaflet at a social in Roebuck Pub in Tottenham Court Road. There were 2 uninvited guests who came along as agents provocateurs. They couldn't have made it plainer had they been in special uniform. What can be more despicable than a spy? One of these creatures, a PC. Cardwell, came over to me. It so happened that I was standing at the bar. The TV was screening a film about the transportation of a lorry load of trinitroglycerin over the Rocky Mountains. He seized on the opportunity with the delicate approach of an enraged bull elephant and started talking about the difficulties involved in transporting explosives, the implication being that he and his friends could do it if offered the opportunity. I told him to piss off, so they went upstairs and approached another comrade. They asked if he wanted a consignment of rifles and machine guns. The other comrade explained that all the weapons they wanted for the demonstration were already stored in Harrods' repository on the Thames, but that he should keep the matter quiet, as the management didn't know. This comrade had in fact been sacked from Harrods the week before, and was rather hoping they would make a raid on the best people's furniture. I don't know what became of that. On the interview in the bar, P.C. Cardwell later wrote that I was drunk, aggressive, and discussed the difficulties involved in transporting high explosives. He stored the information away for 3 years in my file and produced it, without corroboration, at what could have been the most damning moment of my life. After all this, the demonstration was a massive anticlimax for anyone who had believed the press. For the government, police, and army it was a massive exercise successfully carried out, proving to their own satisfaction that they could control an insurgent movement that did what it was told. All Army, Police, and Air Force leave in the home counties was cancelled. Some unpopular right-wing newspapers covered up the names of their offices in Fleet Street, along the route of the march. A paratroop battalion was placed on guard duty at Buckingham Palace and other royal homes. Massive police operations were carried out on the approach roads into London. Banner poles and marbles. 173. Were removed from demonstrators, coaches were stopped and searched, including one or two bitterly protesting rugby teams who were taken for offensive parties. Universities were raided, homes and offices of organizations broken into whether they were associated with the demonstration or not. Brigadier Frank Kitson, who had been responsible for organizing the terrorist counter-gangs in Kenya during the emergency, began to work out what could be done to the natives of the home islands. His seminar on counterinsurgency techniques began to take into account everything that was accountable. The age of insularity from revolution was over for Britain. Now it knew how to prevent a rising, provided it followed the prescribed lines. As the police obligingly held back the traffic, the huge crowd of demonstrators swept through London without the slightest hindrance. The anarchists had decided not to participate, but so many turned up to see what would happen that in the finish they grouped, and found themselves to their amazement a force of almost 1,000 strong. Had they organized a march themselves they would have been pleased to get 70. Most wryly agreed, if we want any more demonstrations we'll agree first not to have one. Not having much commitment to the march itself, the anarchists decided to have an afternoon's outing. We shortcut, dashed out, left the march and ran down Park Lane, overturning a Rolls-Royce en route, across the park and finished up with a grand charge in Grosvenor Square where the Maoists were having a heave-ho with the fuzz. It was the only bit of liveliness in the day that saved it from utter collapse into a pleasant Saturday afternoon walk to Hyde Park to hear the interminable speeches exhorting us to join one or another of the Marxist groups and ensure working-class salvation. I am sure no one would describe it as unnecessary vandalism. Not after the Hornsey Clock Tower incident, the home raiding, the strip searches, the harassments. It had to be Charlie's turn sometime. 174. 9. Following my first trial at the Old Bailey, when I left a free man, the Christie watching industry must have received a second jolt when the word conversion was heard in connection with my name. It wasn't, however, the blinding light from Damascus telling me to sell out quick. I had started to convert gas appliances to North Sea gas. On the suggestion of Ross, who was already working for them, I'd started with the William Press Training School. I learned the intricacies of dismantling, converting, and in some cases rebuilding gas cookers, gas central heating, water heaters, and other sundry gas appliances such as gas irons and bath rails, which I had never heard of before, let alone seen. Press was offering good wages because of the sudden demand for fitters. Most of those who applied were young men who had little or no experience with the gas board or any sort of engineering. Press did give a slightly better rate of pay for qualified fitters, which quite a few of the applicants said they were. I was surprised how many, until later, when I asked one of the newcomers who had made a terrible botch up on a job if he really was a fitter, and he replied, yes, a carpet fitter. Not a lot was known about the problems that would arise when conversion first began in 1968. Few changes had occurred in the world of gas since artificial light was first introduced. Some of the appliances we had to work on were between 30 and 40 years old, even some of the more modern appliances were in a terrible state of disrepair and only held together as long as they were not disturbed. Nobody quite knew what would happen when these appliances were stripped down and put together again. The gas board hoped for the best, that only the appliances would fall apart, not the houses they were in. As 175. Even the experts were keeping their fingers crossed and hoping that the nation's antiquated coal gas system wouldn't blow to pieces before it actually went over to the North Sea product. It can hardly be supposed that 3 weeks at the training school gave more than a rudimentary knowledge of what one should be up to. However, I passed the test and in no time was talking like an experienced fitter. I joined the conversion unit number 8 at Brentwood in Essex. From the yard there we would join our vans and travel to that week's sector due for conversion. The vans left the yard at 7:30 a.m., which meant I had to be up and out of the flat by 5:30 a.m. Ross and I would walk the 2 miles to Manor House, where a press bus would pick us up at 6 a.m. and take us to Brentwood. If the bus did not turn up, as sometimes happened, we went with another Scots lad by bus and tube to Liverpool Street, then down by train directly to the sector, that is, if we knew where it was and didn't have to spend hours wandering around the rural backwaters of Essex looking for our orange vans. Fortunately, one of my workmates, Alex, bought an old banger, which gave us an extra hour of sleep, but as we were on different sectors and worked to different times at night, it often meant hitching home or sleeping at the yard. Needless to say, the incentive was financial. The job was interesting, though the hours were exhausting. The main inducement was the cash. I would bring home about £60 to £70 a week clear, as well as getting long weekends and a once-monthly travel allowance to my home in Scotland. The first conversion sector allotted to me was outside Billericay. The cottages each stood about half a mile apart. Our job was to go round the 2 or 3 houses allotted to each of us and check for gas leaks before we started any actual conversion. Then, if the house was sound, we had to check that we had the correct conversion kit for the domestic appliance in the house. So many cookers and water heaters looked alike that it required a good deal of experience more than I had to tell the difference between them. Some were so antiquated it probably needed Sir Mortimer Wheeler to come and decide what model they were. It was not uncommon to be halfway through converting a house at 9 at night before realizing you had the wrong parts. No wonder my first house was a disaster. The woman had only 2 gas appliances, both very modern and somewhat too complex for my limited experience. One was a 176 Canon cooker with electric ignition and an automatic light inside the oven. The gas part of the conversion was reasonably straightforward, though I did take a long time to discover which parts went where. To my surprise, I had more parts left over than either I or the makers bargained for. I had no idea what to do with them, but the cooker seemed to work well enough without them. The electrical part of the conversion was a different kettle of fish. I had put a new transformer into the cooker. Natural gas has a higher ignition point than coal gas, therefore it needs a stronger element and more power. The transformer was a mass of wires, and I knew nothing about electricity. It looked simple enough to replace the box in the same way as I removed the old one. I could not pull the cooker completely free of the wall, so access to the area where the transformer was fitted was limited. At the back of the cooker, where I had to get my hands through, there was only a 6-inch access port with sharp sides. In 10 minutes my hand was scratched and bleeding, and I had got no further in removing the part. The lady of the house came in to see blood dripping over the line. She insisted on bandaging my hand and at the same time telling me all the horror stories she had heard about the dangers of conversion. I did my best to reassure her. She was well read on the subject, however, and told me stories of old ladies being burned to a frizzle, or blown to pieces, until she made me as jittery as she was. I reflected that it was just as well she hadn't recognized my face from the papers, or she might have blown her top before the cooker did. I did my best to reassure her with the official patter of how much more efficient the cooker would be once it was changed over. I told her, in response to her persistent inquiries, that I had been stripping down and rebuilding cookers the whole of my adult life, and what I didn't know about them could be written down on a very small piece of paper. I fear the good lady would have had a heart attack if she knew that this was about the 3rd time I had seen the inside of a cooker, but we all have to start sometime. After sweating away for a couple of hours trying to remove the old transformer, I decided the best thing to do was to rip it out. I did this, removing the rest of the wiring from the inside of the cooker at the same time. I explained to the lady, who was 177, hovering above me, how brute force had to be used in the end after professional skills were exhausted. I said I would get the electrician to finish it off. Then I moved on to the central heating. Nothing in the training school had prepared me for this. It was a Servoarm central heating radiator, a burner inside a large master radiator which served other radiators in the house. Servoarm radiators have a balanced flue which draws in the required amount of air from an outside wall. Through the same opening it expels all the gas produced inside the combustion chamber. For this reason these master radiators are mounted with access to an outside wall. God alone knows what sort of cowboy had fitted this one into the living room, but he hadn't enough sense to realize that because he had placed it flush up against the windowsill no one could open the hinge top of the radiator to service it. I spent 7 hours on that radiator, not leaving until 11:30 p.m., and it still wasn't finished. By the end of the night I had 3 other fitters working there with me, all with about the same degree of perception as myself. In the end we decided to leave it for someone from Servourm to come and strip it down. Thinking I was undoing what should have been the gas supply, I found I had undone the water supply and narrowly missed flooding the ladies' living room. I slept uneasily that night and wondered if it was politic to come back the following morning. Fortunately, no damage was done. The second day brought with it more difficulties. I had been told in the training school of the dangers of adjusting high-pressure rings. These were special mercury valves on governors, found only in outlying areas where the gas pressure had to be increased to get it through the supply. When conversion had been completed in a house, the governor had to be adjusted to the increased gas pressure. With the normal spring governors this was just a case of screwing it down until the correct pressure was reached. However, with these HPRs the screwing had to be done very carefully, otherwise all the mercury would be blown out of the valve and the gas would escape at a very high pressure through a bypass valve. The house to which I was assigned that day was a very old cottage with no electricity at all, even the lighting was gas. The job had to be done as quickly as possible, so that the old lady, 178, who lived there could make herself a cup of tea and have some light. I did my best for her, working away like mad. Even so I did not finish until 11 that night, when she took me to the cupboard by candlelight to show me where the meter was. I thought to myself it was an extra large governor, but paid no more attention and started to screw down the valve cap as per instructions. Looking forward to the promised cup of tea, I suddenly realized after the first couple of turns that what I thought was the sound of a very fast express train approaching in the distance was coming from the meter. Either that, or it was earthquake season in Essex. Nobody had told me what to do if this happened, and the noise grew louder and louder. Doing my best to appear nonchalant, I asked the poor old lady if she would go out into the garden and stand well clear of the house. I suggested she might give her neighbors across the wall a call and tell them to do the same. She disappeared like a flash of lightning to the rumble of thunder from the pipe. There were a few isolated cottages and we were miles from my van. I wasn't even certain where it was. A vision flashed through my mind of the whole village being blown sky high. I could read in my mind's eye the headlines in Fleet Street once they found I was involved. There has never been a case of anarchists attacking ordinary people that way, but the press loved to draw anarchists into such matters because their attacks on individual tyrants made them unpopular. I felt like rushing out to the old girl and telling her that whatever happened she shouldn't think it was done on purpose. She would probably have thought me quite mad. The noise fast approaching along the gas main had by this time reached its crescendo and had blown the mercury out of the valve. Gas was pouring out of the escape valve at a high pressure into the garden path. There was no front door and making a hell of a racket. I went back to make sure the old lady was safe with her friends. They had gathered together in their back gardens, making up a little party somewhat reminiscent of the Blitz days. My first insight into what that was all about. I haired off across the fence at the back and across the fields to telephone for help. I could not turn the gas off as the HPR was before the main gas cock. 179. Half a mile down the lane was another house, one of the few in the area with electric light. I banged on the door and shouted about an emergency gas board and could I use their telephone? The woman came out in her nightdress and was horrified. She told me the lady next door had a phone. As I bolted next door, she put on a coat, dashed to her car and drove off to warn her neighbors to evacuate as the whole district was about to go up with a bang. I eventually managed to get through to the gas board emergency service. They said they would send someone right away, so I went back to the house to allay the fears of the occupants, all still standing at the bottom of the garden. I expected to hear them singing "We'll Meet Again," don't know when, but they were all remarkably composed. The gas was still gushing out at a tremendous rate and the whole area smelled strongly. I was pacing up and down anxiously. At one point I even took out a packet of cigarettes and absent-mindedly offered them around. The startled looks on all the faces brought me out of my distraction. Eventually around midnight, the lights of a bicycle betokened the arrival of the gas emergency service. An aged official, who propped his bike against the garden wall, walked into the house completely unperturbed, and turned off the supply at another cock which I had completely overlooked. I was very shamefaced, especially when I turned around and saw the mistress of the house behind him watching his every move. "It's my second day," I said apologetically. "Never mind, son," she said consolingly. "You did very well considering it took me quite a few weeks to live down the hilarity of that night." The woman in the car had obligingly told the crews of every van she came across, who accordingly went into fits of laughter when they learned of the evening's antics. But the thing impressed upon me was you have to learn on the job in this game, and I soon became a competent and conscientious workman. You might have thought that this would have persuaded the police to lay off me, but no, it was merely cited to the press by the ubiquitous police spokesman as an example of deviousness. Whoever heard of an anarchist being a good, reliable worker? Well, actually a good many people had, but it didn't fit in with their stereotyped caricature, which had once been based 180 on the Russian nihilists and was now based on the American hippies. If only they had stopped to think for a moment of the great anarcho-syndicalist unions that had flourished until they were destroyed by fascism and had to go into hiding. How could these ever have been able to negotiate, especially under the conditions of semi-legality, if their workers had not been the best there were? The hippie ideal was a sort of extreme liberalism, anarchistic in its way, perhaps, but trying to get as much freedom as possible under capitalism and the state. The revolutionary fighting against the state had to be the best worker going or he got kicked out fast. This certainly applied once the anarchist idea had taken hold of the labor movement. But in this country the labor movement was the happy hunting ground of Democrats and authoritarians, and no one thought of it in a libertarian connection. The management executives at press, like everyone else, knew my political position, but they never could understand what made the police so interested in me. For the most part they believed the English lie that the political police did not exist. They could accept that the vice squad dealt in vice, the fraud squad in fraud, the murder squad in murder, but who ever heard of a political squad? In Germany, the political police even had a special uniform. In Britain, their greatest delight was to make people believe they did not exist. Yet they expected everyone to conform to their dictates. One member of the managerial staff who, if you see what I mean, lived and breathed gas, flabbergasted the inevitable caller from special branch who inquired about my record by saying that he was not allowed by law, under the contractual obligations to municipal undertakings, to take political viewpoints into consideration when hiring and firing. Nobody in the firm believed that it was possible to be persecuted for having a different viewpoint from the government. They would say half seriously that they didn't support it themselves, except by way of tax. The manager shook his head in bewilderment at being told he shouldn't employ someone who had been in a Spanish prison and had not even been sent there by a properly constituted court when time and time again they had been asked to cooperate by the Home Office in resettling and rehabilitating British prisoners who had presumably had a fair trial. Just normal assumptions of fair play. 181. Made everyone at work resent the police harassment of me. And they only saw a small part of it. I made a number of weekend trips to France. I had got my passport back after repaying the Foreign Office for my fare home. Certainly I went on trips connected with the Black Cross, but nobody else who did suffered any difficulty. My name, however, was anathema. It was circulated to most immigration control posts. With the long weekends we had and the travel allowance, it was quite easy for me to travel in this way. Our organization was still very small. Albert and I were the main stalwarts. The police always wondered where we got the money to organize and send delegates to Paris. It never occurred to them that we were both working bloody hard and long hours to be able to do it. My trips were regarded with the highest suspicion. The French, occasionally the Belgian police, and Scotland Yard were all concerned to know what I was up to. On one occasion when I got a really sympathetic interview with the Radio Times, the writer commented that I looked, and came over as, respectable, but that people shouldn't be deceived as I mixed with international anarchists. After that, a light dawned on me. It was mixing with foreigners that made you less than respectable. Obviously the police hadn't adapted themselves to that aspect of the era of the common market. The flat we had at Fairfield Gardens in Hornsey soon became too hot to meet comrades from abroad, but it became a focal point for local young people. The people downstairs moved out at the first opportunity. They had been badly frightened by the first raid, the more so because they did not realize such things happened in democratic Britain. Here were police who came when no crime was suspected and instead of making criminal charges, wanted to talk politics. Something peculiar was going on in the house, but they didn't know what. The place was under constant surveillance, and they had never got over being woken up out of bed on the first raid in February and asked, of all things, what alarm clock they used, as well as how they felt about the capitalist system. Alan, a building worker in Liverpool, and Phil moved in. They began to organize a series of meetings in the downstairs flat. At the first meeting they tried to think of a name for the group. As there were several jokers among them, they called it the Siege of Sydney Street Appreciation Society. This siege had taken place after a bank robbery in Houndsditch, and the name was their idea of a way to dispel all prejudices. Later that joke was to reverberate through the courts. Where was that vaunted English sense of humor in those latter days? Even Mr. Justice Humphreys could descend from the etheric way to joke that my working in gas was appropriate for someone involved politically, but our friend's in-joke was the biggest judicial flop since the Dauphin of France presented Henry V with a set of balls and an appropriate message. It seemed funny at the time. Once the name was chosen, the group got down to some serious work locally, especially in regard to housing and social conditions in the area. Most of them were involved in pioneering projects such as squatting. They also held a program of talks and discussions on anarchist ideas. My long hours kept me from these meetings. About the only activity I had any spare time left for was the Black Cross. It was a two-way exchange, because getting militants involved here and in other countries not only meant that the Spanish resistance workers would no longer die off, forgotten by the world, all these years after the Civil War had ended. It also meant that some of the anarchistic inspiration with which these men and women had fought against tyranny would rub off on those who came into contact with them. That was certainly how it turned out, though I cannot say I planned it. My original idea was to get the Black Cross to see that prisoners received the same sort of international help in regard to material comforts as I had received and was able to share with fellow prisoners, because of my notoriety. It was Albert, whose record was entirely concerned with industrial action and who at the time didn't in any case have much belief that young militants would become involved in the international struggle, who insisted that all charities were rackets, and that the difference between institutional charity and fraud was one that only a legal brain could define anyway. He maintained that 183. We should avoid the pitfalls of becoming a charity and instead ask people who wanted to help prisoners to get in touch with them directly. We found that a lot of people were becoming very angry at the situation in Spain. Most had looked on the Civil War as history. Even those who were alive at the time often did not appreciate that it was still going on, that the anarchist movement had never accepted the victory of Franco and had fought on since 1939 the Communist Party, which had been so insistent that the war be carried on despite overwhelming odds right up to the last death in battle or the moment when Hitler became their ally, had never supported the active resistance, apart from a brief period in the mid-40s. Others had taken the view that it might be all right to fight in wartime, but once Franco became legal by right of conquest, it was criminal. Even certain so-called libertarians held such points of view. They felt it was all right to use violence during the Civil War, and even during the World War when, if not legal, it was at least supported by the general consensus of opinion at the time, but to go on after 1945 was pure banditry. The facts about the continued resistance inspired people. Even some of our close friends had not realized that they too could write to someone in prison, that they were separated not by time, only by distance. When they started sending in parcels and in some cases corresponding, I felt maybe I hadn't wasted my time sitting in Franco's neck. The special branch believed it was all a conspiracy to involve people in action against Spain. I must confess it worked out that way. There were a large number of attacks against the Spanish government and Spanish banking institutions throughout Britain. The police surveillance on me increased. A lot of people were by now not only becoming aware of the paranoid obsession of Special Branch with myself, but looked with amazement at the personal vendetta fanned by the Beaverbrook press. Not that the Express Group ever really blamed me for anything. The young Scottish anarchist who spent time in a Spanish prison who appeared in their columns could be almost anyone. Once, to be really subtle, the Standard made it not one who had spent time in a Spanish prison, but one who had good cause to hate Spain. Well, that let me out. Speak not its name, I loved it but too well. A crime reporter for one of the Sundays who had excellent 184 contacts told me in passing and in all seriousness, not knowing where I worked, that the Special Branch suspected a major gas conversion contractor round London of being involved in some sort of anarchist plot, as the firm employed such a large number of suspicious youths with long hair and anarchist sympathies. Press did not suffer through employing me, though at least I was able to carry out gas conversions properly now. The spying on the people at work began to be resented strongly. There was even talk of a strike, at which the long-suffering management exploded, "You don't think we invited them here?" Not only was I watched carefully at work, but Special Branch had my name on a list, which meant I was pulled up at every customs and immigration post each time I left or re-entered the country. My name? They had down every alias I had ever given to a new landlord. This is absolutely true, even Sydney Street figured on the lists in case I thought that one up. In Brussels, Paris, Calais, Ostend, Geneva, and Milan my name was also on the list, and I got a civic reception every time I turned up. I never bothered to find out if they had my name on the list at Irun and Madrid control points, as I had already figured I would be a persona non grata on the Spanish peninsula, but France and Belgium were different. I was even on visiting terms with the latter's charge d'affaires. He had told me of all the fantastic things he was supposed to have done fighting fascism, which went a lot further than having plastic explosives in his rucksack. I often wondered what they expected to find in their endless searches. As I was usually searched at one end of a trip and again at the other, I suppose they expected, like the Lone Ranger, that I had a hideout in the sky. One typical journey was by Skyways from Southend to Le Touquet and from there by bus to the Place de la République in Paris. Yes, it's true that I went on these trips to meet other anarchists. Mr. Wilson often made the same trip and met socialist politicians, but that was never held against him. On the plane I began chatting to a lad from Notting Hill Gate, a West Indian. He was going to Paris for the first time on a short holiday. I suspected that when we got to the terminal I'd be in for the usual going over. Since I didn't want to involve him, I tried to leave him when the bus arrived at its destination, but he insisted that we have some drinks together before going our separate ways. 185. In fact, I wasn't hassled at all at the terminus, but I spotted a suspicious-looking character walking up and down the building outside. It is hard to say why, but my instincts were immediately aroused. It was one of those moments when the subconscious gives some kind of warning. I went over with my friend to a nearby cafe and we sat facing the Republic with the terminus to our right. I chose the spot to make sure I wasn't being followed. He thought I was acting a bit oddly. When anyone thinks that, you can never be too sure you aren't making it all up. But then I saw the same man across the road in the square giving directions to 4 or 5 others in plain clothes to take different points of the square overlooking the cafe. As the waiter hadn't come yet, I suggested that we shift somewhere else, with the comment that the service was terrible here. I really wanted to check if they were following me. They did, even though we went down a number of back streets, across boulevards, and down other small back streets. It all looked so peculiar that my companion asked me what was up. He quite probably believed that I was luring him into some sort of ambush to mug him for his holiday money. I told him the full story. I did not know if it was harassment, surveillance, or something else. Many revolutionaries have disappeared mysteriously in Paris, and I wasn't taking any chances of being added to the list. We hadn't discussed politics up to that point, and I hadn't told him my surname. When I did, he recollected my case history from the Jamaica Gleaner back home in Trinidad. He gamely offered to see it through with me. We went a roundabout route of back streets, across more boulevards, through markets, but still we couldn't dodge them. Finally we walked across a boulevard leading onto the Place de la Bastille, where it dawned on me how we could give them the slip. We went into a bar where they could see us quite easily, sitting as they were across the road, or standing under trees apparently involved in their newspapers. Somewhat ostentatiously my newfound friend and I shook hands outside the door of the cafe after a cup of coffee, and made it quite clear we were saying goodbye. He hailed a cab and I went back to my seat. The cab went off. Then he stopped it, saying he had forgotten something. It was me. He held open the car door and I jumped in quicker than greased lightning. The cab rushed off down the boulevard, and the flicks ran like mad to their own cars, which 186 were on the wrong side of the road, on the other side of a marketplace, and facing the wrong direction. We left the cab near the Bastille, dashed down into the metro, and spent 15 minutes circling around on the trains until we felt we had lost them. As a matter of fact, it was no secret where I was going that night. I was staying with the family of a friend who was still a prisoner in Spain. I went along with my West Indian friend and had dinner, while somewhere else in Paris frenzied flicks argued volubly with their superiors as to how they were outwitted. No doubt they were denying that they should be sent back to pace the beat in the 19th arrondissement, maintaining that Le Diable Écossais had the advantage of arms and numbers, and had even called on the Troisième to assist him. The poor chap concerned couldn't believe what a cloak and dagger world had been opened up to him. This was the Paris of Eugene Sue rather than of the geriatric de Gaulle. That wasn't the end of it either. On the trip home a young Englishman began to talk to me. It turned out he was a trainee manager with Boac. He struck up a conversation at Le Bourget for the sole reason that we happened to be sitting near each other. Again we never spoke about politics. I didn't want to go through all that again, so before we got to Southend I said to him that we shouldn't go through immigration together as it might compromise him in his job. He laughed at that. "What, have you been mixed up in student demonstrations?" he asked. "Something like that," I agreed. So I went through by myself. The special branch man recognized me and asked me pleasantly how I had enjoyed my trip and where I'd been. I invariably replied, "Here and there," which never failed to annoy them, and always went down in the notebook. I went through into the lounge and sat down with a cup of tea. Then the trainee manager came through. He decided to have a cup of tea too, and sat down beside me. He was asking me if I had managed to get through immigration all right, with just a complacent touch of friendly sarcasm as if there could be any bother over politics in England. When looking up I saw the special branch man peering at us through the slightly open door of his office. He shut it quickly. I said to my companion, "No, I didn't have any trouble, but you will in a few minutes if you don't move." 187. He laughed. A few seconds later one of the hostesses came up to him and said, "I'm sorry, sir. There seems to have been some mix-up with your passport. Could I have it back for a few minutes, please?" He smiled and handed it over. It was returned to him a few minutes later. The SB man no doubt had put a call through to Central Records to check. Nothing was said by the stewardess. Even I decided that all had been forgotten. I listened with good grace to him telling me that I had too lively an imagination. That sort of thing didn't happen in England. We were filing out onto the bus as he said this. I had just got on when he was surrounded by 3 men and the SB officer and ushered into the office. A guard was placed on the door and another on the bus, and we waited there for 20 minutes or so. A lady who wanted to get off after some 15 minutes for a wholly human need, was humiliatingly questioned and followed to the toilet. Finally, my fellow passenger came back. He was white and shaken. He had been asked time and time again if he were a friend of mine, how he had come to know me, what he had carried through for me or had been asked to carry through for me. His employers had been rung up and asked if he were a known troublemaker. Checks had been made at the flat he had in London and with his parents, to see if he had any undesirable associates. I doubt very much if anyone came forward to apologize, or pointed out to his friends, neighbors, and employers that his only offense had been to talk to a stranger whose ideas of socialism were more libertarian than permitted by unwritten law. Incidents like this, though they drew a blank, were added to my dossier. Like the bishop who thought that finding an empty tomb was proof of Christianity, the faceless men at the yard were convinced that I must be guilty of a great international conspiracy since they made so many raids and found nothing. Can it be only my imagination that after the non-event of October 1968, the political police became more arrogant, more contemptuous of public opinion? They now thought they could rule the nation. The attacks on me were symptomatic, perhaps, but they were very far from being the only ones carried out. Everywhere the police seemed to think they could do as they liked. The drug scene gave them a fairly open hand anyway. Aside from the powers the law gave them, magistrates seemed too shit-scared to refuse any warrant demanded of them, though. 188. In some cases the excuse for requesting such warrants must have been flimsy as a politician's promise. Of course it did not matter to them how angry I got about it. When it came to people like the trainee manager, however angry he might have become, he would keep it well hidden. I doubt if he ever again dared to complain about the draft from the window at work. A lot of people who worked with me at press got angry, but they had, despite the democratic myth, no voice that could make itself known. The Hornsey scene of harassment and humiliation was being repeated up and down the country. These people had a voice, but everyone pretended it was a minority one. The politicians were sold on the idea of a silent majority, a phrase that pretended the establishment was on the run, and the forces of repression and censorship a tiny, gallant, besieged minority. The truth was very much of the other way. A lot of people were getting angry at the post-October arrogance when the security forces seemed to imagine they had a great, if stage-managed, victory. Sooner or later the anger was going to boil up from some section. It only needed to be a minority that wasn't going to accept it as part of the unexplained nature of things. As it turned out, it was sooner, and angry was going to be a key word. 189. X. You can't imagine anything less dramatic than a quiet Saturday evening in the local in Crouch End Broadway. At closing time, Brenda, my companion with whom I'd been living since mid-1968, and I walked round the corner to our flat in Fairfield Gardens to find that our front door was open. While still in the street, we found ourselves surrounded by 3 plainclothes policemen. The first thing they wanted to know was whether or not we lived there. Despite the innate desire to answer nothing but name, rank and number when confronted by the enemy, I agreed cautiously. They invited us upstairs to our own flat so we could answer some questions and, incidentally, so they could search the place. Fortunately, Brenda had locked the door to our room and the adjoining kitchen when we went out. I told them I wasn't going to open it for them unless they had a search warrant. I don't want you rummaging around and leaving anything, I said. We don't do things like that, said one of them haughtily, as if he had never heard of such a thing before. Just open up your room or we'll force the door in. Not without a warrant, I hope, I said. As there was no point hanging around the landing, waiting for them to decide what they were going to do, we went into Alan's room. I hope he knows you've come here when he's out, I said. Out, cried the obnoxious detective. "He won't be out for a long time." "Has he been convicted?" I asked in mock surprise. He hadn't even been charged with anything when he came to me too. 190. "Borrow some coffee this morning." He scowled and said there was no need to be funny. The officer in charge, Detective Inspector Jack, took over at this point. Again he asked me to let them search my room and kitchen, and again I declined until they produced a warrant. "We don't need a warrant to search when someone has been arrested on a serious charge like this," he said. "All right, go ahead and search Alan's place if you've arrested him. If you want to arrest me you can search mine as well." The officer started expostulating. I was wasting public time, they said. Considering the amount of public time charged up to my expense by the special branch already, a bit more or less didn't overly concern me unless they were going to raise my tax code to pay for it. So Jack had to drive off to the local magistrate to obtain his search warrant. They were notoriously easy for the police to deal with, while Brenda and I made ourselves comfortable on Alan's sofa, joined by a growing number of friends of the accused who were in the habit of coming around after closing time on Saturdays for a chat. The waiting police didn't particularly want to let them go once they had come in, and they didn't particularly want to go either, so we sat around drinking coffee. Come to think of it, it was my coffee, but I won't lay myself open to the usual accusations against the Scots by remembering it and playing records. Alan had a fine collection of Spanish Civil War songs, including the anarchist anthems A Las Barricada and Hijos del Pueblo. These songs have fine rousing choruses, and were recorded by a massed choir evocative of the meetings of thousands of workers of the National Confederation of Labor in the industrial cities of Catalonia and other parts of Spain. When it came to A Las Barricadas, even people knowing no Spanish could belt out the chorus, and the record player was up full pelt. As the cream of Hornsey's youth sat on the floor or lounged on the chairs shouting out the battle hymn of anarchism, the detectives stood against the walls as grim-faced as missionaries at a pagan love feast, listening to bawdy lyrics while waiting to be popped into the evening meal. They managed to conceal their anger until Mr. Jack returned, waving his warrant triumphantly, at midnight. The Highgate magistrates hadn't been at home, so Mr. Jack had to traipse all the way to Bow Street to get his warrant. 191. After searching the place and finding nothing, they asked me to come along to Bow Street Police Station. I still did not know what the reason for the raid was, but by now we had gathered it had something to do with Alan and Phil. Jack said he was going to charge me there. "Anything in particular?" I asked. He didn't seem sure. Before going I made sure one of our friends had Ben Bernberg's telephone number and told him to call Ben right away. I passed Ben so much business that if I had ever paid his bills he would have been one of the richest lawyers in town, as well as one of the most conscientious. At Bow Street, Detective Chief Inspector Phillips took over as senior officer. Brenda had come with me to make sure I was all right. We were interviewed in the charge room. When he realized that we could not assist him with his inquiries, and were not willing to answer any questions except in the presence of our solicitor, Mr. Phillips eventually decided to let us go at 3 o'clock in the morning. Mr. Phillips, although a SID officer, made no attempt to conceal his prejudices. Later, when Alan and Phil were charged, he objected to bail on the grounds that they were hardened anarchists. I gathered that Mr. Phillips, together with most of his colleagues, did not think much of anarchists. Perhaps it was because he could see his job and pension disappearing if the state were made redundant. He agreed to let Mr. Jack get us a car and driver to take us home. Driving out of the station we almost ran over John Reedy, a close friend and comrade. He had walked all the way from Camden Town on hearing of our arrest to see what he could do for us. With friends like that you cannot go far wrong. John lived in an old curiosity shop in Camden Town with his wife Susan, who cherished her lovely antiques and used to hide them from customers who might be tempted to buy them, and their little daughter Emily. The shop took in a good couple of pounds a week, if not more, but they seemed to manage with John doing a bit of furniture removing, until one day the landlords decided that it was too outrageous to have so delectable an area of old Camden history lying around, and they raised the rent to about £60 a week, as being more in keeping with the potential of Camden High Street. After a long legal battle and siege, they threw out the Retief family and vandalized the place so it couldn't be reoccupied, but it was, by a group of squatters who were in 192 and out like a yo-yo. They have now finally been evicted, but Susan's picturesque junk shop long since vanished into limbo. The following day we learned what had happened. The Banco de Bilbao in Covent Garden had been bombed. Apparently a French comrade who was active in the 1st of May group had asked Alan to deliver a package to that branch and push it through the letter box. At the same time he gave Alan a letter to be posted from the 1st of May group, protesting against the fascist repression of the Spanish labor movement. Alan agreed to do the job as a gesture against the Franco regime. The bomb had a short fuse. No innocent people could be injured, as it would go off at a time when the bank was closed and was not powerful enough to injure passers-by. This care to avoid injury, incidentally, was always a mark of the 1st of May group, as it later was of the Angry Brigade. Although clearly this method of protest always carries with it some danger of injury, their prime target was property, not life. Phil's defense was that he went along with Alan chiefly because he was going to town anyway and he did not know about the protest. Next day Brenda and I, together with Ben Bernberg, went along to Bow Street Police Station to be questioned. Most of the questions revolved on whether or not I had known what Alan and Phil were going to do. Mr. Phillips also wanted to know if I was a member of any other political organization besides the Black Cross. Well, I said, inasmuch as I live in the same house where meetings of the Siege of Sydney Street Appreciation Society take place and I help them with duplicating leaflets, I suppose I belong. The Siege of Sydney Street Appreciation Society, interjected Mr. Phillips, in about the tone the chief rabbi might use when hearing about the cult for the beatification of blessed Adolf Hitler. One of the detectives smirked. I have proof of this society, he said, producing a copy of Freedom in which its meetings were listed. They all exchanged significant glances. So you admit to knowing about the explosion beforehand, asked Mr. Phillips. What, the one in Houndsditch? I asked. That was before even you were born. He glared at me. You say you know nothing about this explosion at the bank. 193. And yet you belong to this society, he asked. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Christie, he said after an ominous silence. That will be all for the moment. It was in fact all. I wasn't called upon again by the police in connection with either the Banco de Bilbao or the Houndsditch affair of 1911. However, in the course of the Old Bailey trial Alan was asked by prosecuting counsel if he knew anyone who went around throwing bombs. No, he said. You know Stuart Christie? Yes. As an example of delicate footwork it could hardly have been bettered by a dancing elephant. But the defense counsel omitted to mention perhaps he did not know that the said Stuart Christie was up in the gallery at the time, and if he went around throwing bombs and the court felt it high time that sort of thing was stopped, they had only to call on one of the many policemen gracing the walls and corridors of the said court to apprehend him. After the poor old Siege of Sydney Street Appreciation Society had been brought in yet once more, the counsel for the prosecution suggested that if Alan and Phil were jailed all the woes of the kingdom would cease, but unfortunately for this thesis, a bomb similar in every way to that which exploded in the Banco de Bilbao went off at the Spanish embassy at the very moment the court was in session. The judge bent over backwards to explain to the jury that they had not to hold this against the accused who were in custody at the time, as Grim J. M. Callahan had been adamant that political affiliations were a good enough reason for refusing bail, and in the circumstances the result was surprisingly better than had been expected. Alan changed his plea to guilty and got a 1-year sentence. He had already served a large part of this on remand in custody, so Jim's punishment for socialistic deviance came in handy for him, since the subsequent time he had to spend in the ghastly scrubs was reduced considerably. Phil was given a suspended sentence on condition he cleared out of the flat where he was living, it being thought there were corrupting influences there. Perhaps it was all those policemen. He decided to go back to Wales, which was agreed to with relief by the authorities. They no doubt felt that nobody other than a fervent nationalist could. 194. Go wrong among the hymn-singing labor-voting communist miners who are the end product of years of the great revolutionary Cymric tradition. The attack on the Spanish embassy did not go unnoticed. Soon after the trial I was at home having a meal with Brenda and Albert, who had come to discuss the book we were going to write together, Floodgates of Anarchy. We were talking about how best we could convey the possibilities of a society without repression, when a loud knocking heralded the arrival of Special Branch Detective Inspector David Palmer Hall, and another detective. Apparently both the Spanish embassy and the Spanish tourist office had been bombed the same day. They wanted to know what I knew about it, on the assumption that I would break into tears and say, well, GUV, it's a fair cop, in the manner of Edgar Wallace, or even by heavens, what a fool I've been. In point of fact I'd been in Glasgow that particular weekend. They exchanged suspicious glances. If you didn't have an alibi that was bad, but if you did have one, it was suspicious. The interview was on a courteous basis, the police no doubt being restrained by Meltzer's impressive form comfortably filling my only decent armchair. The rest of us sat precariously on the other rickety bits and pieces that had been thrown in by the landlord to make the flat appear to be furnished. Mr. Palmer Hall didn't even ask to make a search, but his eyes ran lightly around the room, and he commented on the fact that there was an advertisement for pistols in an American magazine lying open on the table. There was also an advert on the same page for shoe salesmen, but no comments were passed about that. We had enough problems trying to get the week's shopping, let alone spending money on Beretta pistols. He finally got round to asking me point blank if I knew beforehand about the double event on the two Iberian institutions. I'm not saying you did anything, he graciously conceded. But I'm sure you could help in letting me know who it was. It could have been an opponent of the regime in Spain, I suggested. He beamed, pleased to find me cooperative. Who would you say it was? I don't know. 195. Is there any significance in the date 4 July? American independence. I know that he was getting irritable. In fact, Mr. Palmer Hall was quite prone to losing his temper at the wrong moment. The first time I saw his was when we'd had a demonstration outside the Spanish embassy. It was a well-attended affair, if you counted the watching policeman. A Black Cross comrade, Pat, had tapped him on the shoulder. He looked around beaming and was beautifully snapped by Pat's camera. He lost his temper on that occasion, demanding to know why he had been recorded for posterity. Pat said he was a tourist. Palmer Hall had refused to believe him and tried to grab the camera. He couldn't. Pat had been pulled back by the restraining hands of others in the crowd. Someone was seen running away from the embassy at breakneck speed, wearing a pair of sand shoes, he went on, adding pointedly, do you own a pair of sand shoes? No. But what an idiotic question, weighed in Albert. Thousands of people in London own a pair of sand shoes. I own sand shoes. If you used them for running around Berkeley Square at breakneck speed once or twice a week we might have some chairs left to sit on, I countered ungratefully. Mr. Palmer Hall failed to take advantage of the rift thus opened up in the opposing ranks, or maybe his bum was getting sore perched on what was virtually a three-legged stool and he got up to go. He didn't look very happy, so I said consolingly, you should be grateful to me, I must keep quite a number of you in work just following me around. He smiled and replied, oh, we have plenty of other things to do, watching the people who cause trouble in industry, for instance. The veteran syndicalist looked up from his armchair quizzically. Employers. At least we sent them out laughing on that occasion. Who in Fairfield Gardens, seeing those two leave, would believe their neighbor had just been visited by political police? As they said goodbye, the other detective said they might be back soon. I'm going on holiday next week, so don't come back too soon, I said. 196. Palmer Hall was all ears. Anywhere nice? Europe. Have a nice trip, he wished me. Not Spain. Not this time. A few weeks later an excited journalist came rushing up to Albert eating in the Albion pub at Ludgate Circus. Is it true that the special branch are looking for Christie over the bombings of the Spanish embassy and tourist office and he's fled the country and taken refuge in Italy? He asked. I was in Italy. What is truth? Asked Albert expressively, waving his arms to the peril of various printers' pints of beer. We had a marvelous holiday in Italy. It was meant as a hitchhiking holiday down to Sardinia, but it turned out to be more of a relay tour. Brenda and I went from one group of comrades to another and everyone was very hospitable. Not only did they put us up, but they made sure that we were transferred from one city to another. It wasn't just my notoriety either. Nothing annoyed me more than that, in the context of the movement. I did not really have many interviews on television and most of them were unsympathetic. Then, to cap it all, Mr. Sarev, an MP, complained about this terrorist Christie hogging so much television space. I much preferred to be known as one of the founders of the anarchist Black Cross than one of the many who didn't manage to kill Franco. The bulletin started by Albert and myself had within months risen in circulation from 50 to 500 and went throughout the world. We were picking up news stories and information from many countries, which were taken up by other anarchist newspapers. In Italy, Giuseppe Pinelli and other comrades from the group Ponte della Gasolfa were hard at work building up the Italian section of the anarchist Black Cross Croce Nera, at which they were very successful. Conditions in Italy were changing rapidly as a result of the rebirth of Italian fascism, confronting as it did the growing radicalization of the Italian workers. Fascism gained a boost from its close relationship with the Greek Secret Service as well as the Mafia, via the Christian Democrats, not to mention its complete penetration, and vice versa, of the Italian police. The Greek colonels felt their position to be insecure following their coup, especially when Greece was expelled from the Council of Europe, and tried to strengthen their position by engineering a 197 right-wing coup in Italy. The American CIA was certainly involved, and many Italian security agents and secret police such as Guida, head of the Milan Questura, and his assistant Luigi Calabresi, had been trained in counterinsurgency techniques in the United States. In the spring of 1969 there were a number of bomb attacks in the north of Italy. It was quite obvious to anyone who knew anything about the anarchist movement that the attacks could have nothing to do with them, as they were directed against premises filled with ordinary people going about their everyday occupations. This was the classic technique of fascism and nationalism. The most notorious example was a bomb which exploded at the Milan Trade Fair, which was followed by a number of similar bomb attacks, including one in the Milan railway station. The right-wing press and the police immediately blamed the anarchists. The police, indeed, did it a bit too soon for credibility, knowing who was to blame almost as soon as the accidents happened, which suggested they knew a wee bit before. A number of anarchists and left-wingers were arrested, including Elaine Vinceleoni, an anarchist woman friend of the publisher Feltrinelli. The Black Cross knew that the anarchists were not involved. We suspected fascists were concerned. Giuseppe Pinelli, in his capacity as secretary, and other comrades in the group, decided to investigate fascist activity and came up with some interesting discoveries. Contacts in the universities turned up the involvement of Greek security agents operating in Milan. The fact was that young fascists were being invited to Greece, ostensibly on a cultural exchange, but in practice to be trained to use terrorism to cause the maximum of panic and disorder, in an attempt to set the stage for a right-wing military junta to take over in Italy. They also discovered that the neo-fascist movement was holding military-style camps throughout Italy to assist in the training of its members. True to political fashion in such a case, they did not merely deny they had them, they accused the anarchists of holding them. The Marxists organized some similar camps in Cuba and in the Arab countries, but such camps were unknown among anarchists. Had they been in existence, my own foray into Spain might have been more successful. Many of our comrades, however, had either had experience in the army or had been 198 trained as partisans during the war and were therefore not entirely unprepared to meet the force of the fascists. There was also a great deal of intersectarian solidarity among the libertarian left, and not all libertarians were too proud to learn from the Marxists the military training they lacked. While we were in Milan, Pinelli told me that there was every possibility of a right-wing coup taking place in Italy in response to the spread of left-wing and trade union militancy. The anarchists were aware of the danger, though not in a position to do much about it at that particular moment. However, they had prepared contingency plans. They were capable of going underground at a moment's notice, and of fighting against the revival of fascism backed by the constitutional police state. This turned out to be the last time I met Giuseppe, who might have been a key figure in that resistance. As it turned out, it was he who prevented the coup, but literally over his dead body. A shadow of the political situation hovered over us even in our sunny, carefree holiday in Sardinia, where we spent 3 weeks with some friends in the Parisian March 22nd group. The Italian carabinieri everywhere had been alerted to the existence of anarchist training camps. As they patrolled the pine forests along the beaches, on behalf of the Forestry Commission, they had been told to look out particularly for one of these. They ran into us while we were swimming and playing on the beach, naked 3 men and 3 women. I was lying back luxuriously to get a tan when I heard something moving about in the bushes behind me. I looked around swiftly to see a machine gun barrel disappearing. I shouted to the others, who ran up from the beach all stark naked, and we peered into the forest. We hadn't much protection against anyone with a gun, but at least we wanted to see them. If they were the famous Sardinian bandits, at least they would be amenable to reason. They wouldn't get much of a ransom for us. In fact, I fear in my own case they might have got from certain quarters an unransom to keep me. In the forest we uncovered 2 red-faced and shamed-looking carabinieri armed to the teeth with Beretta submachine guns and pistols. As we advanced toward them they retreated. They were extremely embarrassed at being surrounded by a mixed nude sextet, until one of them saw the 199 funny side and collapsed in laughter, while his red-faced companion explained that we should not be camping there. We explained by signs, including the Italians, that none of us spoke the language, which had the usual effect of making them speak louder and slower. With a final admonition that we should not start any fires, they left us. I don't think on this occasion my fame had spread before me. They had no idea of our identity except that we were foreigners and obviously not a training camp at all. In other cases comrades had been surrounded on camping holidays in the south of Italy, and troops of carabinieri had surrounded camping parties as innocent as ours. We were camped out on a beautiful beach about 30 kilometers from Nuoro in a pine forest. I had left our tent poles in the boot of a friend's car who drove us to the station. The first night we had to string up our tent with an old pair of braces and weigh the sides down with boulders. The rain came down in buckets and soaked us. We trudged wearily up to the nearby cafe in the morning. The proprietor immediately offered us the use of his villa, free, though he did not know us from Adam. He was typical of the Sardinian people we met. The villa was one he used when working in the mountains, and wasn't far from the beach. He opened the windows to air the place, swept the floors and went out for firewood to light a huge fire. We remained there for the rest of August and well into September. When we ran out of money and had to wire home for some more, we found the post office was on strike. We would have to wait a week. Again the cafe proprietor came to our rescue. He gave us credit on cigarettes, wine, spirits, coffee, food, everything, and this was to people he had never met before. We spent a lot of time with him and his family. The little girl of the house taught Brenda to clean and eat the plentiful cactus food found all around us, and introduced us to the wildlife of the island, which included wild boar. We noticed a lot of crosses and wayside Madonnas, which we thought were grottos for travelers. We asked our host what they were. He said they marked the spot where the paramilitary carabinieri had shot a bandit, or someone they thought was a bandit. Nearby, there was a cross marking the spot where a young boy riding his Vespa home from a party in a neighboring village had been shot down for failing to respond to a military challenge to halt. We ourselves were stopped by the Carabinieri several 200 times, but they waved foreign registered cars through the road blocks. One bandit used to come to the cafe to collect his provisions. Sometimes he stayed for a drink or a game of cards with us. The Carabinieri had been looking for this particular man for some time, always without success. Often they would surround the cafe late at night and mount road blocks around a few buildings in the vicinity. However many times they surrounded it, our newfound friend would always manage to disappear safely in the darkness of the night and make his way back to the shelter of the nearby mountains. The Sardinian bandits are not the murderous rogues the press would have us believe. Mostly they are people who have had to leave their village for some reason or other, most often a petty crime, and seek refuge in the mountains. They are certainly not to be compared with the Sicilian and Calabrian mafia or the Union Corse of neighboring Corsica. The bandit we met was a charming fellow, and much more humane than any policeman I ever met. It is no doubt easy to romanticize the bandits. But they were only journeymen of small-time crime, and none of them did anything that would compromise him in the eyes of his neighbors or former neighbors. Had one of them done so, he would not have survived. We returned to the mainland via Civitavecchia, near Rome, and went directly to Milan on the way back to catch up on the latest developments. Tension was growing over the arrests of the anarchists framed on charges relating to the Milan fair bombing. While we were there, we assisted a number of demonstrations, including one outside the prison of San Vittorio where most of the comrades were being held. Pinelli was convinced that there was a fascist plot behind it, as I have related, and asked me to try to get details in England. Later, when I was home, the London Observer published extracts from a secret document which one of its journalists had obtained. It had been circulated by the Greek government among its embassies. It confirmed the policy of terrorism if the country should be expelled from the Council of Europe. Not all the contents of the document were published in the Observer. As it sounded of interest to the Italian Black Cross in their investigation of the Greek agents and the Italian fascists and police, I obtained a photocopy from that paper of the entire document and forwarded it to Pinelli, who had it translated. The document tied in with their findings, and must have 201 been resented strongly by both Giuda and Calabresi. Shortly after this, a bomb exploded in the Milan Agricultural Bank, killing a large number of innocent people. It was obviously another fascist setup similar to the previous bombings and designed this time to appear as if the anarchists were responsible. Valpreda, a nightclub dancer and anarchist from Rome, had been set up as prime suspect. This was put to Pinelli when he was taken in for questioning on the night of December 16, 1969. The official story was that Pinelli had been so overcome with grief on learning that anarchists had been responsible for the explosions that he had broken loose from his captors and thrown himself out of a conveniently open window on the 4th floor of Milan Police HQ. The police present in the room had been unable to restrain him, and he died in the courtyard far below. In reality, the tough railwayman, ex-partisan, was unlikely to submit to questioning or commit suicide on hearing the police accusation that he or any other anarchists were involved in the provocation. As for his saying, "This is the end of anarchism," that was most unlikely. Those who had stomached the betrayals of the Russian Revolution and the numerous subsequent betrayals of the revolutionary working class movement were unlikely to believe any such assertions from the lips of the political police. It was subsequently proved that he did not jump to his death when an autopsy showed that he was neither dead nor unconscious before he hit the ground. A bruise very much like that caused by a karate blow was found on his neck. No one was brought to trial for his death. Its ramifications have shaken the Italian political scene to this day. Later, Calabresi was killed by an unknown assassin in Milan. It is suspected that his killer was another policeman, and that he was disposed of because he knew too much and because he had become a living embarrassment to the Italian right. Largely thanks to Lotta Continua, an Italian Marxist paper, the refrain that Pinelli was murdered, that Valparaiso was innocent and that Calabrese was a murderer was on everybody's lips. It was billposted, sung, chalked, printed and even heard on occasions coming from the radio. Calabrese gained nothing from the brutal murder of Pinelli but death. But they never learn. Above all, the memory of our comrade Giuseppe Pinelli murdered by the secret police stirred young Italy, and rallied opposition to the aspirations and plots of the fascists and the right wing. 202. I had my usual hassle on returning to England. At Pegwell Bay the special branch officer on duty at immigration control didn't want to let me in. He thought I was lying when I produced my passport in the name of Stuart Christie. I hadn't shaved or washed for several days because we'd lost our luggage on the way back and our plans went awry and looked a bit like one of the great unwashed. This particular officer had been posted to Pegwell Bay the previous year. No one had bothered to inform him that I had grown my hair long in the interim. So far as he was concerned, he wasn't having any hip-looking character turning up at the frontier and claiming my identity. I managed to persuade him that the last person I'd pretend to be, considering my record, was myself. After searching our remaining luggage and making a song and dance over a starting pistol, he let us go in time to miss the last bus. Fortunately, as is not usual on such occasions, he drove us to the railway station some miles away as recompense for the delay. He was even apologetic. The poor man was bored in Pegwell Bay and missed the excitement of political raids, surveillance on trade unionists and so on. Why, out there in the sticks, he couldn't even walk to a left-wing bookshop and buy an anarchist paper. 203. 11. When we got back from Italy, Brenda and I moved to Muswell Hill. The flat in Fairfield Gardens had never recovered from the probing it took the morning they found the dollar bills, and the wind whistled through the mishandled window panes. What finally decided us to move was the fact that when I was in bed the rain always seemed to come in directly on my forehead. Exchanging sides with Brenda made no difference. Anyway, I figured the police would never be able to come around every other night when I'd moved. They would never dream of looking for me on the Colney Hatch side of Muswell Hill. One could not describe the political horizon as looking gloomy. There was really only one word you could use, and that was angry. It was not merely a question of industrial unrest. The middle classes were basking in the constant press propaganda, telling them what a martyred body of people they were, and how wrong it was of others to envy them their many possessions. They felt sorry for themselves, and politically they were told that the views of the middle-aged middle class were really those of every decent person, that they were a beleaguered minority, that pornography was sweeping away their Christian heritage and anarchy menacing the very gnomes in their gardens. This wave of propaganda was having an effect, but it also produced a big backlash. The incredible period of the Brala Brigade had begun. City gents were encouraged to attack railwaymen at a period when the latter were endeavoring to boost their wages by industrial action. This was considered great stuff. The Colney Hatch side of Muswell Hill is the site of a mental hospital similar to Bedlam. The Brala Brigade was the name given by the press to angry middle-class commuters who attacked railwaymen with their umbrellas during the railway slowdowns and strike. 204. Middle-class backlash. The right-wing backlash were heard over and over again. The papers reported it gleefully when railwaymen, usually those still going about their duties, were attacked by rugger-playing stockbrokers. How the name the Angry Brigade came about will probably never be known. The fiction writers and the sycophants who write historical documentaries dressed up as fiction have had a great game trying to slot in the Angry Brigade with the student movement or the middle-class dropout hippies. One fanciful character wrote a fantasy novel called The Angry Brigade, which he pretended was written from tapes of interviews with them which he later burned. Like the press, he pictured the Angry Brigade emanating from the dropout student movement. His anarchists were caricatures even of the caricatures, led by a cowardly Jew, the son of a rich rabbi, who let his girlfriend be beaten up by a special branch gentleman who imagined that this was the way to gain confidence and infiltrate their circle. On top of this, they were all on drugs. I don't know about the author, a certain Alan Burns. he certainly managed to get by on an Arts Council grant which was acknowledged at the front of his book. That way, who needs drugs? I can only say I never met anyone like the characters portrayed in his idiotic novel, nor in those of the many other interpreters of the Angry Brigade. By the beginning of 1970 we had expanded the Black Cross Bulletin to the Black Flag, which served as the organ of the Black Cross and also presented the point of view of the Black Flag group, which under various names had existed for some time. This was essentially the same grouping that had run the Anarcho-Syndicalist Committee since the 50s, as well as various other campaigns. Albert had said when we began to work for political prisoners that if we succeeded in freeing or helping one prisoner our work would be justified, and that the association involved in doing it would help build up a militant movement. We were lucky in that the first prisoner we were able to help to obtain his freedom was Miguel Garcia. It is true that he had served a full 20 years and a day, which was the legal limit for a consecutive sentence in Spain, but that in itself wouldn't have 205 weighed much with the Francoist authorities. They would soon have had him in jail again had he stayed in Spain. I helped to talk him out of the idea of staying once he was free. He felt that at 65 it was too late for him to begin again in a foreign country. Yet he not only came out but plunged into the enormous task of helping the prisoners he had left behind. Had it not been for his help, we could never have built up such a network of aid and solidarity for the prisoners in Spain, nor obtained so much news about them. He knew the jails of Spain like the back of his hand after 22.5 years spent in them. A Spanish prison was the one place where one could be certain of knowing the ins and outs of all the political movements, bar one. The expertise we acquired in helping Spanish prisoners as a result of Miguel Garcia joining us as international secretary made the Caudillo's men more hopping mad than ever with me. Alberola might have acquired the proudest title they had in their honors list, which had been made vacant with the death of Francisco Sabate in I-960 Public Enemy No. 1, but I was certainly dubbed Public Nuisance No. 1, a lower order of chivalry, I believe, but certainly entitling one to a ceremonial guard on state occasions and a high degree of official attention. At that time most of the police raids, the early fishing expeditions which later became notorious, were against the hippie communes and squatters. This was the ploy of first taking repressive action against a minority that can be reckoned to be unpopular, thus ensuring there will be little public opposition, then moving on to the next kill, gradually mounting to the point of joint police and military takeovers of places like Heathrow Airport and perhaps black youth clubs. This gradual process, which leads to the point where the authority is feared for its power, is not an unknown tactic in the task of building a police or fascist state. Then, too, the police could always plead the Drugs Act if they couldn't get warrants from the usually timid police magistrates. In a lot of these raids, if they saw left-wing literature about, they would make solicitous inquiries after me, and I am sure it wasn't for my health. About this time too, there was a reorganization of the provincial police forces to incorporate the drugs squad into the local special branch. I did hear of one occasion when, in the course of a police raid on a house in Hornsey, the police asked the occupant if he knew me. 206. And where I was living at the time. The person looked up brightly and said, "Christie? You really don't know where he is living?" The policeman mumbled something in the negative. "I thought you'd caught him years ago. If he's still around, why not try 10 Rillington Place?" I hasten to add that the previous occupant of that distinguished house was no more a relative of mine than of Agatha Christie's. Not only was he a murderous necrophiliac, he was a card-carrying Tory policeman. They were obviously hopping mad that they couldn't find me at Muswell Hill. But they did know where I worked. One day, in the early part of 1970, I was told by my site manager, who came specially down to the site where I was working as charge hand, that I was wanted at the unit office by the area supervisor. When I went there he told me that he had heard from press company secretary that someone was coming to see me that evening at 5:30. "Is it the special branch?" I asked. "I'm afraid so." I said that I wouldn't speak to them, that it was impudence their coming, especially to see me in the firm's office and on their time. Supposing I'd been an old lag trying to go straight? But finally I agreed to see them at a nearby pub, the Timer Carriage. On my way out I asked one of the fitters if he would come with me as an independent witness. "What is it, Sid?" he asked. "No," I said. "Special branch, the political police." "Look, Stuart," he said, "you're a nice lad, but you've been reading too many bloody James Bond stories. That sort of thing might happen in Russia or Spain. You're being had. Okay, Jim, come and see." Inside the saloon of the timber carriage was the ubiquitous Mr. Creamer, who introduced another officer as Detective Chief Inspector Victor Harris, also of the Special Branch. I told them that I would be making a formal complaint about the visit to the Commissioner of Police and the Home Secretary. "Well, I'm sorry to pull you out of work like this," said Creamer. "But it's an urgent matter and we didn't know where else to find you. We could have avoided all this if you'd only let us know where you were living. The obligation for British subjects to give notice of their 207 change of address had been used as a temporary wartime measure. It was greatly abused, leading to personal blackmail and the endeavor to force people to live where they didn't want to. It had also been a useful stranglehold on militants who could not be compromised in any other way. The police would wait for them to come back from their holidays and then claim they hadn't been living at their home address. So abused did it become that the whole system of the personal identity card was compromised. The conservatives said this sort of thing could only happen in peacetime under socialism, and it would need a Gestapo to enforce it. Now of course they were the most clamorous of all to bring it back again. Conservatism needs a Gestapo too. I was going to walk out after my protest. Jim was looking absolutely astounded. But Harris insisted that he had an important message for me. He was really trying to help, he said, and tried to prove it by offering to pay for our beers. So we ordered double scotches as chasers and listened. The proof of religion is supposed to be shown by the fact that the wildest savage drinks not with the victim into whose breast he means to plunge the sword, as I believe Coleridge pointed out on one occasion. He should have stuck to Ancient Mariners, a fat lot he knew about the British Special Branch. Every word Mr. Harris said to me, together with my replies, was taken down and used later in evidence against me. According to Harris, they had received a tip-off from the Italian police that a Latin commando group was about to arrive in this country in the near future to cause trouble. Latin commandos. The last I heard of was Julius Caesar. They did not want particulars and weren't asking me to assist them, he explained. But they wanted me to pass on to these people through my contacts abroad that Scotland Yard would be waiting for them if and when they did turn up. I was to use my influence to avoid any incidents and arrests. It is just a helpful warning, that's all, he pointed out. Perhaps he believed me to be the latest Grand Master of the Illuminati. It was also a totally mystifying one. Or at least it was to me at the time. Working it out afterwards, it came to me that they were convinced of the conspiracy theory and thought I could be a telephone wire to the revolutionary underground. Anarchists, schmanarchists, what difference? Maybe, too, it was a nice easy get out for them. They could. 208. Say they did their duty in advance by using their sources. As long as I got a shot across my bow, they could say they'd taken every opportunity in their power to prevent whatever happened. I was refused bail for 16 months because of Harris's knowledge of my international contacts. I wrote to our friends in Italy, just in case, but they were quite mystified by the message. On the contrary, they told me that an Englishman with a Scottish name was going around Turin saying he was a friend of mine, and wanted arms and ammunition or would supply it. Soon after, the Italian weekly Oggi reported that a British agent had been responsible for the arrest of a Genos though not anarchist revolutionary group, Gruppo di Azione Partigiano. I certainly resented the use of my name to gain introductions, even though nobody apparently fell for the ploy. As far as the Black Cross was concerned, we couldn't do anything but protest against this police intrusion, if only for the sake of ritual. If someone like me, presumed to be highly alert to political matters and conscious of civil rights, didn't get up and moan, then who would? Albert Meltzer, on behalf of the Black Cross, drew up a statement of all the harassments inflicted on me and sent it to the Home Secretary, Mr. Callahan. Albert was interviewed at length by the legendary independent detectives, two of them to look at each other, who took extensive notes and reported back to the Home Secretary. Mr. Callahan wrote to Albert denying that there was any harassment and said I hadn't made any complaint on that particular occasion, leaving it to be inferred that I had enjoyed it. To emphasize Mr. Callahan's bland, courteous letter, the very day it arrived 6 detectives turned up at Albert's house in his absence, turned everything upside down, left books and papers scattered all over the place, ransacked all his belongings, and left without taking anything or troubling to make an appointment to see him. Outside the house they met his elderly aunt, who asked what they were up to. They wanted to accompany her back to her home, but she protested somewhat incautiously in expression that she had to go and collect drugs for a friend. One of them therefore accompanied her, eagerly, to find she was going to the local chemist to collect the prescription for another elderly lady suffering from cancer. Disappointed, he then went home with her and the 6 turned her room over. No woman police officer 209 was present as they raided her. She was quite terrified to have that mob in her bedroom with her, and they left with the cryptic remark, "I suppose we'll get the usual moan." About this time, too, a number of other people very much in our periphery suffered the indignity of political police raids. They even included a number of business firms whose stock was turned over because they happened to have rooms in the same building whose landlord had let rooms to the Black Cross. One poor Irish bookseller in the basement was so overcome at seeing the police rush in that he shouted, "I paid my rates last week." The photographer on the first floor began protesting immediately as they came in that his nudes were artistic and not pornographic. Knock, indeed, on any door. Meanwhile the police had once again discovered where I was living, and we had to cope with a hysterical landlady who was sure we were up to something. We moved to a flat in Finsbury Park. This was larger and quite convenient, though with the drawback that the landlord, an elderly Welsh supermarket owner, whose sons ran the business, sometimes liked to roam around the properties and had to be thrown out when caught. Miguel, who had been staying with us in Muswell Hill immediately after his arrival from Spain, went to stay with friends in Colchester who had sent him parcels and money via the Black Cross when he was inside. Then he took a flat of his own in Finsbury Park, where he began writing the book on his experiences in Spanish jails, Franco's Prisoner. While Garcia was writing in the summer of 1970, the 1st of May group was revitalizing the resistance in Spain with a series of actions designed to draw the attention of the world to the social, political, and economic repression in Spain, as well as to the plight of its political prisoners, forgotten as they had been for so long. These attacks were organized on an international scale, the main target being Iberia Airlines, the Spanish state airline. Small firebombs were placed on board Iberia aeroplanes at different airports throughout Europe on the same day at approximately the same time. None of these devices were intended to endanger the safety of passengers, nor indeed of the plane itself, something which singularly distinguished them, in the eyes of any intelligent person, from nationalist attacks such as those launched by the Black September Group or on occasion by the IRA. Donald. 210. Lidstone, a senior member of the Home Office Explosives Department at Woolwich Arsenal, described the firebomb as follows: after giving off an intensely hot flame for a second and a half, it then gave off a large amount of black smoke, enough to impair the pilot's vision. None of the aircraft were in the air when the firebombs went off, as all had been notified before departure time of the extra luggage on board. The attacks were a warning of what could be done. The resultant publicity was effective in drawing attention to the plight of Spain's forgotten prisoners, and said to the world that while Franco remained in power, protests would be heard everywhere. The police leaked a little story to the Daily Express, perhaps knowing how grateful they would be for something to help the vendetta against me. The story was that the man responsible was a person readily identifiable as me. Alas, libel actions are merely the rich man's way of getting richer. Had I been Randolph Churchill, I could have walked off with enough money to live without working for the rest of my life. As it was, I carried on gas fitting and issued a statement through Mr. Bernberg denying I was involved. I could not stress it too much, or some other paper would have said I was denouncing the actions of the 1st of May group. I also issued a statement that I would only speak to the police in future in the presence of my solicitor. It was now election time and the surveillance on me grew in leaps and bounds. Press suffered enormously from it. One evening as I left Harrow I noticed a green car following me. Normally I used to cut through the back doubles to get home to Finsbury Park, to avoid the traffic rather than the cloak and dagger men. I knew the roads like the back of my hand, having converted the entire area. I took my followers on a Cook's tour of London, and discovered that I had 3 cars and 2 motorcyclists tailing me. Wherever I went the lambs were sure to follow. Failing to shake them, I eventually slowed down to a mere 15 miles an hour along the Finchley Road, and the police cars followed me like a funeral procession. If I had had a passenger I would have got him to walk along beside the car, hat in hand. At Highgate Hill there was a lot of heavy traffic heading back into London from the L&ML motorway. I pulled out into the right-hand lane and drove down outside the southbound 211 traffic, only pulling into the correct lane when I was forced to by the heavy northbound traffic coming toward me, which prevented the police from overtaking me. Seconds later I was down a side street round Archway and heading for home. I parked the car well away from home and continued to do so until the police finally discovered where I lived. I was still giving my official address as the old office address of the Black Cross. It had given the place up, but I still had a key to the front door and we would call to collect our mail every other day. When the Hare Krishna people round the corner accused us of materialism and neglecting spiritual matters, we pointed out that they had a bloody great office block in the centre of London that cost thousands, negotiated through surveyors, contracted by deeds, and we were by contrast the real ascetics. Our address was pure Maya. The car following trick didn't prove to be Maya at all. The following day when I arrived at work, I noticed a cavalcade of cars in the streets surrounding my sector. I thought at first that it might have something to do with the election. The occupants paraded past my van at different intervals. I told my shop steward and supervisor about the previous night and the surveillance that was going on at that moment. This time there were 6 different cars together with 2 motorcyclists. It seemed to my foreman, Gary, that I was being paranoid. To convince him I suggested that we swap cars for the night. Since it was Monday and the sector was not a particularly difficult one, I got off early and managed to get away without being spotted by the waiting column of undercover cars. Gary drove back to the yard in my car and then went to a pub. Much to his surprise he found that he was being followed. This time the procession was tailing him. They all waited outside the pub, and then outside the Chinese restaurant where he went next, until he finally went home at 1 in the morning. For 3 weeks after that I was up to every trick ever seen in a B film, lying on the floor of the firm's van while someone else drove me to my car parked in a helpful lady's garage 4 or 5 miles away, having fast car chases down the North Circular Road and so on. Every converto on my sector knew that the strange men sitting in their cars around my van were policemen. They liked to go up to them every so often and say, "Excuse me, officer, have 212. You the time please?" They had the time all right. What they never got was the opportunity. They even brought in a van with one-way windows and observation vents side and top. We turned our van round so they could only see our rear. Even so, all they could have learned was how to convert gas appliances. It may seem incredible to the skilled reporter, though readily acceptable to the general reader, that the Spanish resistance did not have plans to blow up Harrow School, and had no reason to contact me at William Press Conversion Van. This may have been ascertained by the special branch. If so, it took them a fortnight, involving a tremendous cost in time, energy, manpower, and money. I had become a huge investment for somebody in the special branch. If I were to go free, somebody's charisma was going to suffer an awful dent, not to mention the queries there would be over the budget for so-called secret work. And still nobody arrested me. When they eventually found out where I lived, after a fortnight's effort, they made a raid on my flat early one morning after I had gone to work. Having watched me leave the house at 6, they sent a woman to ring the doorbell. Brenda, who was still in bed at the time, went to the window and looked out to see who it was. "Please, Brenda, let me in, it's urgent, I'm in terrible trouble. I want to see Stuart." Brenda threw on her dressing gown and rushed downstairs to open the door. As she did, she was pushed roughly to one side by a dozen male detectives who had been hiding round the corner. "Check and recheck the warrants of police," states a current police circular to people bothered by phony policemen. "I'm not sure I wouldn't rather have one of them than a real one, but in any case, people don't usually get much chance." They dragged Brenda up the stairs and ran straight into the flat, ransacking our belongings, smashing open doors and cupboards, including the electric meter. Brenda protested. "What are you worrying about, love?" jeered one Scottish thug. "You're not going to see the fucking thing for 20 years. They tossed the furniture about, threw books and papers, and sniggered as they rummaged around and held up Brenda's underwear. Poor Mrs. Whitehouse complains that highly paid strippers putting on a professional act are obscene. It was much more obscene making a woman go through it unwillingly. They didn't even allow Brenda to get dressed in. 213. Private but stood watching while she did so, the woman detective having disappeared at this juncture. They even stood at the open door when she went to the toilet. At one point Brenda did manage to get to a phone and rang her friend Vaz. "It's me, Bran, help," was as far as she got. They slammed the phone down. Within a few minutes Vaz had rushed down to the house by car. As she drew up outside the flat, Bran shouted through the open window that she was being raided and Vaz should call Bernberg. She had hardly finished when the previously mentioned Glasgow thug, who needs to look up a nice hacienda in Brazil in case of a British Revolution, slammed the window down on her hand and threw her across the room. Vaz was rushing up the stairs, but they wouldn't let her speak to Brenda. In fact, she discovered there was a warrant for her house, too, where they later managed to smash a few of her best pieces of furniture. Our neighbors up the stairs had heard the commotion as well and came down to investigate. One of them, Peter, thought we were being raided by gangsters when he saw all the men and Bran looking upset. He wasn't too far off the mark. "Are you all right, Bran?" he asked. The woman detective grabbed Brenda by the arm and led her into the other room as the police officer in charge produced a warrant card. "She's in a lot of trouble," he said. "I don't give a damn about that," Peter said. "I like the girl and you've been terrorizing her. I want to see what's going to happen." The detective told Peter to go up the stairs and not to leave the house. "As you've witnessed us in the middle of a raid, you've put us in a spot. We can't let you leave in case you contact anyone. Have you a telephone?" "No." The Glasgow thug waved his fist in Peter's face. "You stay out of this, boy, right?" How insulting the word boy can sound on the right lips. This man was doing his best to show the iron fist. The two cats, Little Fire and Big Brimstone, came through the back window to be fed. Finding the house full of strangers, Fire, with her usual lack of perception, took this fellow citizen of mine for a human being and tried to jump on his lap. She received a vicious kick for her pains. He must have felt every inch a Humphrey Bogart at the time. 214. When Peter went up the stairs, they followed him and nearly went berserk when they saw a telephone. But it had been disconnected long since. Val, Pete's wife, took Brenda down a cup of tea, but they refused to let her have it. Finally Brenda was taken to West Drayton Police Station, where they kept her in solitary confinement for most of the day, trying to pressure her into making a confession implicating me. They may order these things more efficiently abroad, but it is merely a question of degree. She was treated so brutally by her interrogators that even the woman detective began to feel sorry for her. Finally, Brenda managed to get in touch with her solicitor, who had not been able to discover where she had been taken, let alone why. Late in the afternoon a breathless representative from Bernberg's office arrived. They then let Brenda go. No charge was made against her. All they were trying to do was force her through fear to make some sort of statement against me. Harassment. The Home Office could not accept such an allegation against police officers doing their duty. Humiliation. There was a woman police officer present. Ill treatment. That was going altogether too far. Unlawful arrest. The lady had merely been asked to accompany the officers to the station for questioning. My Spanish friends, reading this, will think I have come to an anticlimax. What if Brenda had been taken by the Brigada Politico-Social? By the Gestapo, by the OGPU, by the Greek Juntas police? But it is no consolation when you break your leg to be told that you might have had cancer instead. A few days later the detective Inspector Wheeler, who had led the raid, told Bernberg that he would like to interview me. We had a round-table conference in the solicitor's office, with Bren and I at one side of the room and the two police officers on the other. We are investigating a bomb that was placed on Iberia Flight 423 at London Airport on May 10, 1970. Do you know anything about it? Only what I read in the papers. Did I know anyone at a certain address in Fulham? I didn't. Did I know they had searched my premises? I did. I had come back that night after work to see Bren sitting in a friend's car and the friend ringing the bell of the flat. I had crept up behind Bren, stuck my forefinger in her back like a gun and cried boo. I didn't. 215. No, she was in a state of near nervous collapse, she nearly passed out. We found nothing positive from the examination to connect you with the incident, but in your living room we found a live 7.65 caliber bullet. They had gone as far as vacuum cleaning the flat. The bullet was a souvenir like a number of others floating around London. If they claimed it was illegal, I would disclaim right of ownership. Everyone was then happy. I little knew another point was being stored up for the future. Why do you have these fuses in the house? They are cold weather fuses for our diesel generators. We use them when it is too cold to start them by hand. It was then agreed they would return all the papers and documents they had removed from the flat, only hanging on to the bullet. I took the opportunity of complaining about the behavior of Wheeler's officers, and that of the Glasgow thug in particular. Tolerant smiles. Why, they weren't even going to charge me, and there I was complaining like Oliver Twist before the Beatles. They didn't even state what the crime was I wasn't being charged with. But it was made very clear that my political views made me persona non grata. Mr. Creamer underlined this in one of his many visits to John Retief. He visited John Retief so frequently for the same reason that people climb Everest, because it's there. John was easy to get at in Susan's antique shop. Creamer just popped in and suggested a game of chess. This was one of his specialties. He had played against the best of them, including the Russian spy Gordon Lonsdale, on the afternoon of his arrest. He explained to John that the police really had nothing against me except my libertarian views. I don't think myself the anarchists are as black as they're painted, he said between pondering over a bishop and a castle. I think they are honorable, idealistic, and reasonable people, but the sort of things that are going on are giving them a bad name in the view of people higher up. He pronounced higher up as though he did not share this view at all. Creamer showed his defiance by sitting down at a chess table with John Retief and chatting to him about people John knew in Hungary, which he had left behind years ago, including his mother, the equivalent of a publican handing out free drinks from stock. 216. That the anarchists were not regarded in high esteem by people higher up was really no more surprising than learning of the bad name the National Secular Society used to get, in the days before dialogue, in Vatican circles. However, I still seemed to have the worst name of the lot. Our flat was now under regular surveillance. I used to invite photographer friends around to take pictures of the watchers. If the invitation was issued over the phone, they vanished. Once I phoned the local police to say there was a suspicious-looking car outside. It looked as if they were going to raid the Indian greengrocer on the corner. The characters in the car looked as bad a bunch of villains as I've seen. A patrol car came chasing round only to go away sheepishly when they learned the identity of the villains. The week after the interview with Wheeler, I had a call from Commander Dix of X Division, which included Heathrow Airport. "Ah, Mr. Christie, my name is Commander Dix and I'd like to have a wee word with you as a man of the world and a fellow Glaswegian." An excellent recommendation this was, bearing in mind my other compatriot who had assaulted Brenda. Despite its civic motto, a lot flourished in Glasgow beyond the preaching of the word. We're both men of the world and I think we can understand each other. Anyway, I have a crystal ball in front of me and it tells me that tomorrow I'm going to get some funny telephone calls here. Just a wee word of advice: I don't like my time being wasted, nor do I like the time of my men being wasted. I don't like my wife being beaten up by the thugs you employ either. You'd better look in your wee crystal ball to find out what lies you will be telling to the Commissioner of Police when my complaint goes through. I never did find out about the funny telephone calls. Commander Dix, like so many other policemen, was a victim of rightist propaganda. Just as for the left all reactionaries were fascists, for them all revolutionaries were anarchists. If journalists could not distinguish between nationalists, Marxists, Republicans, and anarchists, how could one expect policemen to? Meanwhile, there were more attacks by the 1st of May group against the Franco regime. These were attributed to us and attracted a lot more attention to the Black Cross. But it was 217. Like the famous story of the man pushing an empty wheelbarrow out of the factory each day. No matter how closely they watched him, they never found anything. It never occurred to them that what he was stealing was wheelbarrows. They watched us, and harassed us a great deal. They bullied us in the belief that they would in the end find explosives destined for Spain. They were sure the relief work for Spanish prisoners was only a front. But of course it was the relief work for prisoners in Spain which came to a crescendo with the unique knowledge of Spain's political prisons and politics possessed by Miguel Garcia that raised their morale, internationalized the struggle, and led it to a greater burst of activity against the regime. As a result, members of the resistance were fighting back with renewed confidence throughout Spain. Attempts to persecute them in France and finally drive them out of action altogether led to total disaster as far as the police were concerned. Because life was made impossible for them in France, they were driven to take up their bases in Spain itself, which was just about the last thing the police wanted. They struck out again at Francoist institutions in different parts of Europe. In London they attacked the offices of Iberia Airlines just after midnight. Again I received a request afterwards from the police for an interview, chaired by Ben Bernberg. This time it was Detective Inspector McAdam with Detective Sergeant Jessico as his scribe. The usual pattern followed. "Was it you?" No, a latent sense of humor made me think what a wonderful effect I would have if I said yes. However, I controlled the impulse and McAdam went on. "A letter was received at the Times 2 or 3 days after the incident purporting to come from the 1st of May group and claiming responsibility. Can you tell me anything about that? I understand them to be opposed to the present regime in Spain." I cannot think why this perfectly true answer annoyed him. Soon after this interview I went to Brussels. Albert was going anyway, and the publisher of Floodgates of Anarchy had arranged an interview on Belgian radio for us. We went with a friend, catching the boat at the last minute, because the starter motor of the car had broken down and we had to push the bloody thing on board the boat. It was a long weekend. Most of it was 218. Spent trying to get Albert's car on the road. If we weren't pushing it, we were trying to make it stop. The political tension at home was building up above all the working class resentment at the right-wing backlash. The party of law and order thought it had all before it. The harassments I experienced were only the tip of the iceberg I saw. The new conservative government thought it had a divine right to confrontation. It was pressing for laws against the workers, who were no longer held back by considerations which prevailed when the Labour Party was in office. More and more in the press we heard stories of the righteous indignation of the silent majority and the violent antics of the Brawler Brigade. The main concern of the police at that time was that resistance to state violence should not percolate from the Spanish resistance into the general youth movement of the Western world. They saw this as a bacillus which can infect a whole nation, as one security chief put it. They regarded me as the ambassador of the latter to the former. But it was already at that stage obvious that violence was going to percolate the left youth movements not from libertarian sources at all, but from nationalist and Marxist ones. Above all in Belfast, the escalation of violence followed traditional patriotic and religious lines. That type of senseless nationalism had a greater appeal for the left than the confrontation of fighters for freedom with the state. Yet too much was staked on me for the police to let me go lightly. David Palmer Hall called for another interview with me, this time in company of Detective Sergeant Balma of the Special Branch. They were parading before me one after the other as if I were a minister of police. I could close my eyes at night and see them jumping over fences. Ever persistent, ever in the background, was the cadaverous Sergeant Creamer, who was beginning to fancy himself as Inspector Javert to my Jean Valjean. He was one of the first people to buy Floodgates of Anarchy. I believed he queued up to be first at Collett's bookshop to get it. Palmer Hall had certainly read it. He produced a well-thumbed copy from his executive briefcase and it fell open at one page in particular. Obviously he'd been spending a lot of sleepless nights over that chapter. He wanted to question me on some passages. I did not fancy having to debate with him and answering questions about marked passages taken out of 219. Context. I told him he could discuss it with my co-author if he wanted. Albert had had lots of experience in dealing with awkward questioners from the floor. He went on to question me about what I knew about bombs that went off on Sunday, September 27, at Heathrow, Le Bourget and Le Touquois. Nothing. Did I have a car? I had the use of Mr. Meltzer's Corsair. He tactfully didn't ask me if I had a license to drive it. As a matter of fact, he knew quite well I didn't have one at the time. Why did I go to Brussels? He quoted one or two incidents in Belgium. I did not know the people I met there well enough to put names to their faces, nor did I know where they lived. Did I remember the night of 29 to 30 August 1970, a Friday night? Did I know Roehampton area? I didn't, and in fact I wasn't quite certain where Roehampton was. How about 7 to 8 September 1970? I didn't keep a diary. There was an explosion that night in the southwest area. These things happen all the time. What do the names The Wild Bunch and Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid mean to you? Films. The interview ended with my informing him that, like Frank Sinatra, this was the last one I would give. Already press were complaining that I spent more time being interviewed by police than I did working. In future they would have to charge me with something. However, they saw Albert and asked him about the trip to Brussels. Is it a coincidence that a few weeks after your last trip to Brussels a series of bombing incidents took place? A few weeks after my first trip to Brussels the Second World War broke out, but as far as one knows there was no direct connection. Dealing with awkward customers from the platform. At one time he even wrote scripts for music hall comics. He was in great form. Palmer Hall produced his piece de resistance, page 144 of Floodgates of Anarchy. Do you believe in violence? This was the moment Albert had probably been waiting 30-odd years for. Of course not, but what would you do if someone tried to rape your sister? David Palmer Hall gasped. What an extraordinary question. How could I possibly? 220. Know what I would do in a situation like that? I've no idea how I would react. The interview ended with a plea from Mr. Palmer Hall to Mr. Meltzer to try to cool these matters, use your influence to see that nobody gets hurt. What matters? He referred to Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid and the Wild Bunch. Who were they? Apparently they were names given by people who had been using explosives. Someone had attacked the Roehampton home of Sir John Waldron, Commissioner of the Metropolitan Police. But he had kept it secret for months. This was not a case which the press could be allowed to publicize. Sir John, like his Falstaffian namesake, wanted to play that one cool. There had also been an attack on the Tory Attorney General, Sir Peter Rawlinson. Who were Butch Cassidy and the Wild Bunch? They were names given in jest. They were the Angry Brigade. Very soon that too would get its official baptism. 221. The Labour government was overthrown in 1970 after its disastrous in place of strife policy had brought it into conflict with the labour movement itself. Ever since the middle-class Fabians had seized control of the labour movement and turned it gradually into a bourgeois state socialist outfit, the rift had been there. But it had been successfully concealed many times. Now at last the illusion was shattered. The enthusiastic radicals nowadays did not turn to labor politics, the enthusiastic careerist had made it his home, and only the Trotskyists kept it alive among the youth in the hopes that they might succeed the Fabians to leadership. So great was the hatred for the Tories that some negative support remained for the Labour Party. Where some idiotic excuse could be found for espousing another candidate, a Liberal for those with no sense of history, or a Scottish or Welsh nationalist for those with too much, some odd votes could be relied on. But the parliamentary system was slithering in its own mess. Because the Labour Party was defeated, the Tories thought they had a famous victory, the country was behind them. They entered into 4 years of confrontation with the labour movement, picking up the dagger that the Labour Party had fashioned and been afraid to use. When at last the sailor Prime Minister, Heath, went to the country again, he found to his surprise that it did not support him at all, it had merely been fed up with the Labour Party. Conservative journalist Peregrine Worsthorne later remarked that his mistake might have led to civil war. It came as a surprise to journalists to realize that the long confrontation with the workers was nearing such a pitch. It was these undercurrents of civil war which were troubling the security services, in particular the Special Branch. 222. They were led to postulate a conspiracy because of their political philosophy. It was obvious to them that there was none in Moscow in this time of détente. The communist trade union leaders had sold out like the rest. There was no possibility of Moscow gold being involved, and no Maoist conspiracy either, since they were very keen on flowering rifles. This was a working-class movement, not a middle-class one, where no Maoist is student-led. Thus it had to be an anarchist conspiracy. The moment they heard the word anarchism they thought of me. One paper said I was the best no anarchist since Peter the Painter. Was he indeed an anarchist? It may be. If the press thought I was better known than Peter Kropotkin or Errico Malatesta, who had lived in London meanwhile, the police had no doubts I was the leader. I recall one of my friends reading it aloud to me from one of the many references, when the anarchist leader gets down to forming his anarchist government, we'll all celebrate on kosher ham, he chortled. I knew the signs of political discontent no better nor worse than anyone else with my background. The attacks on government buildings and institutions were undoubtedly a reaction first of all against years of frustration with representative democracy, and then the taking over of political radicalism by the footling CND, which almost ended working-class direct action, replacing it with the nonviolent clowning of students and professional people. This had absorbed politics. It was on its way out. There was a reaction from one extreme to another, particularly as many of those who had gone through the Committee of 100 had become much more politicist. Nothing was more conducive to an all-out confrontation than the attack on the trade union movement, which was still, with all its acknowledged faults, the sacred cow of the British workers. It is doubtful if the major capitalists interested in profit wanted so headlong a clash. They knew from their own experience how much safer and easier it was to buy trade union leaders and to incorporate them into the establishment. The new Tory government was, however, largely composed of men who not only had never done a day's work in their lives, but for the most part had only an academic knowledge of business. They were a new trend in government, not the profit-making capitalists, but the 223 people who lectured on the need for profit-making capitalism. Consequently, they thought out the easy solution: attack the militants, what they called the far left. But the trade union leaders realized only too well the principle so well established in Nazi Germany, that if everyone to your left is shot or neutralized, then at the finish you find that you are dangerously near the extreme left. They had their conflicts with the shop floor all right, but it was they who bore the brunt in any conflict. What would happen if they no longer existed? The Industrial Relations Act was supposed to be directed against the people the trade union bureaucracy could not control. But they too had their ways of buying people over, that had worked well enough for them. They preferred to go along with the clamor against the act that arose naturally from the militants. Thus one was faced with what seemed a united working class movement against the Industrial Relations Act, from one extreme to another. Superficially, there was a complete class confrontation, and the first demonstration against the bill was marked by massive turnouts throughout the industrial centers of Britain. The massive demonstrations on January 12, 1970 were an open declaration of class war against Robert Carr's Industrial Relations Act. That may not have been the intention of the labor and communist politicians who tried to run a little way in front of the crowd, giving the impression they were leading it, an easy enough process. Nevertheless, it was taken as such by a large number of trade unionists, and by an overwhelming number of young militants, who welcomed a showdown with the Tory government. They knew the bill was the cornerstone of the corporate state. They saw the repression of militancy directed specifically against themselves. For the older trade unionists or for their politicist student contemporaries, this was a matter for loud protest. For them it was a matter for action. At a few minutes after 10 that evening, the home of the Minister for Employment, Mr. Robert Carr, in the select area of Hadley Green, Barnet, North London, was ripped by two powerful bomb blasts. No senior police officer from the Metropolitan Police HQ in Scotland Yard was available that night. They were all at the pictures with their wives, watching the filmed version of my Tory namesake's brutal murders at his home in 10 Rillington Place. The only man available was the newly appointed head of the 224 Barnet Police Area, Detective Chief Superintendent Roy Habershon. Mr. Habershon's first reaction when he surveyed the damage to the large comfortable home of the Employment Secretary was that this was a case of attempted murder against a cabinet minister. This type of overreaction clung to Mr. Habershon for long after that evening, and made him a bogeyman of the left for some time. His patriotic sensibilities were aroused. He could not imagine anyone audacious enough to attack a divinely appointed cabinet minister, until one of his advisers in the special branch explained anarchism to him, the Daily Mail version. Who was responsible? All through that evening and into the following day, television and the press reported who was not responsible, as one after another of those who claimed to be leading the attack on Mr. Carr queued up to deny it. Someone went so far as to say that no trade unionist could have had anything to do with it. The far left was especially embittered. Had it happened in Bolivia they could have taken some of the credit, but not in Barnet. The heroism displayed in Bolivia became reckless adventurism in Barnet. If they took credit, they marked themselves for attack. So they attacked the whole thing. It was done by fascists. It was even said by one crazy person that it was engineered by Mr. Carr himself, and compared with the Reichstag burning. I had been working in North Ruislip that day. I started work at Ruislip at 8 in the morning and remained there the whole day until conversion was completed shortly after 9 that night. It was a difficult sector and we had nothing but problems the whole day. Just as we were cleaning up to go home, one of the new converters came up and told me he was having trouble with his cooker. There was a gas leak and he couldn't get the cooker together again. I went into the house with him and helped put it back into one piece and test it. It was still leaking. We had to strip it down again to find the leak and then rebuild it. When we finished, shortly after 9, I discovered my car wouldn't start. I hooted to the van to stop and some of my mates jumped out to give me a push start. I got home a few minutes after 10. Brenda had already prepared dinner. I was sitting down to it gratefully when there was a news flash on the television saying that a bomb had exploded at the home of Robert Carr. 225. Serves him right, I said. Who do you think will get the blame, said Brenda. I nearly choked. Our upstairs neighbors Pete and Val came down later to share a few bottles of cider and asked if we had heard the news flash. Oh well, maybe you won't be the fall guy, said Pete. They only blame you for Spanish affairs. The following morning the press announced that a letter had been sent to the Times, postmarked Barnet, claiming responsibility for the explosion. The letter said, Robert Carr got it tonight. We're getting closer. It was signed Communique 4, the Angry Brigade. The name neatly fitted into the conspiracy theory. The Angry Brigade. No doubt with brigadiers, colonels, adjutants, majors, captains, NCOs and soldiers, all angry. A sort of red IRA. A tightly knit body of conspirators with a carefully prepared military plan, probably with a secret HQ, funds from abroad. All that was to be seriously stated, right down to the paranoid imaginings that it might be connected with the IRA, the UDA, the Palestinians, the Stern Gang, the Basque nationalists, the Ustashi, and anyone else who posed a threat of individual action, a potpourri of dissent. In retrospect, what was loosely and accidentally called the Angry Brigade probably had its baptism of fire on August 30th of the previous year when the Commissioner of Police, Sir John Waldron, was bombed at his home in Putney. There does not seem to have been a previous period in known history when such a parcel of poltroons were at the head of a nation, someone said at the time. Sir John Falstaff was right to protect his own home. He saw no necessity for imposing such strict restrictions when a mere cabinet minister was affected. In any case, this time the press found out too soon. Now, of course, I understood why Palmer Hall had been asking what seemed irrelevant questions when allegedly talking about Heathrow and other European airports. He had made references to Roehampton and the West End which had nothing to do with Heathrow. A week after Waldron had been hit, the Attorney General, Sir Peter Rawlinson, was also bombed. He, too, had been successful in suppressing the news. One can understand what Carr was bitter about. This was where Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid came in, to be followed shortly after by the Wild Ones. Albert had also been asked why people 226 would use those names when carrying out outrages. What names should they use? Their own, he replied. Before Carr's house was bombed, nobody had heard of the Angry Brigade. Now, overnight, it had become headline news and every pundit had his own explanation of its origin. Not unnaturally, one of the favorite fishing grounds for the police were the hippie communes, particularly those around Notting Hill. These communards had little influence, though no doubt by way of unofficial taxes levied by the mafia on drugs, they played an important part in the economy of the police state. When the police had nothing better to do, they went raiding them. It was easy enough, since they didn't even need a warrant under the Drugs Act. During a search in one squat in North London, a squatter asked the police what they were looking for. "You are believed to be organizing a bomb factory," the policeman said tersely. The squatter looked at him with disdain. "A bomb factory," he exclaimed. "You must be joking. We can't even organize a clean pair of socks." Habershon for a long time believed that the communes and squats were the anarchist movement. Some of the evidence in the subsequent trials sounds unbelievable. For years Tory canvassers had been told not to waste time electioneering at houses which had untidy front gardens since, they're probably socialist. Now they were dealing with extremists. These people didn't even have doors on their lavatories. As the Angry Brigade sprang like Athene fully armed out of the mind of her creator, it became necessary for the pundits to check up on its pedigree. Communique 4 of the Angry Brigade may have seemed just a good joke at the time, much like Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. While the latter sounded flippant, the former was taken at its full face value. Why had Communiques 1 to 3 been suppressed? There had been the attacks on Waldron and Rawlinson, over which their embarrassment had been spared. But there had been other attacks, not previously thought of as attributable to the Angry Brigade. On December 3, at a time when international demonstrations of solidarity with 6 Basque nationalists on trial in Franco's courts were taking place, the Spanish embassy in London was machine-gunned. That building had certainly taken a hammering during its 25-year occupancy. But it was then, apparently, that the first 227 communique of the Angry Brigade was issued, saying briefly, "Fascism and oppression will be smashed. Embassies, high pigs, spectacles, judges, property." It was sent to it, the underground newspaper. But the brigade did not claim responsibility until after the event, nor did it subsequently seem that it was the same people who attacked Carr. Nevertheless, in retrospect, here was a case history of the Angry Brigade, ready to pick up and embellish. A few days later, the headquarters of the Department of Employment and Productivity in St. James Square, London, was bombed. The police had received a warning and searched the place thoroughly from top to bottom. No sooner had they left than the bomb exploded. This was clearly in response to the threat of the coming Industrial Relations Bill. It provided, again in retrospect, a link in the conspiracy theory. Yet no real claims were made. After something has been done, anyone can make a claim by telephone, of course. The Angry Brigade could not be judged in those terms. It was not elitist because it remained anonymous. It made no bid or claim to leadership. It let its actions speak for themselves. The professional interpreters, needless to say, over-interpreted. Had they half the knowledge they pretended to have, they could have known that those who feel so strongly on the subject of beauty competitions and those who feel so strongly on the subject of muzzling trade unionism that they will resort to violent acts, are not necessarily the same people, are not even probably the same people. This realization, however, would have killed the conspiracy theory. Everyone who worked with me at press the morning after the car bombing was full of jokes about the previous night's bombing. After the long expensive comedy of surrounding the gasboard yard where we worked with athletic-looking types in trendy jeans or smart but casual blue mohair suits sitting together in cars, it did seem a little like a long odds starter coming rattling up the field at the last minute. Everyone assured me that I'd be done over so merrily that I came to think of it as a joke myself. I didn't think so when I later heard that Mr. Habershon was to be assisted in finding the bombers, soon to be described as Public Enemy No. 1, by David Palmer Hall and the ubiquitous Roy Creamer, the yard's dialectician, who was carefully explaining to everyone from the police commissioner downwards that they were not now dealing with ordinary criminals but with a different breed of animal altogether. 228. Policemen and criminals have always shared common aspirations and respected authority, even when they ran afoul of it. Firecrackers outside the doors of people living in the sheltered halls of the courts were obviously only meant as a warning. But few in the police force could see what they needed to be warned about. Surely judges must be the highest representatives of justice? No doubt criminals sometimes wanted revenge, but what sort of political theory was it that said that judges were criminals themselves? A century of anarchist thought had passed them by. After all, even the Soviet Union had judges and secret police worse than us, too, they comforted themselves. The horror felt by the police was soon passed on to the press, not the most independent-minded in the world. They expressed due disgust and loathing at the enormity of the crime, quite the worst they had ever heard of. To frighten a cabinet minister was far worse than the routine murders, poisonings and racialist firebomb attacks on immigrant families they normally dealt with, whereas mass murders were not crimes at all but the highest patriotism. The Daily Mirror announced they would pay a reward of £10,000 to the person who gave information which would lead to the arrest of the culprits. The latter were assisted by the Beaverbrook Press, mindful of its old vendetta, which supplied helpful clues as to the identity of the person concerned. The Evening Standard of January 14 identified the man the police were looking for as a young Scottish anarchist, experienced in explosives, who had been imprisoned in Spain. Who could they have meant? The national press took it up with glee. The Express led the tally-ho. Car bombs, hunt for Scott headlined the Scottish Daily Express. It could hardly be me they meant. I was, for the first time, working unmolested 12 hours a day in Ruislip converting gas cookers and other sundry appliances. I wasn't the only Scottish anarchist, as the Beaverbrook Press would have been quick to assure a court had I come in the bracket of persons wealthy enough to sustain a libel action. And Spain had lots of anarchist prisoners, though admittedly the Scottish ones might be a little thin on the ground, but again, what reputation did I have to lose anyway? 229. Nationwide police checks were being made last night to flush out a known bomb anarchist, a Scot in his early 20s whom the special branch have put at the top of their wanted list in connection with the double bombing of Employment Minister, Mr. Robert Carr. Suspect number 1, who has haunts in Glasgow and London, is thought to have been behind a bomb blast at the London offices of the Spanish Iberia Airlines last August, and also the planting of a device it did not explode on an Iberia airliner at Heathrow haunts. Did they think I was a ghost? The mysterious Scot was dealt with at great length all week. He was the mastermind able to command private planes and unlimited private funds. Once the Times dreamed that one up, the others copied it. The Christie hunting industry grew of its own accord. While the police were searching for this mysterious Scot with his private planes and unlimited funds, the long line of Hillman hunters and motorcycles disappeared from press base at Harrow, and there was no further watch at Finsbury Park. They could hardly watch for me where I was if they were giving out the story that I was missing. So convincing were the police that journalists could not believe their own ears and eyes. Albert's long hours were different from mine. Sometimes I popped in at the back door of the sketch where he worked to see him. We would go off for a drink during his break to discuss the next issue of Black Flag, or the correspondence of the Black Cross. I had got to know several of the people he was working with at the sketch, though I did not know any of the journalists. Its political correspondent, Miss Maureen Thomason, had attended one of these chatty police/press briefings. She told Albert one day that the police were looking for me. Did he know where I was? In fact, I had only just gone out the door. She was incredulous. The others agreed. She could hardly, as a trained journalist with an NUJ card, be expected to take the words of a few Nitsopa * people against the briefing of Police HQ. So the sketch, too, echoed the story. One of the very few people who'd seen me passing through, took the copy about the missing Scot with just a cryptic note beneath to the subs, as given. Nitsopa is a British printers' union. 230. Of course, there was still no name given to the mysterious Scot, in deference to the law of libel. But the height of insolence came that week, when there was a reward of £20,000 offered by a national newspaper for anyone who could trace the whereabouts of the Nazi mass murderer Dr. Mengele, thought to be somewhere in the Paraguayan jungle, protected by SS men and the Paraguayan police. The mysterious Scot was put on a PAR with the vicious poisoner and mass exterminator. On a PAR? To get the Scot you only had to follow up the Beaverbrook clues and look him up in the phone book. On the other hand, to get Dr. Mengele you had first to get to South America, travel through swamp-infested jungles, face dangerous insects, animals, and people, then having escaped disease and sudden death, and found a camp, overpower the muzzles of his well-armed bodyguard. Then, defying the power and majesty of the Paraguayan courts, police, army and air force, you had to get him safely across the world to Israel. There were a lot easier ways to earn £20,000. What do you do when you find the entire press is screaming for your blood? Even inciting to perjury? The rich have an answer in libel laws. I decided to play it cool and come back with my own counterstroke. It was apparent that the police and security services were being well and truly told off by the government. What were things coming to if its members could be held personally responsible for what they did? Governments were there to attack people, but if people were going to attack ministers, well, as the Prime Minister of the day probably said, "Niao really." Honors and perhaps even promotion chances were shaking visibly in the breeze. As the press put it, members of the angry brigade were to be flushed out and prosecuted as soon as possible. I now occupied the proud position of public enemy number 1 in Britain, as well as public nuisance number 1 in Spain. The former title was obviously going to entitle me to a great deal more state attention than I had received even up to the present. Scotland Yard and security officials are becoming increasingly embarrassed and annoyed by the activities of the angry brigade, said the Times. They cannot now be dismissed as a group of cranks. Some senior officers credit the group with a degree of professional skill that has seldom been experienced. No doubt the police were embarrassed. While the angry brigade could not be dismissed as a group of cranks, it did not follow that. 231. They were a group of non-cranks. It did not follow that the various incidents were related at all. The left-wing pundits began to find contradictions in the brigade's manifestos. It never occurred to them that anyone could write manifestos after the event. The different people who did different things were not meeting to discuss manifestos. Had they been, they would not have been so elusive. It was typical of the police to talk of professional skills. Professional in what? Is there a way you can earn your living by putting the wind-up cabinet ministers? Professional dynamiters? That is to say soldiers, demolition workers, or criminals. Professional agitators, perhaps. Alas, no one pays for agitation except professional politicians. Here again one sees the wish to believe the conspiracy theory. The police had in mind, or wished to portray, professional conspirators. It was the Habershon theory against the Cremer dialectics that prevailed at the time. A lot of investigations, attention, and surveillance had been expended on me. I did not see what choice the police had in the circumstances but to frame me, perhaps not under deliberate order. Some day there would be an overzealous policeman believing he was only doing his duty, and after all, Yveon knew it was necessary to bend facts a little at times to convince obdurate juries. I knew one journalist in particular to be a man of honesty and integrity, Paul Foote. We had been in the Glasgow Young Socialists together in the early 60s, he in Woodside YS and I in Springburn YS, though our ways had parted politically. There was another journalist who wanted to see me, Nicola Tyrer, who had just been appointed educational correspondent of the Evening News. She approached Albert, who was working in the same building, saying she wanted to do a series on young people and thought I might make a good subject. Albert was a bit fed up and in a bad temper with lady journalists who couldn't believe their eyes and their ears. He didn't believe her for a minute. However, he later repented of his initial bad manners and arranged for her to meet me in a Hornsey restaurant that Thursday night. Then Paul Foote blew the whole Fleet Street yarn sky high in his footnotes in Private Eye, which appeared at midday on Thursday. He completely debunked the whole national press with its stories of international police searches for the missing. 232. Scott not only exposing the whole pack as liars, but enabling them to break the taboo on actually mentioning my name. The reporters dashed frantically to Harrow on the Hill to besiege the gas board yard where I was working. I was out on sector at the time. The yard supervisor did his best to chase them out, so they congregated outside, hungrily waiting for my return. Meanwhile the company secretary telephoned to say that he had received word from the special branch that I should be prevented from speaking to the press until the police had had a chance to interview me. The Private Eye story had forced their hand. But I had stated point blank that I would have no further interviews with the police unless I was to be charged with a criminal offense. In any case, I told the foreman, I couldn't return to the yard. Half the crew were away with colds, it was the middle of winter, and the gas had to be switched on as soon as possible. All the houses where we were working relied on gas central heating, complicated jobs tucked away in small cupboards, and I was the only one on the van with any experience of them. If I left the job to return to the yard at the whim of the police just then, there would be riots when people got home in the evening and found their houses without any heating at all. They'd had long enough to see me when I was flying around in my private plane. It made no difference. The police insisted on my coming back, and the company secretary confirmed that I was to be taken off the job. You never know what little human dramas there are behind gas conversion delays or missing buses. Harrow froze as I obeyed orders. I still refused to see the police or the press when I returned. As a compromise between the company saying I couldn't carry on working in the field and my refusing to do anything else, I agreed to take a week's holiday due to me as from then. I drove out of the yard the same way as I'd driven in, under a blanket, after bumping into an Evening Standard reporter who asked me where he could find Stuart Christie. I pointed out the loo and told him he had just gone inside, then drove off quickly. That night I met Nicola Tyra with Brenda at the restaurant in Hornsey. It was her first assignment as educational correspondent of the news. It turned out to be a front-page scoop for her paper over the Standard. The news put out a special bill and crowed over its headlines, while the poor Standard was ignominiously reduced to quoting from its rival. 233. Miss Tyrer, true to her word, printed the whole story of the police harassment of Brenda as well as myself, and noted my feeling that I would be the victim of a police frame-up. The rest of the press were left to stew in their own clumsiness. The Express, while giving my retort to the collective lie, also ingeniously killed its own story with the delightful little explanation that the mysterious 25-year-old Scottish anarchist who had served in Spanish prisons had hopped on his private aircraft and gone to Paris, where, having heard nothing to the contrary, he is no doubt even now still living on his unlimited private funds. Among the many aspirants for the £10,000 reward offered by the Daily Mirror was Elisa Beyer. She was separated from her husband and had been left with the children on her hands, both from that and previous marriages. She was in arrears with her rent and desperately needed money. She worked as a barmaid and had heard the press conversion workers talking about the police harassing me and the incredible amount of surveillance I received. One of my friends who was having trouble at home moved in with her for a few months. In the meantime, some of the other men from press had even more temporary arrangements with her. I had taken her out once for a meal to a nearby Chinese restaurant, but this was later expanded by her into numerous occasions and different restaurants throughout London. After seeing her over a 2-week period while we worked around the area where she lived, I stopped going into the pub where she worked about 2 weeks before Christmas. The reason for this was that we had nothing in common, and she was becoming quite annoyed about the lack of attention I was paying her. After the car bombing, Ross came round to the sector where our van was working one lunchtime and told me that the police, including David Palmer Hall, were at the pub asking Lisa Byers questions about me. This came so close on the heels of the Daily Mirror reward offer that I immediately suspected what she was up to. In fact, one could hardly blame her, the reward was so enormous for the little amount of work involved. I subsequently discovered that she had approached the police, indirectly, and made a statement telling them exactly what they wanted to hear. I had told her how I had been involved in multiple bombings, asked her for an alibi and shown her the ammunition I regularly transported over London past the police. 234. Cars. Mr. Habershon, he's a sweetie, she said of him, took her evidence, but as he knew it would never stand up in court so soon after the Mirror reward offer, he saved it. It later became the main piece of evidence against me. When I was raided constantly and friends, even distant connections, were raided, the police said there were no complaints. Then, when they left me alone and I went quietly about my business, they said they were looking for me everywhere. Now they announced they had no special interest in me, after the evening news story in a bland "how preposterous for Mr. Christie to think otherwise" statement. At the same time the harassment began again in earnest, though not without a little wheeling and dealing. It was suggested that if only we came out and denounced the angry brigade in our paper, why, it might be possible to cross Mr. Christie off the list of possible suspects. People like that have the audacity to call the Scots mean. We sold our king, they tell us. But these people want to buy you with your own cash. The semi-official leaks ceased. A new phase began. Mr. Habershon, who had a background in the fraud squad, fell back on the special techniques associated with that sort of investigation. In the investigation of check frauds, Seemingly unrelated facts are brought together to give a complete overall picture of the conspiracy. He decided, therefore, to collect all the information he could find on previous bombings and those arrested in relation to political explosions. The invaluable Mr. Creamer was there to give an outline of the political affiliations of the suspects. The wording of the communiques suggested an anarchist group, possible because of their respect for life and disregard for government property and authority, with some debt to the language and concepts of the situationists. Situationism is a product of the student rebellion, a glorification of the spontaneous happenings which it is felt will spring out of the favored role of the student within society. It picks up phrases, here from Marxism and there from anarchism. It has an affinity with Blanquism and, when it does, often parades as Maoism or a revised form of Marxism-Leninism, to the indignation of orthodox Maoists or other Marxist-Leninists. But the situationists were virtually non-existent between 235 situations, and unlikely ever to get around to doing anything so positive as attacking a cabinet minister. In Creamer's eyes, the people responsible must come from within the libertarian groupings, and they were in all probability affinity groups, sufficiently small to minimize the danger of infiltration by agents provocateurs or police spies. One name began to crop up in the investigation, that of Ian Purdy. Ian had taken part in a demonstration outside the Ulster office in London in 1969 and had been arrested, charged, and imprisoned for throwing a Molotov cocktail there. An ideal candidate. His name came up in special branch files as a known militant. Habershon began to delve into his affairs. He had been involved in the Irish civil rights movement, which was even better from their point of view. While in Albany prison, he had been friendly with a Scots lad named Jake Prescott. Prescott had led an incredibly hard life, being pushed from pillar to post as the young son of a miner, orphaned, put into a home at an early age, until he finally got a 5-year sentence for housebreaking and possessing firearms. Ian introduced him to revolutionary socialist ideas, but he was in no way Jake's ideological master. Jake had a highly perceptive mind of his own. He had been released late in the summer of 1970 and came to London, where he became involved in the activities of the squatters and communes around Notting Hill Gate. It was decided by the police that Jake Prescott was the one they could break. They had him labeled as a professional criminal. He was probably being used by politicals. He would inform. He was the weak link, so they reckoned. Accordingly, on January 19 they picked up not Purdy, but Prescott. He was taken on suspicion of having stolen checkbooks to Notting Hill Police Station, and was remanded in custody the following day by Marylebone magistrates. While he was at the court, Habershon visited him, asking questions which Jake refused to answer. But he did come away with one problem. Prescott had never heard of me. He did not even know me by repute at the time. He was taken to Brixton on remand. A police informer was placed in the cell with him to trap him into a confession. This agent subsequently reported to Habershon that while in the cell, Prescott had admitted to being responsible for the bombs at the DEP, Carr's home, and the Miss World contest. Very convenient. 236. What a talkative cellmate Jake must have been. He evidently showed no surprise when the agent produced some newspapers to explain who I was and how I must have been involved with him. The agent said in his report that nevertheless Jake said he had never met me. This part of the report vanished after the committal proceedings. Probably it was the only thing Prescott actually did say to his cellmate. The agent provided the evidence against Jake, but he was not believed by the jury when the case eventually came up for trial at the Old Bailey. Only the press gave some credence to his story. Later it was touted by some journalists that Jake's vanity betrayed the whole gang. Vain. You would have to be vain to tell a fellow prisoner you'd never seen before in your life, who had been planted on you in your cell, a story to the effect that you were guilty of crimes that could get you anything from 20 years to life, especially when he began producing newspapers and quoting dates. So far as the police informer was concerned, there was also the £10,000 reward floating around. That sort of money has been known to make horses limp. After he had made this startling confession of doing it all on his own, which was immediately passed on to Habershon, the magistrates left Prescott out on bail unopposed. A bit hard on cabinet ministers? Not at all. He might lead the police to the real man, but if he himself wasn't the real man, then the whole story was a fake. Meanwhile, the raids were increasing in intensity throughout London and the provinces. By now the police had a Scottish bee in their bonnets. There hadn't been such harassment of Scotsmen since the Highland clearances. It was only a dress rehearsal to the mass raids on Irishmen a few years later, but without anything like the justification. Scottish we said, and Scottish it's bloody well got to bell was the motto. On January 24, Ross Flett, my longtime friend and workmate, and his wife, were awakened by a loud knock on their basement door. In trooped a number of special branch men with a warrant to search the premises under the Explosive Act. They found it doubly suspicious when they found Philip living there as well. He had been one of those arrested and charged with the attack on the Banco de Bilbao a few years previously. Palmer Hall was there with several others, one of them a 237 woman, plus a golden Labrador specially trained to sniff out explosives. The police occupied themselves taking and breaking the usual paraphernalia: talcum powder, felt pencils, a checkbook, a half-empty book of stamps, a magazine. Prescott's charge had to do with possessing stolen checkbooks. From now on, the mere possession of one became an object of suspicion. The specially trained dog proved a great disappointment. Not only did he sniff out no explosives, he sniffed out nothing but the fact that Ross bitch was in heat, and kept trying to mount her, to the embarrassment of the lady police officer. Finally, when they locked away the bitch, the dog sniffed its way to the hostess Ken No Meat and wolfed the lot, promptly falling asleep on the carpet. It is nice to know that even if the police are not always able to remain human, their four-legged colleagues can remain canine. The poor dumb animal did not try to intimidate, let alone to plant anything. Both Ross and Phil were taken to Barnet Police Station to be interviewed by Habershon in the incident room. Apart from unintentionally leading astray a police dog in the course of duty, they had done nothing, and were accused of nothing beyond being friends of mine. After the police had left, taking Ross and Phil with them, Janet, Ross' wife, came rushing down the road to tell us what had happened. I immediately telephoned Bernberg. One of his clerks came with me to Barnet Police Station, but Habershon refused the solicitor access to either of his clients. I waited in a cafe just outside while the clerk argued. Finally we discovered that they would be released later in the afternoon. Released? They were only helping with inquiries. The interview was somewhat difficult for Habershon, who was not a particularly patient man at the best of times. Ross is a slow-talking, laconic Scot of the sort caricatured by P.G. Wodehouse as only ever saying "mphm." He nearly drove Habershon around a bend. Habershon got from him the fact that he had been to the Queen's Head the previous night, but when he was asked what he was doing there, he pondered deeply and said, truthfully, drinking. By this time Habershon was foaming at the mouth. "Who were you talking to?" "Friends," said Ross. "What friends?" roared Habershon. Ross then slowly reeled off a list of first names and at the end added Stuart. 238. "Why are you afraid to say his name? You were talking to Stuart Christie," Habershon shouted as though he were being passed off with another and inferior Stuart. "You types make me fucking sick. You were talking to Christie. I can get Christie any time I want to. The only thing he did get, unfortunately, was an address book I had left in Ross' van one night when he was giving me a lift. He had it locked up in his toolbox and had forgotten to return it to me. It took me 18 months to get it back." Habershon described it as a glossary of international revolutionaries. The following week Jake Prescott was arrested again in Islington for no particular reason. They had become fed up with following him around. With him was a Dutchman, Jan. He automatically got pulled in too. Again Habershon refused to let the arrested men have access to their solicitors, this time for 2 days. Some lawyers were so disturbed about Habershon's disregard for constitutional practice that they decided to invoke habeas corpus to get them charged or released. The Dutchman was released. Afterwards he told the press it had been the most frightening experience of my life. Prescott was not released. He was charged with causing the explosions at Carr's home, the DEP, and the Miss World contest. The evidence adduced was the statement of the police agent provocateur, who claimed Jake had confessed to him. Jake had been arrested at an address in Grosvenor Avenue in Islington. This was more or less a commune. Diaries and address books were seized on a warrant under the Explosives Act. Explosives? No, but you can't have everything. These address books, together with my own, provided material for many a happy fishing trip for the police in the months to come. When one considered that the press was picturing a hard-pressed but grim silent majority, one wondered how it was that so many raids could take place and go on taking place, one after the other, involving hundreds of police and dozens of addresses. Rather a large minority, and one of which one never heard. Could a raid on conservative and labor activists in any constituency take more than a day or two? These raids on the insignificant minority composed of those who despised both parliamentarism and dictatorship went on for much longer than that, and took an awful lot of policemen. When Jake's case came 239 to court, there were more police to surround it than had been afforded that of the war criminals in London. The same day Jake was arrested, Habershon and his men walked into Bow Street Court where the hearing was about to begin in the case of the arrested demonstrators at the Miss World contest the previous year. He broke up the proceedings, arresting 4 of the female defendants, Jane Grant, Sarah Wilson, Sarah Martin, and Sue Bradley, while they were still in court. They were dragged into a waiting Black Maria outside, and whisked away to Barnet for questioning over the car bombing. Again, all were denied access to their solicitors. When confronted over his attitude to defendants' rights, Habershon made his famous remark, "I am not concerned with legal niceties." When the police began checking on Prescott, it was found that he had spent a few days in a house in Manchester. Habershon arranged for the local drug squad/special branch to raid it, going in on a drugs or explosives charge, whichever was easier, to discover the political sympathies of the occupants. It proved a fruitful raid. In the house at Cannock Street there lived John Barker, Hilary Creek, Kate McLean, and Chris Bott. All were marked down as the sort of literate young militants who might well be involved. Nothing of any interest was found and nobody was charged. Address books, letters, newspapers, magazines, and a typewriter, however, went away in a carload. The principle was to try to establish their personal sympathies through what they read and wrote, and then try to build up their friendship circles through the address books, thus narrowing, or widening, the list of suspects. Ultimately it was to narrow down to the 2 main suspects, Purdy and I. The link between us was John Barker. Actually I did not know Purdy at the time. As in the case of Prescott, I first met him within the confines of Brixton Prison. The person we had in common was John. It was ironic that ultimately Purdy and I were to walk out of court and John, who only came up as the man we both knew, was to be lumbered with everything. John was active politically in the Notting Hill area of London, and was deeply involved in the local politics of that urban melting pot. Its rapid structural degeneration, mixed racial composition, and easygoing neighborliness, had encouraged the activists in the squatting movement. Numerous 240 ideologies flourished there. Harassment of young people and blacks in particular by local police had led to a corresponding rise in political consciousness. The area throbbed with political and community activities, squats and occupations. John had come to Notting Hill from Cambridge University, where he had also been active politically, including helping to found the Kimphilby Dining Club, and had been reading English at Clare College. He came from a working-class family. From working with the Labour Party in the 1964 elections he had moved to libertarian socialism. One of his earliest concerns at the university had been the role for which students were being groomed. He and a number of others began an anti-assessment campaign, which involved tearing up their finals papers in the examination hall. During his time at Cambridge, John became friendly with Jim Greenfield. When they finally left university, they came to London to set up a second-hand book stall, at the same time becoming involved in the community politics of West London. John was particularly impressed by the self-help libertarian ideas of the Claimants Union, and helped to found a branch in London. Jim Greenfield, also interested in the Claimants Union, became involved with assisting the activities of the squatters in East London in the early part of 1970 when the movement was acquiring momentum. That was how I came to meet them. Miguel Garcia was addressing a meeting in Freedom Press Hall, in Whitechapel High Street. He was speaking at meetings all over the country. His talk was on how one could help Spanish prisoners. The hall was packed. There was even someone there from the Spanish embassy. Among those who attended were a number of squatters from the East End, including John and Jim. After the meeting, I asked people who wanted to be in touch with the Black Cross to let us have their names. John came forward, and we began to chat about various things. Jim, to whom I was not properly introduced until after we were charged with conspiracy, borrowed my loose-leaf address book to sketch out a draft leaflet for a squatters' demonstration in the near future. When he finished the draft, he gave me back the book without tearing out what he had written. From such flimsy threads conspiracies are made. That book, taken from Ross' toolbox outside his house, was what bound us together. John was very impressed by the way the Black Cross was. 241. Not only organizing assistance and solidarity for political prisoners throughout Europe, but relating that to the international class struggle. He also liked our pamphlets. He completely agreed with us, but did not want to call himself an anarchist because he felt that anarchism in England had no roots in the working class struggle. I explained that the opposite was the case, that the working class anarchist movement as it had existed up to the late 40s had been suffocated in part by post-war apathy, and in part by the very liberalism he ascribed to the anarchist movement, the influx of middle-class pacifists and academics prior to and in the wake of the Committee of 100. He agreed that the anarchist Black Cross was the only viable organ in Britain which interpreted anarchism as he understood it. For semantic reasons, he and his friends preferred to avoid describing themselves as anarchists and chose the more vague libertarian socialist. We obviously had a lot in common. We didn't know how important our meeting was to the spider's web being cast around us. The idea that lay behind every angry brigade action was that politicians, and even industrialists and financiers, were personally responsible for their actions. There was once a Tory absentee landlord who wrote defiantly to his Irish tenants that they little knew his mettle if they thought to intimidate him by shooting his bailiff. What frightened the establishment about the Angry Brigade was the fact that they pursued somewhat less circuitous tactics of intimidation. As a result, the establishment overreacted, as it did in the case of the Red Army fraction in Germany, in marked contrast to its cool courage in the face of the IRA or the German army. Long afterwards they were at pains to deny this cowardice. Novelists now write their works of fiction about a sordid little bunch of fanatics, or journalists tell of this or that policeman who smashed the Angry Brigade, or refer to those who were later convicted under the catch-all law of conspiracy as if they had indeed been found guilty as charged. The frightened governors of the nation demanded that the police find the leaders. But there was no leader to find. From what is known of the Angry Brigade organization, the system appears to have been collective, with no leaders, just a group of 242 people fundamentally committed to each other in a very personal way, replacing hierarchical structure with trust. This was altogether too nebulous for the liking of the authorities, who reasoned that on such an organizational basis, it would be difficult to find enough proof to make any charges stick if indeed they ever caught anyone. They had to formulate a conspiracy and catch someone around whom they could build a scaffold of likely candidates. In the eyes of the police, the whole Angry Brigade was now closely linked with the 1st of May group. It was the British branch of the International Revolutionary Solidarity Movement, and the European revolutionaries were linked through me. The Purdy fanciers came, like Habershon and George Mould, from a fraud squad background rather than a political police one. In the course of the police raids, a lot of stolen checkbooks turned up in the homes of the main suspects. Dud checks are normally associated with the right wing rather than the left, but the police thought that if the far left were bouncing checks all over the place, it must have to do with financing the Angry Brigade. Prescott had already been arrested on check charges, and Purdy was a strong suspect with regard to both the checks and the bombings. I was not involved in this check business. It left a puzzling gap for the police in the conspiracy chain. In any event, as the raids increased in intensity, Habershon became more and more convinced that his training in the fraud squad provided the only possible approach to the case. The special branch were eventually almost frozen out of the investigation. At least they were relegated to a minor role of collecting information which was passed on to Habershon. If only he could break the check case, he felt the Angry Brigade could be broken. At last on March 6 he arrested Ian Purdy at a house in Lavender Hill, South London. Could Ian, had he been guilty, have resisted using the name Lavender Hill Mob in place of Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid? Well, perhaps so. In justification for the raid and Ian's arrest, Habershon said later, it was to find Ian Purdy and explosives. They are synonymous as far as I am concerned. He was prone to quotable remarks like that. At any rate, he found plenty of Ian Purdy, but nothing whatever of explosives. However, as they were synonymous, he was obviously on the right track. 243. On February 19 the Times published Communiqué 6 from the Angry Brigade, which defined its political position. Violence does not exist only in the army, the police, and the prisons, it exists in the shoddy alienating culture pushed out on TV, films, and magazines. It exists in the ugly sterility of urban life. It exists in the daily exploitation of our labor. The system will never collapse or capitulate by itself. More and more workers now realize this and are transforming union consciousness into offensive political militancy. Our role is to deepen the political contradictions at every level. We will not achieve this by concentrating on issues or by using watered-down socialist platitudes. Our attack is violent, our attack is organized. The question is not whether the revolution will be violent. Organized militant struggle and organized terrorism go side by side. These are the tactics of the revolutionary class movement. The structures and programs of a new revolutionary society must be incorporated into every organized base at every point in the struggle. Until the revolutionary working class overthrows the capitalist system. This definition was quite clear to most people. The language smacked a little of situationism and had more to do with poetry than explanation. Nobody who had been in the anarchist movement would have expressed it quite that way, though the definitions were clearly anarchistic. The average journalist, scornful of being expected to understand ideological differences, often classifies the situationists as anarchists. The situationists possess all the student background that the anarchist movement lacks. A man like Sergeant Creamer, who dressed casually, adopted a diffident manner, and could be taken for a university lecturer, would never be confused by the difference. Someone said wonderingly somewhere that he knew the difference. 244. Between an anarcho-syndicalist and a situationist, not in fact a difficult thing to discover for anyone studying the subject. Commander Bond made no distinction of ideology. For him, libertarian socialism was criminal in itself. When he was interrogating me, he said firmly, "You have publicly admitted being a member of the anarchist movement." He even allowed that to go down in the depositions. It seemed that as far as the Angry Brigade was concerned, a lot of the left who wanted to participate in what was clearly a revolt against conformism and the accepted rules of the political game were joining in. The manifestos accompanied fresh attacks, but they were not necessarily coming from the same people. It was this that made the police task of solving the problem well nigh impossible, and drove them into agitated confusion. They were trying to find an organization that did not exist, and in furtherance of whose cause different people were acting both legally and illegally. Not only this, but the massive police action was rapidly fanning the flames of discontent among a wider section of the left. Even people who thought it was all going a bit too far didn't like being turned over for nothing. Habershon's excessive zeal was bringing him a lot of unfavorable comment by now. He has since admitted extreme annoyance at the open attacks on his integrity in the left-wing papers. The unfavorable comments on his complete lack of results must also have hurt him. There is nothing worse than being a failed zealot, apart from being a successful one. Purdy had become Habershon's bogeyman. His arrest was a striking victory over the special branch, which had placed its money, or rather, large amounts of the taxpayers' money, on Christie. If it came off, it would completely justify his fraud squad approach. Habershon showed that he meant business. "I am going to get 12, he told the people he raided. Prescott was cast as fall guy number 2, and so little did they understand Prescott that for a long time they were banking on him to appear as crown witness. Both Prescott and Purdy were remanded in custody in Brixton as Category A prisoners to await committal proceedings at Barnet. Habershon boasted that he had the main ringleaders of the Angry Brigade, and was therefore somewhat put out to hear of a major explosion at the main offices of the 245 Ford Motor Company at Gants Hill, Ilford, Essex, with all the classic marks of the Angry Brigade. The explosion, which occurred right in the middle of a major strike at the Ford Works, was accompanied by a 1,000-word communiqué commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Paris Commune. "Our revolution is autonomous rank and file action we created ourselves. We have confidence now, we don't have to wait for them to dangle something tempting like a Powell, a bill, or a bad apple in front of our faces, before we jump like rabbits. We don't clutch desperately at the illusion of freedom. Our strategy is clear: how can we smash the system? How can the people take power? We must attack, we cannot delegate our desire to take the offensive. Sabotage is reality, getting out of the factory is not the only way to strike, stay in and take over. We are against any external structure, whether it is called Carr, Jackson, IS, CP or SLL is irrelevant, they are all one and the same." Communique 7, the Angry Brigade. All Purdy's friends and associates around Notting Hill were raided. In a basement flat in Powys Square, the ubiquitous SGT Creamer found, not indeed explosives the first time they found anything of that sort on these fishing expeditions. The balloon would go up and Clancy would lower the boom, for that and nothing more would be sufficient to damn the owner as the front-line division of the Angry Brigade, but a book on situationism with numerous annotations in the margins, all in the handwriting of John Barker. Sergeant Creamer felt, with the thrill of intuition, that the person who wrote those notes wrote the communiques of the Angry Brigade. A jury could hardly be expected to take that sort of thing seriously. John's circle, however, afforded a chance to synthesize the two rival theories about the background of the Angry Brigade. Most of them were young, in revolt against what they called the work ethic as well as bourgeois convention. They lived in communes and never woke up in the morning, everything most repellent to tight-arse detectives, who came fresh from examining the books fiddled by bowler hat businessmen to plunge into the murky world of the underground. Yet these young people were no dropouts politically. They took an active part in squatting and the claimants movement, though they were outside the trade union movement through necessity as well as desire. 246. It was the stolen checkbooks found in the flats of the suspects that excited curiosity. What were these left-wingers doing mixed up in that sort of thing? True, there wasn't a law against it. Or at least not one restricting fraud to the right wing. The raids became larger as the ripples spread and more addresses became known. There was an unexpected bonus for the police at this time just when they needed it. A French magazine, Politique Hebdo, published, ostensibly from its London correspondent Guy McCoy, who was in reality a Frenchman called Marcel Bonans, living in London, a seemingly informed story that Carr's house had been bombed by a Scot who had served time in a Spanish prison, another man who had been involved in the bombing of the Ulster office, and an Australian intelligence agent named Digger Walsh. The editor of Politique Hebdo had obligingly deleted the first two names. Digger Walsh was an anarchist activist who had been in the movement for some time, and had been involved in the Irish struggles for a year or so past. It seemed curious for the moment that this M. Bonans, whose knowledge of English affairs was minimal and of the working class movement nil, should single out Walsh to accuse him of two contradictory facts: working for the Australian Intelligence Service and blowing up Carr's house, unless indeed he meant to imply that Carr's house was bombed in retaliation for some offence given to the Australian government. Other similar commentators managed to convey that Mr. Carr had been the object of attack by Arab nationalists, British intelligence, the CIA, the IRA, or the trade unions, while Mr. Richard Bridgenshaw went so far as to accuse the minister of blowing up his own home. But there was presumably something else in Bonan's mind. What this was became clear on February 16, 1971. The International Marxist Group, the Trotskyist faction, which was most student-oriented and most infatuated with the Communist Party line of the 1920s, Confrontation on the Streets, printed, in its paper Red Mole, a similar statement. It was addressed to all members of the Angry Brigade and suggested that they, the International Marxist Group, were privy to information that the members of the brigade did not possess. The man known to you as Duncan is a pig. The man who went to Manchester before January 12 is a pig. Ask yourselves, are you being used by the pigs? 247. For the uninitiated, the pigs were the police, who aside from the complimentary reference must have been highly flattered at being thus accused of running the Angry Brigade at a time when they were sweating their balls off on overtime to find them. The man known as Duncan was an anarchist active in the squatting movement who, to the best of my knowledge, had no connection with the Angry Brigade and who never appears in the picture again. The man who went to Manchester was Ian Purdy. Purdy, Duncan, and Walsh had one thing in common: not that they were members of the Anglo-Australian police squad formed to attack Mr. Carr, Fords of Dagenham, or anyone else, but had all been involved in the Irish democracy movement, and had aroused the anger of one Gary Lawless, an IMG member whose political career would put a Churchill to shame. He was proved to be M. Bonan's informant and also Red Mole's. A complaint was made to the IMG about Lawless. They promised to look into it. They did nothing, however. As a result, Bernadette Devlin resigned as president of their Irish Solidarity campaign in protest. Lawless, ever ready with accusations that socialists with whom he disagreed were not merely informers, but actual policemen, continued his career. It didn't do him much good in Northern Ireland. Fortunately, he did Walsh little harm. The police did raid him, but they merely took away some withdrawn library books given him by librarians and charged him with stealing them, without success. The hare started by Lawless, however, was not easily recalled. Purdy was consequently arrested and charged with conspiracy to cause explosions, together with Jake Prescott. A lot of the political left began to turn against the Angry Brigade. Power might grow out of the barrel of a gun in Vietnam and Bolivia, but not in Barnet. What was hailed as urban guerrilla action in Peru was fascist propaganda in Poplar. The reasoning was simple. They could take credit for their faction for saying anything that happened far enough away in space or time. Anything that was happening on their doorstep, though, was too near for comfort. They either had to admit that they didn't lead the movement, that events were taking place with which they couldn't catch up, or keep quiet, which is an almost impossible situation for aspiring political leaders, or alternatively. 248. Denounce. So denounce they did, in imitation of Mr. Lawless. The police were by this time trying to prolong the case against Ian and Jake long enough to get the other 10 Habershon had been promising. Defense counsel wanted evidence of arrest to be produced, and was told it couldn't be done without permission of the Attorney General. Bail of £10,000 was gotten together, no mean feat, but refused by the Barnet magistrate. Jake's defense lawyer, Arnold Rosen, said, "Words fail me to describe the outrageous use of police power." The case was put off and put off, until at last on April 22 it was impossible for the police to procrastinate any longer. The evidence at the committal proceedings was extremely flimsy. They took 6 weeks and eventually the two were committed for trial at the Old Bailey. About this time the names of Jim Greenfield and Anna Mendelsohn came up, no doubt as a result of one of the ripples from John Barker. The police went back again to Cannock Street in Manchester. This time they arrested one of the occupants, Christie, charging him with fraud. Jim and Anna weren't there. Their photographs were circulated in the Police Gazette. As this was neither Jim nor Anna's favorite reading, they were no doubt blissfully unaware that they were wanted. Christie was charged, but released from Brixton Prison on bail. Again it would seem, the police wanted to see where following him would take them. By now there was a lot of information available to Habershon. He had just about everything he needed but the final key that would give him a good case. His painstaking methods had netted a considerable amount of information on how the extra-parliamentary left was organized, and even more, how it was not organized. By way of a bonus he had also picked up an interesting lead on a series of check frauds, but still nobody knew who the Angry Brigade was. He was held up to ridicule in the left papers, criticized in the liberal ones, and snubbed by the intelligence services, who did not listen to anyone under the rank of assistant commissioner and had no interest in his files, while the Lawless/Brigenshaw school of thought was suggesting that he was probably responsible for all the bombings himself. Habershon's lot at that particular moment was not a happy one, particularly when another bomb went off, this time in the middle of the trendy Bible boutique in Kensington. 249. This explosion on May 1 together with the Miss World bombing were perhaps the only two truly situationist-type bombings carried out by the Angry Brigade. Bibas had a long tradition of exploitation of their young shop assistants, who were paid miserable wages, as were their cutters. However, this attack was seen by the Angry Brigade as an attack on trendy consumer capitalism. In fashion as in everything else, capitalism can only go backwards, they read. The future is ours. The only thing you can do with modem slave houses called boutiques is wreck them. You can't reform capitalism and inhumanity. Just kick it till it breaks. Communique 8, the Angry Brigade. Another bomb was found under the car of Lady Beaverbrook. I can't help feeling this was a mistake. Whoever did it thought Lord Beaverbrook was still alive, or that his son had taken over the title. The Beaverbrook barony hadn't been taken up, though the Beaverbrook press was being run by the former press lord's son, Sir Max Aitken. Everyone wondered what Lady Beaverbrook had to do with the establishment. I think her little shock was due to someone's lack of familiarity with court circulars. Otherwise it couldn't have had anything to do with the Angry Brigade at all, as the only people who really had cause to object to the lady in question were a series of discarded mistresses of her late good man. On May 27 the Press Association received a telephone call. This is the Angry Brigade. We've just done the police computer. We're getting closer. This was undoubtedly in the general libertarian line of the Angry Brigade. The computer was a dépersonnaliste weapon of police state rule. Its full potential value was just beginning to be realized by the new technocrats at the Home Office and Scotland Yard. Soon after the explosion at Tintagel House, then the base for the police computer, there came another communique from the Angry Brigade attacking the repressive technology of the state machine. Secret university files, work study, SS files, computers, etc. Bureaucracy and technology used against the people. To slow up our work, to slow down our minds and action, to obliterate the truth. Police computers cannot tell the truth. They just record our 250 crimes. The pig murderers go unrecorded. Stephen McCarthy, Peter Sava, David Oluwal. The murder of these brothers is not recorded on any secret card. The ob is the man or woman sitting next to you. Communique 9, the Angry Brigade. Simultaneously with the computer bombing, there were explosions at British Rail HQ and two British car firms in Paris, Rolls-Royce and Rover. These two were accompanied by a communique which was in the form of an open letter to Mr. Heath, then visiting Paris. It was a protest against Heath's visit to Paris, where he hoped to develop and consolidate the capitalist common market. It also protested against the victimization of Ian Purdy and Jake Prescott. The letter was signed, Angry Brigade, Group Commune 71, Group Marius Jacob and the International Revolutionary Solidarity Movement. The attacks moved away from hitting the repressive forces of the state or foreign embassies, and made the brigade's stance quite clear, more precisely than any communiqué could do. The Ford management was attempting to victimize one of their shop stewards for his activity on the shop floor in the Liverpool works, when the Essex home of its managing director, Mr. William Blatty, was bombed. So was one of the transformers at the firm's Dagenham plant. The whole establishment was up in arms now. The police have been ordered to treat the Angry Brigade as public enemy number 1, stated a Quality Sunday newspaper. Following a meeting between Prime Minister Heath and Home Secretary Reginald Maulding, it was stated that the Angry Brigade must be found and smashed, an odd choice of wording. If found, surely it would automatically be smashed? Was it possible it could be found, cornered, and held at bay? What they perhaps had in mind when they said this was that they had already been assured that the ringleaders of the Angry Brigade had been found, and even at that moment were languishing in top security imprisonment awaiting trial. Where then was the ring they were presumed to be leading? Mr. Peter Gladstone Smith wrote in the Sunday Telegraph, "Yard will get Angry Brigade. Given world enough and time, a safe prophecy, though I would venture to suggest it may even so have been unfulfilled. A special team of 20 hand-picked detectives from the Flying Squad and the Special Branch, working with Army 251 disposal experts and Home Office scientists were to be engaged in the task. Their leader, a commander, whose name is being kept secret for his own safety, is known to be rough and ready. The squad is taking a tough line. It will raid hippie communes, question avowed members of the underground, and build up a complete file on the subculture that threatens the social order." This was a new development of the political police. It had nothing to do with the Angry Brigade. Nobody had established what exactly was this underground, referred to as if it were criminal. What is an avowed member? Someone with long hair and embroidered denims who smokes pot. Following the classic political police tactic, they were not seeking the persons who had committed the alleged offenses. They were attacking something that politicians had decided threatened the social order. No doubt they spread their net a lot farther than hippie communes. Had the Home Secretary been a left-wing socialist and as authoritarian as Mr. Maulding, and had there been a fascist attack on immigrants resulting in arson, beatings, and death, there would have been a storm of indignation from the press quite equal to that aroused by attacks upon wealthy businessmen, society ladies, military organizations, and so on. In fact, there was such a fascist campaign, and it extended through the conservative period to the rule of a Labour Home Secretary. But unfortunately for these campaigners, he was, although an authoritarian, a man of the centre rather than of the left, who appreciated the different treatments appropriate for those who attack the poor and powerless, and those who attack the rich and powerful. The attacks of the Angry Brigade were only part of the confrontation between the government and the people. Everywhere the politically minded denounced the attacks, though there was a completely different reaction from people who were being hit by the government. The picture today has become distorted because of the way in which the Irish confrontation has built up. When this moved to Britain, it struck blindly. It was hitting out at the enemy and was therefore regarded as the enemy, much like a German plane during the war. The Irish nationalists could not see that they might have drawn greater sympathy, not to mention quicker results, from 252. Their bombing campaign, if they had not hit those whom even the press referred to as the innocent. They could not abandon the idea of nation versus nation, which meant indiscriminate attacks against the people as a whole. But the Angry Brigade clearly pinpointed the guilty, and did so without taking life, though not without the implication that it could do so if it chose. Can it be said that this was more violent than the intentions of the other side? Mr. John Davies, Secretary of State for Trade and Industry, stated he would close down the Clydebank and Scottstown yards of Upper Clyde shipbuilders, on which the lives of thousands of workers depended. It was a deliberately planned move of confrontation, a part of the politico-economic scheme. It was surely the mildest of responses that despite close police surveillance, a bomb wrecked Mr. Davies' front door in Putney, though one would not have thought so from the press comment. Anyone would have thought the sequence of events was the other way round. The trade union and Communist Party spokesmen who tried to denounce this irresponsible act while they were busy negotiating were howled down the Clyde. Mr. Davies, surrounded by his armed bodyguard, received what no stretch of the imagination could describe as sympathy for his ordeal. After that, the socialist orators toned down their sycophantic apologies a bit. After all, nobody would blame them. The biggest act of defiance to the state they would ever be able to muster would be comparable to that of the German trade union leaders, who formally wound up their organizations so as to give the funds to patriotic bodies, rather than having the ignominy of having the Nazis take the remains of the wreckage. The commander exploit did not last long. He was soon unmasked as Ernest Bond, police commander for the Metropolitan Police Division, which included Barnet. In fairness to him, it must be said that he was not at all as nervous as the withholding of his name to save so precious a life would indicate. He had the rough and ready approach described by Mr. Gladstone Smith, though I would always have reservations with those holding military and police command, never being able to tell exactly how they would shape up without the commission that gave them power. After all, how many Jews could Hitler have managed to exterminate on his own? All accounts suggest 253. He might have just about managed to push into the gas oven an old Polish rabbi engrossed in reading the Talmud, and even then he would have had to be smoothed down by Eva Braun afterwards. Bond came into the case because Habershon's investigations were getting nowhere. The trial of Purdy and Prescott could no longer be delayed. It was finally set for September 7 and someone had to be in there with them. Results were needed fast. The offices and supporters of the Prescott/Purdy defense were raided so often, as were many of its supporters, that one of its members kept a huge life-size, heroic, idealized portrait of a policeman inside her cupboard so they would have something to find when they arrived at her flat. Another hid a framed portrait of Her Majesty inside a portfolio marked Prescott/Purdy defense, which was always returned carefully and reverently. One day she realized the ideal place to hide any secret documents was at the back of the portrait, but unfortunately she didn't have any. When Commander Ernest Bond took over the investigation, this is how things stood: Prescott and Purdy, in custody awaiting trial; Crispot, on bail; Christie, publicly if not legally cleared. A long way off Habershon's 12. On the other hand, Bond was holding a statement given by one Miss Byers, a barmaid, and the bullet discovered in my flat 2 years previously. He also had the names of John Barker, Jim Greenfield, and Anna Mendelsohn. Where were they? The police did not know. I had seen John Barker on and off several times since the meeting the previous year. We broke contact when he went off to Manchester, but otherwise I used to see him and let him have some of the literature we were producing. Because of the raids on the house in Cannock Street in Manchester, he and his companion, Hilary, whom I knew only slightly, decided to return to London, where they rented a flat with Jim and Anna. Anna and Hilary met at Essex University in the autumn term of 1967 and soon became involved in revolutionary socialist politics. They met John and Jim shortly afterwards. Both women later became seriously ill in prison. Brenda and I were getting tired of the constant raids. We decided to clear out of our address and move to another where we couldn't be found so easily. Our neighbors, Val and Pete, had moved from the flat above to a small cottage outside. 254. Penzance on the road to Land's End. We rented a cottage nearby and Brenda moved down, with the 2 cats and all their offspring, in a journey enlivened by brimstones deciding to have another litter halfway. I was going to move down to Cornwall permanently as soon as the gas conversion contract opened up in the West Country. Meanwhile I moved into a flat in Hornsey with Ross, sharing it with one other man and his girlfriend, who held the lease. While we were at this place in Nightingale Lane, Hornsey, John came over to borrow a drill and to tell me that they were moving from Finsbury Park to another flat in Islington, in Amherst Road. He also told me that he was going to France very soon for a short holiday and would like to get in touch with Guy Debord, the French situationist writer, as he would like to translate some of his work into English. I gave him a few addresses in Paris where he might make contact, and told him to let me know how he got on when he returned. While in Paris, John and Hilary failed to see Debord. They did make contact with a man by the name of Alexis, a friend of mine, who was interested in producing a French version of the paper Strike which was produced by John and his friends. Among other things they discussed the possibility of a French claimants union and setting up an international news agency to facilitate the transfer of news and ideas of local groups and tenants' organizations. Somehow, in the course of the conversation my name came up. Alexis told John that while he was in France I should be referred to as Eddie and not called by my real name. When Hilary and John returned, John rang me up to let me know that he had met Alexis. He had just received a letter from him saying that there was very little likelihood of collecting any money for the news agency project at that time as most people in Paris were on holiday. He reckoned that things would start to pick up after August when people returned to work. He also wrote that if they wanted to contact him they should get in touch with Eddie who would give them some phone numbers. When John rang on this occasion I told him I could not see him immediately as I was going to Cornwall for a week to do some work on the house, but I would contact him as soon as I returned. Throughout this period I was rushing around like the proverbial blue-arsed fly. I had been made foreman on a new 255 conversion contract based in Letchworth. I was working as hard as I possibly could in organizing the prisoners' defense for the Black Cross, and was doing my best, together with Albert, to bring out Black Blag once a month. I was also rushing down to Brenda in Cornwall on weekends. In addition to all this, I was traveling 100 miles a day driving backwards and forwards to the conversion HQ where I was based. The next time I saw John was on July 28, when I returned from Cornwall. I took him the latest issue of Black Blag and some of the most recent of our simian pamphlets on the history of the anarchist movement in different parts of the world. I did not stay long at his place. We went to a nearby pub in Stoke Newington High Street for a drink and a chat. Unknown to me, John and the others in the Amherst flat had met two people involved in the Angry Brigade mainly as a result of the work the people from Amherst Road were doing, which involved researching the backgrounds of and the relationships between property developers, ministers, senior police officers and so on. In the course of this research they had uncovered a vast amount of material which they wanted to publicize as widely as possible. The man and woman from the Angry Brigade had discussed with them the possible areas of cooperation in developing ideas, particularly in regard to the impending Prescott/Purdy trial. It was explained to the Amherst Road people that the Angry Brigade had decided to move away from bombing the bourgeoisie and ruling class, and were preparing to organize a kidnapping in the event of Purdy and Prescott receiving heavy prison sentences. John did not take the idea of a kidnapping too seriously, but when the man heard that Hilary intended to go to Paris again a few days later he made a mental note of it. A few days later, he popped around to Amherst Road to ask if Hilary would take a message with her to a contact in France. John explained that Hilary had already left but offered to take the message himself. This was agreed, and John left for France on the morning of August 19 with the woman from the Angry Brigade who knew the contact by sight. They both returned late that night, together with Hilary whom they met at Calais. Meanwhile in London, Scotland Yard had heard through a Manchester police informer, someone who had cultivated the friendship of Anna's family and had discovered where she and Jim were living in London, that Anna was living at Amherst 256 Road, and that it was highly likely that Jim and other suspects were living there also. Jim's photograph had been circulated in the police gazette as being wanted, ostensibly for questioning in relation to the check fraud. In reality he was their major suspect for the Angry Brigade. It is highly suggestive that no watch was placed on Amherst Road until the Friday morning of August 20, 2 days after the police had received information that two of their major suspects were known to be living there. After making all their preparations the police raided Amherst Road. Frustrated by what they did not and could not understand, they went into the house at 4:30 in the afternoon. The day before, on the afternoon of August 19, I rang Clive Borrell, crime correspondent of the Times, to find out what developments there were in the Angry Brigade investigation. I had something else in mind as well. The British ambassador in Uruguay, Jeffrey Jackson, was being held by the Tupamaro guerrillas. I had heard that they wanted to trade Jackson for their own political hostages held by the Montevideo government, and felt we could give them some assistance in publicizing the government's refusal to cooperate. It seemed to me right up the street of the anarchist Black Cross. Albert was particularly enthusiastic about it. He felt it showed we could help prisoners far from our own point of view, and we might incidentally get them to throw Purdy and Prescott, against whom there was little evidence, in as brokerage. I'll pick him up at my leisure, dear Roy. I hope he has a nice ride on the tumbril. I went along to the swinging sporran with Ross just in case I needed a witness. Borrell was there with Edward Vale of the Daily Mirror, a team representing the British press at its most majestic. They both asked me eagerly about the Angry Brigade and whether it would turn to kidnapping. It might, I said, hoping to bring Jackson into the discussion. They might kidnap someone in Paris. Christopher Soames, for instance, would be an obvious target. The reporters didn't seem very outraged. If I had been able to deal on it, they would have come in. But I really didn't have the time. They came out with us to the car to get the latest copy of Black Flag. Both of them wanted to subscribe to it as it contained a lot of international news the press agencies suppressed so that the very correspondents didn't know what was going on. When I opened the boot, they saw a large number of papers and a bundle of multicolored flecks. This, or so they said later in evidence. 257. Made them think there could have been detonators in the car. The words "could have been" were associated with the flecks. In fact, the wiring was used to jump the decrepit starter motor of the Corsair. If that thought was going through their minds at the time, they didn't mention it. It seems to me that if I thought somebody might be carrying detonators or explosives, even if it was just because I happened to notice some ordinary, pretty colored wires, I would be inclined to beat a hasty retreat, and not make an appointment to see them the following day. It was agreed that I would meet them again at the same time and at the same place next day. Again Ross came with me. This time I put to them the possibility of exchanging Jeffrey Jackson for the release of some Uruguayan prisoners and Prescott and Purdy. It wasn't such a far-fetched idea. After all, the committal proceedings showed the evidence against these two was hardly likely to convince any jury, and the only reason for going ahead with the trial was the hope that something else might turn up. I said they should get in touch with the Foreign Office and test the reaction. I meant Borrell, of course. What could Vale get for his paper that would be of interest to them? It would have been no problem for me to contact some of the Uruguayan comrades in Paris and set the ball in motion. In the middle of the conversation, Vale had to ring up and check in with his office. He returned excited but secretive. I asked what was up, and he said the Angry Brigade had threatened to blow up a police station in London. It seemed a lot to get excited about. I felt he had heard something more. Now, with hindsight, I know what it was. He had been told that the Angry Brigade had been arrested at a house in Amherst Road. Had he told me what he knew, I would have acted somewhat differently the next day, and would have been saved a year in prison. Financially speaking, the taxpayer would have been saved something like £50,000, and I somewhat less, but little as it was all I had. 258. Part 3. 14. The news that had set Mr. Vale's ears tingling was that 4 people had been arrested in Stoke Newington, and on this occasion the police had hit the jackpot, because there were arms there too. The police had discovered 2 submachine guns, 1 automatic pistol, ammunition and magazines, detonators and explosives, among thousands and thousands of documents, newspapers and magazines, all relevant to the investigation. Habershon's plotting methods had apparently paid off. He had gone on so steadily about his tried and tested fraud method, had followed his hunch about the checks, and finally come up with what He had believed that what he would find at the end of the rainbow would be a crock of gold, so whatever he found at the end of the rainbow had to be a crock of gold, because a crock of gold is what is at the end of the rainbow. When he found pamphlets saying Carhu's conspiracy, and address books of people who opposed capital punishment or wanted an end to the Vietnam War, he had to push further on. But he also had to stop somewhere, and where better than with his major suspect, Jim Greenfield. There to their delight were not only Jim Greenfield and Anna, but also John Barker and Hillary Creek. And a bloody great haul of arms. Documents, too, such as they had found a dozen times before, all sending the government to hell. Of course this was the Angry Brigade. It was the end of the rainbow, wasn't it? To fill his personal cup of joy, there was the Special Branch No. 1 suspect Christie 5 miles away, chatting to reporters about some ambassador kidnapped on somebody else's manor. Strangely enough, Habershon had just left on holiday with his wife to tour the south of France. Despite months 259 and months of fruitless search for the Angry Brigade, here he was, on the eve of the arrest of his major suspects, preparing to set out on a tour. He was not willing to delay it even for one day. The bomb squad clambered into the flat with all the aplomb of German troops entering Paris. It was not until much later that night that the senior ranking officers came to survey the find. Later at the police station, the four comrades were told individually that they were the leaders or indeed the entire personnel of the Angry Brigade. They retorted with incredulous abuse, countered by official obscenities at their barefaced audacity in denying the obvious. Both the men were beaten up viciously by the officers under Gillum, who also threatened to beat up the women in the nearby cells. That night Albert was just finishing his cup of tea at Mick's Cafe in Fleet Street after coming off the late shift when a friend of his from the Mirror came in and sat down beside him. "See, they got the Angry Brigade," he said. It meant nothing to Albert that 4 people had been arrested in Amherst Road, Stoke Newington. My closest anarchist collaborator did not recognize the address of the people who later were to be described as my fellow conspirators for an anarchist revolution. After a few hours' sleep he was going to spend a weekend in Wales, thinking I would return his car in a few hours. He made a mental note to ask me if I knew anything about the 4. That Saturday was one of those days when nothing seems to go right. It started with trouble and worked its way up to disaster. The night before I had gone from the swinging Sporran to our local, the Queen's Head in Hornsey. My sister was down from Glasgow and I wanted to show her the town. There were about 6 of us in all. Someone said he had a friend who managed a club in the West End who would let us have free entertainment as he owed him many favors. It was literally a case of being wary of the Greeks when they come bearing gifts. But Olive hadn't seen a West End night spot before, so I agreed. I never got there. I crashed the car into the back of a van, and they all went off on their own in a taxi. I was ruefully contemplating the wreckage of Albert's car. I thought of him sleeping peacefully, dreaming of his weekend in Wales waiting for his car, which now not only looked a mess with headlights, hood, and radiator. 260 damaged, but also had no sound coming from its once powerful engine. I had been working short hours since I started at Letchworth. I had payments to make on the Austin Champ Jeep and Brenda was down in Cornwall with 2 cats and all the innumerable little kittens waiting for money to feed them, pay the rent and phone bill. Now I had crashed the car, and adding to my agitation, the driver of the van was moaning about the slight dent in his rear fender. Eventually I found that the force of the impact had jammed the hood under the bodywork between it and the radiator. This was something that would later take on great importance. With the help of the others I pried it open with a number of screwdrivers I had in the boot. After a few hopeful touches with the screwdrivers around the engine I decided to leave it and go home to sleep. The following morning I awoke very early. When I had made some coffee for everyone in the house, I discovered that the happy party had all been robbed at the nightclub. Ross had lost all his wages, Olive had lost her money, valuables, and keys, her friend Lena had also had her purse stolen. It turned out that they had all paid extortionate rates to get in and had then fallen asleep over the lively floor show. I was in a hurry, as I wanted to get the car into a reasonable state before Albert saw it later that morning. I rang the AA, who said they would send out a man right away to have a look at it. I walked to where the car had been left the previous night, and in the clear light of day quickly discovered what the trouble was with the engine. I managed to get it going within a matter of minutes and returned to the flat, informing the AA at the same time that I had fixed the car and there was no need for them to send out a man. By this time Ross was fully awake. I had hoped to borrow from the flat's communal post office book, but this too had been stolen. I rushed around to get an estimate for repairing the car, wondering how I could deliver it by the magic hour of 10 which was rapidly approaching. I found a panel beater who was reasonably sympathetic, but where was the money coming from? Everyone in the flat was skint. Then I remembered John Barker lived in the area. There was the possibility that he might have some money to lend me. At the back of my mind was the thought that I was at least postponing the evil hour when I had to go to my friend and confess I'd smashed up his car after jamming up the Rolls-Royce engine of the one he'd helped me get. 261. I parked the poor battered Corsair as near to 359 Amherst Road as I could. The front door was open. I ran up the 3 flights of stairs and knocked and shouted at the open flat door to see if anyone was in. To my surprise, the furniture in the front room had been removed, and at the far end a man was sleeping by the window with a copy of the Daily Express over his chest and his feet up on one of the remaining chairs. What luck! Here I was coming to get a loan and they had the bloody bailiffs in. I walked over and shook the sleeper. "What's going on here?" I demanded. He nearly fell off the chair with surprise. It was Detective Constable Daniels of the Special Branch. I looked around as the door creaked behind me. There was Detective Constable Claudgel. The time. The place. And the desired one. £250,000 worth of special branch expenditures was about to be justified. Daniel regained his composure and produced his warrant card in reply to my question. Produced it? He almost shoved it down my throat. He asked me why I had come to that address. I did not know what trouble there had been at the flat, and thought the wisest thing was not to answer any question, not even give them my name, despite the fact that Gel knew it perfectly well and that I knew his. They then said they were going to arrest me in connection with property taken from the flat the previous night by police officers. I thought it odd that they should charge me over what had gone before I got there. But I was so blind to the truth at that moment that what I was worrying about was how I was going to send off money to Brenda in Cornwall, and what Albert must be thinking, pacing up and down outside his front door. They radioed to Stoke Newington Police Station for a van to take me away. The atmosphere was polite but strained as we waited. They did not question me. Soon half a dozen police arrived outside in a black Maria, and Gel took me down the stairs and off to the local NIC. In the charge room they removed all my possessions, including the car keys of the Corsair. They even took my cigarettes, though Gel did give me a few of his own in compensation. I asked him to buy me some more out of the money I had on me. August. Not my lucky month. It was August when I was arrested in Spain 7 years earlier. 262. R. With all the pent-up aggravation I had felt that morning I was raging. I started kicking the cell door and shouting that I wanted to see my solicitor. When the station inspector came along and refused, I demanded food instead, one or the other. I am not sure what the logic behind that was, but I hadn't any breakfast that morning and was starving. "If you are going to lock up an innocent man you can at least feed him," I shouted as I kicked on the cell door. A policewoman came by and opened a little Judas hole, telling me to shut up. I was so taken aback at her impudence that I gave her a mouthful of obscenities in return. At that moment the door swung open, the DCS Terence Ashenden and Bernard Savell, both of the SID and somehow attached to Bond's bomb squad, charged in. They grabbed my arms, doubling them behind my back, and started to frog march me through the charge room out into the yard and toward a waiting police car. "I am quite capable of walking," I shouted. There's no need for melodrama. Evidently there was a need for melodrama, however, for they were cursing away as though they had arrested my namesake, the man with a predilection for having sex with his dead victims, though probably he got more sympathetic treatment. As we passed the police garage in the yard, I noticed the Corsair parked there with a large sign in front, "Wanted for fingerprinting. Do not touch." As we passed it, Ashenden said, "Right, you bastard, you're going to go down for 20 years for this little lot." They kept on telling me with relish how much they had taken away from Amherst Road. I was unceremoniously bundled into the back seat of a police car with Ashenden beside me and Savell in the driver's seat. The entire time I was inside the yard, Ashenden and Savell made pointed references to the fact that they had my car, and in fact before leaving they reversed right back to within a matter of millimeters of the battered wreck to make sure I didn't miss it. "We've got your car," said Ashenden with a knowing smile which he shared with Savell. They seemed to know something I didn't, but I didn't realize quite what it was until later that afternoon, when Bond produced 2 detonators from his drawer with all the aplomb of a magician producing a rabbit out of his hat. We were joined in the car by the senior officer who had led the raid the night before, Sergeant Gillum. At that particular 263 moment he had cast himself in the role of the goody against the other 2 baddies. I asked Gilhan for one of my cigarettes, now carefully wrapped in an HMSO envelope. He told Ashenden to give me one, which he did with extremely bad grace, as I was pointedly ignoring his existence. Ashenden continued with dire threats all the way to Albany Street Police Station, the HQ of the hunt for the Angry Brigade. In the course of the needling from Savell and Ashenden, I learned that I had been arrested because I was the leader of the Angry Brigade, and that an entire arsenal had been found in Amherst Road with all the evidence. I didn't answer. The tension was so great, perhaps it was because they were talking too much, that Gillum finally told them to be quiet. They dragged me out at Albany Street where Commander Bond had set up court, edging out the local police, much to their obvious annoyance, and housed the entire bomb squad with all their exhibits and communications. It struck me that if all this came into operation just to deal with a comparatively small outfit like the Angry Brigade, what would British democracy be like if it was confronted with an insurrection? I wasn't expecting an answer to a mental and metaphorical question, but it came to the world a year or so later, postmarked Belfast. In the charge room I was surrounded by inquisitive police. I heard the whisper, "We've got Christie." You would think it was Billy the Kid the way they were carrying on. Later that day Chris Bott called at the Stoke Newington flat to take John Barker out for a drink. He too was brought down to the cells, but I did not see him at this point. Much later in the afternoon, when things had quieted down a bit, I heard John's voice shout, "You all right, Jim?" A grunt in the affirmative came from Jim's cell, which turned out to be 2 up from my own. John went on, "Did you hear they brought Stuart in?" "Stuart who?" said Jim. "I haven't heard anything." "He was." I yelled. We couldn't carry on much of a conversation shouting from door to door, so we began singing. It was rather like the third-class dormitory in the Titanic as it was going down, but we soon warmed up to Avanti Popolo as distinct from those in peril on the sea. Every so often one of us would be taken away for interrogation by Commander Bond. X no longer marked the spot. The interviews took an hour. I was saved until last. My turn came at about 7:15, the star attraction. 264. I was taken up to the second-floor office by Detective Sergeant Davies. He told me on the way up that he had seen our conversion units in Enfield the previous week. I said, "I hope you are not intending to charge me with conspiracy to rob the small arms factory there." I was just about to add that in fact that was the sole reason I had joined the conversion unit when I saw the sinister figure of Sergeant Creamer come out of an office. As we passed, Creamer gave me a shy smile in his inimitable manner, as if to say simultaneously that he was sorry to see me there, that it was really nothing to do with him, and he looked forward to many more pleasant chats. Davies looked back at him as he disappeared down the corridor. "Bloody special branch," he said. I breathed again. He sounded almost as though we had something in common, a dislike of the political police. Inside the interrogation room I was formally introduced to Commander Bond and Detective Chief Inspector Ribby Wilson, a senior officer of the Special Branch. In front of them was a table piled high with checkbooks, passports, driving licenses, machine guns, pistols, ammunition, and sticks of dynamite. Bond broke the icy silence by saying he presumed I knew why I had been brought there. I said I didn't. Apart from a few drunken remarks by his subordinates which I would prefer to forget, nothing had been said to me at all. That was just an opening flick of the dagger to let it be noted I had my wits about me. I had said that I would not give any more interviews to the police, not even in the presence of my solicitor, and it seemed to me that even for them this was going a bit far in investigating political activities. Bond formally agreed that I was not obliged to assist the police with their inquiries, but said there were still a number of questions he had to put. I said he could do so, but I would prefer to have my solicitor present. There was one thing I would say, however, at this all ears stood up, and that was about the outrageous lack of amenities in the police station. I had been held 8 hours without a bite to eat, and the very least they could do was provide me with a regular cup of tea now and again. Why, I was sure Jeffrey Jackson was getting far better treatment in his improvised jail in Montevideo than I was getting here in the heart of London. This had an immediate effect. Commander Bond turned to Ribby Wilson and gave him a wry smile, asking if he could arrange for me to have a regular cup of tea. I am sure Mr. Jackson had established the point about tea where he was, with less difficulty. 265. After being cautioned, I was shown the property which the police claimed came from Amherst Road. To everything that was put to me I either made no reply or demanded that I speak to my solicitor. Mr. Bond went on to explain that he was making inquiries about the Angry Brigade. What we have found leads me to believe that those connected with the flat are associated with the Angry Brigade, he said. This reasoning continued throughout the case, convincing only those who put it forward. They had determined that once they found someone in possession of explosives, those people would be the Angry Brigade. Many people, not merely legally but illegally, are found in possession of explosives every year. Some are fined, and in cases where it is suspected the explosives have been used they may go to prison. But they are not necessarily the Angry Brigade. Indeed, in the past 2 years, the majority have been either the IRA or else good Tories and Ulster Protestants. Look at these posters found in your car. I didn't know possession of posters was a crime. I would like to consult with my solicitor on that fact. This Time Out magazine is yours. Do you sympathize with the Angry Brigade? There's a picture in it which refers to them. I don't edit Time Out. My sympathies are my own. You have publicly admitted being an anarchist, haven't you? Yes, I have. My solicitor can tell you all about it. I began to sound a bit obsessive about the solicitor. Bond and Wilson sorted through the enormous pile of plastic bags they had in front of them and produced one which they said contained what had been taken from my car. I was asked to separate what was mine from what was Albert's. Having done that and gone through the litany, sorting out maps and things from the pile of rubbish which included a white Masonic glove, Mr. Bond produced another little box from a drawer in his desk. In the boot of your car, police officers found these 2 detonators. What have you to say about these? This was the card that trumped my ace. It was now for a judge and jury to decide whether it had come out of Mr. Bond's sleeve or my boot. It should be stated that I had been in custody for 9 hours. I had not been told until this interview that I was there because 266 of alleged involvement in the Angry Brigade. After 20-odd questions, this was the first that referred to my possession of detonators or explosive substances. I first saw them produced out of a drawer. All the evidence as to where they had come from was entirely police evidence. I had not been near the car, nor had any representative of mine been near the car, when it was discovered by the police or when it was officially searched. Furthermore, it was not my car. If you were stopped while driving someone else's car, and something were found in the boot of which you denied knowledge, would you not expect the person who lent you the car to be at least questioned, if not suspected? This did not happen. They were sure the detonators were mine. How could they be sure? I pushed back my chair from the table and said vehemently, those detonators weren't in the car and you know it. I was so taken aback I forgot to add the bit about wanting to see a solicitor. Bond somewhat hurriedly moved on to the next question. How about this wiring? That might have been in the car, but not the detonators. The screwdrivers and the glove were in the car, weren't they? Yes, they were, but not the detonators. He moved on to newspapers that were there and we got back to playing the game of his producing documents and my replying that the law allows legal representation. He finally agreed that he would telephone Mr. Bernberg that evening. You've said that you don't want to see any of the property and documents police found in the flat, but so that you can realize how serious the matter is, I am going to show you certain items. I understand how serious it is. All right, I assured him. I understood so well that I wasn't particularly keen on helping him tie the knot around my neck. However, we carried on to the bitter end, and I was shown all the posters, letters, and documents. Had I seen them before? I wasn't going to answer that. Seen them? In 100, 200, 300 different homes. The only thing that made this haul distinguishable from any other, and well they knew it, was the fact that they claimed to have found guns and explosives. Come to think of it, they said they had found detonators in my car as well. 267. As I was getting up to go, there was a sudden blaring of La Marseillaise. It sounded extremely effective. Wilson and Bond jumped out of their seats and fell over each other in an attempt to get to the window and look out of the Venetian blinds to see what had stopped outside. Ribby Wilson turned to me with a laugh, saying for a moment he thought it had been the French revolutionaries coming to rescue me. The swiftness of their reactions was no doubt attributable to charges of the Light Highland Infantry complete with pipe and drum band which must have colored their formative years. I don't know if they really expected that within a few hours the French revolutionaries could have got over to London to attack a small police station near Regent's Park complete with municipal band. In any case, they were out of date on revolutions. That was the bourgeois one, not ours. I proved to be the last interrogated, and left with assurances from Ribby Wilson of regular cups of tea and a promise to let Brenda know I was all right. I descended into the freezing bowels of the earth to jocular catcalls of "What took you so long," and "Have you been to dinner?" Sergeant Creamer turned up to pop his head through the hatch and inquire if I was all right. If ever there was a stupid question, nevertheless, I told him I was fine. I even had the cigarettes Gel had given me, but they were fast running out. Creamer gave me some of his and I asked if he would give some to the others. At this he gave me a moralizing lecture. He respected me and would give me cigarettes any time, but not the others. Later, a uniformed policeman came by to check that we hadn't all committed suicide or tripped up ourselves as they euphemistically put it, and he handed around the cigarettes. Next morning Ben Bernberg came into my cell with his hand raised in greeting, and obviously looking for any telltale sign of ill treatment. It was a relief to see him. Those with no experience of criminal law will find it hard to believe how few solicitors there are who will not work with the police against the interests of their clients. This is not clearly evident, but it is a glorious reality in political cases. I knew Ben could be trusted absolutely. He was one of the few committed lawyers who, in so many countries, support radical causes with scant recompense. Sometimes they are the victims of Ku Kluxers. Sometimes but rarely they receive judicial prominence. In America there were Clarence Darrow and Samuel Leibowitz, in Spain there 268 were many, including Luis Companys, who later became president of Catalonia. Ben agreed with my decision not to make any statement to Bond, but suggested I cooperate in giving a sample of my handwriting and other samples from my hands, to verify whether I had handled explosives recently. I had said that I would allow swabs to be taken if an independent chemist were allowed in. I had the Challoner case in mind. He said that this was impossible, but that Woolwich Arsenal were independent of the police anyway. That's all very well, I thought, they're more on your side than mine. However, Ben persuaded me to give handwriting samples, and in the end the forensic chemist from Woolwich took the swabs. Later that afternoon Bond produced my long-lost address book found in Ross's van, and they pointed out the sinister significance of Barker, J. and Christie. That evening, when we were in the cages, the police commissioner himself came round. He peered at us through the cell door and walked hurriedly away. We were woken early on Monday morning, our second morning in captivity. We were marched out one by one to a small sink in the charge room, where we were allowed to have a quick freshen up with cold water, surrounded by half a dozen policemen, and then twice around the enclosed police car park. It felt like being a prisoner in Fort Apache, with all the cops on the roof and the guards on the door. This was to ensure we couldn't say we hadn't had any fresh air. Animals in the zoo are treated a lot better. We were then lined up in the charge room. This was the first full view I had had of the others since we were arrested. Jim and John had obviously been beaten up. No wonder Bernberg had looked at me so closely, and perhaps it explained too why Sir John had been snooping so happily. Anna and Hilary both looked well and were glad to see John and Jim. We were lined up according to the severity of the charges against us, which corresponded to the incriminating evidence they had managed to bring together. Jim and Anna were first on the list, then John and Hilary. Chris Bott and I brought up the *. The Challoner case was a notorious case in which Police Sergeant Challoner planted evidence on demonstrators during a demonstration protesting the visit of the Queen Frederica of Greece in the early 60s. Rear. I whispered to him that it was rather like a double wedding with us as best men. The solicitors stood to one side like the congregation, and the station inspector sat at a table in front of us like the officiating clergyman. It wasn't much of a joke. But even so, it was a better one than the one played by the law. If it had been a double wedding ceremony, then it is unlikely that Anna and Hilary could have been convicted of conspiring with their husbands. The rest of the charge room was filled with policemen, lowly and senior, from all walks of the police force. The station inspector began the ceremony, but instead of saying "Dearly beloved," he read out the charges against us one by one. When he came to me, I shouted out that it was a frame-up. Everyone looked at me with embarrassment. It was like saying no to the minister's question. The inspector carefully noted my objection and proceeded to read out the property sheets. I refused to sign my list, which included the 2 planted detonators. The station inspector was quite nonplussed at this and didn't know what to do apart from typing out the enormous list again. Bond stepped in and saved the day by initialing the 2 odd offending items. They formed a striking contrast to the other rubbish in the car, which included a half-eaten bag of peanuts. By this time we were becoming acclimatized to Albany Street Police Station, whose police were not too bad. They were people who had taken on the job through lack of imagination and economic necessity. We were looking on it as the best of a bad job before Brixton, when suddenly at 10 o'clock on Monday night we were literally dragged out of our cells to waiting Black Marias. The huge number of Pols who were escorting us were instructed not to speak to us. We were all hastily smuggled out in this way in different vans, and transferred at top speed to the police cells at Clerkenwell Magistrates' Court. This was an additional security measure to make sure the international anarchist conspirators couldn't find our whereabouts and remove us in the dead of night, and was reinforced when we arrived, with the cells between us as far apart as possible. The IAC must have been having the night off. The vans weren't ambushed, and we spent an uncomfortable night in what must be about the most unhygienic police station in the 270 world. The dungeons of the Politico-Social in Madrid's Puerta del Sol were like the police Hilton compared with this. Next day, after a breakfast that looked like a punishment diet at Carabanchel, except that it was cooked even more badly, we were taken into the adjacent courtroom. It was a tiny court. The 6 of us crowded into the dock, but so tightly was it packed that Chris Bott had to stand down beside me. I looked around at the equally tight squeeze in the public gallery, people who had braved the formidable police pressure and searches to crush in. I was elated to see Brenda trying to lift her arm out of the scrum and give me an encouraging wave. I signaled to her to go to the back of the court for a visit afterwards, and settled down to listen to the magistrate. He was wasting no time listening to any protestations. The police had brought us there and charged us, and were convinced of our guilt. As he put it, he was small fry. All he could do was legalize our being locked up until we could prove our innocence before a judge and jury. That we were not to be given the opportunity until a year and a half later had nothing to do with him. If only a centurion had brought a bowl of water he would have washed his hands, but there was nothing as sanitary as that in Clerkenwell. Albert Meltzer. 272. Stuart Christie at the International Anarchist Congress in Carrara, 1968. 273. Top, Stuart Christie with a member of the March 22nd Group, 1968. Bottom, Giuseppe Pinelli. 274. Miguel Garcia after his release in 1971. 275. Stuart and Brenda. 276. Bomb Squad Chief names 2 people. Yardseek. By staff reporters. A man and a woman, suff by the police inquiring into the activities ol the Angry Highgate, were named by Deputy Assistant Commissioner Cronist Bond alla Scotland Yard Preskin Lewis yesterday. He said they are 2 people we are most anxious to interview. Mr. Bond, who for nearly 2 years has been in charge of the Yard Bomb Squad, said in couple were being suff, through Interpol and other police contacts. Lie named them as at a press mill cream yesterday and in a cell like this in Brixton Prison, before the jury decided not to impose any sentence. Prior to the trial we spent almost 6 months going back and forth once a week to Clerkenwell Court, which was unable to deal with the case. This entailed getting up very early in the morning, gulping down a quick cup of tea, packing up all our belongings, and trailing them down the Victorian iron staircase to await collection at reception by the main gate. At reception, our names would be called out, and we would be marched out into the yard to be loaded into the tiny, dark, and stifling cubicles of a waiting Black Maria, and then driven slowly off to Clerkenwell. Often this would mean as much as 3 or 4 hours of travel a day, cooped up in a vertical coffin, as we would take a guided tour of London's magistrate courts, dropping off offenders at their place of judgment. In the afternoon it was the same procedure, only lengthier. Normally we would leave the court by 2:30 at the very latest, but by the time we got back to Brixton it was well after 7 o'clock in the evening. BJ the time the screws decided to fetch us from our tiny cells in reception and we had checked in with what passed for a doctor, we did not usually get to our cells until after 11 o'clock. The reason for all this extra punishment, on top of the 286 routine of a normal prisoner's life during what would in any case have been a fairly stiff sentence for the charge, based on allegations rather than on theory, was not any desire to be more vindictive to those not convicted of any offense than to those who had been. On the contrary, it was based on one of the great glories of the English legal system, habeas corpus, about which it boasts to the world. Nobody can be kept imprisoned without coming before the court. So people have to come back and back and back to court under exhausting conditions until finally the authorities decide they have all the evidence they are likely to scrape together and proceed with the case, or, as in our case, until they have conjured up enough deductions out of the original allegations to hope they may get the case past a jury. Remember here that all the allegations against us were deduced from the possession charge, in my case the alleged possession of 2 detonators, in the case of the 4 from Amherst Road, the alleged possession of arms, and in the case of Chris Bott, nothing at all. The right of habeas corpus sounds so grand that generation after generation is fooled into thinking it is a victory for justice. In the hands of a complacent magistrate it simply becomes another form of internment which anyway seems perfectly able to flourish alongside habeas corpus. Like all laws, it defines limits but it has never given freedom. I was pleasantly surprised on my first night in Brixton when the landing orderly, a young Cypriot, not only brought me some tattered copies of Playboy and Penthouse, but a copy of Kropotkin's Memoirs of a Revolutionist. I was amazed to see it on my first day in prison, and to know that the work of the famous Russian anarchist philosopher was being read, quite avidly it seemed from the state of the book, by other prisoners. From the flyleaf I gathered that it had belonged to Jake Prescott who, with Ian Purdy, had been transferred to maximum security in D Wing when the prison authorities learned of our imminent arrival. They did not want too many trouble-making anarchists together in one wing. I took the books with me to read on my next court visit. A Trotskyist screw looked at it and asked if I had read Kropotkin's in Russian and French prisons. I hadn't. It was a very rare item because the Tsarist authorities had bought up edition after edition of the book when it first appeared, to prevent it being known, but it has been reprinted since then. You ought to write in Spanish and English prisons one day. 287. He said, half jokingly. But I often thought of his words. He took it for granted, as a great many of our friends did, that the Spanish prisons would be much worse. It is a sad commentary on English liberalism that this just isn't true. It never was true that the do-gooders who built Britain's soulless prisons had much of an edge on anyone else, even the tyrannical regimes. When one reads Kropotkin's description of life in French prisons 80 years ago, one shudders to think what jeers the parliamentarians and press of today would raise if it were proposed that each prisoner incarcerated for the first time may hire a pistol during his preventive interrogation, and thus avoid living in the cells. The pistol is also a cell, but it is somewhat wider and much cleaner than the cells proper. A deep window under the ceiling gives enough of the light, and 6 or 7 paces may be measured on its stone pavement, from one corner to the opposite one. It has a clean bed and a small iron stove heated with coke, and for one who is occupied and is accustomed to solitude it is a tolerably comfortable dwelling place provided the incarceration does not last too long. We kept our own dress, we were not compelled to be shaved, and we could smoke. We occupied 3 spacious rooms, with a separate small room for myself, and we had a little garden, some 50 yards long and 10 yards wide, where we did some gardening on a narrow strip of earth along the wall, and could appreciate from our own experience the benefits of an intensive culture. Even the lice-ridden prisons of Russia and France are found to have more humanity and soul than the sanitary and cold prisons of Britain. In Spain it is much easier to land in jail. Offences unknown in any normal country exist, such as illegal association. The exact meaning of this is still not certain, but whilst writing this I have just heard on the news that the crime of illegal association will be on the British statute books by the end of the week. You can be tortured in the Spanish police stations, but once in jail the situation is different. The prison authorities have to live for long periods with those in their charge, therefore they cannot forever torture them. I discussed this difference in prisons with Miguel Garcia. He agreed with me that it is the soullessness of British prisons that makes them outstanding in the history of penology. National characteristics come into it as well, for cold cabbage, muddy fish cakes, soggy sponge with lumpy custard and gnat's piss. 288. Tea would be regarded in Spain as a provocation diet. The authorities who offered it would be expecting a riot. It is true that British prisoners are conditioned by years of factory canteens and cafes, where it is usual to accept such rubbish as normal food and merely grumble at it. But there is another striking difference between the two countries. British jails are run on a system of state socialism, where you get what you are given. Spanish jails are run on the old-fashioned lines of the capitalist system. You can work and earn more, or not work and just scrape by. You can have money sent in from outside and spend it in a canteen or the prison restaurant. Thus responsibility for the individual's quality of life in prison becomes his own, that of his comrades or his family. The circulation of money leads to corruption of guards, and corruption is the one thing that eases tyranny. It exists only fitfully and is illegal in England. It is built into the system in Spain. But for those who have illusions as to what can be achieved by the parliamentary system, a comparison of Spanish and English prisons would be shattering. It might be thought that for Spanish fascism it might be flattering. This is not so, because ultimately all prisons come down to what the government can get away with, and in Spain they have had almost the whole nation locked up at one time or another, so that the guards had to live with the prisoners. The jails which began under Franco were as detestable as Belsen, in that many of the inmates were taken out and murdered. But as they settled into becoming part of the furniture of the regime, with certain exceptions such as Barcelona's Cárcel Modelo, they became less unbearable in order to avoid constant tension and reprisals. If people spent Francoist-type sentences in Brixton under Home Office rules, the place would be ripped apart. There was now a kind of race going on to see whether Prescott and Purdy would be tried before us, or whether we would face a combined trial with all of us together in the dock. The prosecution was still dithering with its case. It had made up its mind that they were revolutionaries, but did not have sufficient evidence to say that it was they who had committed the acts done by certain revolutionaries. We compared the government's attitude, in Black Flag, to that of Abdul Hamid II, Abdul the Damned of Turkey. When wanted to punish political upheaval, he massacred some 289 Armenians. This had the effect of cooling the situation, or at least of diverting it. Obviously somebody had to be punished to show the might of the state. Late in life Abdul was introduced to the works of Conan Doyle specially translated for him, and was fascinated by the character of Sherlock Holmes. Holmes, for some inscrutable Occidental reason, took immense pains to find out who exactly it was that did anything a long drawn-out and inconvenient, if interesting, method that would never have suited the Imperial Ottoman police. It was unfortunate that one of the claims made in the defense of these trials was that the Angry Brigade was now smashed. A few weeks after our arrest, Albany Street Barracks, which was a few yards from the police station where we had been held, was bombed, as were the home of a lump * employer in Birmingham, Everton Street Army Tank HQ and the Post Office Tower. The attacks all bore the unmistakable marks of the Angry Brigade. In the course of a few weeks more people were picked up, as it was seen that the case was not so simple as either the Special Branch or Mr. Habershon's squad would have it. The others arrested were Angela Weir, a Marxist, Chris Allen, Pauline Conroy and finally Catherine MacLean. Mr. Habershon had said he would get 12. The figure had been reached, if you counted Prescott and Purdy. The 10 was a neat figure, 5 men and 5 women, though not in couples. It was a pity to disturb such perfect symmetry with the facts that came before the committal proceedings after our first spell of waiting in Brixton and Holloway prisons. The main problem with Brixton was boredom. In fine weather we were locked up for 23 hours a day. We were allowed out for half an hour in the morning and half an hour in the afternoon. Out meant the small compound outside A wing. Most of the prisoners in the wing were young people charged with serious offenses who were facing long prison sentences. The days of the East End gang leaders were over. The old-time criminal had been a parasite who shared the same hopes, aspirations, language, and morality as the metropolitan. A lump employer is one whose employees are self-employed and therefore pay no taxes and get no protection in terms of health, security, or safety. 290. Sid certainly as the flying squad. They were just on opposite sides of the counter, but it was the same shop. Usually they were Tories, and they used to have photographs of the Queen on the walls of their cells. Now the younger prisoners were independently minded, with no respect for law and order as an abstraction. They understood that the forces against them were also living on the proceeds of their crimes, that while police forces justified their existence by saying they were there to defend your property in the sense of your home, treasured possessions, and gas meter, in fact what they defended was the abstraction of property accumulated by force, fraud, and speculation, the legalized theft of bourgeois society. Now, if there were political photographs on the walls, they were more likely to be of Che Guevara than the Queen. I did my best to keep up the struggle in Brixton. I didn't shove my anarchist ideas down anybody's throat, but whenever I had a discussion with my fellow prisoners I explained what revolutionary action meant and what a free society was. Perhaps because of the curiosity I aroused, there were half a dozen copies of Floodgates of Anarchy circulating around Brixton all the time I was there. A lot of the younger prisoners were very impressed by the actions and organization of the Tupamaros. The screws in Brixton, as in most prisons, came from the north. They had been forced into the job for the security and the housing and because of unemployment. On the whole they were not too bad. They didn't bother us if we didn't bother them. All they wanted was a quiet life, and the few who had taken the job thinking they could help people and imagining it to consist of more than turning keys on them had long since become apathetic. There was a hard core of vicious screws who did their best to make life more unbearable. They had their little moments of power, but also their time of downfall. What made Brixton bearable for me was the fact of Brenda's resilience. I had been worrying about her, but she had come up from Cornwall the very day I was arrested. She came to Brixton every single visiting day for 16 months, bearing cigarettes, fruit, food, books, and sometimes carrying 3 or 4 plates with meat and potatoes. Later, when the others were transferred to my wing from F wing, where they had been since we arrived, she brought food for them too. When she came to London she gave up our house in Cornwall and brought all our feline friends with her. The main 291. Worry was what to do with them. She spent days rushing up to see me and finding good homes for the kittens, but couldn't bear to part with the 2 mother cats, Fire and Brimstone. Eventually she lodged them with Albert, who had moved into a flat in Finsbury Park which had a garden. They took to him immediately and waxed fat under his loving care. He grumbled good-naturedly to a mutual friend that the Black Cross was now taking care of prisoners' cats, and that they were refugees from the special branch, one having been kicked in the raid at Fonthill Road. The remark was made as he strolled across Finsbury Park and a neighbour overheard. She was anxious to support such a useful organization, and asked anxiously what happened to the pets of the people the TV had shown arrested in Greece. Balked in her desire to support this worthy cause, she was nevertheless charmed with the cats, and on the evidence of their sleek condition pronounced me innocent of all charges. This old lady had recently been taken up by her daughter-in-law, after years of living alone in a huge rambling house filled with cats, when the sudden anxious realization came that such properties were now worth thousands and the old lady was quite capable of leaving it all to the Moggies. As one of the occasional treats this woman was now giving her mother-in-law, she took her to a conservative ladies' gathering in a neighboring constituency of Mr. Carr's, where our case was discussed and various interesting variations of the death penalty were suggested for me, since hanging was too good. To the dismay of the snobbish daughter-in-law, the old lady rounded on the astonished Tories, proclaiming that everyone knew I had been framed, and that if Mr. Carr came round and kicked her cats she'd give him the same treatment. It is bad enough when the kids become political deviants, but they won't know what hits them when grannies start. Such assumptions of guilt and innocence, however, were neither more nor less arbitrary than those made by the prosecution when it rounded up 12 likely candidates. There have been many comments on prison life. Presumably they are read for pure titillation, for the reforms over the last 100 and even 50 years have been negligible. Possibly the prisons have got worse, and certainly the same ones have got older. I was better off than most, since Brenda was able to work half-days and visit me with meals. Still, she couldn't have done it without a lot of help. The Black Cross had a defense. 292. Fund for me, but it could never have managed to raise enough to keep Brenda going while she spent so much time and money visiting me. When I came out I had a look at the books and found someone had been putting a $5 a week in and even more. I couldn't find out who it was. For some time I suspected a deep ruse of the special branch, as Albert in his usual self-effacing way said it was anonymous, until he finally confessed he was the donor. As I could not be allowed out of the special security wing, the others asked to be let in, so that we could prepare our defense together. We also managed to get the occasional round-table conference to include the women from Holloway. From the first we were guided by the fact that we should not be divided against each other, but neither should we be subjoined to the point where conspiracy was easy to prove. We had before us not only the Challoner case, but the more immediate experience of the Mangrove trial, which arose out of a police raid on a black restaurant in Notting Hill, and the Greek embassy demonstration. At the time of the occupation of the Greek embassy, the police had arrested 2 carloads of persons protesting against the Greek coup and charged them with conspiracy. To be precise, they had arrested 3 carloads, but when a quick-thinking comrade sitting near the door in the 3rd police van discovered that his captors had forgotten to lock it when the van pulled up in the police yard, the entire vanload disappeared in a matter of seconds. The other 2 carloads of people who were sent for trial charged with conspiracy joined together in their defense. In that case a deal was made by some of the lawyers, which sacrificed a few of them since it would have taken so long to deal with each case individually. We determined we would all act individually, with separate counsels. John, Anna, and Hillary elected to defend themselves with the aid of Mackenzie and women helpers. Mackenzie men and women referred to the 1970 Court of Appeals decision in the case of Mackenzie v. Mackenzie that any person whether professionally qualified or not, could attend a trial as a friend of the defendant to take notes, make suggestions, and generally give advice. Others, including myself, decided to have a barrister to act for us. This way we hoped to force the prosecution to spell out its charges, and in the cold light of repetition hoped that their case would come over as less and less plausible. We all knew only too well that the prosecution would drag in my Spanish experience as part of the conspiracy charge against me, and this would form the basis of the case against everyone else. We all had different solicitors. Naturally we all tried to use progressive firms with a reputation for integrity, who could handle radical cases with a degree of sympathy and understanding. This rather upset the police, especially as it turned out that nearly all of them were Jewish. Commander Bond, whose prejudices were well rooted in the Edwardian period, was heard to pronounce some of the names with the full Germanic intonation of the original, so that his hearers could be in no doubt about their origins. After a month or so in Brixton, Kevin Winstein was appointed as my barrister. I thought at first it was an odd choice for Ben to make. Kevin was in no way politically involved. He emitted a distinct air of right-wing arrogance. However, I soon discovered I was mistaken. Not only had he a brilliant mind, his arrogance was merely armor-plating for an empathetic personality. At one point, because of the lack of Queen's counsels among the defense barristers, the press suggested that the leading silks were boycotting us. I don't know that any of us wanted any, but we were guided in the matter by our solicitors. In the end there was only one QC among the team, Mr. Lawton Scott, who acted for Chris Bott. Meantime we traveled back and forth to Clerkenwell Court to prove what a wonderful thing habeas corpus was. Every week the police said they were continuing their inquiries, but we were too dangerous to let loose. One day while down in the cells of Clerkenwell awaiting transfer to Brixton, Brenda came to visit me as usual and brought forward an old friend I hadn't seen since Carabanchel Juan Busquets. He had gone into prison on the same day as Miguel Garcia in 1949, and had come out a few days before, having spent 20 years in jail though he was only 18 when he went in. As I mentioned before, his leg had been broken while trying to escape. He had not received any medical attention until it was too late. His face had been smashed in with the rifle butt of a Guardia Civil as he lay on the ground helpless after falling. He still had a broken nose after all these years, perhaps it was that, together with his white trench coat, that made the special branch escorting Brenda and Juan think he was a Mediterranean gunman. When they saw me get 294 up excitedly and greet him enthusiastically in Spanish, they felt for their holsters. Juan was immediately surrounded by 8 nervous detectives. Creamer came to ask who he was, and Juan felt for his inside pocket. Poor Roy looked even more cadaverous than usual. Before anyone had a chance to shoot, Busquets was waving his Spanish identity card. They took down his particulars. When he got back to Toulouse the following day, he was raided by the French police. He spent 2 days in the local police station, where he was forced to explain what he had to do with Christie, La Brigada de Cholera and Le Groupe du Premier Mai. How could they understand that Juan and a German who came too, both anti-fascists and friends, felt sufficiently to make that journey to show solidarity? If they had understood, perhaps they would not have been policemen. John and Jim looked forward to the farces at Clerkenwell. Because there at least they met Hilary and Anna. They embraced and came into the dock together, taking the opportunity to exchange a few words. It was the only chance they had. Brenda and I were always separated by glass. But Anna and Hilary had to go back to that pseudo-Gothic monstrosity at Holloway, while I had the satisfaction of knowing that Brenda was outside helping me. Even Habershon could scarcely forbear to express admiration for Brenda after daily visits had stretched into a year or so, a cheer from the ranks of Tuscany. In all prisons there are those who manage to get away with a bit of power. In Brixton's A-wing that man was a petty crook and long-firm merchant known as Jack the Rat. It was said that there was a contract out to have him killed. For this reason he was given a cell on the ground floor, from which he rarely ventured in case he slipped and fell over the side of the wing landing. He had turned Queen's evidence on a gang now serving long sentences in different prisons, and his evidence had helped put them away. Many others were in the same boat. He turned informer to save himself. He had turned up at Tintagel House with all the documentation he was able to amass on his partners in crime. He could lay blame on them and avoid prosecution himself, but his plans had gone awry. Most of the others involved with him in the case got light sentences, whereas he eventually got 9 years. If we were going to live there, as it seemed we were, we might as well try to make it a bit more bearable. If the authorities 295 wanted to round up troublemakers, the least we could do was to make a bit of trouble. There was plenty of scope for it. A wing in Brixton is a large, depressing gallery covered in the sort of tiles one normally associates with urinals. There were 4 landings for the different grades of captives. The ones on the ground floor were old, infirm prisoners in low security classifications, or else informers whose lives were in danger if they mixed too freely with the others. The 2s were slightly higher in security classification, mostly recidivists of minor importance. The 3s were the front page news, reckoned to be the blackguards and villains. On closer inspection most of them seemed to be no different from anyone else. Also on the 3s were the escapees, people who had either escaped before, or had made the attempt and been discovered in time. They were forced to dress in faded old dungarees with a large yellow stripe running down the seams of the legs and on the back of their jackets. I suppose the idea was the same as that behind the forced wearing of a yellow star for Jews in Nazi-occupied Europe. They were never allowed out except in the company of 2 screws, who carried a sort of passport to record all their movements every waking moment. At night they were obliged to strip and leave all their clothes on a chair which was left outside their cell and returned to them in the morning. The 4s were mostly high security risks and recidivists. It was to this elevated company that the Home Secretary had allocated me, at first because I ought to have been a recidivist, and on second thought because he just felt I ought to be there even if I wasn't. Some translucent glass let a little light into the gloom. The conditions in which we were locked up would never be tolerated if applied to animals. The lack of exercise, the confinement among one's own defecations, the deprivation of any form of recreation, the lack of hygiene and the bad food would have killed off any member of the animal kingdom, except perhaps the fleas which thrived quite happily in our blankets. The people with whom I was mixing at Brixton were all remand prisoners. This meant they had not yet been found guilty, and a great many never would be, despite the long months and sometimes years they would spend behind bars waiting for their trial. But they were treated as guilty until proven otherwise. With the approach of summer, dissatisfaction grew, especially in A wing. At last, after discussing at great 296 length what we could do, we decided to have a sit-down strike in protest against the rubber stamping by magistrates of police objections to bail which amounted to internment, and conditions inside the jail which amounted to a form of punishment. The prison informers had told the screws what we were up to, but there was not much they could do until we carried out our intentions. One day we filed out to the yard as usual and then all sat down on the grass verge. This was a breach of regulations. Prisoners had to walk around the paths in ones or twos, and were not allowed to sit down to enjoy the sun or the rain on their faces, or even the only view uninterrupted by grey stone walls and bars. When we sat down, the wing officer came out to tell us to get up and return to our cells. We replied that we would not go back until we had seen the governor. At last, after keeping us waiting for what he felt was a suitable time, he deigned to come out and see us. He tried to jolly us into playing the game. He wanted our leaders to speak and let him know what our complaints were, but we told him we had no leaders, a good anarchistic response which had been agreed to by everyone beforehand, since they knew full well that anyone selected as spokesman would automatically become the scapegoat. Finally, one or two of us got up to outline the main grievances. He said he sympathized with our complaints, but that prison reform was a long, slow process and much of what we wanted would not be seen in our lifetime. We didn't have that amount of time to wait. We said that if we didn't have an answer in 48 hours we would sit down again and stay there. 2 days later nothing had been done. We all sat down again outside and remained there most of the day. The governor came at last late in the afternoon and told us that he had spent most of the day at the prison department of the Home Office, and they were looking into our complaints. Something would be done, but he could not say when. "These things take time," he said. "Time's what we're doing," someone shouted. We knew that this time if we did not maintain the strike they would simply transfer and isolate the troublemakers. This would have solved nothing, it would simply result in other prisons becoming involved in the strikes. So we stayed put. At last, after a discussion with the wing governors and the Home Office, he invited a few of us to come along to his office and discuss the matter with him. This was agreed, provided the men were not victimized afterwards. As a result, some delegates, including myself, went to his office. 297. I had been asked to prepare a list of the main complaints during a joint meeting the previous afternoon with the fellow prisoners of A Wing. This is what I put to him. The main grievance shared by most of the remand prisoners is that we find ourselves suffering worse conditions than convicted prisoners. Facilities are far worse than those of many of the so-called backward penal establishments in Europe. We demand better recreation facilities, more association, television, and films, and to be allowed to have our own transistor radios in our cells. Another suggestion regarding how the food could be improved in the prison was by bulk buying. I quoted a recent newspaper article describing a typical menu on a Royal Navy ship where the crew had a choice of food which included T-bone steaks, roast beef, and so on. All this had been done on an allowance of 31 pence per man. I pointed out that although we did not know what the Home Office allowance was for each prisoner, it could not fall much below that of the Ministry of Defense. A further important grievance raised was the lack of proper visiting facilities. The strain on prisoners and families seeing their loved ones in a tiny cubicle divided by glass is often unbearable, and can and does lead to broken marriages. The governor agreed again that he sympathized with us, but countered neatly by telling us that it would cost the Home Office something in the region of £10,000 to correct this. We replied that this was a drop in the ocean compared with the vast sums being spent by the Home Office on building cages within cages for human beings and running barbed wire around the perimeter of the prisons, costing at least £250,000. We argued that the money would be better spent in eradicating the tension and alienation inside the prison. The governor said nothing to this. Another point which I raised at the meeting was the censorship of mail by the Home Office on moral and political grounds. It could be argued that censorship may be necessary for reasons of security, but to return mail on moral or political grounds was reminiscent of Hitler's Germany, Stalin's Russia, or Franco's Spain. 298. Last, we came to the real reason for the demonstration: the present bail system. We agreed that this was not the direct concern of the prison department, but it certainly was the responsibility of the Home Office, and they did share the same master. Many remand prisoners in London can be held for up to 2 years pending trial. The average period spent on remand in A Wing at that particular time was 9 to 12 months. Yet from the conditions we found ourselves in Brixton we could only assume that we had been declared guilty a priori. The police can object to bail on the flimsiest of excuses, and these objections are upheld in both the magistrates' court and in the high courts. In the majority of serious cases, the only way bail can be obtained is by bribing the police. One example of this I mentioned was the famous Baker Street robbery, which it is reckoned netted over £300,000, yet all the men involved were out on bail. A number of similar cases had been brought to the attention of the Director of Public Prosecutions concerning this practice, yet he had consistently continued to ignore all complaints. The last thing we brought up, which was insisted upon by all the prisoners, was the complaint concerning the classification of men in categories A and E. We insisted they should at least be allowed association among themselves and that they should also be allowed radios. There was also the question of the 3 Irish Republican prisoners in solitary confinement on the 3's and A wing. Another group of Irish loyalists were in A wing also, and they were not subject to close confinement or surveillance. The charges against them were identical. Was it that the authorities felt more in sympathy with the Orangemen? In fairness to the latter, one should add that in prison the Orangemen and Republicans were indistinguishable, not only as regards their integrity and militancy, but also in their working-class approach to social problems and realization of the need for social revolution in Ulster. We were not sure after the meeting if it had been successful. The governor promised to take our demands to a meeting he was having with the prison department the following day. We returned to where the men were relaxing in the summer afternoon, and decided to shift as F wing, who used the same yard, had got no exercise at all that day or the previous day because of our sit-down. 299. When we were safely banged up behind closed doors, F wing trooped out and promptly sat down. A number of them began singing and dancing to the tune of We Shall Not Be Moved. They were out to stay, and stay they did, all night and most of the following day. They had seen our demonstration and had prepared for theirs by bringing blankets and food with them. A wing helped reinforce solidarity by throwing out bars of chocolate, more fruit, and their own blankets. Screws were called in from the other London prisons. Within a few hours the place took on the atmosphere of a besieged citadel, which in truth it was. The prisoners, all in the best of spirits, stayed throughout the night in spite of heavy rain, singing and dancing. It was hell for the officers who lived in the grim Victorian tenements overlooking the prison when they came home the following morning. Their wives apparently bawled them out for not lashing into us and letting them get to sleep. But the screws did not try to cart the men away. One small incident and all the good humor would have gone in a flash. These were men with long sentences ahead of them, and they were not to be intimidated. It was good to be back in the struggle again. The only unpleasant side of it was the fact that some of the short-term prisoners threw in their lot with the screws in trying to break up the demonstrations in the one convicted wing in Brixton. The convicted prisoners had a lot more to lose than the remand prisoners in the way of remission, earnings, and visits. Fortunately, it was only a handful who behaved like this. They certainly wouldn't have dared do it had it been a regular prison and not a remand one. Nevertheless, the demonstrations and sit-ins were a great success and brought about swift changes. The food improved for a while, we were allowed radios within a matter of days, longer periods of exercise in the morning and afternoon, more regular open visits and longer ones, too, and baths when we wanted them. It was only the beginning. The idea of prisoners uniting in trade union struggles is beginning to grow throughout the country. Activity cannot but increase while there are political prisoners among them. Like all anarchists, I have always been opposed to the idea of special categories for political prisoners, such as the Irish political prisoners are insisting upon. By accepting a more comfortable existence, the political prisoner falls into a trap. Usually the political prisoner is so labeled in order that he or she 300 should get worse treatment, and so that prison reform need not touch the enemies of the state. The British state is fond of denying that it has political prisoners. Recently the German state, pressed to reveal how many political prisoners it had, coyly admitted to one Rudolf Hess. On this reckoning no such things as political prisoners exist, for everywhere prisoners are arrested, tortured, intimidated, and imprisoned because they have broken the law of the land. In Nazi Germany, Spain, Russia, Greece, Czechoslovakia, Brazil, Turkey, political prisoners are there because they have broken the law. The prisoner must be wrong because the state is the arbiter of what is and what is not legal. When, however, there is a fair number of revolutionaries mixing with those already disgruntled with the unfair distribution of wealth and class justice, there exists a fertile breeding ground for revolutionary socialist ideas. The Tsarist government understood this very well, as does the Franco government. It is the state which makes the political classification in order to divide the politicals from the disgruntled. It is curious that one aspect of hypocrisy has defeated another, because the insistence that there were no political prisoners in this country despite the existence of a political police force, not to mention political offences, defeated what would have been the usual establishment-type reform, one which was, indeed, later granted in Northern Ireland, a meaningless classification into political and non-political, thus dividing the struggle. Senior prison department officials were all keen on meaningless liberal reforms, but never anything tangible there and then. They had a number of so-called welfare officers, who were the most useless people I have ever come across. It took a sit-down to get permission for the prisoners to have transistor radios if they paid for them themselves. In Spain, welfare officers were unheard of, but the screws would go out into the market or the docks to see if they could buy transistor radios tax-free so as to flog them to the prisoners against hard cash. No doubt there were prisoners who got kicks out of telling lengthy case histories to bored and rude welfare officers, a job taken on in and by the priest. But personally, once we got the radios, I rared listening to the Navy lark. One day, faced with a walk in the pouring rain, I stayed in to listen to this 301 program, though I'd had a message from some friends on the fours that they wanted to see me at exercise. I just couldn't be bothered to go out. I thought it could wait a bit. Later, locked in after tea, I heard the sound of feet rushing down the iron staircase. There was a tremendous cheer from the cells. It was a breakout. The whole prison erupted. Radios were turned up full blast. Ours and a few others were tuned to Radio Albania to hear the opening tune of their English-language broadcast, the Internationale. The sound of it would have sent both Bond and Ribby Wilson through the roof, considering the shock they got from the Marseillaise. It was like the entire Red Army choir. Next day I got a blow-by-blow account of it all from a friend who had failed to get over the wall, the one who had sent the message the previous day. They had wanted me to go with them, and there was I, blissfully unaware, listening to the Navy lark / as the screw had opened the doors for the evening slop out. He had been taken, tied up and locked in the cell, quietly and efficiently without any violence. They opened all the cell doors on the landing of those involved in the escape. Then they waited down in the main hall of the wing for another screw to come through from the center. This door was locked from the other side. As he walked through, unsuspecting, they jumped on him, removed his keys and made for the adjacent control room where they made the radio and alarm system inoperative. From the center they unlocked the door to the kitchen where there was a ladder padlocked to the wall. Only the one who was speaking to me failed to get away. He was trying to fight off two screws who had come in from nearby B wing when they heard the commotion. When he eventually made it to the kitchen, his mates had forgotten about him, thinking he was through, and had locked the door against him. He scampered back to his cell, hoping nobody would recognize him, and slammed the door behind him. The rest of the story we heard later. As the escapers ran out into the yard from the kitchen carrying the long ladder between them like a Keystone Cops movie, they encountered a screw having a quiet smoke behind the toilets. As he drew his truncheon they advanced. The one in front shouted, "Here's a screw, you got the gun, Charlie? Let him have it." The screw disappeared back into the toilets as if he had a pressing personal need. The prisoners put the ladder to the wall, climbed up 302, and jumped down the other side, all of them spraining their ankles in the process. As they ran around the nearest corner they bumped into an elderly couple who had just arrived from their holidays and were about to get out of their Mini. The occupants were ordered out and the escapers piled into the Mini and drove off through the back streets of Brixton. The elderly couple whose car had just been expropriated ran as fast as they could to the prison officer's mess to raise the alarm, but when they got there nobody would believe them. At last, when they could not get through by phone, they sent someone around on foot to find out that the couple were telling the truth. Over the next few weeks there were numerous reports of the hobbling bandits who hobbled into banks, grabbed the cash and hobbled out again. We suspected who they were, and within a few weeks they were back charged with additional offenses of escaping and armed robbery. One of them explained to me how they were arrested while they were just packing up their bags to get to the airport. They had booked their tickets for a long holiday in sunny Spain. "Look how useful you'd have been, Stuart, if you'd come with us," he said. "We would have needed someone who could speak the language. I am sure that my presence in a mob of armed bandits turning up in Franco's manor would have triggered something off. Probably a garrote." 303. 16. In both the Prescott and Purdy case and our own, the prosecution insisted they were not ready to go ahead. What prevented them? A strike by the legal profession? Lack of room in the courts? The fact was that they did not have a good enough case and wanted time to prepare something which would appear plausible. But at the same time, the police insisted that in no circumstances would they agree to such dangerous criminals being on the loose. The magistrate was only a man of straw. He had to agree to both propositions. Our undeniable rights under habeas corpus meant we had to turn up week after week to hear that we would be locked up for another week. When one of the barristers still nobly came after all the others had given up in despair on trying to do anything for these weekly exhibitions of the caged bodies, the magistrate reproved her for doing so on legal aid. "There's nothing you can do for your clients now," he said. "I'm only concerned with the waste of public money. The waste of us was of no consideration at all. So long did the authorities delay our trial trying to find out how it amounted to a conspiracy, that the pressure on the Prescott/Purdy case became too much for them to withstand. They were still habeas corpusing them, but the time came when they had to try them. They were fighting to be tried separately from us, for in that case there was nothing against them. The whole idea of a web of conspiracy depended upon me being the spider, and they went to trial while I was still innocent until proven guilty, and shut up in Brixton prison to prove it. In fact, this decision to keep the trials separate ultimately proved a mistake. They were not to know how the case against me would develop. All they were aware of was the press which 304 hunt against me, which must have made them wonder if indeed I was guilty or not. Jake, however, was guilty of one of the worst crimes known to British law, that of accepting the wrong legal advice. Prescott and Purdy both appeared before Mr. Justice Melford Stevenson. I write the word justice before his name in the strictest, technical, legal sense. He had in fact been threatened by the Angry Brigade, and was a favorite object of attack by the libertarian left because of his extreme right-wing views and prejudiced decisions. According to the legal code, he should never have taken part in the case except as a witness. In both cases the judges insisted that they were not holding political trials, that indeed political trials are unknown in this country, a legal quibble which means that the judge and prosecution are entitled to slam away at those prosecuted as a result of the political police where it is intended to harm the defendants, but they are not allowed to answer back in terms of their politics, which might be well received by the jury. Ian Purdy took the correct decision, which may have needed long deliberation, in view of the interpretation sometimes placed upon it of not giving evidence in his own defense. This had the effect of making the prosecution stand and fall on the lack of evidence they had against him. All they did have against him was that Mr. Habershon had long since decided that the check fraud he was investigating was inextricably linked somehow to the Angry Brigade. Other than this, beyond the fact that he was a convenient likely candidate, they had nothing. Nothing. This may seem incredible to the public, since the press talks so extensively of Angry Brigade trials, of Angry Brigade members being brought to justice and smashed. So many commentators, novelists, and journalists have put in their own 10 cents worth of interpretation since, but there was nothing. He did not deny being a revolutionary. But what had he to do with the specific acts carried out by the angry brigade? It was for the prosecution to prove this, and they could not do so, after spending thousands of pounds of the taxpayers' money on Habershon's prejudices. Instead, they thought of all they could sling at him: politically dangerous anarchist, revolutionary, and so on. The prosecution overdid it a bit, as the jury obviously didn't have too much sympathy with the Tory ministers who had suffered, and didn't react in the manner expected. 305. As there was nothing against Purdy, apart from the fact that he had run away when the police went to arrest him, there could be nothing against Prescott, who had only come into the case because of the link with Ian. Had he come into our trial, he would have been way down the line, past Kate McLean and Angie Weir, and would have been completely cleared. The jury in his own trial obviously wanted to clear him too. There were two flimsy bits of evidence against him: the fact that he had confessed all to Mr. A and Mr. B in his prison cell. Neither were named and neither convinced the jury. Mr. Justice Melford Stevenson, wallowing in the luxury of sitting in judgment on his own case, instructed the jury that these anonymous informers had to be believed, or else it must be admitted that they had conducted a really wicked conspiracy with the police. Which is precisely what the jury believed. Prescott was cleared of all charges relating to specific bombing acts, the only evidence of which was the statements of the two police agents. In another respect, however, he slipped on a banana peel. The prosecution produced envelopes which had carried angry brigade communiques to the press. On these envelopes were Prescott's fingerprints. Most people, when they first come into contact with a political or community movement, are keen either to address or stick down envelopes. It is a perfectly normal thing to do. It is very easy to produce an envelope that someone has handled or even written upon. Whether or not there has been inside the envelope that which an enemy may allege, is quite a different kettle of fish. There was a graphologist giving evidence in the case for the prosecution, who attempted to prove that the handwriting was Jake Prescott's, and there was going to be graphological evidence against some of the others in our trial. The Black Cross found an eminent handwriting expert, who had given evidence in major European cases such as that of the alleged Princess Anastasia. He had been asked in Germany, during Hindenburg's last days, to give his character reading of someone's handwriting. He had given a frank, honest, and, as it turned out, accurate assessment that the man was a total megalomaniac. Later he found that his client, a government agent, had given him Hitler's handwriting. He fled from Germany in fright. He hadn't gotten over the shock 40 years later, and after the defense committee saw him, it is believed he received a visit from the special branch, which had 306 * the effect of making him immediately withdraw his aid from the case. He declined all offers with the fear of a man who nearly got caught once. The jury was well disposed towards Prescott, but the prosecution was venomous, and Mr. Justice Melford Stevenson made it absolutely clear that this case involved the forces of conservatism versus those of revolution, so much so that they were inclined to be as sympathetic as they could without coming up against the law themselves. Jake Prescott saw no reason to deny addressing the envelopes. He did not know what they had been used for. The judge swooped on this like a buzzard from on high. He directed the jury that if Jake had handled or addressed the envelopes, then he was guilty of conspiracy. The jury followed the direction of the judge, though in my view it is a highly problematical piece of reasoning, only explicable when one considers Mr. Justice Melford Stevenson's role in the case other than as the judge. The jury therefore found Jake guilty of conspiracy, but not of doing anything about it, conspiring in other words to do that which he did not do. Ian Purdy was acquitted on all charges and went back to prison, having been refused bail, to await trial for the Czech case. Jake Prescott received the overwhelming sentence of 15 years. The press cast him as the villain in the subsequent case because of the enormity of the sentence. They spoke of his vanity, which brought the others to trial because he had told all to Mr. A and Mr. B to demonstrate what a great guy he was, a confession thrown out by the jury as worthless. They at least realized that nobody in their right mind would have given any information to such obvious plans. 10 of us went forward to committal proceedings in Lambeth Magistrates Court. But first there was a big surprise. On the first day we learned that charges against 2 of us, Pauline Conroy and Chris Allen, were to be dropped. Pauline Conroy had been on bail because she had a baby to look after and she had to fight tooth and nail to get that concession, while Chris Allen had been in Brixton with the rest of the men. 307. Now at last, the prosecution, the first to deny bail, which had been waiting so patiently at its own convenience until it had enough evidence, formally admitted that there was no evidence against the 2. Their counsel had been instructed to say that there was no case to answer. But there was not, indeed, any case to put forward. In the huge mass of evidence collected and collated, these 2 had been overlooked despite Habershon's prejudices. Had we all been tried in one mass without individual counsel and individual defenses, the shadow of the others would have fallen on them, and it is quite likely that they would have been found guilty and sentenced. But counsel looked in vain to see what they had to answer in the cases of Pauline Conroy and Chris Allen. Perhaps they had pointed this out to the prosecution. In any event, the committal opened with the Attorney General refusing his fiat for these 2 cases. It was now for the case to be presented as it would develop in court. The magistrate, Mr. H.C. Beaumont, did not go as far as to say that this was not a political case. He said that the role of the political police must not be discussed. He did not want the fiction that we had no secret political police exposed. He directed the special branch officers not to answer questions on their activities or the interests of their organization put by any of the defense counsel. Without an understanding of their role, the trial would be meaningless. It would not just be Hamlet without the ghost, it would be Hamlet with no reference to the murder of Hamlet's father in case it embarrassed the King of Denmark. The outcome of the trial therefore depended on how far counsel and those defending themselves could outwit this stratagem. The committal outlined a graded conspiracy in which I was the linkman. It went back to a period when my co-defendants were still at school in some cases, or just starting at university in others. It began, indeed, with me safely in a Spanish jail in August 1967, when the American embassy in London was machine-gunned. This self-same machine gun was alleged to have reappeared in the Amherst Road flat 4 years later. I had cast my net wide, and involved the 1st of May group with the people in the dock, who constituted, or in part constituted, the Angry Brigade together with me. As the inconsistencies in this case came forward at the committal, which was a sort of dress rehearsal for the trial, they 308 were ironed out and alternative explanations given. A great deal still remained in the realm of probability. Probably I had been involved because of my knowledge of explosives. Probably when this person went to Paris he or she contacted members of the Spanish resistance, our views were such that we no doubt approved of the acts committed, and so on. Our dilemma was that we did not wish to take a stand publicly and disown the actions of the Angry Brigade. Had we done so, our enemies would have been only too delighted, and I'm not sure that the sentences wouldn't have been greater than they were. Certainly we were revolutionaries, some were anarchists, some were Marxists, some generally libertarians. We did agree with direct action. We didn't believe people should lie down and keep quiet under tyranny, and we did believe that they should respond to confrontation. There was no point denying this, anyway, because everyone knew it was true, and we didn't want to get up there and lie. What we said was that this was the very reason we had been charged, but none of that was to say we had done what they had charged us with. It was rather as if a police spy of an occupying power had gone round to a public meeting and asked an agitator who might be an anarchist or maybe just a nationalist whether it was correct to obey the state. If he said yes, he was exposed to the crowd as a phony; if he said no, he would be arrested. You would have to be literally as clever as Christ. We had the added disadvantage that if we tried any Christ-like tricks with the images on coins, Mr. Justice James was there to rule them out of order. But this was how we were placed when the trial opened at the Old Bailey on Wednesday, May 31, 1971. Mr. Justice James had been selected with a good deal of foresight by the Lord Chief Justice and the Lord Chancellor. The case now a cause célèbre known as the Stoke-Newington 8, as by now we were 8 would possibly have been too provocative had it been tried by so right-wing a judge as Mr. Justice Melford Stevenson, a man incapable of hiding his prejudices. It called for a skillful judge who could present a facade of reason and objectivity to the defense. It was only to be expected that the facade would slip now and again. This could hardly be avoided over a period of 6 months. We couldn't choose the judge that was left to our enemies, and it wouldn't have done us much good if we could. 309. Someone discovered in the course of discussions between the accused and their legal advisers that we did have a say in the selection of jurors, a fact not generally known. We obtained a list of people who were to attend the Central Criminal Court on the day of our trial for jury service. For years people had been charged with political offenses and faced a jury which was bound by its class nature to be hostile to them. Now, however, the selection of juries had been widened, and we each had 7 refusals, making 56 people in all whom we could challenge. This gave us virtually a free hand in rejecting anyone who looked prejudiced. We tossed them all out one by one, the middle class, the trendy liberals, and so on. We even got Mr. Justice James to ask jurors if they were members of the Conservative Party, or if they had a relative who was serving in Northern Ireland, a police officer, a member of the judiciary, or an employee of SECU Ricer. If so, this might meant they could not give the defendants a fair trial, as could also a prejudiced attitude toward anarchism. 19 jurors did admit they were biased. 39 were challenged. Our challenges were pure guesswork based on their addresses, occupations, and appearances, which were all we had to go on. We could not tell if some of the chic radicals or friendly housewives were prejudiced or not. But we were not taking any chances, and in the end we got more or less the sort of working-class jury that would look at the case from our point of view. This didn't necessarily mean that we could get a jury that agreed with us. If any of the lawyers who criticized this so bitterly afterwards had been picked up under an authoritarian socialist Home Secretary, had been charged with setting fire to a railwayman's house and accused of being a member of the Brala Brigade, would he have been very happy with a judge as far to the authoritarian left as Mr. Justice Melford Stevenson was to the authoritarian right, or a jury which included members of the Communist Party? Would he have been sure that his innocence would have shone forth nevertheless? The case revolved around our politics and the nature of class justice. We were not prepared to disown the angry brigade, which was doing something, however small, to fight back against repression. On the other hand, we didn't want to take the responsibility for actions carried out by others, just because we 310 happened to be the ones who were picked up. That was why the selection of the jury was so important. It took all of the first morning and most of the afternoon. The trial started in earnest the following morning when the state prosecutor, John Matthews, rose to give his opening speech to the jury. Now, members of the jury, the allegation in this case is that these 8 defendants, calling themselves revolutionaries and anarchists, under various names, sought to disrupt and attack the democratic society of this country, with whose structure and politics they apparently disagree, to disrupt it by a wave of violent attacks over quite a lengthy period, that is, by causing explosions aimed at the property of those whom they considered to be their political or social opponents. Now, members of the jury, I am going back 4 years or more between March of 1968 and August of 1971, a period of over 3 years. On no less than 19 occasions, explosions were caused by homemade bombs, which damaged buildings, mostly in the London area, some in Birmingham and Manchester, and on a further 6 occasions, attempts were made to cause explosions against property, the bombs either failing to explode or being discovered before they could detonate. There were 2 other acts of a different nature which also took place. Namely, on 2 occasions, shots were fired from a submachine gun at the Spanish and American embassy buildings in London, and it is the case for the Crown that these 25 incidents involving bombs and 2 shootings are all linked, in that they have so many common factors, that they are all clearly associated, and therefore the responsibility for them can be shown to emanate from a common source. All the defendants, it is alleged, were part or parties to that common source. Well, members of the jury, it may be that a number of persons other than these defendants were involved in one or more of these incidents, and a man called Prescott was certainly one of those persons who was involved, but it is specifically alleged, and the Crown will seek to prove, that anyway over part of this period of 3 years, during which these serious explosions took place, these defendants were parties to this conspiracy of violence, although it is not alleged that necessarily all of them were parties over the whole period. The reference to Jake, and an earlier reference to Purdy, were to be the first of many, and although in the first instance 311 Ian's acquittal was mentioned, there followed sinister references to Purdy and Prescott throughout Matthew's opening speech and the rest of the trial. Another thing which troubled us was the fact that the Chief Superintendent Habershon, a potential witness in the case, had assumed the right to remain in the well of the court, and throughout the trial he annoyed the life out of John Matthews, the prosecuting counsel, by passing him notes and grabbing at his sleeve every few minutes. We insisted that he was a witness and made an application to get him out of court, which seemed to relieve Matthews as much as us, but he came back with the next witness. Finally there had to be a ruling by the judge. Judge James allowed him to stay, and there he remained to the bitter end, his face lighting up bright red at some telling point against the police in full view of the jury. It may have been just as well that our application to get him out was refused. When the judge made his ruling on Habershon's presence, we staged a token walkout and remained downstairs for about 10 minutes before we decided to return to the dock. Who knows what might have been said in our absence? Matthews spent 8 hours delivering his opening speech, only 45 minutes of which were reserved for Angela Weir and Kate McLean. I could see a puzzled look on Chris Bott's face. He was wondering what the hell all this had to do with him. It was as clear at the start as it was 6 months later that Chris Bott was only a make-weight, his innocence proved in the beginning as it was in the end. The idea behind having 3 people in the dock with absolutely no evidence against them was so that in the event of a hung jury, a compromise could be reached between those for a guilty verdict and those against. It would be a balm for their consciences. John Barker, Hillary Creek, and Anna Mendelsohn defended themselves. Jim Greenfield, the first on the indictment, was represented by Ian MacDonald. Kevin Winstein and Patrick Mullen acted for myself. Ted Glasgow and Joe Harper appeared for Kate McLean, and Mike Mansfield for Angela Weir. The case, as Mr. Matthews outlined it with consummate skill, was one of a far-reaching conspiracy of which I was clearly at the center, the agent of international anarchism, and in close contact with Octavio Alberola, the mastermind of European revolution. This conspiracy went back to a period when none of the other defendants could possibly have been 312 involved, as they were either at school or just beginning university, and when I myself was safely locked up in a Spanish jail. It extended to the day in Stoke Newington when the arsenal and the plans of the Angry Brigade were found. Everything was dovetailed to fit a neat pattern of conspiracy in which I was the ringleader. The press gave great publicity to Mr. Matthews' opening remarks as he outlined the grand plan of conspiracy. A blanket of silence then fell, as he brought forth witness after witness, and each one was either torn to shreds by the cross-examination, or in some cases, was seen to be frankly siding with the defense. It was said that the Home Secretary, Mr. Maudling, gave personal instructions to the press for the blanket of silence that fell over the case once Mr. Matthews' allegations had been made, thus saving the Special Branch and the bomb squad from a searching examination. If this was so, Mr. Maudling was amply repaid. He dug a pit and promptly fell into it, for deprived of one sensation, the press fell for another, and it happened to be Mr. Maudling's private business dealings that came under public scrutiny. The normal publicity of the trial would have attracted their attention during the prosecution case, and he might have avoided his exposure. Had it not been for that, he would most likely have succeeded Edward Heath after the defeat of the Conservatives. The blackout was broken when Alex Comfort, anarchist poet and scientist, challenged The Guardian as to the reasons for the silence, and the challenge was taken up by radio and TV. Anyway, the silence during the prosecution case was deafening. It was broken only by the presentation of a birthday cake to Anna. This was far too significant an event for the press to miss out on, even if they could afford not to report that the prosecution case was being bowled over like ninepins while all the country was assuming that the angry brigade have been caught. They will all get 20 years, they ought to get life or not, as the case may be. The cake took on an important role in the case. The prison authorities refused to allow Anna's friends to give it to her, so Joe Harper, one of the defense barristers, suddenly produced it in court and asked Mr. Justice James for permission to let her have it. Judge James replied testily, "We won't have a demonstration of the cake. Put the cake away, please. This is a criminal court." 313. Funny, someone murmured from the dock, "I thought it was supposed to be a court of justice." Mr. Justice James, who was as shrewd a performer as they come, quickly realized that this display of judicial bad temper had not gone down well with the jury. He went on, smoothly, "It is not for me to grant permission. It is merely for me to say that it would meet with my approval providing the prison authorities are willing to receive it. I think it is a very nice gesture." It was at this point that Joe Harper managed to get another dig at the pompous and biased explosives expert, Lidstone, who had taken great pride in explaining to the court how he had personally developed a test which laid bare to the scientific eye the constituent elements in explosives traces the Lidstone test. "I can assure your lordship there is nothing secreted in it," said Harper. "Would you like to apply the Lidstone test to it?" Judge James, quick as a flash, replied, "I have no objections. But the fact is that the cake was an important point, just as Kevin Winstain's gesture had been in handing sweets to those of us in the dock during the committal proceedings. The magistrate had testily told him to put them away. They're nearly all finished anyway, he had remarked, handing out the balance. But it was if not an acid, at least an acid drop commentary on the absurd degree of precautions taken both inside and outside the court. Originally people were frisked as they came in, armed police patrolled the perimeter of the court with walkie-talkies and security was generally absurdly tight. Gradually over the months, with this type of erosion, it was dropped. The birthday cake was a reply to the press publicity which had asserted, keeping only just within the bounds of propriety, that here was a violence fetishist. There were headlines such as "Gun Girl Sleeps Beside Arsenal." When members of the public cared enough to send her a birthday cake, the press propaganda was devalued, and by a gesture it could not resist publicizing. As the case proceeded, Mr. Matthews wanted to show me as the organizer behind the scenes. But the evidence before the court was small enough, and it withered away and died during the prosecution case. There were no substantive charges against me for causing explosions. None of the forensic evidence fit, neither was there any handwriting or fingerprint evidence. The prosecution had cast me in the role of Mr. Big. When Jim Greenfield was being beaten up shortly after his arrest, one of 314. The detectives had said to him, "You seem to be more frightened of Christie than you are of us, that's why you won't talk," but still they could not make the case fit the charges. Jim was cast as the technical expert, Anna, for want of anything better against her, as his moll indeed. Had she been his legal wife, they would have had to acquit her. John Barker was the ideologist, because they had books of his with annotations he had made in the margins. Hillary was the go-between since it could be proved that she went to France and therefore she must have taken everything back from there. Why she had not been stopped at the customs was for them to answer. The procession of alleged experts for the Crown did not affect my position at all, except for the casual link alleged to exist, which stated that various explosions were linked through the use of similar materials and methods. Consequently, they were part of one and the same continuing conspiracy. These experts thought very highly of themselves and were very annoyed when their integrity was questioned. Mr. Lidstone in particular was often up in arms during the 10 or so days he was in the witness box. "We are known and respected throughout the world. I take great exception," this continued throughout his evidence until at last Ian MacDonald, Jim's barrister, put it to him bluntly, "I am not suggesting that you are wrong or are careless, Mr. Lidstone. I am suggesting you are lying." Had he not been prepared to act in defense of what his employers considered their interests, he would have been afraid to give evidence, like the Austrian graphologist, for fear his living would have been jeopardized. But to have this pointed out in open court was intolerable. Needless to say, it did not make the press, which had for the time being exhausted itself in reporting the opening allegations of Mr. Matthews, to the surprise of the general reader, when he found the jury did not accept them. Saddest of all were the antics of the so-called expert witnesses from the Home Office laboratory at Woolwich, Yallop, and Lidstone among others, and their attempts to prove that they were in fact objective scientists just out to reinforce the prosecution case. We called our own scientific witnesses, who contested virtually every statement and finding of these police sycophants. So angry was the explosives laboratory at Woolwich. 315. Over the questioning of its experts, that it pulled out every stop to ensure that our explosives witness, Lieutenant Colonel Shaw, a lecturer in explosives, and a man who spent his life studying explosives, was prevented from continuing his lectures throughout the country at universities, colleges, training schools, and even to counterintelligence. After we got through all that, it was very near to the judge's summer holiday. He was looking forward to a rest among his beloved roses and a sea cruise in warmer climes. He looked benignly around him and decided everyone needed a rest. Even those of us in the dock were asked what we thought, despite the fact that we were the star performers and that for us a holiday was unthinkable. We agreed to it. I was most in favor because I felt August was never my lucky month. However, we were all fed up with the routine getting up in the morning at 7 a.m., washing, shaving, emptying the piss pots, going straight from the cells at 8 to the Old Bailey, and getting no exercise nor breathing any fresh air at all throughout the week, week after week. We had to cart around all our possessions, books, paper, and a pile of depositions, while being handcuffed to someone else. This went on for 6 months. A change is said to be as good as a rest. A few weeks in God-forsaken Brixton, without going to the Old Bailey each day, came like a month's holiday in Spain, certainly the way I remembered it. We got back into circulation in the Brixton routine to find that a lot of the earlier reforms had been eroded or not affected. It was time for further demonstrations. Rather than stay outside where we would suffer from cold and discomfort and have the sit-in more easily broken, we decided it would be better to occupy A Wing. A consensus of opinion among the people on remand in A Wing decided that everyone would remain sitting down in the hall of the wing when the Sunday dinner was dished out. Sunday was chosen as the best day because there would be no visits. The strike could not be broken by the screws calling people away on real or imaginary visits and then switching them to another wing. Nor would there be any court appearances on Sunday. Just before lunch Jim, John, Chris, and I were called to the food room to collect some food and wine that had been sent in to us. By the time we got back the sit-down was in full swing. As we had our food on plates brought in from outside we did not need to go back to our cells, so we sat down to the banquet and the 316. Subsequent entertainment. By now 2 landings were sitting down on the floor of A Wing chatting away, with the new radios blaring away. The screws were still calling people down to collect their food including the Category A prisoners and the escapers, and when they had done so, they promptly sat down beside us. Finally the governor himself came, surveying the scene with majestic eye and thinking he could quell it with an icy look. He was told to go and get the inspector of prisons. He left with what dignity he could muster. Finally all the screws withdrew from the gallery, as the prisoners roamed around, dancing, singing, playing cards and chatting all night. It was the only night none of us were locked up in our cells in the prison. It was a curious thing, feeling a taste of freedom inside jail, like being a butterfly inside a house. In the morning we went back to our cells. The prison had been surrounded by guards and police. Searchlights were playing on the walls as if it were a great national monument. The screws were very angry at being called in on their free day and let everyone know it. The cell doors were banged behind us, and a few minutes later were thrown open by two screws who told us that we were all on governor's report. "This is what you get when you mix political prisoners with the others," said one screw to another. The other replied frostily, "We don't have political prisoners in England." The punishments fizzled out. Black marks were handed around. Since the majority were innocent until proven guilty, and it was by no means certain they would ever have prison records for the black marks to be entered on, this was not taken too seriously. Going back to resume the trial after our holiday was like clattering back to school with the old faces, now so recognizable, the chatter among ourselves as to how this juror and that juror was taking it, and jokes about the judge and prosecution team. From the very beginning we had established an in and out of the dock pattern based on alleged toilet necessity. To save endless notes backwards and forwards to the judge asking his permission to leave the court to pee, a very time-consuming process, he had made an unofficial ruling that we could go downstairs whenever the need arose. We would pop downstairs to the tiny corridor which runs underneath the dock of number 1 court and have a smoke, chat or read the morning paper. 317. Another entertainment we allowed ourselves, was putting names to the faces of the people who were to be seen sitting in the VIP gallery. One regular at our trial was Lord Cohen of Tesco's. I imagine his main reason for coming was to make sure that none of us ever served in one of his supermarkets. For me the trial descended to low farce when Miss Byers came to give her evidence, which the police had not troubled to do anything about for months. She said that while rummaging around in the glove compartment of my car she had found magazine clips which might have fitted the machine guns shown to her by the police. A question was put by one of the jurors asking how she was able to recognize a magazine for a machine gun. It was, after all, not a very common thing. "I been in the army and I couldn't recognize what clips fitted that gun," he said. "How could that woman, a barmaid, recognize them?" The judge became testy, sorry he had allowed the question. "Miss Byers comes from Seattle," he said. That remark rather shocked the worthy burghers of that town, and they wrote to Mr. Justice James complaining of this slur on their fair city, which had been likened to a lawless township of the legendary Wild West. Next in the outline of the prosecution case against me, came details of a plan prepared by the Black Cross in which we planned to organize pop and folk concerts in different parts of Europe, including Spain. They were intended to turn into large political meetings in support of the political prisoners rotting in Franco's jails and to attack the regime. This plan was discovered through a letter found in the flat at Amherst Road, written in Spanish double talk and signed Eddie. I was Eddie. The British police had discovered through their contacts in the Spanish secret police that I used the code name Eddie when writing to or dealing with anarchist comrades inside Spain. The letter was unintelligible to anyone other than the person it was intended for, but the police insisted on translating it literally, and from this had deduced that Eddie was preparing a series of concerted attacks against Francoist buildings and institutions not only in Spain, but very likely in other parts of Europe including Britain. In fact, the letter dealt with a number of subjects relating to the anti-Francoist resistance, but had nothing to do with 318. Causing explosions. My intentions in writing it were misinterpreted by the prosecution counsel, John Matthews. When my turn came to take the stand, I was not able to explain the letter satisfactorily. The reason for this was that the letters and abbreviations used, referred to people living in Spain and actively resisting the regime. If I had given these names in court, Scotland Yard would have passed them on to their colleagues in the Directorate General of Security in Madrid, within hours. Without a doubt the people concerned would have been immediately arrested, tortured, and possibly executed. However, despite my obvious difficulty and discomfort in explaining this letter, the jury seemed to accept my explanation rather than that of Mr. Matthews, who poured scorn on the possibility or likelihood of pop concerts and concerted propaganda actions in the middle of Barcelona. He said that even the judge knew better than that. Apart from the 8 of us in the dock at number 1 court there were also 3 male prison warders and 2 female wardresses. Around and outside the court there were a number of members of the bomb squad and the special branch checking on people in the public gallery and in the section reserved for close relatives of the accused. We had an official break at mid-morning. This gave us a chance for another smoke and chat with our defense counsel, while the judge and jury had a cup of tea. The court adjourned at 1 o'clock for lunch. After the bustle of whispering messages and requests for fags to friends in the court, we would be escorted into the bowels of the Old Bailey for our soggy pre-packed frozen meals. If the screw on duty remembered that we were there, he would bring us a cup of sugarless tea, but more often than not we went without. After lunch the lawyers would come down to discuss the progress of the case with us. This meant we could sit in the warmth and brightness of the consultation rooms, a vast improvement on spending a whole hour in the cold damp cells of the old part of the Old Bailey. At 2 in the afternoon the chief officer would escort us back upstairs to the dock, to await the arrival of the judge and jury. Apart from the brief appearance of Lisa Byers and the policeman who had translated the Eddie letter, the case, for me at least, was immeasurably boring, consisting of weeks and months of forensic evidence from the alleged experts. At last it came to my turn to take the witness stand. Despite 319. The fact that I had sat in the dock for almost 5 months and watched hundreds of people troop in and out, I was still quite nervous. The nearest people to me now were the judge on my left and the foreman of the jury on my right. They looked at me curiously and I returned their curiosity, wondering what they were thinking as I gave my evidence. Kevin took me through my life history in the hope that this would give the jury the opportunity to see that the motives which had governed all my actions, including my trip into Spain, had been honorable ones. I told the court of my life since returning from Spain under constant surveillance by the police and working very long hours on the gas conversion contract in Essex, North London, and the home counties. The argument here was that it was highly unlikely that a person such as myself, well known to and closely watched by the police, would have much opportunity, let alone inclination, to do what was alleged by the police. The jury seemed reasonably sympathetic, but it is notoriously unsafe to attempt to plumb the depths of a jury's mind until they have finally delivered their verdict. The prosecution case against me crumbled visibly from the moment I took the stand. TB evidence against me consisted of mostly Miss Byers' statement that she suspected I was involved with the Angry Brigade in some way, and that I had magazines in my car. Her evidence was taken with a great pinch of salt and, as Kevin put it, smacked of sour grapes on her part. My fellow workers from William Press used my car more often than I, when we were on site. They came to the stand in succession to say that they had never seen anything remotely resembling guns, detonators, or magazine clips in it. The most difficult part of the case I had to answer was the meaning of the Eddie letter and what it was doing at Amherst Road. My explanation was crucial and I must admit it did sound rather dubious from where I was. Fortunately Carl Dallas, a music writer, singer, and broadcaster, with whom I had discussed the plans for the concerts, verified the truth of my story. How the letter came to be in Amherst Road, I shall never know, but if it wasn't taken there by the police, then it must have been caught in one of the bundles of literature which I had given John Barker some time previously. The detonators were, as I had alleged from the very 320. Beginning and maintained consistently throughout the trial, planted in my car by the police. Another piece of evidence which presumably the police hoped would be the straw that broke the camel's back, was the fact that traces of explosives were found on the end of my screwdriver. This was very handy for them as it would help clinch the allegation that I and my tools had been involved in the preparation of the explosives. Although it was suggested that the explosives on the screwdriver had been placed there either accidentally or deliberately while it was in the possession of the police, there was no way in which I could prove to anyone's satisfaction that I had not put the screwdriver to any nefarious use. This was left to the jury to decide. At last Kevin finished putting his questions to me. It was the turn of the Crown. Matthews started off with my previous activities in Spain, put to me details of my friendships with Spanish anarchists, supplied by Habershon through Madrid, as if to imply that my association with these comrades was a crime in itself. He was trying to make the point that I had done this sort of thing before, and therefore even if not actually guilty of the alleged charges, I was still the sort of character who would have done such things and should therefore be put away for a considerable period of time for the probability. He began by asking if I were friendly with Alain Pecunia. I agreed I was. Mr. Matthews, apparently accepting all the Spanish police allegations, would possibly have accepted Stalin's or Hitler's. On April 6, 1963 he was responsible for placing a bomb on a ferry going between Barcelona and Majorca. There were in fact 3 Frenchmen arrested at that time, Bernard Ferry, Alain Pecunia, and Guy Batu, I answered. I was under the impression that Alain had been sentenced for blowing up Franco's monument to the fallen in the Valle de los Caídos. Mr. Matthews went off on another track. With regard to Alberola, the Spanish police have stated that he was the leader of the 1st of May group. This is something I am unaware of, I said, though of course I knew that the Spanish police would have accused him of instigating the revolt of the angels if their theology had permitted. Didn't the 1st of May group start from a matter in Italy in 1966, he asked. 321. I agreed. He picked up a copy of Black Flag lying on the table in front of him. I am looking at an article in your paper which deals with this matter. Another example of their success is the kidnapping in Rome on May 1, 1966. From this action the 1st of May group took its name. Why then, when giving your evidence in chief, did you refer to the 1st of May group in Chicago? I was referring to the origins of the 1st of May as a day of working class solidarity. The name of that particular group which carried out the kidnapping in Rome came from that date. A bit of working class history he had overlooked. I am suggesting in 1964 you were party to the use of violence, and I suggest that you did not praise the actions of these people for nothing and are still aiding these people to carry out acts of violence, he said. That is not true. There is a difference between acts of resistance against a fascist and oppressive government, such as in Spain, and these I would classify as quite justifiable. All government is based on consent. In representative democracies such as Britain, this consent is obtained through persuasion, usually through the media and our upbringing, and is looked on as a form of compromise between labor and capital. In an openly police state, such as Spain, this consent is obtained by coercion, torture, murder and genocide. Resistance is being able to defend one's class interests against the power of the state. At the moment this does not apply in Britain, and my activities in the Black Cross were concerned solely with aiding anarchist and libertarian political prisoners in Spain and elsewhere. He turned again to the Black Cross Bulletin, aiding practical activists in their activities. That refers to my earlier evidence when I mentioned aiding the Spanish resistance. You can get some idea of what is involved from the Eddy letter. He came back with what he thought was a karate chop. Mr. Christie, I suggest that when you were released from prison in Spain you continued your activities, as an organizer rather than as a participator. That is not true. Did you have any connection with the 1st of May group? No, I had nothing to do with the 1st of May group. The 322. 1st of May group referred to on the dollar bills, referred to the date of a working class anti-fascist demonstration. He wasn't getting involved in that again. He turned to Pinelli. Giuseppe Pinelli organized the anarchist Black Cross in Italy. You could describe him as my Italian counterpart, and in answer to your question, he did not, to my knowledge, condone violence of the sort he was arrested for, and from my discussions with him I would have said that he suspected from the start the Italian bombings were the work of the Italian neo-fascist party. At the time of his death he was investigating the link between the Italian special branch in Milan, the Greek secret service and the Italian fascist movement. I believe this is what caused his death. We are not concerned with his death, but with the fact that bombings in England in the name of Pinelli was vengeance, wasn't it, said Matthews, in the understatement of the year. Yes. Why were there bombings in London? I have no idea. The only light I can throw on the matter is that some time previously I was approached by Sergeant Creamer and Chief Inspector Harris and told that an Italian commando group was coming to London to commit outrages. That is all I know about the subject. After questioning me about my acquaintance with Greenfield and Byers, Matthews moved on to the next direct piece of evidence against me, a map of Barnet and North London found in my car. How did marking Barnet Police Station on this map help you, Mr. Christie? This map had just been pushed onto Matthews by Habershon, who was sitting in the well of the court just in front of him. I gathered that Matthews was rather loath to bring it up, but Habershon insisted. I was afraid of being stopped for a traffic offence in the Barnet area where Mr. Carr's house is. There is a mark very near Mr. Carr's house. Yes. I marked it for the same reason I marked Barnet Police Station. How could this possibly help? I know this may sound silly, but I marked it in order to avoid it. On a number of occasions, coming back from work in Letchworth, I found myself driving straight past Barnet Police 323 Station. I also marked the sub-post offices you see on the map. I marked them because a number of men on my van lived outside the London area and had to send money home to their families, hence my reason for knowing where all the post offices were in the area. The implication behind this question was that we were also preparing to rob post offices as a source of ready cash. The question of the post office robberies vanished immediately as I carefully pointed out to the jury how our conversion sector was run. After raising a few more points from my evidence, Matthews moved on to the Eddy letter. One of the main causes of confusion over this letter was the fact that I did not challenge the literal translation of the Eddy letter by the special branch. It was quite correct in most details, but what I did not accept was the interpretation put on it by the prosecution. Albert, who as one of the witnesses called by the prosecution in the early part of the case, had been asked about this particular letter as he had some knowledge of what it concerned, and had also been somewhat confused over my exact meaning in the letter. After this somewhat confusing and consequently suspicious piece of evidence, Matthews, satisfied with himself, moved on to the events leading up to my arrest, in particular my relationship with John Barker. I met John Barker on a number of occasions in 1970. I cannot remember how many, but I did not know him all that well. I was very hard up that summer and incurred quite a few debts owing to the reduction in the hours we were working and having to send money to Brenda in Cornwall plus pay for my keep in London. On Friday night I had £45 in my pocket, but after the crash, being quite near Amherst Road, I popped in there in the hope that I might borrow the extra money I needed to pay for the repair to Albert's car. Albert did not know about the car and I was on my way round there to tell him, when I was arrested. But you knew the car was insured, but you had not told the owner, so why did you go round to try to borrow money? T was in the area having seen a panel beater, a friend of my sister, to get an estimate of how much it would cost to fix the damage. He told me it would cost £80, so as I was passing, I decided to pop into Barker's place. So your first reaction was to go and try to borrow money from John Barker, who would get it by busking. It's surprising. 324. How silly one's actions sound when related like that. I behaved a bit unthinkingly. Now this became proof of criminal intent, it seemed. I was hoping to. I did not think I would get all I required, nor did I know that John earned his living by busking. Or did you go round there because you knew there had been an interesting delivery? He countered. No. With regard to the screwdrivers, they were found at the back of the parcel shelf. I haven't the foggiest idea where they were. I would have thought, however, that they would have been in the parcel shelf. The detonators were not in the car. As you say, Mr. Matthews, detonators are quite small, and if they were in a box they could get lost in any nook or cranny. Do you deny the conversation that took place between Gillam, Ashenden, and Savell? Every word of it? It is a complete fabrication. Do you deny the conversation between Commander Bond and yourself? Not at all. As far as I can remember, it seems to have been faithfully recorded. Matthews sat down. He was finished with me. He had not been so hard on me as he had been with the others. In fact, he had been very straightforward. The only time he had exerted any pressure was during the cross-examination of the Eddy letter. It had nothing at all to do with the case before the court, but the wording was very suspicious. Habershon in the well of the court had remained strangely silent throughout my cross-examination, apart from an excited interlude when he insisted that Matthews put the marked map to me. I came down from the stand with a sigh of relief. During the 2.5 days I was in the box I was kept separate from everyone else, so there could be no collusion between the defendants, though what the purpose of this was after our long, enforced intimacy, was hard to say. Being up there had been like being in the center of the stage. Now my own part was over. My witnesses came on, friends, workmates and associates. Chris Bott did not go into the witness box. It had already been submitted for him that there was no case to answer, and no 325 evidence to suggest he was in any way involved apart from his friendship with J-Own and the fact that he had turned up at the ill-fated house the morning after the raid. There was even less evidence against Kate McLean, so she did not go into the witness box either. All that the police had against her was the evidence of the graphologist, whose very art was suspect and whose trade was once a fairground attraction. He had been harassed by the police and was now vaunted by them as a scientific expert. Angela Weir did go into the witness box and produced evidence to the effect that she was not the person who had accompanied John Barker to France the day before the raid. In fact, she had been in London attending a gay liberation demonstration in Fleetsteed. John Barker's lawyer's summing up of his case for the defense was a brilliant piece of advocacy unequaled by any QC in many years. The whole handling of his case had called forth the admiration of the ranks of Tuscany. One lawyer had said that people got paid $20,000 a year for making cross-examinations like his. Mr. Justice James threw overboard the opening remarks of Ian MacDonald, Jim's counsel. "This is not a political trial," he said. "I direct you to have none of it." He also tossed aside the ham-fisted allegations of the prosecution, that in some mysterious way, the accused had tried to impose their views by force, and instead brought in the accusation that they tried to do so by causing explosions aimed at the property of those they considered to be their political opponents. He denied the charges had been brought because of the political decision by the legal advisor of the government, who had been a victim of the Angry Brigade. The Attorney General wears two different hats, one of them political. Parliament had provided that an individual should not be prosecuted unless the Attorney General had consented. He did not advise the government to bring charges, but on occasion he could stop them being brought against an individual. In this respect he was wearing his non-political hat. I heard later, incidentally, that Mark Carlyle, the Under-Secretary of State at the Home Office, and another senior lawyer read of my acquittal on the House of Commons ticker tape. He is alleged to have said this is absolutely disastrous, but maybe he had his political hat on at the time. In reference to the defense claim that the police had planted 326 guns, ammunition, and explosives, and furthermore had lied throughout their testimony, Judge James said, "It is true that in such a large organization as the Metropolitan Police there are bound to be a few black sheep. But the vital question for you, members of the jury, is, did what is alleged happen in this case? You will make up your minds on the evidence taking into account your assessment of the witnesses involved." Judge James then set out to undermine the testimony of Lieutenant Colonel Shaw, our defense witness on the explosives and chemical evidence. All that could be said against Shaw's evidence by the judge was that Colonel Shaw never visited the government establishment. This was quite unfair, as Shaw had no need to visit the place to criticize the findings. He had asked for and had studied the laboratory report sheets concerning the explosions, and everything was laid out in full there for anyone to comment on. On the Angry Brigade communiques and their connection with the 8 people in the dock, Judge James said, "We have been told there is no significance in the expression power to the people. Just as the Yankee says so long so, in certain circumstances, you say power to the people sick. As to the connections of the 8 people in the dock with each other and the conspiracy alleged, The judge said that it was up to the jury to decide whether the Crown had failed lamentably to prove a constant association between them, whether one had been proved, or whether the answer was somewhere in the middle. They were told to weigh carefully the allegations of brutality by the police. It was up to the jury to decide whether in fact Jim Greenfield had been grabbed in the testicles by Ashendon, bounced from wall to wall and given a black eye and bleeding nose. They had to decide if it were true that John Barker had been suspended upside down in a toilet whilst the other police officers punched and kicked him in the cells at Albany Street. At last he came to the core of the trial, the conspiracy. You have to be satisfied that the prosecution has proved that there was one agreement to cause explosions, to which each of the accused had made himself a party, to return a verdict of guilty on that charge. In fact, the prosecution had radically changed its idea of the conspiracy after its attempt to pin me down, after realizing it had cast its net far too widely. At the beginning of the case it was claimed that the alleged conspiracy 327 took place between January 1968, when most of the others were still at school, and August 1971. Now the prosecution was saying to the jury, take your pick from the bran tub and see what comes out, having realized during the course of the trial that it was going to be well nigh impossible to prove an all-encompassing conspiracy from that early date. The prosecution changed its tack and went all out to prove just the Angry Brigade conspiracy from 1970 to 1971. Mr. Justice James said that the longer the conspiracy was alleged to have lasted, the more important it was for the jury to be sure that there was one conspiracy and not more than one during that period. In one conspiracy it was possible to have more than one different purpose or motive for joining. If the jury found that the agreement was proved to have existed from the start to have covered all the incidents, the Crown would have done what it set out to do. If, on the other hand, the Crown had proved that there was an agreement and that each of the accused had joined that agreement for part of the time, or maybe the whole time, or maybe for a short time, or a long time, then the Crown had discharged its duties by proving that each of the accused was guilty of agreement to cause explosions within that period. Proof of the allegation of agreement would not be invalidated if the jury found that the agreement had existed over a shorter period of time than alleged, but the jury must be satisfied that there was one agreement, not more than one agreement, in respect to each of the accused, to which he had made himself a party. The judge seems to have been a much better riddle setter than Tolkien's Gollum. Bilbo Baggins would have had a hard time trying to get the better of Mr. Justice James had he met him in the depths of the mountain. Judge James finished his massive summing up on Monday, December 4, 1972. As he covered the evidence of the witnesses who were with Angie Weir on the day she was alleged to have been in France with John Barker, there were cries of protest from the dock and the public gallery at one unfortunate remark. Members of the jury, you should not hold it against these alibi witnesses that they were not in other people's eyes the usual members of society. No sooner had he said this than all hell broke loose, and there were shouts of protest from different parts of the court, from the dock and the public gallery where he was hissed and booed. Judge James was upset by this. 328. And explained, weakly, I am only trying to help the defense. Then, having recovered his composure slightly, he turned to the jury with an air of pomposity and told them, you are entitled to take into consideration all that you see and hear in this court. Before the jury filed out to their room to consider the 109 davs of evidence and the millions of words spoken in the court during that period, Judge James' last words to them were, your verdict should be unanimous. There would be no question of a majority verdict until I give you further instructions. We were hurried out of the dock to await, with growing anticipation and anxiety, their verdict downstairs. It was nerve-wracking. By 4:30 they still had not reached any conclusion, so the judge arranged for them to be taken to a secret hotel under close surveillance where they were to remain until the following morning when the court would sit again. We were taken back to Brixton, where I spent most of the night marching up and down my cell, wondering what verdict the jury would reach. Exhausted and with some trepidation, we returned to the dock the following morning, all wondering if this would be the final day of the trial. The jury still had not reached a verdict. We were sent downstairs again to while away the time chatting and playing cards, and wondering. The jury returned to the court with a question for the judge, 22 hours after retiring. They wanted to know why the area of Amherst Road had not been evacuated during the police search, a telling question indeed. By late afternoon the jury still had not reached a verdict. They could not agree among themselves. I spent another sleepless night pacing up and down my cell in Brixton. The following morning there was still no sign of the jury coming to a unanimous verdict. The judge called them in from the jury room and said, "You have spent a long time giving your consideration to this matter. When I asked you to retire to consider your verdict, I told you to return a unanimous verdict. Having regard to the passage of time, will you please retire again and seek to arrive at verdicts in respect of those counts upon which at least 10 of you can agree?" The jury then returned to their room and we were returned to the dungeons of the Old Bailey. We all had visions of a hung jury and another 6-month retrial. The afternoon wore on. We became increasingly quiet and introspective. Late in the afternoon Judge James assembled the court again and told the jury, in a last attempt to pressure them, 329, into reaching a verdict, that he would not be sending them to a hotel that night. The court would sit until they reached a verdict. He probably felt that this would force those pushing for acquittal to compromise their position in relation to all the accused. A second trial might not have quite so favorable a jury. The same probably also applied to those who were pushing for conviction. The jury went back to their room again, visibly tired from their wrangling. We went back downstairs for our daily visits. I had just started chatting with Brenda when one of the prison officers tapped me on the back and said we had to go back into court as the jury was coming back with its verdict. This was it. 330. 17. Up to the moment I went into the witness box, most of the legal fraternity present, with the exception of Kevin and Bernberg's team, thought I was certain to go down. The whole conspiracy charge was woven around me. There were hack journalists sitting around building up little stories for the press, all attempting to show me as the spider at the center of the web. One of them, Richard Hurd of the Daily Mail, had gone to Brussels to trace Alberola, who was working at a school for kids in Huy, near Liege. Hurd told Octavio that as I had helped Spanish prisoners through the Black Cross, it was for Alberola to help me, somewhat in the manner of getting the Pope in line with a campaign for Christian morality. In exchange the Daily Mail was going to run a campaign for my acquittal if only Alberola would tell all. Hurd spent most of his time in the company of Habershon and Bond. It was from them that he had obtained Alberola's address in Belgium. The theme that he wanted to develop was the same one the prosecution was trying to prove, that the Angry Brigade was tied up with the Spanish resistance movement. This was advanced by the Daily Mail, who later claimed that Alberola was the brains behind the IRA. But the shattering of the case against me, after so many had spoken in my defense, and after my own evidence, made it suddenly frighteningly clear to the press, the lawyers, and the police who had staked their shirts on a general blanket conviction, that I stood a very good chance of being acquitted. This was also the prime reason for introducing, halfway through the trial, an alternative conspiracy theory, which excluded the whole Spanish association of which so much had been made. The alternative but circumscribed conspiracy case put the 331 Angry Brigade forward as the private concern of a smaller group, apparently only the first 4 on the charge sheet who all shared the flat where the arms were alleged to have been found. At first nobody took this alternative theory seriously. It was a sort of face-saving alibi for the prosecution to justify going to such lengths to get nothing. When we climbed up the stairs into the dock to hear the verdict we saw that the court was packed. The press benches which had remained empty for so long apart from David May of Time Out, B.E.A. Campbell of the Morning Star and the Guardian reporter, Jackie Leishman, were packed to the brim. The public gallery was full, as was the section behind us reserved for relatives, all nervously waiting to hear the verdict. The jury foreman went through each charge on the indictment against each of us. The first and main charge was conspiracy to cause explosions. James Greenfield, guilty of conspiring to cause explosions; Anna Mendelsohn, guilty of conspiring to cause explosions; John Barker, guilty of conspiring to cause explosions. Hillary Creek, guilty of conspiring to cause explosions. Now it was my turn. I said to myself, well, here goes, and steeled myself as the judge asked the foreman how they had found against me. Not guilty, Your Honor. I was not certain that I had heard correctly. Incredible. I could hardly believe it possible, in spite of the fact that apart from the planted detonators there was no evidence against me, but that was pretty damning evidence indeed, evidence which I could not refute other than making it clear that it was my word against Gillum's. The jury had believed me, either that or they were not prepared to take the word of Gillum, who knows? The rest was unreal. It was as though a great weight had been taken from me. I looked round to see how Brenda had taken it. She was crying tears of happiness on the shoulders of John's sister, Elizabeth. I was happy for her and for myself. Seeing the relatives and close friends of John, Anna, Jim, and Hillary, it was driven home to me that they had been found guilty on the most serious counts. They would not be leaving the courtroom that day as I would, through the front door. They would be leaving through the back entrance in a prison van, taken to Holloway Jail. 332. And Wormwood Scrubs for an as yet unknown number of years. After the verdicts, 31 in all, had been read out, the foreman was so overcome with the tension of the moment that he had to continue reading while sitting down, after having been given a glass of water by the usher. I had to whisper to my counsel to find out whether I had been acquitted on all the other charges as well. I had been acquitted on all charges, as had Chris Bott, Angie Weir, and Kate McLean, the make-weights, thrown in to ensure the police got their convictions. The working-class jury knew, better than any middle-class jury, that the police would have wanted to fit me up after the Spanish experience. The ingenious, carefully planned attempt of Habershon to bring in the Spanish experience, despite showing a previous conviction, proved a trap for him, just as in the Purdy case. Because the prosecution threw in its right-wing prejudices too openly and blatantly, they got a backlash they did not expect. The jury well understood why someone would want to blow up Franco, and why in that case, he would be a target of hate and suspicion by such determined right-wingers as Matthews. Had Prescott been with us in the dock, instead of following the advice of his lawyers and accepting a separate trial, it is almost certain he would have been acquitted. He would have been very near the bottom of the indictment, and would also have been freed instead of being sentenced to 15 years by Mr. Justice Melford Stevenson. The jury could not agree on the indictment of the first four. In the end a compromise was reached among 10 of the jurors, who agreed to convict the first four, though only if the last four were acquitted on all charges. 2 of the jurors stuck out for a complete acquittal of all 8 of the defendants, but they were overruled by the other 10. To acquit them all meant saying explicitly, as the judge pointed out very strongly, that the police had been lying and had deliberately framed them. They accepted that in my case. But the argument put forward by one of the liberal members of the jury was that because the police had framed me it did not follow they had framed everyone, and that they had to be fair. This helped sway the rest of the jury. Yet they had been very impressed with the defendants, too. They made what seemed to be a contradictory statement like that in Tolstoy's Resurrection. They convicted the first four but asked for clemency. They had either been guilty of 333. Conspiracy or not. The jury was really not sure, so they tried to mitigate their decision with a plea for clemency. Kevin, my barrister, was equally overcome with the tension prior to the verdict, and had disappeared from the court on the pretext of sorting out another case. He had put all his energy into this case as it turned out, to good effect. It was difficult parting from the 4 comrades who were to remain there to receive their sentences, and I could not help but feel guilty that I was to leave them while they were to go to prison. This was no play, it was for real. The curtain would not come down and rise later with these 4 people walking happily out hand in hand as they had walked in, or taking a bow before an applauding audience. During the interval which was to follow, they would be locked away, grow older, kept in cages, their young lives drained away in sacrifice to the state. They seemed so happy for us, they were still defiant toward the court, and they managed a last smile as Mr. Justice James said how sorry he was to see educated people in their situation. Perhaps it wouldn't have mattered so much about me. He added that undoubtedly a warped understanding of sociology had brought them to their present state, leaving it unclear whether he was reproaching them for inattention to their studies or blaming their political views, which he had earlier said had nothing to do with the case, though it wasn't difficult to guess which he had in mind. Judge James said, "I am satisfied on the evidence that the devices you used were not deliberately designed to cause death or serious injury but rather damage to property. Your participation arose because you objected to the orderly way of society. One of the most precious rights is that an individual should hold his opinions and be able to express them and be able to protest, and when one finds others who set out to dominate by exercising their opinions to the extent of enforcing them with violence, it undermines that precious right." He then proceeded to sentence all 4 to 10 years imprisonment. Were the 4 guilty as charged? I can only say that I was in close contact with 2 of them daily for 6 months. I discussed the matter with them freely. We had the chance to talk without being bugged. They insisted they were framed. They stuck to the story. I cannot understand why the jury, which unanimously accepted my story, which was that I was framed, and that the detonators were planted by the police in my car, apparently. 334. Decided 10-2 that the same police could not have framed the 4 from Amherst Road. But let it be noted they acquitted them all of charges of actually committing explosions. Like Jake, they were caught in the catch-all charge of conspiracy. This well-worn law reeking of medieval prejudice is a melodrama recalling gunpowder, treason, and plots. None of us denied our sympathy with what the angry brigade did. On the basis of conspiracy they could have dragged in every single libertarian activist, but for the fact that they had to stop somewhere. All that was required for proof was a nod, a wink, a state of mind, an opinion, a secret thought. On this basis they could have hooked in any catch they made on innumerable fishing expeditions. Soon after the case was over, Mr. Justice James was appointed a Lord Justice of Appeal, Roy Habershon was made a commander and sent out into the dark recesses of the Home Office, Bond became Assistant Commissioner for Crime at Scotland Yard, wrote his memoirs and retired. The authorities too had profited from their experience with this major political trial. The result had obviously been a near thing, and there was every possibility that the jury might well have acquitted all of us. That would have been disastrous. In future, most major trials of a political nature were to be held outside London, in places like the commuter belt of Winchester, where the Crown could be reasonably certain of a comfortably middle-class jury list to ensure the conviction of the enemies of the state. After a joyful reunion with Brenda, Kevin, Ben, Jenny, and the other comrades who had assisted us, Brenda and I spent the first night of my regained freedom in a hotel near King's Cross overlooking Clerkenwell Court, where I had spent so many weeks and months on remand. There was nowhere else we could go to find some privacy. As a result of my 16 months' wait to be acquitted, Bren and I had lost the flat I had been using in London and the house in Cornwall. That night I slept for the first time between fresh cotton sheets on a real mattress, with my own bedside light and a cup of tea obligingly sent up by room service, much better appreciated than the 8 o'clock slop supplied by Brixton. Besides, it was sweetened by freedom. 335. We had, metaphorically speaking, left the corpses of our comrades on the battlefield. Now it was the turn of the vultures. The scavengers of Fleet Street screeched around to pick the bones not only of the fallen, but in an unprecedented attack of spite, of the survivors as well. The Murdoch version of Der Stürmer, the politico-pornographic Sun, very clearly prepared its story in advance and had assumed we were all guilty. Otherwise there was no way to account for the way in which it publicized Miss Byers, whose evidence had not merely been rejected by the jury, but whose character had been left in shreds after a whole team of gasfitters had all given evidence of their personal knowledge that it was unnecessary to proffer information to gain her favors. She went to great lengths to explain to the Sun how inadequate my sexual performance had been, but it was my obsession with anarchy that put an end to our friendship. This was small beer compared with the going over the Sun gave the 4 condemned. The house in which they had lived years before in Wivenhoe, Essex, had been used for drugs, sex, orgies, and most revolting of all their activities was the ritual slaughter. Turkeys stolen from a local farm were torn and slashed to pieces. Afterwards the revelers, drugged, drunk and exhausted, collapsed on the kitchen floor to sleep off their orgy in a ghastly mess of blood and fragmented flesh. What in fact happened was that J.I.M. pinched a turkey for their Christmas dinner and was arrested by the local police, who followed the trail of feathers from the still squawking bird from the farm to their cottage. Great play was made of the fact that Hilary, while on bail at her father's house in Wales, had sunbathed in the secluded garden during the summer without the top part of her bikini, the topless wonder of the Welsh village. Mrs. Murdoch, one assumes, always sunbathed in Victorian bloomers. But the digger himself sells his paper by tit and bum displays of women who are usually more than half naked. The Sun also included a potted Fleet Street version of my past, including the guest list at my 21st birthday party in Alcalá de Henares. Guests included one murderer, 2 drug addicts and 1 bank robber. I am not quite sure with whom they expected me to become friendly in prison. The assassin's apprentice was let out after a heartfelt plea from his mother, Mrs. Olive Christie, by then a widow. 336. Widow Christie's dignity and motherhood were let down by the son she had rescued from a foreign jail. When mother and son flew into London's Heathrow Airport, they were greeted by a cheering mob of long-haired anarchists. My solicitor, Ben, complained to the editor of The Sun about this last piece, which was a harmful and sinister lie, and eventually received a reply from him that it was in fact untrue. The Daily Express was as vicious in its appraisal of the trial and the 4 condemned young people. They were, however, slightly more cautious in dealing with those of us who were acquitted. The better class of papers, such as the Telegraph, went in for a more sophisticated version of this rubbish. The Telegraph was scornful of the fact that the angry brigade had killed or injured nobody. This made them a pale imitation of the anarchists they admired. Figures like Ravachol or Hosea Garcia Oliver may have had psychopathic tendencies and have found pleasure in their violence, said Maurice Weaver of the Daily Telegraph, quoting an erudite professor, Dr. Anthony Polinsky, who by some fluke occupied the post of political historian at the London School of Economics, managing on a minimal knowledge of history. He went on to quote, thinking Oliver was a turn-of-the-century anarchist and not alive and capable of legal action if he read the Telegraph, a supporter of Hosea Garcia Oliver, who had boasted that his was the hand that killed 253 men. This number of presumably unsolved murders could have made the Guinness Book of Records, but the only conceivable occasion when they could have been committed was during the Civil War, when the Telegraph was publishing manufactured atrocity stories, and Mr. Polinsky was perhaps peddling them from a pushcart. Unfortunately, at the time Garcia Oliver had defected from the anarchist movement as such and was a minister of justice. His henchmen may well have been policemen, and the killings, if they existed, totally legal. The press could not forgive the moderation of the angry brigade, and protested vigorously that they were amateurs, and not a patch on the old anarchists. Another example of the pseudo-sociological rubbish they were publishing at the time. 337. Was a story Angry Brigade is classic case for sociologists, again written by Maurice Weaver, with the assistance of another middle-class academic pundit by the name of Professor Gould, a professor of psychology at Nottingham University, which has carried out research into student attitudes. Sociologists, psychologists, and psychiatrists see the saga of the youngsters with such ordinary domestic pedigrees who suddenly turn to anarchist extremism as one with relevance to the wider picture of student unrest. The divergent but essentially unremarkable backgrounds of the quartet makes the search for any common factor which might have influenced their development a difficult one. The crass arrogance and stupidity of these comments is not at all remarkable among journalists, academics and politicians. Another equally silly statement was made by a Dr. J.C. Gunn of the London University Institute of Psychology, who felt it would be unwise to label the convicted for in any medical category. The pattern of pressures which have been affecting their actions will obviously be studied and restudied. One of the factors which must be taken into account is the way they were affected by their exposure to university life. The broader stratum of society now attending and mixing in universities is creating an entirely new sociological picture. A senior London psychiatrist commented on Jim Greenfield going to Cambridge and changing from a very reserved and politically uninterested young boy to a rebel, so he fitted the picture of a vulnerable young mind. The wider publicity that is given to the wrongs and injustices of the world, together with the effect of mixing with other people from a broad range of society, do have a highly dramatic effect on some undergraduate silly young things. The basic arrogance that is demonstrated by these people in their attempts to change the world by violence, often goes side by side with a basic immaturity and an unreadiness to accept affection and worldly realities. These statements need no additional commentary, but it would be interesting to hear these undoubtedly eminent psychiatrists' views on our own present-day statesmen, civil servants, politicians, generals, and intelligence operatives. Even the local rag in Blantyre had a go at me. The day after Brenda and I arrived in Blantyre to put finishing touches to Sab 8, which I had translated to pass the time in Brixton, a copy 338 of a new local advertisement sheet with pretensions to being a newspaper, the Blantyre Advertiser, was pushed through our door. The lead article, in fact it looked like the only article, carried banner headlines which read "Christie in Blantyre." I was quite amused by this approach. It sounded a bit like Dracula back in the Carpathians. The article started off quite reasonably: Stuart Christie will be coming home to Blantyre this weekend, after being acquitted of all charges against him in the Angry Brigade trial. Then the writers started getting silly. A verdict of guilty on 4 of the accused was brought in by the jury after a retirement of 52 hours, but the jury did not believe the police when they said detonators allegedly found in the boot of Christie's car were identical with the ones found in the Stoke Newington flat. In this age of useless violence they won't go short of young recruits. This was followed by the usual meaningless mouthings of pseudo-liberal sentiment: all have a right to voice protest against society but not endanger lives and damage property simply because they don't agree with the way society is being governed. The article ended with a challenge to me. If Mr. Christie, self-confessed anarchist, believed that this method of protest could have any effect on the ordinary man in the street, other than total repulse, then he really wants to grow up and think again. The Advertiser is willing to give Mr. Christie the opportunity to defend his reactionary ideas in print. I never took them up on the offer. Anyone stupid enough to believe the free sheet must have remained under the illusion that I wanted people to accept freedom from government by obliging them to do so under force of arms. The description of me as a self-confessed anarchist from this self-styled journalist had of course been lifted from the national reporters, to whose ranks she no doubt aspired. All the papers had raised eyebrows at my acquittal. They felt sure this would excite much comment. Nobody actually used the headline scot-free, but that was what a lot of them were thinking. The Spanish press also had a field day. One paper went so far as to say that I was the organizer of the Angry Brigade and that the British police were searching the streets of Britain for me. The evening the sentences were passed, the bomb squad 339 held a press conference at Scotland Yard. As one observer aptly put it, the police equivalent of standing on the corpse. The conference was given by Bond and Habershon and lasted approximately 40 minutes. It was given on the assumption that everyone who had stood in the dock was guilty. In reply to a protest by one of the journalists, Bond said, "How do we know that the 8 did not do it?" He made a number of unfavorable comments about the 8 of us as a whole, and then made a number of pointed references about me. The evidence presented during the trial showed quite clearly the defendant's international links. The explosives came from France and Christie had contacts there and in Spain. Christie has admitted being an anarchist, someone then replied, "But that is not the same as being a member of the Angry Brigade." Bond answered, "What's the difference?" So far as he was concerned, all the 8 people charged were militant members of the Angry Brigade, including Christie. At this moment he was saved by a Telegraph journalist friendly to the police. "I am sure we can't quote you on that, Ernie." Bond took the hint and agreed. It seemed logical enough that after acquitting me and the other three, Jake Prescott, who would, on a joint charge, have been lower still, should have been released on appeal. This was not the case. The judge did not accede to the jury's request for clemency for the four convicted, and gave them 10 years apiece. The appeal court reduced Jake's sentence from 15 years to 10 to bring him on par with the others. Several of the acquitted still had to face the pending check charge. As they had already served more than enough time for such a minor offense, they were released on conviction. There was no other charge against me except one for driving a car while unlicensed and crossing the grass verge between two motorway lanes. The campaign against me, which had begun with a melodramatic police search by land, sea, and air, fizzled out in a fine under the Traffic Acts for an offense then over 3 years old. The vultures still hovered over the trial after the four had gone down. Most of the projected works on the Angry Brigade collapsed with the four acquittals, because in fact the whole international conspiracy had vanished. What they were left with was a patched-up job just good enough to get over to a doubtful jury. One enterprising gentleman, a barrister without briefs at the time, Alan Burns, tried his hand at a fictionalized 340 documentary on the Angry Brigade, which portrayed them in a sinister and vicious manner. His claim was that the Angry Brigade was run by a cowardly Jew who allowed a special branch man to beat up his girlfriend while posing as an infiltrator, the quick way to gain friends and influence people, apparently. The Angry Brigade was a symptom of the times. It was a natural and spontaneous reaction to the institutionalized violence which the conservative government had established in its desire for confrontation. It may be said it was overtaken by events, since the confrontation desired by the state reached a climax in Northern Ireland. The nationalist struggle was heated up by the use of violence to such an extent that it was beyond the aspirations of the Angry Brigade. However, to all but the most bigoted patriot a clear distinction should be apparent between patriotic violence and that used by the Angry Brigade. Nationalists see no distinction among a people. All, capitalists, generals, princes and workers alike are the enemy. As there are more of the latter, it is always they who get hit. Libertarian reaction to the institutionalist violence of the state is quite different. Anarchists have a bad name in the media, not because they can point to one indiscriminate massacre by anarchists, but because they can't, because the one thing the rulers of the state fear is that they should be personally held responsible for their own actions. A sympathizer of the IRA, who was with me in Brixton, used to talk jokingly about all the wicked things anarchists had done in the past. One had thrown a bomb at the King of Spain on his wedding day, others had done all sorts of terrible things to the French bourgeoisie in the 90s. He forgot to mention what terrible things the bourgeoisie had done to the workers after the annihilation of the Paris Commune. One thing I noticed though, I told him, the victims of the anarchists you're digging up do have names and histories. It's not just Paddy Murphy or Jimmy McLaughlin from Belfast or Derry. His answer to this was, those are the fortunes of war. Following the Angry Brigade trial, the police cast all pretense to the winds. Henceforth British, French, and Spanish police cooperated openly and without giving a damn about public opinion, which had accepted our case and the use of the conspiracy laws without a murmur, just as easily as they later. 341. Accepted the use of British troops in a policing role on the streets of Britain. The pretense that Interpol and Scotland Yard did not concern themselves with political affairs was brushed aside. The anarchist movement in Spain was reviving rapidly. At the beginning of 1974, the Spanish police opened a campaign of all-out repression against all those who dared to oppose the regime. One young anarchist, Salvador Puig, was executed in March 1974 for killing a policeman. As he was being beaten to the ground in a state of semi-consciousness, his gun had gone off accidentally and killed one of his attackers. Others of his friends were arrested and tortured. It was feared that they too would face the same end. On May 3, a Spanish banker in Paris, Balthazar Suarez, was kidnapped from his home by members of an international anti-fascist group called GARI. In a communiqué they issued immediately after the kidnapping, the group stated that its conditions for the release of Suarez were that the Spanish government apply its own law of conditional liberty to its political prisoners. This would mean the immediate release of over 100 political prisoners from whom the right had unlawfully been withheld. Another of the demands made by the group was repayment of at least part of the funds of the majority trade union organization in Spain prior to the Spanish Civil War. These funds had been seized by the trigger-happy Francoist generals and their supporters, including the Banco de Bilbao. During the period Suarez was held hostage, someone in London approached David May, the editor of Time Out, to prove that Suarez was still alive. This person had photographs of Suarez in his people's prison and also his identity documents to prove that the photographs were in fact of Suarez. David was questioned and charged with possession of stolen goods, because he refused to name the contact who had given him these photographs and identity documents. As far as he was concerned, he was defending the right to use documents other than those obtained through official channels. In addition to this, it seemed to him that the police were not primarily concerned with the safety of Suarez, but with wiping out all those who supported the anti-Francoist resistance movement outside of Spain. The leaders of this investigation, who were supplying the leads to the French police in their hunt for kidnappers, and to the British police in their hunt for the linkmen in London, were in 342. Fact: a special team of Spanish secret police based at the Spanish embassy in Paris. On May 22 the banker was released unharmed, and immediately 11 outspoken critics of the regime were arrested in France. These arrests were planned and coordinated by the democratic French police in conjunction with the Spanish secret police based in Paris. Among those arrested was Octavio Alberola. The whole thing was obviously a frame-up to ensure he was out of the way during the difficult period Spain was passing through. The French and British governments had no wish to see Spain go the same way as Portugal. There never had been any reluctance over the cooperation between Spanish and French police. If Alberola had been arrested, they felt I must be somewhere in the background too. The French examining magistrate, Alain Bernard, ordered 2 senior policemen in London to take charge of the investigation from that end. It was by this method that French police were able to come raiding London anarchists in broad daylight and without fear, openly announcing their liaison with the fascist regime of Spain, something which no British Prime Minister dared put to the test of public opinion. I was in Scotland visiting my father in hospital. He was dying of cancer. Brenda was alone in the flat, when Chief Superintendent Donald Page knocked at the door of our flat in Wimbledon with Messieurs Bernard and Dupont of the French Sûreté. Page was very polite and considerate to Brenda. It was obvious that the French police were very put out at the way she refused to answer any questions on my behalf. She also refused to give her age, which the French police were unable to understand as a reasonable refusal. They went away empty-handed that time. Elsewhere they were not so polite. At the house of one other Spanish anti-fascist whom they visited, they had a search warrant to look for stolen goods, and turned the place inside out looking for a coat. What coat? The Spaniard who was the object of their attention had mentioned a coat in correspondence with Spain. A coat is, however, Spanish prison slang equivalent to a guy. There are still things to learn from the common language of oppression, it seems. 343. 18. With the end of the Angry Brigade trial at the Old Bailey, the curtain had set on another act, not without its moments of light relief, in which the drama might well have reached greater heights. In the interval between acts, people loved, lived, worked, died, and the 4 who were sentenced when the other 3 and myself were acquitted, had joined Jake Prescott and spent that long interval behind locked doors. While preparing this book for publication, I read in the newspapers of a fascist engaged in causing explosions and fires in poor people's homes, immigrant centers, and community bookshops. He received a 3-year prison sentence for possession of arms. Allowing for the usual remission that was about the time/got, and I was found innocent. Anna Mendelssohn was the first to be released, on parole, on completion of the obligatory 6 years of her sentence in 1977. There was a great outcry in the media. They are releasing the Angry Brigade. The press swooped on her as soon as the news broke, 2 months after the story appeared in Black Flag, one hack triumphantly flogged a story about a kindly intentioned neighbor who described Anna as a broken woman who would never again do anything that manufactured public opinion would resent. The story, having broken over Anna, ceased to be newsworthy and the others came out one by one: Hillary a few months after Anna, John and Jim, who both refused to apply for parole, in 1978, Jake Prescott, first in, last out, early in 1979. A few words should be said here about Jake, whose integrity, strength of character and militancy earned him the respect and friendship of most prisoners with whom he came into contact. 344. Including many who never met him, but who knew his reputation, which spread far and wide throughout the British prison system as the man they couldn't break. When the 4 defendants in the Angry Brigade trial were given the surprisingly low sentences of 10 years, mainly as a result of the jury's appeal for mercy, Jake's sentence was reduced to 10 years as well. He was then sent to Gartree top security prison to complete his sentence and started work on an open university course, getting his head down and doing his porridge. During 1973 there occurred a perfectly peaceful sit-in by the prisoners in Gartree, in support of their demands for better treatment, conditions, and extended rights. Jake was involved in this and was even accused by the local press of being the prime instigator of the trouble and violence, of which the only examples were the unprovoked assaults on the prisoners by the prison officers. Early in 1975, and in obscure circumstances, Jake was transferred to Hull Prison, where he settled in, made new friends and continued his open university studies, although now deprived of a tutor. By September 1976 the tension in British prisons reached breaking point. Hull Prison exploded. The prisoners, Jake among them, went on the roof to demonstrate to the world against the inhuman conditions in the prison and the institutionalist violence of the prison officers. After this protest the prisoners were systematically beaten up and their belongings vandalized or stolen. Their food, when eventually given a meal, was swimming in urine. As Jake was prominently involved in the resistance of the prisoners and reputedly the author of the report smuggled out of the prison, he was one of the main targets for retaliation by the officers. As there was to be a police investigation into the attacks on the prisoners, the prison service decided to split up all the men involved and send them to separate prisons throughout the country. Jake was subsequently shunted backwards and forwards through almost every prison in England, receiving brutal and degrading treatment wherever he went. Eventually he ended up in Dartmoor, where he received further beatings. When he protested, the prison authorities charged him with assault on prison staff. When the Hull prison officer's case eventually came to trial early in 1979, the full brutality and horror of what the prison 345 officers had done to the protesting prisoners became known. The case proved, the 700 days remission Jake had lost as a result of the charges against him was waived. Jake was immediately released from custody, a full 18 months later than should have been the case. When I came out 7 years earlier, I found it very hard to pick up the pieces. With an officially cleared character, a blaze of publicity and £2.50 in cash, I had to make plans. I immediately contacted William Press personnel manager for my old job back. After a few weeks I received an official reply from them saying, due to a change in program we have now suspended all recruitment on the Central London contract. This didn't really surprise me. The gas board, the main contractors, had been trying to get rid of me for some time when they discovered who I was. It was impossible to sack me because of the massive support I had from the union members on the contract. I also had a lot of sympathy from the contract engineers and supervisors who ran the job. However, having been off the job for 18 months, no matter how much I might protest that I'd been framed by the special branch, I couldn't get back in again. I tried a number of other jobs. As soon as the prospective employers heard my name and remembered in what context they'd heard it before, all doors suddenly closed. During this time I was also putting the finishing touches to my translation of the Spanish book, Sabate, Guerrilla Extraordinary, by Antonio Tellez, and was doing the rounds of London publishing houses trying to interest them in publishing the manuscript, but with no success. None of them had any sympathy for books on anarchism and anarchists, at least not those not written by reputable academics. It was this that first put the germ of an idea into my head of setting up a publishing house concentrating on anarchist titles and trying to break through the barriers of capitalist censorship. This idea took firm root during our first holiday after my acquittal. Brenda and I had been invited to spend the summer of 1974 with friends in France and Italy. It was while staying with an Italian comrade in the small town of Ragusa in the south of Sicily that the idea which led to Cienfuegos Press came to fruition. Franco Leggio, with whom we were staying, was a veteran of the Italian and European anarchist movement. He was one of the many anarchists to help Mussolini lose the war in the 346 Mediterranean when he was in the navy. Deliberately misunderstanding orders given by German officers placed in command of all Italian soldiers, sailors, and airmen, Franco lost 3 ships. Whenever an Allied vessel was spotted, the German officer would give target commands, in a heavy guttural Italian, which Franco, as a gunner, would deliberately misconstrue. By the time the exasperated German has pushed Franco out of the way to do his job, the Allied ship would have disappeared or would have blown the Italian ship out of the water. As I said, Franco ended up in the Mediterranean 3 times. Italians received the reputation of being cowards during the war. This is nonsense. They simply did not wish to fight for fascism, nor for that matter probably any other ism. When forced to do so, they wisely did their damnedest to do as little fighting and as much sabotage as possible. Apart from being imprisoned by the fascists toward the end of the war, Franco was also arrested and imprisoned by the Allies for his role in the little-known insurrection which took place in his hometown in 1946, which had come to be known as the Commune of Ragusa. The people of this small Italian town declared a free city and held off the combined Allied and Italian forces for over a week. Franco was and is a highly respected man in Ragusa, which, incidentally, is one of the very few towns or villages in Sicily not under the pervasive and evil control of the mafia. It was Franco and his small anarchist publishing house, La Fiaccola, which had churned out anarchist pamphlets, books, and newspapers for many years, which gave me the necessary impetus and inspiration to go ahead with a similar venture in Britain. If Franco could do it in Sicily, against tremendous odds, working half the year as a laborer elsewhere to provide the necessary finance for his publishing house, I decided I could do the same. As it was unlikely I would get suitable employment elsewhere for some considerable time to come, I might as well kill 2 birds with 1 stone, provide myself with work I enjoyed, and at the same time establish a long-needed anarchist presence in the publishing world. I also had the experience of Albert Meltzer to draw upon. Albert had been doing the same as Franco in London, also against all the odds, specialising mainly in pamphlets and papers. He had lots of experience to draw upon when it came to dodgy bits. There were lots of those to come. Had it not been for Albert, I doubt we could have survived as long as we have. 347. Also, on our return to Britain we discovered that more help was forthcoming for our project with the news that London publisher, Reg Davis Poynter, wanted to do a hardback edition of Sabate, Guerrilla Extraordinary, and that we could do a paperback edition. At the same time, we were asked by an old Romanian comrade in the US, Marcus Graham, to publish an anthology of writings from the anarchist paper Man /, which he edited and published from January 1933 to April 1940. Marcus offered to pay a substantial part of the costs of publishing this 700-page book. With the money he sent we went out and hired an IBM typesetting machine and so gave birth to Cienfuegos Press. The name for the press came from Camilo Cienfuegos, the libertarian Cuban revolutionary murdered by Raúl Castro, as were many other anarchists and libertarian socialists who opposed the growing power of the Communist Party in Cuba. The information regarding Cienfuegos' murder came from a number of well-known and respected Cuban and South American revolutionaries closely involved with the July 26 movement from the beginning. Brenda and I also had to make a decision as to where we were going to live, whether to remain in London or to move away. The reason this decision was forced on us was a result of a piece of friendly advice from a senior policeman who told me quite plainly that a number of people were extremely annoyed that I had managed to slip the net they had prepared for me, and that it was only a matter of time before they managed to put me in the frame, so I'd be going away for a long time, or worse. Who could refuse advice like that? It would be nice to live outside London, and there wasn't much point staying for the convenience of Scotland Yard. At last we heard of a house for sale in the pleasant Yorkshire village of Honley, near Huddersfield. We moved there in the spring of 1975. The house was an old one, built in 1751. It required a lot of work, but was a comfortable house, in beautiful surroundings, and the Yorkshire people were extremely helpful and friendly. We published Black Flag from this address, doing all the typesetting and artwork and dealing with all the day-to-day correspondence, while Albert and the other members of the group did the bulk of the editorial work in London, sending the final copy up to us for setting and layout. We were also deeply involved in preparing other Cienfuegos titles for publication. We 348 were only just beginning to understand the complexities and enormous expenses involved in running a publishing house. We made some pretty horrendous and expensive mistakes, running up some enormous bills in the process. Still, we managed to stagger through. Another two members of the Black Flag group, Iris Mills and Graham Rua, decided to move to Huddersfield after visiting us on a couple of occasions. They bought a house in Huddersfield itself. Before very long there was quite an active group in the town and we had our own premises. At this time Iris was corresponding with a comrade serving life imprisonment in Northern Ireland, Ronan Bennett. When he was suddenly pardoned for the alleged murder of a member of the Royal Ulster Constabulary, he came to Huddersfield to live with them. Had he remained in Ireland, his life would have been in danger from the RUC and the SAS men. It did not take the local police long to become interested in the newly formed Huddersfield anarchist group. Within a matter of months the houses of all sympathizers were under constant surveillance. Eventually Iris, Ronan, and Graham were raided and arrested under the Prevention of Terrorism Act, again with no evidence against them other than their political persuasion. Fortunately, we had moved away by then, or no doubt we too would have been charged. So ridiculous and petty was this charge, that eventually Ronan, the main one they had been after all along, had to be released from prison. Not many Irishmen held under this law are so lucky. They are held for an indeterminate period then forcibly deported to Northern Ireland, in many cases away from their homes, families, friends, and work. It was quite clear though that Ronan was high on the special branch list. They were simply biding their time until they could put him away for a long time. A year or so later the moment they were waiting for came. Realizing that life in Huddersfield would be impossible for them now, Iris, Ronan and Graham moved back to London to pick up the threads again. On May 24, 1978, their Bayswater flat was raided by police and both Iris and Ronan were rearrested under the Prevention of Terrorism Act. Graham, whom they were also anxious to interview, was elsewhere at the time and managed to avoid arrest and what was to come later. Knowing full well this charge would not stick a second time, the PDA charge was dropped and they were charged with possession of explosive 349 substances instead. These explosive substances later proved to be sugar, weed killer, and some bags of flour. Next day headlines in the press announced, bomb material seized in hunt for anarchists. Anarchists were about to attack London, one paper said. What could be an important anarchist cell, on the lines of the Angry Brigade was announced by the Telegraph. The shock horror stories were taken up by every other local and national paper. The arrested anarchists were said to be charming in spite of the fact they had annoyed their neighbors by feeding the pigeons. I had no idea they were doing anything so fiendish as starting a bomb factory in the flat, their actress landlady is reported as saying. Bomb factory can mean, of course, as it did in this case, weed killer in the garden shed, and sugar and flour in the pantry. Later, another comrade, David Ladd, only recently released from prison, was also arrested. The charges were changed again to conspiracy to cause explosions. The big mystery was what explosions? Nothing had happened. There was no indication that anything was about to happen. No targets were named or suggested. The police officer in charge, Inspector Bradbury, explained in court, "We nipped the bomb-making plan in the bud." Later a further 3 people were arrested and charged with similar offenses: Stuart Carr, Trevor Dalton, and Vince Stevenson. Again, it was not long before these charges, too, were dropped and replaced with ones of armed robbery. The charges kept varying and seemed to finish with the catch-all of conspiracy, easy to allege, difficult to refute, and heaviest of all in its consequences. There is little doubt from the questions asked of the accused comrades that had I been living in London or Huddersfield at the time, I would have been charged along with the others. As it was, in spite of the fact there was no way in which I could have been involved in the alleged robberies, the police did all they could to involve me. A strange occurrence was the fact that a car the police were looking for in connection with the case, and which had been given nationwide prominence on all news broadcasts warning people not to go near it in case it was booby-trapped, was pushed over a cliff near Swansea, just a few hundred yards from the house where Joan Barker and Hilary Creek had made their home on their release from prison. Neither Hilary nor John had 350 any knowledge of the car, nor of any of the people involved in the case. It did look like a crude attempt to link them, though. Fortunately, I had mentioned this possibility to John as soon as I heard what had happened from a tip-off I received. He was therefore aware of the fact he might well be wakened by the early morning knock that wasn't the milkman. Sure enough, within the week their house was raided by the bomb squad, armed to the teeth, by the front and back doors, doing the usual amount of damage and causing the maximum distress to all the residents of the household. Hilary was particularly vulnerable as she was in the middle of studying for her exams, and John's father had only recently died. The police also tried to tie up a connection between what had now become known as the Persons Unknown case and the earlier arrests of other members of the Black Cross and Black Blag groups, Dave Campbell, Brian Gibbons, and the artistic genius of Black Blag, our cartoonist, Phil Ruff. Phil and the others had decided to augment their incomes by going straight for the jugular of the Society of the Spectacle and Consumer Capitalism, by robbing a betting shop in Lewisham. Somebody tumbled what they were up to. As they came out of the shop, their guns and swag all neatly packed away in an Adidas bag, they walked into the arms of the police. It was, as they say when giving evidence of arrest, a fair cop, GUV. All were sentenced to 7 years imprisonment. Though Phil was friendly with most of the people involved in the Persons Unknown case, there was, in fact, no link. Meanwhile, while we were still living in Yorkshire, I was approached by the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation to do a television interview in Canada. I hemmed and hawed for a while, as I intensely dislike public speaking. Eventually I decided to accept, provided they also agreed to pay for Brenda to come along with me. They agreed to this. Within a matter of weeks I had signed the contract and received air tickets. 2 days before we were due to fly out, I received a telephone call from the CBC reporter in London to say they were sorry my interview had to be cancelled. Apparently news of my trip had been leaked to the Canadian Security Services. At first they had tried to pressure the CBC into cancelling the interview. When this failed they decided to use the full majesty of the law. CBC Rep. 351. Representatives were informed that the immigration authorities had been instructed to turn me away if I turned up at any international port in Canada. I was persona non grata, particularly with the Olympic Games in the offing. This was hard to swallow. The only police record I had was that of a fascist military court-martial. Few would accept that as a precedent in a proper court of law. When the Canadian authorities discovered that this, in fact, was the case and they had no legal leg to stand on, they decided on another tack. This time it went straight to the Canadian cabinet, who passed emergency legislation to the effect that immigration officials were empowered to refuse entry to anyone they considered to be an enemy of the state. Well, we always said the state was the enemy of the people. I later received confirmation of this cabinet decision from the woman at CBC. She added that they had made a gracious rider to the effect that they would reconsider my case after the Olympic Games. It struck me later that perhaps they thought I might run off with the gold medals. Needless to say, the legislation became a permanent feature of Canadian law. An interesting sidelight of this decision to exclude me was the case of Ramon Benico Canuta, alias Ramon Larils, nicknamed El Larils, a Spanish police agent and murderer of 70-year-old comrade Laureano Serrato Santos, one of the last of the old guard anarchist activists. Laureano was one of the founders of the Railway Union of the CNT, a disciple of Francisco Ferrer Guardia and the legendary Sugar Baby, the fighting secretary of the CNT. He fought in the Civil War and afterwards in the resistance in Spain and France. Laureano upset many of the Puritans of the movement during the war because of his organization of forgery on a wide scale and a huge black market organization in Nazi-occupied France. It was felt that forgery gave the movement a bad name, but it helped keep the movement and the resistance alive. The fascist state maintained its pervasive influence, in part, by the control it had over rationing, money, and identity documents. Apart from Francoist currency, Laureano also supplied the FIJL and the clandestine 1st of May group with documents and passports for its activities in many parts of the world. Among the attempts against Franco in which Laureano took part was the abortive attack on him while in the company of Hitler, as well as another in San Sebastian in 1948. Laureano had been investigating the activities of police agents within the 352 Spanish exile movement and was preparing to publish details of them. When the Spanish police got word of what his intentions were, he was ambushed and killed coming out of a bar in the Boulevard Belleville, a working-class suburb of Paris. His assassin was Ramon Benico Canuta. Once the French police discovered his identity was known to the anarchists and journalists, he was immediately smuggled out of the country into Canada, with the full support and connivance of the Canadian police. He is believed to be living there to this day. Obviously, the determination of the Canadian government to keep out terrorists doesn't extend to the kind of Ramon Canuta. They are to be congratulated on their new citizen. He should make a suitable recruit for the Mounties, if they can be quite sure he is not acting for another country's intelligence agency. I was soon to find out that apart from Canada, the doors of the USA, Spain, Switzerland, and other countries were closing against me. While living in Yorkshire, I was invited by the German trade unions to speak at an international anti-fascist rally they were organizing in Offenbach, just outside Frankfurt. It was to be no small gathering. It was to be made doubly important by the fact that the internationally acclaimed poet and folk singer, Wolf Biermann, would be allowed to make his first public appearance outside East Germany since 1965. I had just sufficient money to cover my travel expenses and get to Frankfurt station where I was to be met by friends, my expenses refunded, and taken to the rally. I didn't have enough money to pay for a sandwich on the train. Stopping off in Amsterdam, I arranged to meet a comrade to discuss some other matters. He drove me to his home close to Arnhem, near the German border. We had a meal with his family. Later that afternoon he drove me to the station where I caught the express to Frankfurt. At the border the West German border guard boarded the train to check passports. As soon as the official opened my passport and saw the telltale indication on it to check his undesirables file, a big grey book, I was ushered out of the compartment unceremoniously and bundled into a special section at the rear of the carriage, where I was held between two members of the Grenzschutzpolizei until we reached the first station inside Germany. There I was taken into the police barracks and held without seeing anyone for almost 2 hours. Eventually I was questioned as to my destination, where I 353 was going to stay and so on. Then it was discovered that I had only a few pence in Dutch money on me. In spite of the fact that I explained I was on a perfectly legal trip to Germany at the invitation of the West German trade union movement, and that I was to be met by friends at Frankfurt station with money for me, I was told I could not enter German territory without sufficient funds to pay for my stay there. I was put on board the evening train back to Holland, and placed in the custody of Dutch border police, who took me off the train at Arnhem, handed me over to the Dutch security police, who then took me off in handcuffs to police headquarters. In spite of my protests at the treatment meted out to me by the Dutch authorities, I was locked in a cell for about 2 hours and all my belonging removed. In my capacity as a free citizen of the common market caught in the act of flagrantly crossing a frontier, I was visited in my cell by a senior police official who questioned me about my visit. He didn't get any of the information he wanted. After the last train into Germany that night had gone, I was told I would be released into the custody of a Dutch citizen, Bas Mariel, the European distributor for Cienfuegos titles, the friend with whom I had lunched earlier that day. At his home, I immediately rang Brenda to tell her what had happened. She had been worried because the German comrades had been waiting at the station for me in Frankfurt and were worried when they discovered I wasn't on that train or the next one. I then rang the comrades in Germany. After some discussion, it was decided they would send a car for me immediately and would pick me up at the home of Bas, with sufficient funds. The two comrades arrived early the following morning with £200 in cash. Once again we set off for the German border. When we drove up to the border checkpoint and handed over our passports, the official fed the numbers into the computer terminal. When the reply came through, he pressed a button on his console, stepped outside and indicated to the driver to lower his window. He then produced a pistol, beckoning to us to pull over into the barrack compound. We were immediately surrounded by Grenzschutzpolizei brandishing submachine guns. We were ushered into the barracks office where they took our passports and ransacked the car. Again, I was the object of their attentions. The others being 354 German residents. Little was said to them. I was told my passport had been stamped refused entry due to lack of funds. I replied that I now had more than sufficient money to cover my stay in Germany. Somewhat perplexed at this sudden turnabout, he returned to his telephone for further instructions from Wiesbaden. At last, after almost 3 hours in the waiting room under armed guard, the senior policeman returned with the passports. He had had to wait for final instructions from the Minister of the Interior. They had at last decided to come out into the open with their reason for preventing me from entering Germany. I had been declared an enemy of the state and thus they stamped my passport. The comrades drove me back to Arnhem station and I returned to Amsterdam. I was not alone. In East Germany, the communist authorities decided at the last moment that it would not take the chance of allowing one of its best known and loved singers, and fiercest critic, to attend the Offenbach rally. His permit was withdrawn. A great deal of propaganda was made about this act of communist tyranny in the West German press. They did not mention that the West German state had excluded me. The deportations always landed me back on these shores. In this day and age, to be confined to one country is to be in prison. There are worse prisons, certainly, but with the growing reaction throughout Europe and the West and East, it goes without saying, it had come to this. By the mid-70s, this precious jewel set in a silver sea is to be regarded as a prison island. With the realization that I was confined to these shores, with few countries in the world I could visit without problems of one sort or another, and the growing likelihood that I would find myself the victim of a better planned and executed police frame-up if I remained accessible in the Huddersfield area, it was quite fortuitous that we heard of a house for sale on the remote island of Sandy in the Orkney Islands. Intrigued by the idea, Brenda and I decided to have a look at the place and see what it was like. We could not have chosen a worse time. It was the middle of winter. There was such a strong gale force wind blowing that the Arcadia, the passenger boat from Kirkwall on the main island to the North Isles, was unable to put into Sandy Pier. Contacting the main office in Kirkwall by radio, it was decided to drop us off on the neighboring island of Stronsay, where a plane was to pick us up later that afternoon and fly us to Sandy. Eventually, after a 355 cold and miserable wait on Stronsay, we made it to our destination. The house, well off the main road, was a large one for the island. In spite of the fact that it had lain empty for almost 3 years, it was dry and in good condition. We both liked it. What probably sprung it for me was the fact that that evening in the local hotel I asked for a Glenmorangie malt whiskey, my favorite tipple, and was surprised to see the barman fill the glass to the brim. Not only that, but he charged me the same price as a normal whiskey. I didn't say anything to him about it, downed it quickly and went back for more. The same thing happened again, in fact it went on the rest of the night. I found out later he didn't have a whiskey measure. Being a generous man, and not his pub, he preferred to err on the side of the customer. George, the barman, left the hotel shortly after we arrived for good though, and the new proprietor bought new measures. As soon as we got back to Honley we put our house on the market, sold it very quickly, packed our bags, baggage, books, machines, and livestock and started the journey in the direction of the Northern Lights, somewhat to the surprise of all our friends who couldn't imagine why we had chosen to live in so remote a place. They said it was a long way off, but they never said from where. In case some of them thought that I'd had a tip-off the government was going to banish dissidents to isolated islands, in the manner of Mussolini, and I was out to grab the best place, I explained to everyone that it had no police force. No crime rate, either. How do we spend our time in Sandy? Here is a sample: Sunday, woken by cockerel screaming for his breakfast. Downstairs to feed the cats, the same 2 loyal followers who had withstood the special branch, 5 chickens, 3 dogs, a rough collie, border collie, and borzoi pet lamb, and ourselves, 3 adults and a baby. After changing the baby, I do the night and early morning shifts, take the car up to the nearby quarry to get rid of 7 days' accumulation of beer and bean cans, then down to the neighboring farm to sort out 3 cwt of decent eating potatoes as well as some for seed. No money changes hands. We help the farmer at harvest time and in return we receive all the potatoes and turnips we need. He plows our land, saving us a great deal of hard work, which I don't really like. It also means a lot more space for other vegetables not so easily obtained here. 356. Home again to eat and to rack the first wine of the year, a fruit and rice wine which looks to be a promising blockbuster. Think I'll call it Calypso 79. The siphon keeps getting blocked up with sultanas and currants, so it's a slow business. Another 10 minutes rubbing and turning the new ham in its cure. With a bit of luck it should be ready for smoking next week. Time now for a cup of tea and the dog's afternoon walk. This usually takes about an hour and a half, depending on the weather and the number of rabbits about. During the week it gives me plenty of exercise. More importantly, it allows me to clear my mind of the multitude of problems that come in with each morning's post. I get most of my inspired and crazy ideas at this time. Back home it's my turn to peel the potatoes. I wonder how to finish this book off. Brenda is pot roasting wild duck for dinner, so I decide to worry about it later over a few bottles of home-brewed beer, which is very popular up here, and very cheap. Branwen Gemma Earl Christie was born on May 6, 1978, an easy birthday to remember. It was an extremely difficult birth, mainly due to the incompetence of the local doctor on duty on the island at the time. He was almost permanently drunk. When he eventually got round to examining Brenda, he told her to start pushing at the wrong time, advice which was almost fatal. We wanted to have the baby at home. As a result of the doctor's stupidity, Brenda had to be flown into hospital on the mainland of Orkney for a caesarean section. The fog was so bad that for a time it looked as though the plane would not make it and the lifeboat was alerted. However, at the last moment a rather daring Loganair pilot who had been circling overhead for some time, managed to find a break in the fog and lift us off to hospital. We had no intention of starting a family when Branwen came along, and we had some doubts about the whole thing. But as soon as she arrived we knew we had made the right decision. Living on an island was an added advantage. Here there is little traffic, no violence, no police force. Children soon acquire a natural understanding of what the cycle of life is all about. There are drawbacks, of course, but on the whole they are outweighed by advantages. Dinner over, Brenda and I play with Branwen, then go out for a walk with her before bedtime. The wind, if any, drops in the summer evenings, and the setting sun on the grass, the water. 357. And the sky is quite awe-inspiring. Once Branwen is asleep, Brenda, her dad, who lives with us, and I either sit by the fire listening to records, the radio, or watch television, or chat by ourselves or with friends and neighbors who often pop round in the evening with a bottle, or go down the pub, or whatever. Monday, the morning plane flying about 3 feet above our chimney stack wakes me up at 10 to 9. By the time the animals and the humans are fed, the postman has arrived with the morning mail, usually a sackful. It takes me the whole morning and a good part of the afternoon simply to reply to all the queries, book orders, and threatening letters from creditors. After a cup of tea and quick sandwich at lunchtime, it's down to the cooperative shop at the pier, to do the week's shopping and collect the week's coal. It is much cheaper here than it is in the towns on the mainland, even in Kirkwall, because we dig it ourselves from an enormous pile in the coop yard. Imported goods such as vegetables are expensive. Meat and the basic vegetables are very cheap indeed, compared to elsewhere. One of the basic necessities in a place like this is a freezer. Most houses on the island have one since electricity came 5 years ago. There are no daily papers here, apart from the Parisian Daily Liberation which I receive every day. I have to rely on radio and television reports and a detailed reading of the international anarchist press and news digests which come in from anarchist correspondents all over the world. Brenda does most of the typesetting for Black Blag, the Cienfuegos Press Anarchist Review, our books, booklets, and pamphlets, mainly because she is a far superior and faster typist than I am. I do some, but mainly I do the proofreading. You know whom to blame now. At the moment of this writing, however, there is no typesetting to be done, as the mainstay of our press, the IBM Composer, has been irreparably damaged while in transit to the workshop in Glasgow. Fortunately, offers of help with typesetting to help us out over this difficult period have come from all over the world. It's unlikely that our publishing program will be badly affected. In the meantime, we are busy typing up, correcting and copy editing new manuscripts and organizing translations of material from foreign languages into English to ensure that once we have our own typesetting facilities again, we'll be ready to go, when we can afford to pay the printers. There is also the daily problem of keeping our records up to date, doing the 358 accounts, organizing artwork, sorting out problems with printers, binders, transport companies, etc. The list is interminable. More often than not we have at least one disaster of some sort every week. However, no major disasters today, so far. Go for dinner tonight, then up to a neighbor's house to fix the thermocouple in his oven. A new brew is cracked open and we spend a pleasant evening chatting and getting lightheaded on this new concoction. Brenda is out fishing for some coal fish and comes back soaked through, but with a few dozen fish for supper. The rest of the week is more or less as full and hectic as the first 2 days, always something to do. Problems can include a fire destroying almost the entire shipment of the Cienfuegos Press Anarchist Review from the binders, at a loss of £2,500 to us, and the news that our insurance only covers us up to the value of £700. There's also the fact that I have to go over to sort through the scene of the fire and go through the charred and soggy remains in the hope of finding sufficient copies to send out to subscribers. These books came up with a shipment of margarine on one side and liquid soap on the other. I have the consolation of knowing that if the subscribers can't actually read the reviews, they can either eat or wash in their copy. Another piece of bad news comes in, Fortunately not the same day. Two of our titles have been bound in each other's jackets and the covers will have to be reprinted. I sometimes muse to myself when walking the dogs that perhaps we are being tested for some great task in life and that somehow, at the end, all will suddenly become clear. On Friday we may get a phone call from a friend to say the police are coming out to the island on their occasional 3-monthly or so visit to maintain law and order. The grapevine has it that they are only here for one night and don't intend to make a long weekend of it. Police are superfluous here. The only crime on the island is the occasional bald tire. However, every time the police arrive, the whole island is thrown into a state of chaos and disruption. Their only justification for being here is to check on road tax, licenses, lights, and depth of tire tread. Trade and industry grind to a standstill. Honest upright citizens are afraid to leave the safety of their homes unless it is an emergency or they believe their cars to be beyond criticism. As the local doctor won't prosecute any of her patients, the only way anyone can be. 359. Arrested for drunk driving is to charter a plane or boat to Kirkwall, a very expensive business for the ratepayers, by which time the suspect may well be sober again. As it is a mile's walk to the pub and a freak blizzard had blown up, and blown our new greenhouse out to sea, we decide to stay in with some home brew and play pontoon for matches. Saturday, spring, perhaps summer, is definitely in the air. It's still a bit on the chilly side. Letters to deal with, books to order and mail out, invoices to pay, vegetables to be planted, baby to be fed, changed, played with, dogs to be walked. Usual routine bits and pieces in the afternoon before the latest Doctor Who adventure on television. Down to the pub later in the evening where there is a sing-song in progress, with a fiddler and accordionist. I'm asked if I'll crew on a new lobster boat a friend has just acquired. I'll have to give that serious thought. It certainly brings in a few more bob, plus lobsters, crabs, fish, clams, octopus and squid for the freezer. The problem is I get seasick very easily, even on the Clyde ferry. As closing time approaches the songs get maudlin and someone starts to sing the inevitable Flowers of Scotland. Cringing, I run to the bar for a karaoke before this horrifyingly chauvinist and racist song reaches the second chorus, to be followed by the dreary Mull of Kintyre. It's not too serious, though. Most Orkney folk know the worst thing that ever happened to them was the coming of the Stuarts, the royal ones, and the Scottish lairds. Out into a beautiful calm spring evening, a McEwan's carrier bag safely tucked under one arm. It's home to listen to some decent music, Ian Dury and the Blockheads or, perhaps, the Stranglers. Well, folks, that about brings us up to the moment. Reflecting to those of you who are saying what a nerve it was for me to write an autobiography, I should, perhaps, point out that the project was originally commissioned from me by an editor of a leading British publishing house, Michael Joseph. I accepted because we needed the money to pay off some of Cienfuego's enormous debts. I also want to put the record straight regarding the activities of one small section of the anarchist movement, and myself, over the past 20 years or so. After having read the first and second drafts of the manuscript, when it had been accepted and the contract drawn up and signed, it was suddenly withdrawn from Michael Joseph's 1976 publications list and catalogue. The publishers wrote to me. 360. Returned the manuscript, and informed me of this decision, on the advice of their legal advisors. They added kindly that they hoped a more courageous publisher would be found. In fact, no other UK publisher would publish it, whether from disinterest, political prejudice, fear of possible libel action, or whatever, no one can say for sure. Fortunately, comrades at Partisan Press in the USA heard of our present financial crisis and thought it would help both them and us if they published the book, so you know who you have to blame if you think it should never have seen the light of day. Our movement rejects leadership and authority. When the scholars intrude to write their doctoral theses, they usually attribute its theories and principles to any current writer officially recognized by academia, though they may or may not have anything to do with the movement at all. This is the only way to make it a respectable study to afford instruction for scholars, and make matter for a prize essay. When the journalists intrude, they aren't interested in academic figures, and still don't want to know about the working class or ideas for social change, so they pick on a character to sensationalize. I happen to get picked on regularly, mainly by lots of bad luck and mismanagement, as the statutory anarchist. I must admit it amuses me that of all the anarchists throughout the world, in all walks of life, some full of years, some young, many who have given up a great deal of time, energy, and money, and on not a few occasions their lives, to make the world a nicer and happier place in which to live, Fleet Street in its wisdom chose me as representative. If in this book I have failed in any way to live up to the stock caricature of the anarchist, give my apologies to Alvino's Wine Bar in Fleet Street, where most of the stock horror conspiracies are hatched. While they are down there manufacturing opinion, I'm up here growing vegetables and doing what I can to spread the ideas of libertarian socialism as widely as possible. You'll be hearing from us again, before too long. The Angry Brigade. It was a smart move to call themselves the Angry Brigade. Lots of people with something to be angry about wondered if they might have something in common. Before that, under the name of the Revolutionary Solidarity Movement, nobody took any notice. But this wasn't righteous anger. It was anarchy on a grand scale, amassing bombs and machine guns to destroy anything that came to mind. They were as indiscriminate as that. They chose as their first target, said the Old Bailey prosecution, the American Embassy in London. At 11:40 p.m. on the night of August 20, 1967, a white Ford Cortina slid to a halt outside the Grosvenor Square building. A rear window was wound down and a Beretta submachine gun blasted away at the embassy. A letter was left on the scene and communique number 1 sent to the Times announcing that they, the great new protesters who knew better than any of us, had arrived. For 3 years they grabbed the headlines with one outrage after another. The police seemed helpless. But then one night in Cell C334 of Brixton prison, the lid was blown off their cover of anonymity. That was the night Big Jake talked too much. Ironically, it was a moment of unplanned anger that brought careless words from Big Jake Jack Leonard Prescott, 26-year-old overlord of the bomb-happy destructionists. He was then held on a drugs charge. His link with the faceless men and women of the Bombs Brigade was not known. Not even suspected. Hateful of authority of any kind and irritated in particular by the lofty manner of one warder, he told a cell crony, "I have some friends who could put a bomb under him." Once his tongue had thus been loosened, there was no end to the bragging of the Scots-born orphan about the bomb outrages he and others had planned and carried out. In a week's ceaseless chatter and torrent of boasts, he poured out to 2 cellmates the innermost secrets of the Angry Brigade. How it planned its attacks in military-style precision and using homemade bombs, the composition of which he illustrated with detailed drawings. And who were its victims and why it existed. Every word was passed back to the authorities. This was the break we needed in our hunt for the bombers, a senior Scotland Yard detective admitted last night. He even trotted out the names of other top fanatics in the movement. It was a stroke of genius on their part to have him freed on bail. The hunch that he would soon drift back to his old revolutionary haunts paid off. He was shadowed as assiduously as any spy. Closer, in fact, than some have been in the past. Detectives tailed him day and night and squalid Angry Brigade communes in Islington, Stoke Newington, Colchester, Manchester, and Liverpool. Revealed at long last in a dingy first-floor flat in Amherst Road, Stoke Newington was their arsenal of weapons. Machine guns, pistols, thousands of rounds of ammunition, bomb-making devices, and a John Bull Kitty's printing kit for their communiques. Plus a list of intended VIP victims. Cabinet ministers, Old Bailey judges, the Attorney General, the Police Commissioner, industrialists, top firms, embassies, consulates, and public buildings including the Post Office Tower. Training manuals, war literature, theses of hate and how to destruct, were found around the flat in which the militants made permissive love together while planning their vengeance on society. Who and what was the Angry Brigade? They claimed to speak for the ordinary man or woman in the street. But that was not true. They were a tiny minority, with nothing constructive to offer to replace the trail of rubble left behind by their homemade bombs. They claimed, "We destroy property, not people." But this was a blatant lie. For Home Secretary Robert Carr and his family were lucky to escape unharmed when 2 bombs demolished part of their Barnet home. And a firebomb planted on a Spanish plane must have endangered many lives. They were branded Public Enemy Number 1 by the then Home Secretary, Mr. Reginald Maudling. They claimed to have counterparts the world over. Brothers and sisters responsible for angry rioting in Paris, Tokyo, and Germany. They opposed the common market and claimed responsibility for a series of bomb attacks on British property when Prime Minister Edward Heath visited Paris. They supported the workers but shrank from any form of work themselves. Their utopia was a Manson-style hippie commune. They attracted so-called women's libers to their cause. But the girls not only burned their bras, they learned how to make and plant bombs. The Angry Brigade recruited from the fraternity of rejects of British universities, and others who felt the world owed them a living. Like Big Jake Prescott, now serving 15 years for conspiracy to cause explosions. He had a separate, earlier trial. Typical of the petticoat violent ones was dark-haired, bosomy Anna Mendelssohn, recruited from the discontents at Essex University, Colchester. The 24-year-old daughter of a Stockport councillor was in revolt against everything that the establishment stood for. Under the bed she shared at Amherst Road with her lover, 23-year-old James Greenfield, was a frightening cache of arms: 33 sticks of gelignite, 11 detonators, 2 machine guns, a pistol, and ammunition. The police always topped the list of the Angry Brigade's hate catalog. They were the pigs. A target for ridicule and contempt. Prime targets of abuse were Commander Ernest Bond and his right-hand man, Detective Chief Superintendent Roy Habershon, both listed for extermination in the Angry Brigade's Black Diary of Enemies. Commander Bond was the Home Secretary's personal choice of a super sleuth to launch the Angry Brigade counter-offensive and track the terrorists down. But bespectacled, soft-spoken Superintendent Habershon only came into it by chance. It was just 2 weeks after he had taken over the manor in which Mr. Carr lives aired on a night he was spending quietly at home at his fireside that the bombers struck. And from that day on January 12, 1971, he never returned to divisional work. He just went on pursuing the angry ones. To get to know their quarry, Commander Bond, Superintendent Habershon, and others drawn from all divisions, studied most forms of extreme political theory. Meanwhile, the bombers were being briefed by their bosses on how to react if arrested. Obstruct and frustrate the pigs, they were told. An order which some duly tried to obey when eventually detained. And as the relentless hunt went on, the bombers boasted, "We are getting closer to final victory. We are slowly destroying the long tentacles of the oppressive state machine." But they were wrong. They had no chance of winning. Not in this country. 365. Stuart with Phil Ruff and Graham Rua, fellow members of the anarchist Black Cross. 366. Asterisk. Iris Mills, acquitted in the Persons Unknown case, while this book was in production. Ronan Bennett, also acquitted in the Persons Unknown case. 367. Top, Ariane Granzac Sandori and Octavio Alberola, Paris, 1973. Bottom left to right, Antonio Tellez, Ariane Granzac Sandori, Stuart Christie, Octavio Alberola. 368. Albert Meltzer at leisure. The Christie File. The Christie File was originally commissioned by the well-known London publishing house, Michael Joseph. It was announced in their 1976 catalogue. Just prior to publication, the book was cancelled. The publisher sent his regrets, With best wishes in finding a more courageous publisher. In the present era there have been few, if any, anarchist revolutionaries with the personal notoriety, involvement, and commitment to write such a compelling personal history of modern anarchism. With the release of the Christie file, there is now such an account. Stuart Christie is described by the world press, the special branch and the law and order lobby in Parliament as Britain's most notorious, sinister, and durable anarchist. He has never before revealed his side of the controversy and headlines surrounding him for the past 2 decades. The Christie file is a unique personal record of some of the extraordinary events, politics, ideas, and people which distinguished the 60s and 70s as a crucial period in the life and death struggle against the all-powerful state, the ubiquitous multinationals, reaction, and arbitrary authority. Written in an eminently readable style, with wit and humor, it is without doubt one of the most important anarchist memoirs to be published since World War II.